over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find one as well there. He's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a second kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Boris has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spots MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a third in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
Push his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and then he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one. Now Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, cold up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tagged down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayer's going to try and take an advanced angle. Stake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've play a push out in the warehouse. Untitled have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Untitled are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Untitled to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top one.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for L, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spoxy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9 Claw and Raffin are going to start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. He doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe, because they was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that. And you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Lando he has to worry about, though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. So will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Dezane is flanking. There's Line Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Dezane lines up 3. What? They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shell, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play. 时间还要再换点吗？正面剩的时间不长。
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学。
Hello and welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship 2024 here in Hanoi, Vietnam. And it's day number 4 of the group stage, which means we're getting towards the pointy end of things, at least as far as the group stage is concerned. Penultimate day of competition here for the vast majority of teams. Obviously, only 4 can go forward out of the group stages into the playoffs. But looking forward to today, I think actually locking in a couple of those teams that we will see in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think locking in a couple and also probably having to essentially say goodbye to a few as well who will get to a point where essentially you have to say there's no actual legitimate point where they can make it towards that next stage. And this feels like a point that we're currently probably going to decide by the end of today, or at least have a really good understanding of sort of where things are heading. But we're looking forward to it. There's a real good chance, of course, that we get to see a West team make it to the next stage. We're pretty excited for that, of course, as that's where we'll be starting. But we'll get on that in just a little bit. As we are kind of getting into the depth of things as well, we have started to see a few teams who may not play as well as we expected. BaiSha yesterday, I think, is a sort of a prime one for me. And then teams playing better than expected, i.e., I think Wolf Empire looked very, very competent for the most part, at least making games go the distance. And then also 3BL.
Yeah, I would say Pacific Marketer I'd throw in there as well. Being able to get that win yesterday over Wolf Empire was certainly not in line with my predictions, at least. One thing else that you sort of touched on there was teams getting sort of a line struck through them. I think we've already got one of those, being Evolution Power, unfortunately not making it, and they're 0-3 now, so they cannot make it, is pretty much the story for them. So that Chinese community maybe not going to be too happy with them, but still a lot to play for in the remaining couple of days. And here's your broadcast channels in case you ended up on the wrong one and you decided maybe I don't want to listen in English anymore, I want to go watch Vietnamese potentially. You can do that wherever you need to go figure it out, and look forward to sort of seeing how things go over the next couple of days before we do get into those playoffs, which will be where things really do start to pop off. But yeah, still quite a few teams in the conversation at the moment. But for teams that are at this point, 1 and 2, for example, ranking Esports, they need to have a win in their final game, which will be actually tomorrow for ranking. But, we're kind of getting to that point where it's do or die for the vast majority, right?
It is. I mean, we're getting to the latter stage now. As you can see, the group stage is very soon coming to an end. Even, just tomorrow is the last day of groups. Then we head in towards the playoffs. So we really are running out of time here in Hanoi, Vietnam to lock your spot in towards the playoffs. And we already kind of briefly mentioned it as well. The prize pool scales massively when we get towards the playoffs, because these are all the teams that are represented here. We've got 3 teams over from China, BaiSha, Evolution, and CHENGDU All Gamers. We've got 2 from Brazil, Vasco, Imperial, 2 from Vietnam, Wolf Empire, and Ranking, 2 from the West League, 3BL and LCK, and 1 from the Philippines, Pacific Marketer. And yeah, like we were touching on, right, the prize pool scales massively once you get in towards those playoffs, right? You finish anywhere in those last place positions, 9th, 10th, you get 5 grand, 7th, 8th, 8 grand, 5th to 6th, not in playoffs, 12 grand. Then you get into those playoffs, boom, up to 20. You get 3rd, 50 grand, 2nd, 70 grand, top 110,000. So it's a pretty mean little jump up there. So obviously everyone wants to be locking their spots in towards those finals.
Yeah, indeed. Seen a pretty good split of maps now. Every single map in the pool has been played at the event so far. It's a little bit less Eagle Eye, a little bit less Mexico, but those maps are cropping up, and I think they will continue to crop up and probably, in fact, actually pop up a little bit more when we do get into those playoffs. Obviously, it will depend on which teams actually make it through, but typically, we're looking towards maybe BaiSha, AG, Imperial maybe seems like they might be a team that is looking pretty good to make it in there as well. And they're a team that even doesn't mind to play a little bit of Eagle Eye. So I would be saying that, yeah, those maps will start to become a little bit more relevant as we get into those playoffs. 4 teams, of course, going there and playing off for that $300,000 prize pool, which starts to get pretty weighty as you get into the playoffs, right? A jump from 4th to 3rd of $30,000 US is a pretty substantial sum.
Yeah, it's pretty mean. As you mentioned, all right, it's only the top 2 teams out from both of the groups. It's 5 teams per group, only top 2 make it out. So it's a pretty cutthroat position that you kind of put yourselves in. There's no real room for error. You can't really afford to be taking losses against teams that you shouldn't be losing to, and you've got to probably upset somebody along the line, right? And that is the main thing. We've kind of seen 3BL do that already. I would say that win against Vasco in particular felt like a real upset on the cards for me. I really did see Vasco as one of the, not favorites to make it to playoffs, but definitely high potential to make it towards playoffs. So, I mean, credit to them. And of course, you know, on the other side, same kind of for Wolf Empire in a way, right? They've looked pretty decent coming through. And you got on the other side, teams like BaiSha picking up a loss against Imperial. We probably didn't expect BaiSha to pick up a loss at all, maybe in groups, right? Definitely a strong argument to be made that they wouldn't. And they did, right? As we saw yesterday, it was 2-0, and it wasn't exactly even that close either. Speaking of close, our second game yesterday, that 3BL ranking match went to a 3rd map, went to a golden round as well, but 3BL were able to see it over the line. It was a pretty insane one. The second series, Wolf Empire Pacific Matter, also went to a 3rd map as well. And then the last one, unfortunately, was pretty one-sided. Evolution Power, their last hurrah to be in for a chance of making playoffs.
Yeah.
They met up against Chengdu All Gamers. What can you do? 2-0, and it was a pretty quick one of that.
Yeah, it was, I think, when we really finally started to get to see the All Gamers and maybe one more of those dominant teams kind of locking themselves in a position that they're actually starting to look pretty good. They're starting to look pretty threatening, and that final map of the day yesterday, 10-3 on Black Widow from AG that's kind of the AG that I've been expecting to see. And you know, the BaiSha roster, obviously, I think there's still some work to do to kind of reach their peak level. I know I've seen better from them in the past, and maybe that is yet to come, and I think they'll probably be pretty fired up after their loss yesterday. So I'd be quaking in my boots if I was Wolf Empire, but that's, you know, still a ways away. We've got a lot to talk about before we get to that point in the competition today. I think now can start to turn our attention toward that first matchup, Evolution Power and 3BL. I mean, Evolution Power are done. They cannot make it out into the playoffs. So what do they have to play for in today's match? Well, first of all, to restore a bit of pride, they don't want to be a Chinese team that goes 0-4 in a group in an international event. That is, I would say, unprecedented. I don't think that that's really ever happened. And also, they can play spoiler for 3BL, because 3BL, I mean, we're talking about them as if they are a team that is on their way to playoffs, and that is very much true. But there is still a world, they lose these next 2 games, where they could actually still miss out. Yeah, because they've obviously got this game here. They lose Evolution Power. They've got Chengdu All Gamers next. Right. I mean, fair enough. We'd probably expect Chengdu All Gamers to take that one with ease. But then on the other side, right, Vasco upset Chengdu All Gamers, and then obviously tomorrow they get a win as well. They could win it on round difference and all the rest. So you really got to look at this for a 3BL and say, yes, you're so close, but you want to secure it, and this is your best chance to secure it, right? You've got a team who are already eliminated. Unfortunately, a team who have offered us little to nothing, if we're being completely honest, as well. So we'll have to take a look. We've got a little interest towards this game, so may as well check it out. Well, there we go. Of course, Evolution Power coming all the way from China as well. They played earlier in the year in the Invitational, finished second. Didn't look too bad at all, but in the domestic league, have had a rough run of form, finishing 4th in the most recent season. So not even in that top 3. And it has to be said, for them, it's been a tough time, not only in this tournament, but this year. Bar the Invitational, they've not exactly had the best run of form. You know, even question marks of what they could even do here. Would they be competitive? Yes, they're from a strong region, but they really have not looked strong, unfortunately, basically at all. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, to be fair, there is that substitution factor in play. Yes, we're not expecting them to be at 100% strength, but even a not 100% strength Chinese roster, you would typically think is going to do a little better than they have at this event thus far, such as the pedigree of that region when it comes to the CFPL. But yeah, it has definitely been a disappointing performance from Evolution Power for the most part. We've seen flashes, we've seen moments where they've looked pretty good, but I don't know, it doesn't really feel like it's sort of worked out the way that they would have liked it to. Emzin coming in and sort of playing that secondary sniper role. His flexibility maybe starts to come into question a little bit. We really haven't seen him rifling barely at all, so it sort of feels as though Evolution Power are almost like forced to run a double AWM setup in most cases. And is that really what you want to be doing on a more consistent basis than running 4 rifles? I would say, generally speaking, no. So it's a bit awkward for Evolution Power, but end of the day, what is, I think, important for them to remember is this is just a bit of an experience building opportunity for them going into the later tournaments in this year. We know CFPL still coming back. We know CFS Grand Finals is going to be a big conversation point as well. So this will be a team that will still be gunning to make their mark on the international stage later on. And now, I guess you just try to focus on kind of getting your reps in on the stage, on LAN, and at the international tournaments, and trying to take as much value out of that as you can. Yeah,
so far, I mean, no surprises to see first at the top there. You know, the primary sniper over towards this team. The main star player as well, statistically, has always kind of been their go-to for them, but we need to see a little bit more out of them, and we need to see them step up here. And I guess 3BL, it's actually quite a big ask, because on the other side, they've had a lot of different players who have really stepped up to the play. We saw it yesterday, and we'll, of course, probably see it today. We'll check out a little video from 3BL. Let's go and have a look.
Yes, indeed, 3BL, the hopes of the West, I think we can start calling them at this point in time, with LCK having gone 0-2 thus far. Their chances of making it out into the playoffs seem to be diminishing pretty quickly, but I mean, 3BL really feel like the antithesis to that. They've gone 2-0, they've found, I would debate, a very big upset win over Vasco, particularly given the fact that that was a 2-0 win, and their win earlier on as well in the event was a pretty solid one. So, I mean, I feel like they can do it, right? Like, when was the last time we saw a West team actually make it out of the playoffs? Probably not for a long time. I can't personally remember when that might have been. It would be at least a few years ago. And so to see 3BL do it here would be a really, really nice little surprise going into the later stages of this year, and it would start to build some hope and maybe some confidence that the West can compete at the CFS Grand Finals later on this year as well.
Yeah, a lot of different players as well that can step up in big ways. I mean, primarily we always look towards Snare, primary sniper, star of this team, arguably the best sniper in the West as well. You can make arguments for Spoxy too, but I really think that Snare's just got that little bit of X factor about him. Was incredible yesterday. Always big things out of him. Slayer as well, primary rifler, very aggressive, somebody who can bring a lot to the table. And Tot as well. Tot plays a lot of these anchor positions, a lot of rotates, a lot of lurks. He's not always in the pack or in the thick of it, but my God, when he gets active, he's super active. So I always have been really impressed with this side all the way throughout the West League this year. They've basically been the only team that's been consistently good. The only time they've been let down is in the finals.
Right.
But for the most part, when we talk about regular season, I mean, even the most recent regular season, they didn't even drop a series, right? They're just so damn solid. So, yeah, for me, 3BL have just been this dominant force in the West. LCK have been very, very good as well, but not maybe up to their level. Untitled have been pretty close, but again, not up to the top twos. But 3BL, it kind of really hasn't been too much of an argument. They've just been the clear favorite coming from the West, but the good thing is that they're able to translate from domestic performances to also on LAN too.
Yeah, so here's where things do get a little bit interesting, what the map pool is going to end up looking like. I mean, obviously, Compound is up there for both teams. Evolution Power will be pretty used to playing that one in the CFPL. Subbase, not too shabby there either. I mean, I think the numbers to an extent are kind of a little bit inflated when it comes to 3BL, just knowing that they come from a slightly weaker region, so they're kind of beating up on some teams that, let's be real, like, are not even able to play the game full-time on a professional basis, and so 3BL is one of the few teams in the region that can actually do that, and so they have a massive, massive leg up over the rest of the teams. It's a bit of a step up coming into a competition like this one where you're playing against other professional rosters who are doing it all the time. And you talked about the snipers at this event so far. Snare has definitely been a fair chunk more impactful than what First has been. I think generally we've kind of looked at Evolution Power and we've been kind of waiting to see First really come into his own, and it just honestly kind of hasn't happened at this event. So that is a bit of a detriment to Evolution Power, of course, and if that continues today, then 0-4 is definitely on the cards for Evolution Power.
Yeah, Snare's been an absolute force to be reckoned with, and I think First has really got kind of his work cut out for him to try and shut him down somehow, sort of some way. It's not going to be easy at all. I mean, Snare, if he finds the form that he did yesterday against Ranking, I mean, this really is going to be quite a spicy game where I really don't know if First or even, you know, any sort of player over towards that of Evolution Power are going to be able to find a way to shut them down, break down this side. And, you know, even if Snare is a bit of a bad game, Slayer can step up. If Slayer is a bit of a bad game, Horus picks up the slack. He's very aggro, likes to hold W, likes to get up in your face. And I think that's the thing with 3BL. They've been playing actually what is quite unorthodox. And ranking were caught off guard by it yesterday. They just did not expect some of the pace and I guess what was the audacity in some of the rounds that came through. So, yeah, we're really not too sure what the mental state's going to feel like over towards Evolution Power, right? Because they are confirmed not making it through to the next stage. It's, I don't know, it's a weird spot that we're in. We've got predictions here. I feel like, yeah, we've all gone Evolution Power across the board, but I mean, it's too late to because we did this way before the tournament, but I 100% I'm changing the 3BL if I can.
I was going to say that too. We made these predictions before the tournament started. I think now with the information that we've been able to gather throughout this group stage so far, I would be surprised if there were not a few more people that would opt to go toward 3BL than the initial 3.
I also didn't know they were playing with a sub before I did my prediction.
Yeah.
So if I knew that, I'll probably would have gone 3BL.
Either way, I'm prepared to give you the opportunity to switch if you're prepared to give me the opportunity to switch. And
yes.
We both go the way of 3BL for today's match. Now, in saying that, I do kind of want to reiterate that this Evolution Power team, they're no pushovers. They're not a bad team by any stretch of their imagination. They took Subbase to 10-8 against All Gamers, so it's not as if this team's going to be a free winner. I think we're looking at that and saying, yeah, they're out of the competition. They can't make it through the playoffs. There's a lot of positives to take from this setup for 3BL, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to be able to get this win and lock things in. This is actually an incredibly high-pressure game for 3BL. Probably the highest pressure game that they've played in the last 2 years, I would say.
Yeah.
Because this is the one that basically makes or breaks your opportunity to go through to playoffs. If they win here today, with all of the things pointing towards them having a victory, they've done what the expectation was, right? They've reached the expectation. If they fail, if they miss out on it, then the questions start to get asked, and then they have a difficult run into those playoffs, having to play AG still. So, I think pressure's definitely on for 3BL here, whereas for Evolution Power, they're kind of like, whatever, you know, like, doesn't really matter.
I think sometimes as well, when you've got nothing to lose, that's to maybe play some of your best CROSSFIRE, right? Because you kind of start to test the waters a bit, be a little bit different in terms of your playstyle. You're not really as kind of rigid, and you can kind of be a little bit more flexible with it. So maybe we see a little bit more of Evolution Power because of that. But I don't know, for me, I think there's definitely a world in which they could be mentally a little bit checked out and they're just sort of doing this as a box thing because they got to play it. But for Evolution Power, so far, I think the opening couple of games are pretty rough from them. They didn't play, I think, maybe the way they wanted to in some of the key moments. I think now I've got to look at this and say, can we see them in against a side like 3BL who have actually, I think, shocked a lot of people. I think ranking, we saw yesterday, maybe didn't expect that sort of pace coming through. So maybe Evolution Power, are they going to be ready to see these kind of these differences that come forward? Here's the veto that we were speaking about. I think it's safe to say that we're going to see the Mexico and Eagle Eye get banned out. I think it was Eagle Eye, if I'm right in saying. But yeah, Mexico definitely shouldn't come through. Pretty simple stuff coming out there. Eagle, I think it should be that next ban coming out. And then you're right, you know, we got maps like Compound, pretty popular both ways. Can be a bit of a handshake there as well. Subbase was played yesterday. Also very well, has to be said though, from the likes of 3BL. Even though it went to that OT, I thought they did play pretty good on it. But it's actually going to be picked in here for this first map.
Yeah, that'll be the pick of Evolution Power. It makes sense. They picked it yesterday against All Gamers. They're confident enough to do it there. They're going to be confident enough to do it here, even despite what you're saying about 3BL having some success against Vasco on that map. Compound, the choice for 3BL, has been quite the go-to for them. It's been the map that they've liked to angle towards at this event, so no real surprises to see it getting pulled out once again. And as far as the final map is concerned, it's going to end up being Port. That does somewhat surprise me a little bit because I think 3BL have shown a tendency to be a little bit shaky on that map. Ankara is definitely one which we know is in the wheelhouse as well for them, but I guess at the end of the day, preference is to go towards Port over Ankara. Fair enough. We'll see if it's going to even be necessary, or dare I say a 2-0 on the cards today. That seems an ambitious prediction, but I don't know. With the map pool, if Subbase, if 3BL, I feel like the thing is 3BL can definitely grind a win out on Subbase. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
And if they can do that, then I actually think I have quite a lot of faith in them being able to finish Compound off favorably.
Yeah, I think I can sort of understand the Port pick in the sense of if you are kind of the analyst over towards 3BL and you're doing your prep and you look at Evolution Power, for them, most played maps for them, Eagle Eye 24 times, Ankara 19 times, then Compound, right? And this is in the domestic league. So they're probably looking at that and saying, right, they play this map a lot, Ankara. We play a lot as well. It's also their joint most played map. They've got Compound and Ankara 15 times times played in the West League so far this year, and then a sub-base being just behind it. So I think for them, they probably are thinking, right, so Port, may I say, not sub-base. So they've got Port as a sort of second most played map, technically speaking. That's probably where they're thinking, right, we play it more than them. They don't play it as much. Anchor's maybe a little bit of a risk because they've got a lot of reps on it. Let's go to maybe a slightly less played map for them and see what they're like. But we are live in towards map number 1. It's going to be sub-base to kickstart things here, picked, of course, by Evolution Power. And for them, they cannot survive, unfortunately, in this tournament. But 3BL win this best of 3, and they guarantee they make it to the next stage, which is pretty insane.
I think we might have a timeout brewing. I can see on the 3BL cams something to do with a
headphone, I think it was. Yeah.
Earphone, something.
I see the array of admins coming over.
So that's a shame. Just before we kick things off, but
better now than mid-game, I guess.
For sure. I mean, in the case of 3BL, it's a really, really important matchup. So they want to be making sure everything's 100% here.
Yeah.
You know, not costing them one round, because one round can be a big difference maker in these kinds of matchups. Especially with how close we've seen the results be at this event so far. Like, I don't think there's really been a single series where it's been a complete blowout. Like, even last night, you know, the 10-3 win, obviously, for all gamers over Evolution Power on map 2, that you can take that in your stride, but even the first map was 10-8. Like, I'm used to seeing sometimes, especially in the case of like a Chinese team, you know, a 10-1, 10-2.
Yeah.
Like BaiSha getting a 10-1, 10-2 against like Pacific Marketer, for example. That has happened at previous events, and yet, obviously, this event, the boats are all aligned, maybe. The rising tide lifting all the ships.
It does feel like, generally speaking, it's become a little bit more of an even playing field, in a sense, right? I think maybe in the past, especially when you look at previous results, it's always been, you know, unfortunately, the West League, sort of get battered more or less every time. China normally dominates. Brazil's obviously pretty good as well, but we have seen a couple of changes that have come through where, you know, in some senses, you know, BaiSha definitely not looking as strong as they used to. They're definitely looking beatable, right? I mean, that's for sure. As Imperial showed yesterday, and then even, you know, things are kind of tides are changing ever so slightly, where the West League do look a little bit more competitive, competent, and all of the rest. So, yeah, man, I think it is definitely one of those where, for me, it feels like, as a whole, the scene is rising to a similar level and everyone's sort of starting to improve. And I think that's where the benefits for 3BL of things like having an analyst, having a coach, and a real support team behind them is helping them just get this real dump of information and understand what makes sort of these Chinese teams so good, for example. And they're starting to try and catch up.
Yeah, in saying that, though, I think the situation does change a little bit when we get into the playoffs. I was talking to Laz about this yesterday, that it feels like sometimes the tournament doesn't really start for Chinese teams until we get to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, until it matters.
The group stage is a bit of a formality more than anything, so I would be expecting to see a little better from BaiSha in particular when we do make it to the playoffs. But honestly, they've got to make sure that they even make it to the playoffs still. Like, that's a factor for them for the next couple of days.
On thin ice a bit, aren't they, really? 1-1 currently. Do need to be a little bit careful. They basically have to go flawless, and I think maybe even hope that all the results kind of go in their favor, if we're being honest. But either way, we are still, of course, in this tech pause, and then we'll get things back on the cards, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Patience, a virtue for everybody involved. You can see some moving and shaking happening down on the stage. There's a fair few admins running around trying to figure it out. Had to be some kind of headset issue, right?
Yeah, it must be. He looked like that, right? He pointed to the headphones. So I'm sure it must be something like that. Hopefully, can be fixed in just a moment, and then we can get this show back on the road. But yeah, so far we've had a really good tournament now here. Been enjoying Hanoi. It's been it's hot, but it's a cool place. It's very different. You know, they always call it the culture shock, don't they? When you go to kind of different regions, especially for me, this is my second time ever in Asia. But we went, of course, together. When my first time I went to Mongolia. That was also pretty different as well. It's pretty cool, but I think it feels a lot more calmer, at least Mongolia, than Hanoi. Hanoi is so busy, so bustling.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
Well, I mean, slightly different populations, I'd say.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think Ulaanbaatar's like maybe a million, 1.5 million people, and Hanoi's probably, I don't know, if I had to pull a number out, it's probably 20 million, something like that. Anyway, first pick of the game is going to go the way of Evolution Power. So we're right back into it.
All right.
Hanoi population is...
What we got?
Difficult to find. 5 million, 5.5 million
Yeah,
in
so
2024.
more or less about
Four or 5 times.
4 or 5 times, yeah. You can tell. It is.
Okay, so I was a bit off with
busy
20
place.
million, let's be real. But
Yeah. Give me first contact here. Looks for the fight, and it does get damage, but not enough for a kill. And they might actually just want to keep re-aggressing here. A couple of nades come down around that corner. Pop shot by Snare, but no committal play towards A just yet. Little bit of damage. I mean, Snake is caught, right? So Snake falling early. Numbers advantage for Evolution Power. Not a bad way to kind of put yourself in this spot. And now it's about what they can find in terms of a response. Snare starts to make a little move. Can't see, spot anything, looks up, close right, all clear. Does have a little bit of room to work with. It's actually a back at the right range where he needs to be careful. Caught a bit by the nade, but avoids the orb.
push comes to shove. 3BL are going to have to make a move. They've got a minute left on the clock, and Snare is looking for something. He might be given a chance, but First is at his best so far today. That's 2 picks from him, and it kind of seals the deal for Evolution Power. 3BL are going to have a difficult time of making their way back into this one. First picking up 4 kills. That's a really bad sign for 3BL. If he's going to come online at this time in the group stages, then it's going to be a much more difficult day for 3BL than they would have hoped.
Just when they thought they were maybe going to get a chance to, start, guaranteeing or at least making the conversations, really opening that door towards playoffs. Yeah, first comes alive. That is not what you want to see. Really good start out of that guy, though. 4 kills to his name. 182 ADR for that first round is not bad at all. 3BL, they did get a little lost. It did feel. Unfortunately, they sort of had this idea out of spawn. Doesn't go to plan, and then unfortunately plan B, plan C all fall apart very rapidly. Snare smoked out. Doesn't want to commit through it. Just going to dip away. Knows it's probably not worth that fight.
Yeah, I want to be seeing 3BL get off on the right foot today.
Big thing yesterday against Ranking is that they got the first round of, I think it was the first 5 halves of play, right? So they were always getting the first round. So already losing this one here is a little bit of a concerning sign. The one thing they were doing best was they were starting super strong into every half.
Sure. Snare, once again, given the chance to take the fight against First. He'll come off worse for it. Good damage out from that Orm, and Zay will clean the kill up. 2 rounds in a row where the opening pick has gone the way of Evolution Power, and 3BL don't seem to be able to find the trades for it just yet. Looking like a slow start, slow day at the office thus far for 3BL. These Orms are really causing problems for them. Emsen now chiming in from the vent position as well, as really starting to push his way forward. He'll maybe over-aggress. That could be a little bit of an error from Evolution Power that allows 3BL back into this round. They've got the 3-on-3 secured at least.
And they still, as well, at least on Evolution Power, have a bit of util, but yeah, for sure, this is, maybe with this overextension could have cost them. Zay's tagged. Minnow isn't exactly healthy, but Minnow gets one before he falls. 1-for-1 trade isn't exactly terrible. Snake gonna catch one for free.
Where's Zay going?
Where was he off to? But maybe a bit of relay of misinformation. Doesn't work out. Colt pulled out, first in trouble. Full blind, but Snake can't punish on the kill. 30 seconds as well, time ticking. First trying to make a little bit of a move around this pillar. He might get a little bit of an angle to work with. Missed shot, and now knows that the flank is a possibility. Down he falls. Great response, and top. Massive round coming from that youngster.
Yeah, that was quite well done in the end from 3BL in the clutch situation. They were able to sort of dance around and buy time for one another to get in, and then there was that double swing coming through from Jail. So fundamentally quite a well-played round in the end from 3BL, and I think you look at that and say, honestly, what loses that for Evolution Power is just a couple of mistakes, a couple of over-aggressions from Emsen, from Zay, allow 3BL back into that conversation, and all of a sudden the tables turn with 3BL now having the opening pick this time around, and Evolution Power, they were gifted that first round by First. 4 kills in it, but they did not look very good in the second.
No, only down to 4 here as well. Going to make life pretty difficult in this round. Minnow drops a smoke, just going to dip away, doesn't want to stick around, fair enough. And for 3BL, there's no real committal play that needs to be made here from them, if we're being completely honest. They can just stick around, wait for those smokes to dissipate, wait for the fights to come to them. They've got the numbers advantage. They're not under too much pressure, of being completely honest. C4's not committed either. They're doing a bit of poking and prodding. They're going to come around that corner. Doesn't do all too much damage. We're trying to bait out a fight from Minnow, which I don't think they're going to get so far. The default yesterday for 3BL was down towards A. They had a lot of success there. So it might be where they want to head again today.
Just going to be an A pop out here from 3BL, but where's the spacing? Where's the rest of the team? You know, you can't just send one guy in like that. Horus has been delivered as basically a sacrificial lamb over to Evolution Power. This is better. Multiple members headed in the direction of B, but it's on to First, who had a cracker of an opening round. We'll see if he can follow up with that's a good shot. And he's got a chance at some more. He's been helped out by Minnow, but run down by Snake, who essentially has to clutch a 1-on-3 now. He does have the C4, but he wants to maybe try to fight early. It's a fast rotate for Evolution Power. They're both set up inside of jail. There's no escape. And Evolution Power will get their second.
Yeah, 3BL look a little disjointed here, especially compared to yesterday. Yesterday, they were very clean. Their ideas were really well formulated. But, I mean, so far in the early part of this game, they're definitely not looking as comfortable as the biggest ranking. Even though that ranking game went to overtime, it did feel like they were always a side sort of in control, and it always felt like they were sort of slightly better off and whatnot. But, yeah, so far, it doesn't seem to be the case here. They're looking a little weaker, a little disjointed, and it feels like it's, unfortunately, kind of showing. So I do need to see 3BL clean up a couple of things before I start to sing their praises. At least for EP, you know, we kind of were worried about what their sort of mentality they're going to bring in towards this game, whether you sort of kind of just check out and whether individuals just play for themselves and play for stats or whatnot, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They're wanting to get at least that one win in this group, so it's not sort of, unfortunately, a complete embarrassment.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big takeaway for Evolution Power. Emsen trying to boost up into the vent. I mean, it's a favorite position of his. But I honestly don't really see 3BL using that vent all that much, and I think for good reason. It seems like a bit of a death trap to me. But anyway, 3BL going to try and work their way in through second middle. They do get into the sniper's window above A, but Emsen, of course, is there that they have to be prepared for, and they haven't checked it.
He's kind of creep walking his way forward. Snake holding for it, but he knows he can't really stick around all that much. He does a decent amount of damage. Emsen is so low, but it's not going to make a difference for him. He's happy to post up. Snake in for the trade.
Horus has managed to filter down onto the site as well. The rest of the lads are going to start to work their way in. 4-on-3 for the retake. Damage done onto Snare. He isn't able to equalize the numbers. This is tough for 3BL. They can't really find a good post plant setup because Evolution Power are already sort of over toward the site.
What do we do here? I mean, they've got the numbers. They really have so little information to go off. Emsen needs to make a bit of a move. That flash banked up, so didn't actually do as much blind as they would have hoped. Again, they're just buying a bit of time here. That's great work. Horus coming alive for a couple there. And one more for Snare as well. First, thrust into 1 versus 2, but he will make it 1. Snake, all that's left. Trying to deny, just bobbing and weaving. Time is so far ticked. He had to stick it, and he knows it's not going to happen. That's a really good response out from 3BL in a really, really good round.
Yeah, well done. I was going to say, there's just no way you ever want to be peaking first. The form that he's in today is looking a far cry from the first few days of competition. Much, much better from him on an individual level, but 3BL are fighting nicely. Got that 2-2 split as far as the rounds are concerned. I was sort of talking to Sticky Frog yesterday about this, and he was leaning maybe towards the map being a bit GR-sided. I've always personally felt it's a bit BL-sided, but I think it kind of comes down to who you ask.
Yeah, style of play as well, I feel. You know, for one, response coming back, but the numbers stay in favor. That's the main thing. Over towards Evolution Power, and well, First with it on once again shows his prowess.
Evolution Power seem like they've got a tendency at the moment to rotate quite quickly. And if 3BL recognize that, they might be able to toy with the rotations a little bit, putting pressure on A, putting pressure on B, going back and forth. I mean, so far so good. It's been a bit tit for tat. But these orbs are just a real pain point for 3BL that they need to find a way to avoid dropping the early pick to.
Yeah, it doesn't help as well that Snare is really struggling to get out on the line, right? He's not having the impact that he did yesterday. And I guess it does make it a little harder when there's two different orms that you've got to keep an eye out for, but it's sort of showing. We need to see him come alive. I think without Snare, they really struggle in terms of just having that firepower online. He's normally such a consistent factor. So far, not so good. Bit of spam, but I think for EP, well, it's only a one-round difference. They do just look like the better side in basically most cases thus far. Feels like 3BL are always playing catch-up, definitely in terms of momentum, but also just in terms of the game itself. Horus, dropping a util here, pop out his teammate. Give them a bit of room to work with behind that smoke, but as you can see, instant reaction that comes through. Minnow gets one, traded immediately. Talking me that first contact, he will deliver. And he actually doesn't get traded. Oh, misses. Uncharacteristic miss as well. At first, should be dead. And he will get one before he falls, which isn't bad, but somehow, some way, 3BL have made this round a possibility, and Slayer going to try and play up close here. Might catch one crossing in jail. He does, but he also gets spotted as well, so it's a little bit precarious.
Yeah, 3BL just need to cool the jets for a second here. Slayer taking the fight against YH, not able to win that duel just yet. Nade over the top is going to pop some damage down, and Slayer decides he wants to go for a wide swing. Works out insofar as the 1-for-1. Horus is going to go hunting for Emzen. And that may well end up being a mistake. Emzen watching and ready for it, but backing away around the corner. And Horus, if he swings it and the shot misses, that'll be a round for the Rifler. And 3BL maintain the equalizing round, and they just keep holding on, really, it feels like is the story at the moment.
Even though it feels like they're not really in too much control, they're still keeping this game close, which is all that matters. Like we said, we need to see a little bit more out of Snare, right? Obviously, he's been a little bit missing so far. But MIA going 1-6, but he comes on the line, then 3BL starts to feel considerably more comfortable. That's a good round there from Horus right at the end. They needed a bit of a hero. Thankfully, they get it. Snare having a look. He struggled from this position before. A lot of long ranges of sight, which don't benefit him. First.
Oi,
what? Emzen actually comes alive with a 3K. First was posted, but he isn't even needed until the 4th kill. And at least Tot all alone. And he could not do it. That so quickly fell apart. And once again, it all comes down to one of the two snipers.
Do you have to say that the rounds that Evolution Power are winning are looking much, much cleaner than the rounds that 3BL are winning? So it's kind of why I'm setting up that storyline that right now 3BL are kind of just holding on sub-base right now. Ooh, 1-for-1. Again, I mean, these Orms just, it seems like every single round they're going to get at least a kill early in the round.
Yeah. Late rotation. Over towards his side, but yeah, we'll get over there. Emzen still trying to get a little bit of a favor at range. So I'm going to go down deep again. Trying to push the way forward. Yeah, my God, danger here. He does. Haven't played in the vent yet, and Horus this time goes in and just waits and lurks, and he gets his freebie.
Could be another round that 3BL are able to convert and at least get themselves a 4th. They've got full A-site control. Snake able to cut the rotations off up in second mid for a moment, and it's actually going to take Evolution Power quite a substantial amount of time to rotate their way across to A here, which has been not necessarily true to form. They've generally been quite fast on the rotates and had a lot of time for the retakes, but not this time around. Tot, do they think he's been cleared out? No, they're going to check it anyway, and that's immediately 2 players down. 3BL still 2 to fight with, but time good enough for Evolution Power right here to make something happen. Snake dancing around the missile and helped out as well by Horus. They both found a kill, and that's what they needed. Minnow tasked with a very impossible crossfire to break. The shots are just not connecting. And so 3BL get themselves one more. We go to the final round of the half to decide who will actually inch themselves out in front. And if they can find a way to break that combo of 1-1-1-1-1-1, then 3BL set themselves up for success on this map for sure.
Yeah, especially considering they didn't, of course, win the opening round. So take a lead would be huge for them. I think on the other side too, I don't even think 4 rounds is terrible on this side for 3BL. Zay again. Gonna get an opening kill. This seems to be a consistent factor for Evolution Power. Opening kills for them and then converts in towards rounds later down the line. 3BL always feel like they're clawing their way back from some level of a deficit. That's gifted over. Snake will take that every day of the week. Thank you very much. Question is, does he expect the second round that corner? Yeah, he's going to be tested. He's going to be caught. That shot from Snare, that's going to give him the A site.
Another solid round being put together by 3BL. Snare's hanging on very briefly. But he's going to try something risky, and I really don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. You're 3 HP or whatever it is. Might as well go for a wrap around the back, see if you can cost a little bit more time. It does cost Minnow, 5-10 seconds to clear that angle out. Now he has to turn his attention back to A. As that time starts to tick away, Slayer will push up into the window and grab another kill for 3BL, who are all but locked in for that fifth now. 5-4 lead at the end of the half. You've got to be stoked with that. And 3BL are on their way to playoffs.
Yeah,
one round at a time.
That was good. Honestly, that's a really good recovery. Even in just in terms of the raw momentum or how that game felt, for the most part, it looked and was actually quite uncomfortable, right? For the most part, all the way until kind of those final 2 or 3 rounds out from 3BL. They looked like they were always playing catch-up. They looked like they weren't really kind of clued online just yet. And I think finally, we've got to see them play the way that they are meant to play. It was good. Seeing some of the individuals come alive, even the likes of, for Snare, it took them a while to properly get out on the line. So it's good. Got a lead. If they can get an opening round, they get a 6-4 start, they're in a pretty solid spot. Vent dive seems to be the first port of play. Snake going to get caught. Snare just behind there. But he cannot trade, and he's actually nearly falls himself.
Whoa, Emson. He is winding the clock back at the moment. The guy's just going absolutely nuclear round after round. 13-7. He is a big problem right now for 3BL. This round is surely over. Horus looks like he's going to take the opportunity to use this as an attack timeout. I mean, look, you're not going to try a 1v5 retake. Or if you do, you're not expecting to get much out of it. So
yeah.
May as well just have a bit of a chat here and see if they can come up with something.
Yeah, nice work. Honestly, another really solid way to start off a half out from Evolution Power. Another flawless round. Did that in the opener, do it again here in the second half. And it's all you can really ask of them. Really great work. And I think now we get to see once again where Evolution Power can kind of flex their strats a little bit. We know they're a strong side. We know they have a lot to offer. And it does feel like it here first. Just crouches under the Orm scope. This early fight has been a very important one, just for information more than anything. And so he's starting to make a move off the back of it. Yeah, not a lot happening here. It's the grouping up. They're outside mid doors. I mean, they're not really making too much move. Now they start to move their way forward. 1:45 on the clock, and Deep Smoke going to come through. This looks like an A setup. There's actually only one player here to meet them.
It's a nicely timed smoke from Horus, but EP are going to go through it, and I think Horus just caught napping a little bit there, expecting maybe that they weren't going to push. Emson finding his timing into middle, didn't actually have any success. And so that will keep 3BL in this round, but it's a tough retake in a 4-on-4. Util's going to get tossed on out. Snare wants to have a look down the stairs, but that is completely smoked. And in fact, both avenues back into the site here are completely cut off for 3BL. They just have to wait or maybe go through the smoke. The flashes are out. Snake's not even going to check behind him. That's been dealt with by Todd. The rest, however, has not been. And Zay with a 3K locks it in for Evolution Power, who go one step ahead again.
It's a really nice post plan as well, the way they've set up, right? Nice little crossfire stand on the side, just make sure there's not really all too much information to work with for 3BL. I just don't give them any opportunity to isolate a fight. Super well done. Don't give up any advantages, and for 3BL, they just couldn't find a way back into it. This is a little bit more like it for 3BL. We know they like playing aggression, and this is what they can gain off the back of it. Basically, 1.5 kills there. Snare going to get the trade, looks for a second, can't quite deliver, but Minnow basically is a walking corpse. If we're being completely honest, he is barely alive.
There's A tagged up now as well off the back of that grenade, so it's getting better and better for 3BL in this round. But the way that this game is playing out now, I've got to say to you, it's given me the same sort of energy as what we saw from 3BL up against Vasco, where Port ended up being a very, very close map. So it may be heading in the direction of an OT, which would be pretty quintessential from this event.
Yeah, I had one yesterday, of course, on this map as well. 3BL do love it. But we're still kind of in agreement, right, where it does really feel like we're still playing catch-up, right? I think that's the main thing for 3BL, definitely in terms of a mental state. This round feels like it's more or less under lock and key. 2v4 isn't impossible, it's just Minnow so low. Feels in that sense like it won't really have all too much to work with. Tot going to make sure that Minnow doesn't survive any longer, even though he was basically dead. And now first, for him, half HP. Surely dead to right in just a moment, and it is only the one casualty coming out from 3BL. It is not a bad round by any means. And I think they can be pretty happy with that one. And now, once again, talking about them starting to play catch-up in terms of this game, in terms of how it feels, and where they can now maybe start to put some rounds in a consecutive base on the board. That's the main thing. We need to see them have some sort of consistency. Just not these flash-in-the-pan moments where they can't back it up with another one off the back of it.
Yeah, put 2 or 3 rounds together. You know, start to build some confidence rather than have it be a bit streaky.
Yeah.
Some more forward hold from 3BL. This is something we saw from them yesterday. Evolution Power surely would have also seen that and maybe prepared for it. That's an interesting choice from Horus. He's going to end up being punished for it, which will make the job much more difficult for 3BL going forward.
Yeah. Horus did that a lot yesterday, but it was as the smoke was fully up, so he, wouldn't have been spotted that time. Fortunately for him, smoke was sort of dissipating, not quite set up, and he's very easily seen. Nice fight, though. Tot will answer back.
Yeah, I like that.
He likes these lurks, and he gets very proactive on them.
Oh!
Doesn't overextend usually as well. That's a big, big kill to find, and now he's actually got a really strong angle, because Zay's trying to reclaim a little bit of space as well, and he might walk straight into the trap of Tot.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know that you expect him to be hanging around this much longer. Snare, though, got to be careful, and spots first out. 3BL doing a great job of recovering this round. Zay and Emzen looking to try to salvage. They've been both spotted out now by Tot, and he's going to grab another one. Tot is just unstoppable right now. Zay low, and Tot completes a massive round. 4 kills for himself to keep 3BL with their noses in front.
Yeah, that's massive. That really is super well done. He did this a lot yesterday on this map, and for Tot, like I said, doesn't play a lot of the high-impact positions, doesn't play in a lot of those kind of roles that get consecutive and consistent amount of fights, but likes these lurks, and he gets super active on them, and my God, when he finds a little gap, he will punish you. Really well done. Standard smoke going to come through for 3BL over towards Wood Door. And now it's about that question of, once again, does Horus want to try and test? He likes playing up close to them. He did it a lot yesterday against Ranking, and it worked. Obviously, in that previous instance, he got caught off guard, and he might have a tendency to think, maybe not for me this time. So I want to just pump the brakes a little bit. You can see first holding for exactly that. So far, though, Horus not staying in the open angle. Just smart. Resmoke going to come down as well. Just going to chip away at the clock a little bit. Slow around here by EP.
Yep.
Not a huge amount, honestly, offering up for them. I think they're waiting for overextensions from 3BL, but just not a lot being given to them.
No, 3BL don't want to be making any mistakes now. I like the way that 3BL is playing it, honestly. They tend to show those signs of re-aggression when they need to, fundamentally. In the case of Tot in that previous round, but here in the 5v5, they don't want to, throw anything away. They don't want to go too over-eager. Nice, still going to be won by YH, though. And Tot needs to be a little bit careful floating around outside of the lockers right now. He's got players breathing down his neck. Snake wants to help him out, but they're both stuck in the corner of the site. This is a tough hold now for 3BL. But Snare unable to come into his own as well, and maybe it'll come down to the riflers. Again, I don't know how Tot just seems to keep surviving. Eventually will be run down by first.
Another instance as well now where we're seeing 3BL just not able to find that consistency in terms of the rounds. They're getting one here or there, but they're not getting multiple in a row, and it is actually becoming a bit of a a question mark for us. We need to see just a little bit more out from them, where at the very least they can build up a lead or just have some comfort. Right now they haven't got any comfort in this game. Unfortunately, it's starting to slightly show, but still plenty of time left in this game. 7-all on this one. I mean, the way it is playing right now, it feels like it has overtime written all over it. There just seems to be no deciding factor between these two sides.
Yeah, I'm on board with that as well. Tot is the X factor right now for 3BL. Emzen and First on the behalf of Evolution Power. Right, 3BL are playing, again, a much more reserved style in this round and happy to more or less allow Evolution Power to work the map as they will.
Oh, an instinct shot there. Slayer gets legged. He's a lucky man to be alive. Not bad. Not bad at all. But still. Alive, that's all that matters. But the damage has been done towards First in the side, so he's not exactly healthy himself. Slayer wants to get active here. This might work in his favor. Emzen might not expect it. Does do some damage, not enough for the kill though, and he'll get caught by so already that's going to change things up a little bit. Slayer falling. Now we get to look at where Evolution Power can use the numbers to their advantage.
Yeah, Horus is going to be holding on to the A side solo. Evolution Power kind of hoping that the push is actually going to go in a different direction. Tot re-aggressing. Was he spotted there by Minnow? If not, yeah, he was. I was going to say, if not, and he could sort of cross to the left side of locker room, it might have been something, but
yeah.
Looks like this round might be falling by the wayside for 3BL. And it will be a frustrating time to be giving the lead back up to Evolution Power after kind of holding on to it for the most part for the last couple of rounds.
It's definitely a little bit awkward, isn't it? Horus fighting for his life here, but he will get caught. Snake is basically in the grave already, unfortunately, so he's going to be dead in just a moment. And how did I be that? I mean, Tot, he did a bit of damage, so Snake can clean up that kill. He is surely soon to be dead to rights. And this is a good time, I guess, for 3BL to have a little conversation. I wouldn't even mind if they just called for a pause. They actually get into a point where there's the potential of losing this map, and it's on the cards here. It looks like they're not going to call for one. They're just going to let it play out. But the only issue is now lead given over towards Evolution Power. They seem to be getting pretty happy as well. They're just below us. And actually, we do see that pause come through. So that's good. Conversation now to be had by 3BL. I think this is the absolute perfect time for it. I don't think if they didn't have it now, they're probably in a bit of a troublesome spot where we're actually talking about maybe even Evolution Power seeing this map off in their favors. This is the perfect time. When we had it yesterday as well, they called a pause and they were able to get 2 rounds in a row, which actually guaranteed them in towards overtime. So they've got pretty good success rate when it comes towards these overtimes.
2 rounds in a row here would put them in a good spot. But got to figure it out pretty quick smart here.
Yeah.
Just under a minute left to go on that timer. Look, to be fair, timeouts in CROSSFIRE do last a while. It's obviously a minute and a half timer, but with the time it takes to kind of get back into the game and whatnot, it can end up being around 2 minutes time to kind of talk.
Yeah. Quite a lot of time to discuss as well. And you can see as well, everybody sort of having their input. Snake, one of the more experienced men, and really showcasing that. We need to see, though, just a little bit more in terms of the owners of the side. They just don't still, for the most part, look kind of in control as they did for a lot when we saw them kind of in towards yesterday's game, or at least, I guess, Vasco as well. Just not quite look like themselves.
You reckon you could hold your arm up for 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's pretty intensive, isn't it? I feel like it's quite a long time. I mean, obviously, you know, thankfully it doesn't weigh a lot. I'm assuming that little card,
yeah.
But yeah, he's probably have to give a little stretch out after that, a little shake.
I wonder if they do some weights training in the gym specifically for that.
On the cable shoulder raisers for it.
For sure.
Here's where things lie at the moment. First, no surprises. This guy's farming. Had a great time. Emzen was great in the first half, but First is super come alive. Look at the aggression. Hello. 3BL, that's the perfect way to come off the back of a pause. Straight into aggression. And Evolution Power just caught with their pants around their ankles. They were so baffled by the pace.
Well, you got to expect a change-up coming out of a timeout, honestly.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, Evolution Power not prepared for that one. But it's not so much what happens in this round for 3BL. You know, this is only the equalizing round. It doesn't quite get them where it needs to. I think it's less about that round and more have they had the opportunity to say, All right, next few rounds, this is what the plan's going to be. This is where we're going to get our points on the board.
It's true. Horus, he's getting aggressive, and he's actually going to get a kill. Not only that, he drops the C4. Hang on a moment. Horus's aggression has basically won this round. 2 players left, sure, but sometimes these 2v5s when the players are low like this as a possibility, but the C4 is now completely in a position that they can control. They're not opting to play control for it, though. They're just going to leave Horus behind the smoke. So C4's completely collectible, but now you've got a minute to work with for Evolution Power and no real idea about where we go from here. So as we saw yesterday, and as we've seen now here, a shot where 3BL call a pause and win the next 2 rounds straight off the back of it, and that's massively important for them. Or they should win this round, that is.
Well, let's just see what Emzen can do. He's been a bit of a difference maker in multiple rounds. This time, an even bigger job. He's got Zay next to him, who hasn't been too shabby today either. But spotted out by Snare, that'll kind of give the game away, and all of 3BL with their guns trained in the right direction are going to make short work of Zay. Just Emzen left, but we all knew where that round was going.
That's big.
Still don't know where this map is going.
I'm with you. It really feels like there is actually just no telltale sign at all. There's no... I mean, even yesterday against ranking, it sort of always felt that 3BL were, for the most part, the better side. But, yeah, this one... I don't know. Weird spot that we find ourselves in. We're all tied, all square, 8 apiece. I think for Evolution Power, they've been maybe shocked a little bit by the pace out from 3BL, and this time you can see them playing quite tentative in the early round. Don't want to overextend, don't want to get caught by any aggression, understandably so.
Yeah, on the same token as 3BL, you can't really afford to throw in around like that twice in a row. It's not the kind of thing that works multiple times. But I don't think the Evolution Power are going to be too perturbed by how things are going in this round. It's been kind of like this for the most of the half. And they've generally been able to get those rounds over the line.
Bit of spam. Nothing found behind it. Zay waiting for a push, but isn't going to be given anything. They'd normally expect someone like Horus up here close, but this time he's playing a little bit further back. Over towards A stairs. He has the support as well as Slayer behind him. So double stack by Stairs, pretty strong position as well. If they can hold that, at least if they can go kind of 1-for-1, the both of them, it gives that retake a bit of potential. And it's a map with very quick retakes. Behind it, Snake, now that is really audacious. That's a time to call for a, you know, there is a time to call for a fast play like that, and that wasn't it.
Yeah, I mean, that was just an attempt at a crunch into wood from 3BL that has gone completely wrong. I'm not sure what prompts that. Did they maybe have info that Evolution Power was going there? I'm not sure, but it's kind of blown up in their face, and with that, it'll give Evolution Power the map point. At worst case scenario, they secure the overtime off of this. Unless Snare can win a 1v4, of which he's already got one of those kills, but need a big, big clutch.
Yeah, only just answers. He's got a bit of time at least.
Yeah, I mean, Emzen isolating himself for that duel, but eventually Zay is able to find the angle around the smoke, and so another one. And yeah, some worried looking faces on the behalf of 3BL.
Yeah. Don't quite look like themselves right now. I think it's safe to say. Not exactly looking like the side that took down Vasco, took down ranking, and were so close to the playoffs. Now require an overtime again on this map. Seems to be their favorite, in all fairness. So maybe don't count it out, but that was a really bad round. It was just, unfortunately, it was a call that if it works out, it makes you look genius, but if it doesn't, you look terrible, right? It's as simple as that. And a call that really did not pay off and actually ended up costing them.
Ooh, fast cross here from Evolution Power. Dangerous. Horus needs one, needs a couple, in fact, ideally, and he does a great job of it. Holding strong Snares there to prevent them from pushing around the corner, looking for the trade, and somehow Horus pulls off a miracle as a solo. He's just so good in that position. But the round's not yet won. Slayer and Horus will swing together to secure it. And that is a fantastic round to pull out a round like that as Horus.
Yeah, I'm going to say, if ever there was a time
Sweaty brow.
Yeah, this is the time for Horus to step up. That is it. He's picked a perfect moment to come alive, right? And alive he does. Really, really nice work. It has to be said. And my, oh my, we go again. 3BL love and overtime. Yesterday they won OT and the golden round. As them versus ranking was back and forth as well on sub base. And it could be more of the same here.
Possible. Zay boosted up on the rafters and he's just shut them down. Emson there to give him a bit of an assist, but not a great start to the OT for 3BL. That round just feels like it disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Yikes. Not the way you want to start out overtime. This is now as well 3 different halves. We've had the first 2 halves of regulation and of course overtime 2 where all of them are taken by Evolution Power and with ease as well. The first 2 are flawless. So we're not even seeing, for some reason, 3BL start in any sort of positive note when it comes in towards these early rounds. And it does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, even in this round, leg shot onto Snare.
Yeah.
So a bit of opening damage. Evolution Power happy with that. Not going to be taking any more peaks.
Yeah, he's definitely been a little quieter as well, Snare, especially by his standards. He was a dominant force yesterday and actually so far throughout this tournament, throughout the West League as well. But he's been a little quiet, 11-16, joint lowest on the team. Alongside Slayer, who's also meant to be the most prominent rifler on that team too. So
right.
Not exactly the signs that you want to see, if we're being completely honest. Zay's up close. I don't know if Snare wants to take this fight, if I'm being completely honest. This one feels like a lost cause, even by his standards. We know he's pretty quick with it, but don't send him in first.
Yeah, it's a scary fight with the Orm in hand. He's been spotted out as well. That barrel poking around the corner. Minnow well prepared for it. Horus is going to go down as well, trying to find the trade. They were not expecting the forward hold in the lockers, and 3BL are finding no success. This blacklist side is fast becoming a bit of a nightmare. So he's going to get a freebie onto Tot as well. 2 rounds that have not even looked really much like a contest at all.
Yeah, no, it's true. Snake will get himself 1. C4 is recoverable in loose quotation marks. This round isn't. It's a 1v5, now turn 1v4. And Snake is a dead man. Surely, does get himself another consolation, which is nice, but he is so low. And somehow, they don't clear the close right corner. So he actually gets a 3rd kill. 6 points of HP, 40 seconds.
Recollecting the C4 is going to be the problem.
Yeah, especially he's been held by first as well.
They know that he's going to have to go there at some point. They've probably got a pretty good guess that he's coming from control room. Would have loved to have seen him go a little bit faster and maybe even rotate back around to A, but instead he's going to commit to B, which is where both of these defenders are. This would be a miracle clutch from Snake. Has he been spotted? Yes, he has. Oh, it's doomed now.
Oh.
He did a pretty good effort, right? It was a 1v5, and he got it down to the 1-on-2.
There was a moment. There was
a period there where I thought that might be possible. If he would have been able to get the C4 and get out, and maybe go A, I think that's where, you know, if he finds the plan on A, he can make something happen. But 3BL desperate for this last round of the half if they're going to be continuing to be competitive. But man, they have had problems with the GR side Orms, and it continues into the OT.
Yeah, this double orming is really hurting 3BL. They just seems to be their perfect counter. Not a lot of teams did it consistently against them, and even when they did, in all fairness, there was other externalities that kind of cost maybe what made them so scary. But as you can see here, both of the Orms are having really great form. Emerson was great first half on the BL side, and once again, here on that same exact side, he's doing great work, and first has been great all the way throughout as well. And then when you add a very good rifler of Zay into the mix as well, it's a very solid team composition that 3BL cannot break down, especially considering their 2 big-name players are both in a bit of a rut. It's more than safe to say. Snare's been weak. Slayer's been a little quiet as well.
Horus,
though.
Yeah, Horus has definitely been doing damage. And he's going to try and find a shot into the back of first. It'll work out for him, but Emson and Mino are still causing problems. And now it's on to Tot, who... He had a great regulation, but that was anything but for 3BL in the end. So they know they've got a giant job to do here to try to save the map.
Yeah, they look a little tilted as well, it has to be said. over towards 3BL. And sort of, yeah, if we're being completely honest, understandable, right? You know, this is a side who, unfortunately, have done absolutely nothing in towards OT so far. And EP find themselves just one more round away. And probably at this rate, the way they're playing, it looks like they'll more or less confirm it. But Snare, nice shot, nice find. Finally wins that opening fight against First, one in which, at least against First Remsen, he's been losing on a consistent basis. Tot also going to win his as well.
Okay.
These are small wins that will take.
Not over till it's over. BL showed a bit of tenacity in their game yesterday as well, so see if they can do it once again. Again, debatably even higher pressure matchup.
Zay had a pretty good game. I'm going to count him out just yet. Need some support here in this round, though, if they want to make it a possibility. It doesn't really feel like it has that much legs behind it, but this is looking like they're setting up for an A finish. You know, alongside Zay, a bit of a smoke. They might actually opt to go through this. This could be a bit of a bloodbath. Yeah, for the first, though. We'll take that. Might look around for a bit of more as well. Flash is great. Spam, pretty good too. And a double to come through for Slayer, which will take every day of the week. Last man, Zay, is barely alive. And he will fall as well. Slayer, big round from him. Just as we were calling upon him too, he steps up to the plate. And they needed that. Like you said, it's not over till it's over.
It's a wild mouse grip. 12-10. Still requires 3 in a row here for 3BL to win the map.
True.
Up to their usual tricks with a push into wood. Whoa, whoa, where's Snake going? Oh my god.
Twice as well.
That is a ballsy peak when you know that First is hitting his shots at the moment. Emsen as well. I don't know if I'd be bold enough to do that.
Does get away with it. Lucky man. Zay. Yeah, starting to push their way forward just a little bit. This is a very slow start to this round as well. IEP, they really, I think, kind of learned the lessons of kind of some of the other rounds. I mean, they did lose out when they were on this half, 5-4, and they understood as well when 3BL get aggressive, they're very difficult to play against, and understandably so, they just don't want to risk that. Yeah, looking around. Yeah, no real decision being made. I guess they're looking towards B here, but still very slow and no information gathered about what setups look like on either side.
Well, Tot, bit of a jiggle, works out for him. GR side starting to be put together by 3BL. Definitely not over this round for sure, but another opening kill will build that confidence up for GR, though they have lost Tot. Maybe he's gone a little bit over eager for another fight, stuck around in the locker room for too long. Back to 4-on-4, starting to split the defense open. Snare very low on HP. Could this be the straw that breaks the camel's back? 3BL have been hanging on. But Evolution Power want this win, and they're relying on an A take for some reason. 3BL think it's coming from the window. Instead, it's coming down the stairs. What were the comms there? I don't know. Snake gets one trade, but that's not going to be nearly enough. Slayer's been spotted out as well. I think this is it. That is a big misread from 3BL. They had everybody watching the window.
That feels like either somebody's commed, like, confidently, they've got to be coming window, or somebody's miscommed that they heard a step, or something along the lines, but something's gone horribly wrong there. They all look towards window, and the other team all come downstairs. And even probably EP are slightly baffled, thinking, where are they? Why are they not fighting us? And yeah, I mean, now, post-bomb, Snake, no chance in that one. And a map taken by Evolution Power on their map pick. And I mean, credit to them. It was always sort of feeling like 3BL were playing catch-up, and being completely honest. They never actually had a comfortable or confident lead. They weren't able to get consistent, consecutive rounds or anything of the sort. And it showed. And I think, you know, credit to Evolution Power. While they may be out of this tournament already in terms of not making it towards playoffs, at least they're still fighting. And then the fight they did in towards Subbase.
Well, I tell you what, Evolution Power in a position now to maybe make some amends for how things have been going in this event so far. So here we are, back on the desk, and Compound coming up next for 3BL is going to be a map that they are certainly going to be more comfortable on than sub-base. So, you know, there are some positives to take away that, look, they were able to challenge Evolution Power. It was a tough one for Evolution Power to get over the line, but 3BL backs against the wall again. Familiar territory, to be fair. They do sort of have some familiarity with that from the previous matchup yesterday, and so Compound and Port to try to close things out here and see what they can do. But I don't know. I think there's a lot on the line for Evolution Power as well. You don't want to be that Chinese team that goes 0-4. So they'll be gunning for this win on Compound.
It's even if it's just small things like bragging rights and small things just like personal confidence and all the rest, right? But I think generally speaking for us, we just did not see enough out of 3BL. Yes, it goes to overtime, which I think if you're looking on paper, you're thinking, oh, this must be a close game. But it really didn't feel like it, if we're being completely honest. It always felt like 3BL were trying to catch up in terms of momentum. It always felt like they were trying to do something, and they kind of just couldn't, right? I never felt like there was ever a conversation that we could have had where it's like, okay, this is how 3BL are now going to win this. Even they called a time, I got 2 rounds off the back of it, but that was still just to tie the game up. You know what I mean? So it never really felt for me like 3BL had that foothold in this game. And I think they'll look at that and they'll probably realize themselves. And I think a lot of this comes down to this sort of 10-minute-ish break that we have in between the maps. And they've got to think, how do we actually mentally check into this game? Because we don't actually feel like we're online just yet.
No, I mean, there was definitely moments. Like, I thought Horus had some pretty brilliant moments. Tot as well had some big ones. But these are maybe not the 2 players that you'd always be looking to in 3BL to sort of be doing that damage. And so you need the other guys, the big names, to kind of start to put it together a little bit. And on the other side of the coin, I actually felt like we got a bit of a better game from Evolution Power as well. Like, Emsen, pretty solid map from him, honestly. First, that maybe is his best map from the event so far as well. So we sort of have that sort of scale tipping pretty heavily in the favor of Evolution Power as a result of those change-ups. And so if that continues obviously into map 2, then tough road ahead obviously for 3BL. We talked about the context of this matchup being kind of like a match that would put 3BL through to the playoffs, but missing a trick in that respect so far. Yeah, and there's also the worrying thing, right? Lose this, you've got CHENGDU All Gamers up next tomorrow. I mean, not a team that you're expecting to get a win off, right? If we're being completely honest. So it does put you in a bit of a tough spot. Got some highlights as well off the back of what was a pretty long map, but yeah, you know, you can kind of see all the way through. I mean, and this is the thing as well, Evolution Power, 3 out of the 4 halves started with dominant rounds to really set the tone and kind of give themselves a lot of these positives. And I don't know, for me, I felt very worried. I felt kind of concerned about for 3BL. We do need to see a little bit more out of them coming towards Compound. Compound is a comfort pick for them, though, so that's a really good thing. And a map in which they can really start to flex their muscles a little bit. But we need to see a little bit more. Snare, in particular, the sniper, really didn't get as active as he definitely was yesterday, especially on this map in particular. He looked pretty good. And Slayer, meant to be one of the most proactive, kind of star riflers in this team, and he didn't really play like it, unfortunately. And, you know, it's all well and good to see Horus doing well, but Horus is meant to be, in a sense, a bit of a kind of a whole W sort of cannon fodder type player. He's not always the one who runs away in terms of the numbers. And so far this tournament, I think he's the 4th highest rated player on this team. So in a sense, it can be quite damning if the 4th highest rated player on your team is the one who's sort of the star of the map, right? I think that for me is where 3BL, I think, yeah, we were missing a few tricks here. Yep. Most definitely. I think at the end of the day, when a map goes to overtime, both teams can look at it and say there was a round here or there which we could have played better. And for me, it was that final round of the map in particular for 3BL. That seemed to be the most egregious. I'm not sure what the call was that every single player turns their attention towards the window for. You know, I can understand maybe 2 or 3, but you had 4 guys there that all wanted to watch the same angle. So I'm really not sure what the comms were like from 3BL's side, but 13-10 loss in the end. Evolution Power will get themselves another win.
Yeah. You see as well first, incredible performance going out from him as well. 1.58 KD walking away with, and of course, 1.06 kills per round is not too shabby at all. The other side, Horus, 1.15 isn't bad. Snake and Tot, 1.09, 1.08 respectively, and then it dips off. The 2-star players at the bottom there is a little worrying. They're definitely going to need them online heading in towards Compound if they want a chance at taking this towards a 3rd. But yeah, I mean, even still, right, I think Evolution Power, like you said, it just feels like they're playing like a completely different side to what we've seen so far this tournament. Yes, there was the 8 rounds against the CHENGDU All Gamers, which was pretty solid, but for the most part, they've looked kind of weak throughout this tournament, and I think here they're a completely different side. I think, you know, when you've got nothing to lose, backs up against the wall, you actually start playing your game properly.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, team's coming back on stage now. Evolution Power's back on stage.
3BL there?
3BL are in a huddle, I think. 3BL are in a huddle.
Yeah, they do like the huddles. Okay, fair enough. There we go. They've just done their the war cry prior to the map starting. Of course, Compound is where we're heading next. It is basically the go-to map for 3BLs. They come for pick. It's the one in which they get the most dominance in the West League on. You do have to take that with a bit of a pinch of salt, though. The West League, obviously one of the weaker leagues. So generally speaking, getting dominant victories there doesn't mean as much for Evolution Power, who still also play this map a decent amount. And obviously they're playing in the Chinese league as well, which is one of the strongest, if not the strongest league out there at the moment. So for us, there's still even a potential, really, of looking at this and saying Evolution Power maybe even a chance of taking this 2-0 as well. If they bring that confidence, if first plays the way he did like that, if Imzen comes alive, that first half from him was incredible. He was the top fragger in the server off the back of that first half. So we see that Imzen all the way throughout in Compound. Who knows? He might even be able to see what is technically an upset on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Evolution Power will not be completely lost on Compound. Yeah. It is a map that gets played quite a lot in the Chinese region. They did lose it to ranking 10-8, so they've got some reps in on it at this event so far as well. But jury's out, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. We're not too far away from jumping into that map, but at this point, I feel like giving predictions on any given map or any given matchup is just an effort in futility. This event's been really, really difficult to predict, almost impossible to predict. And, you know, again, you look at it for Evolution Power, it's like, well, what can they even really get out of this apart from a little bit of pride? Then there is that to play for, definitely. But theoretically, they should be a team that's just down and out in the dumps, and 3BL should be able to capitalize on that, but they haven't so
domestically as well, this is Evolution Power's third most favored map, right? So they play this a lot. So I think even that is one of those where you look at it, right? Eagle Eye is their most, Ankara second, Compound third, right? So we're looking at this and saying they're not going to be by any means upset about going in towards this. So yeah, we really have to see 3BL bring something special. They've got to have something up their sleeves, because so far, not so good, I think, is the onus that we're bringing to this. It's being kind of a worrying trend. I mean, it seems to be pretty happy for them. They don't seem to be feeling too much pressure at all. A couple of smiles across the faces and whatnot. But yeah, they've got a bit of a task ahead of them. For them, this is their best opportunity to qualify to the playoffs. If they lose this, if we're going to just go by expectations and say that we expect them to lose to CHENGDU All Gamers, then they've got to hope that AG beat Vasco later today.
Possible.
Yeah, and that ranking beat Vasco as well tomorrow.
Unlikely.
Exactly. So then if Vasco beat AG and if Vasco beat the likes of ranking, then they win. Yep. If it goes 1-1, so they beat ranking, lose to AG, I think it comes down to round difference, if I'm right.
Maybe it might
be head-to-head,
yeah,
which
maybe
then 3BL is a bit better one.
May help 3BL as well that they got the 2-0 over Vasco, as opposed to allowing it to go through to a third map.
True. Whether it's round difference, whether it's head-to-head, they're still going to have that advantage. We'll get that clarified when we can. But yeah, for 3BL, they're still in a solid spot, I think, regardless. Right? I think they'll be very highly watching that game against AG later. I think that's really going to be, if Vasco win that, it really does change it up massively. It actually forces then 3BL to be able to beat AG. And then it would actually mean that Vasco and 3BL make it through. And it all becomes really weird and spicy. So what we're trying to say is, 3BL, this is your best chance to qualify to playoffs. And you got to do it now.
Indeed. Got to start well on Compound. Start to salvage this series back. I mean, it's going to be a long series if they end up pushing it through to a third map, but got to get it done. Quite warm here in Hanoi today as well. It's 36 degrees.
Yeah, it's warm. Felt it when we left the hotel to come here. It was pretty touchy. Also, it was pretty humid as well. Don't really get that in England. We get humidity, but not to this level. I'm not sure about Oz. Do you get
it's humid in Australia for sure, especially northern Australia, which is where I live at the moment. But I don't know, it's hitting me today.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it today more than any other day. And I'm standing in front of the giant air conditioning unit, and I'm feeling the breeze from it, but it's still hot.
Yeah.
Anyway, see who's hot in the server. Today it is looking like Zay. We didn't really talk too much about him in that post-match, but honestly, Zay had a pretty good first map as well. And yeah, scary signs for 3BL, the way Evolution Power are looking right now. It's a great shot from Snare, but still not enough to bring back the numbers.
It's like a move, but Imzen was holding for it. He'll take that every day of the week, a freebie given over. Now top, Snake left it all to do. I really don't think they can do all too much of this as well. Emson gonna hold at range for a cross. He actually doesn't expect the swing underneath him. And First could be in a bit of trouble as well. He's trying to desperately move around here. He's low, he's dead. 2 versus 2, round on. And Yer and Zay are both tagged. Smoke gonna come down as well, so that'll cut off the rotation of Yer. He's actually gonna have to try and go for the long rotate, I'm assuming. And now they're in a really tough spot. He could get the C4 down though.
Be a big clutch to start things off. Oh, that was the time to go for Evolution Power. Maybe they've come through a little bit too late. The bomb plant wasn't denied. Snake, though, can't get it done. It's a huge start for Zay. 4 kills. First got 4 kills in that opening map, opening round. Now Zay does the same thing for Evolution Power. Can't be letting that happen if you're 3BL and you want to be through to the playoffs.
Yeah, time's looking tough here. Has to be said, 3BL. A lot of rookie errors creeping into their play that we definitely didn't see yesterday. Definitely didn't see against Vasco either. Feels like unfortunately today, I've sort of been caught a little bit asleep. Didn't have too late of a game yesterday, so not exactly like it was a late one and an early start or anything of the sort. Out here in Vietnam right now, it is 20 past 3 in the afternoon. We're crossing already. We're going to go and fight early here. Horus holding W. This is what we said he does best. Jumps across the door, catches. Yeah, that's a really nice way to start things off. Sort of expects him to wrap in towards the site, but now the Chase can start answering back. And First, doing what he does best. They're going to come down as well. Might actually bank off, do a little bit of damage, but this is not a bad spot. Stake is low.
Tough. It's really tough for 3BL to negotiate this one when they've got 2 players on either side to worry about. Just going to slow it down, and that's fair enough. Send Slayer on a bit of a hunt, see if he can find First. It's a really tight angle being held by that Orm. No success there. Slayer's going to look to wrap in on it. First, not prepared for it, but I don't know if Slayer will be ready for Emson. And that is going to be a pretty straightforward trade in the end for the veteran. So Snake low on HP, stuck in the site. Doesn't have much of a chance in this round.
No. I mean, he's got time, sure, but like you said, surely not a chance in hell. Waiting and holding. Snake dance between the angles. He wants a chance to try and make something work in his favor. I think it was only a matter of time before he gets spotted out, before he gets dropped. Great round going to come through again. Another really nice one to make work in your favor. You have the numbers and you keep the numbers. As simple as that. Just make sure there's no chances to work for over for 3BL. So 2-0 start going to come forward. I think now we can start to see Evolution Power start to flex their muscles a little bit here. We know what they're like on this GR side, and they're going to come through 3BL. And they do get container control, sure, but they have to take a bit of damage to get there.
Faster play in through mid by the looks of things from 3BL. Emson waiting on the other side of the smoke. Hasn't got anything to shoot at just yet.
Ooh, barrel spotted.
Indeed. I think that was by his teammate, though. But First has been a bit of a rock in this series so far. Ends up only going 1-for-1 on that B bomb site. So 3BL have cleared out outside of B, they think. They don't know that Minnow is still hanging around there, so they may not be expecting the backstab, and that extra kill coming through from Zay is going to cause a little bit of a ruckus here as well. I'm quite interested to see what Minnow's going to be able to do. Tosses the nade in and sort of gives up his life. It's an interesting one. Evolution Power now back to the 3-on-3 for the retake, and this is a critical duel for Emson and Snare. And, well, Snare's been tagged through the box. Emson pushing his way out, puts him under pressure, gets that fight won. On the opposite side, though, the entry's not working out, and Emson is... Whoa! Emson is him, as he has been in the past so many times in CrossFIRE history. Comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, rolls back the years a little bit there as well. That is huge from Emson. That was a quick flick for the first, but the shot down as well for the second is a beaut. Emson, take a bow. He had a really, really good first half in towards sub-base. And he once again proves what he's got in the locker here. That is something quite special. A 3-0 start for Evolution Power. Like we said, they're not too upset about playing on compound by any means. It may be your best pick, 3BL, but Evolution Power will take it with open arms.
Yeah, well, you get into like the discussion around veto theory at that point. You know, do we angle towards our strengths or try to play towards their weaknesses? I'm always a proponent of play to your strengths.
100%, I'm with you.
But you sometimes end up in a situation like this where, yeah, your strength is definitely one of theirs as well.
Yeah. Not a spot you want to be in. That's safe to say. Yeah, awkward. We're out at the moment. And we definitely have to ask a couple of questions about 3BL. What is going wrong with them at the moment? Because they need to fix up. If they don't, sooner rather than later, Evolution Power can run away with this first half.
First. Oh, he's going to hang around, I think, alongside Minnow. They'll try a forward hold on the B side. It's going to work out perfectly. Bit more spam in there from First. Swaps out for the AK. Can't quite get the shots across in time, but luckily for him, First is still alive, and he's kicking, and he's doing some fragging as well. 7 and 3. Slayer will eventually shut it down as First just tries to get a bit too over-eager to finish the round off. How big of a mistake is that going to be? Not much. YH has it on lockdown in the end, and 4-0 lead here for Evolution Power as they start to really show up today, but it's just unfortunately a little bit too late in this group stage. You have to wonder, where was this Evolution Power the last 3 days?
Yeah, I mean, if they had played like this as well against, you know, basically anybody else, we maybe even could have been talking about them potentially making a run towards playoffs. I mean, this is the form that we wanted to see out from them. We just haven't. Oh, First gets a leg. Unfortunate there, Horus. Barely alive. So I'm going to come down, though, and they're just going to dip away. First going to stick up. He wants this fight on the pixel peak, and he's happy to take it. We know he's confident. No two ways about it. He'll take that sort of engagement every day of the week. Need to be careful, though, on the other side for 3BL. 4-0 down already in a real rut. I think there's a safe way of putting it. We could really be talking about Evolution Power taking the likes of not even just sort of 5.5, but even maybe looking towards 6, maybe 7 at this rate. 3BL not offering up anything to the table, and it's starting to get pretty drastic.
Yeah, I would say sooner rather than later, attack timeout's going to have to be called. First is just not missing a trick at the moment, is he? Horus is half a step too far forward. And he will be punished for it. Another 4-on-5 that 3BL have to try to salvage. And going to the B bomb site just doesn't feel like it's going to be workable at this point in time. First on the angle, will actually get shut down. YH drops as well, so 1 or 2 missed Orm shots make a real big difference. 3 players for the retake here. Emson might try to get in front of that defuse and indeed tries for the peak, but shut down by Snare. This is a good recovery from 3BL. It might just get them their first round of the map.
Zay flashed. Minnow trying to support as well. Feels like they've not got a lot to work with because they haven't got the 2 angles to fight from. That was the big thing that helped them in these previous retakes. This time, unfortunately, they don't. They're not the heroes, but Minnow, good for 1. Looks for a second as well, playing from above. It might just work in his favor. Hang on a second. All down to 1. Snare. Zay left all alone. Tap on towards the bomb. Ball's going to be called as well. Zay posted. He's not sticking it just yet. He now has to stick it. And that's where Snare can peek and find. He plays that to perfection. Doesn't panic. Doesn't get his feathers ruffled in any sort of that situation. Calm and collected. And he makes it work for him. For a moment, that was a little bit dicey, but thankfully, in the end, it is not. And timeout going to be called by 3BL. They get a first round, and they call for their first timeout, but hey man, safe to say they're not in a good spot here still.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, pretty warm today in Hanoi. There are air conditioners pumping all around the venue, but
it's still hot.
The players on the stage, yeah, getting the towels out, you know, make sure the hands, I think in particular the hands need to be dry as much as possible.
Don't want to be slipping and sliding all over the desk.
I've never been like a clammy hands guy personally, but
same here. I'm a sweaty forehead guy.
Me too, yeah.
I get a sweaty forehead, but never had the clammy hands.
Yeah.
Just make you wonder, like, how the genetics are different here, right? People just don't seem to be sweaty as much, even in this sort of heat. When they're working outside and stuff.
I think it's actually a thing that Asian people don't have as many sweat glands or
really?
a propensity to sweat as much.
Ah.
Yeah.
The more you know.
As Caucasian.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of strange, really, when you think about it, because I would say generally Asia tends to be a little hotter than Europe, which is where the Caucasian people are generally from.
That's true.
Whatever. I don't know, man. I'm not a biologist, or is it biology if it's humans? It is, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Biology is animals as well, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's all living things.
Okay.
Because technically, like in biology, you do like leaves and plants and stuff as well.
Right.
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Whatever that means, mate. I'll just talk about video games, all right? Keep your fancy words out of here.
3BL needs some fancy words off the back of this timeout. Let's see what they've got. They've got the first round finally, which is good. Where you can see all the first places every way are over towards Evolution Power. No surprises there at all. 8 kills, of course, to first. No surprises to see him at the top of the scoreboard either. Great map 1. Great so far throughout this tournament, despite Evolution Power looking pretty weak. And they're once again having this propensity to fight. So he just crouch peeking, not committing to the fight, just having a little look. But Yuta will come down, and the smoke gets dropped. He realizes, no point in me sticking around here. I don't need to overextend. I'll give them long control if you want to fight me for sight. And he'll be relaying this information over. And he's got the support of Minnow up on high as well. So he should, in the operative word, be fine here.
Yeah, this is a cheeky little position for Slayer to find himself in. He's very, very progressed. But finding his timing is obviously going to be the key. He's got to make sure that he doesn't go too early, in which case he'd probably just get taken down for free. Got to go too late, in which case you're going to be irrelevant in terms of how this round plays out. And now he's actually just going to start to put a bit of pressure on A. So he's showing his presence. They know that he's here. All he's really trying to do is keep players over on A, maybe draw an extra rotator in. And First is definitely going to be under pressure, needs to find himself one, doing a great job of anchoring this B site so far, and dancing around inside those server racks is going to prompt another kill. First is just holding on his own. This is not acceptable. 3BL have not found the trade, and First comes up huge for Evolution Power. That was a perfect... That was a perfect round from 3BL in terms of pulling that extra rotator across. They had the setup. They absolutely had the round the way that they would want it to be. But the execution of it just wasn't there.
No, and, you know, First, that is miraculous what he's just pulled off there. I mean, an absolutely brilliant hold. Playing around those server racks and making sure that there's just so little control to work with. Oh my God, First, he's unstoppable right now. Another kill for him. Emerson at the same time gets one, and an uncharacteristic miss, but he's got the support of Minnow. That is a massacre down in towards lower B. Those pillars are the control of Evolution Power, and they are making light work out of 3BL. And it's sad to say, as us who are commentators from the West League, but there is no competition here. Evolution Power are steamrolling to 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, it's really starting to look like a bad day at the office now for 3BL. Spirits are low after that loss on sub-base. They're down 6-1 here on Compound, their map choice. And Evolution Power are starting to look like they're pretty good for the 2-0, though. Snare has at least been able to make some inroads in this penultimate round of the half. Pretty imperative that 3BL win these last couple of rounds, though, honestly.
Yeah, even if EP gets 7, that's probably it, right? I would surely. Double nades come over. Don't do anything, though. Nobody's sitting behind. Opening kill is good for 3BL. Still feel a little indecisive about where they want to finish right now, however.
Slow and steady wins the race as far as 3BL is concerned.
Yeah,
there's been,
here, aren't they?
I mean, there hasn't really been any super fast rounds by them.
Not on
Compound, I mean, yeah.
They did it once when they were on the GR side on sub base, where they really got up in their face, but on BL, they seem to do it a lot less. They'd really like playing with the timer and the tempo, but I think you've also got to throw a couple of quick ones in there if you want to make these slow rounds feel more effective.
Yeah. YH. Oh, how does he get away with that? Minnow as well to cover off. Just when it starts to look like 3BL might be able to make some inroads, Evolution Power respond back, and it is a 2v1 that Snare is not going to be able to save. So Evolution Power do go to 7.
They're getting hyped down here as well. We're just above Evolution Power, and yeah, they're getting pretty excitable. And you can understand, right? This is a side who have yet to pick up a win so far throughout this tournament. They've looked rough. They've unfortunately had a lot of their issues all the way throughout, and they've already guaranteed that they are not making it towards the playoffs. So for them, you know, to get a win, to be able to have some sort of success out here in Vietnam, be able to take that home, the experience, the learning, and all the rest, I think is pretty huge. And I think for 3BL, this is a massive learning curve as well. You've beaten Vasco, you've beaten ranking, sure, but when it comes to arguably the best region in CROSSFIRE, even their 4th best in the domestic league up to offer, it's still a side you cannot sleep on.
Yep.
And maybe it looks good that we both predicted Evolution.
Hey, yeah, well, we'll just go with that. It's definitely looking like it'll be a 2-0 now. I mean, Evolution Power, one more round left in this half. They can get the 8-1 lead. Almost unassailable, really.
Yeah.
7-1, 7-2 would be a really tough score to come back from as well. But as Evolution Power, you just want to keep sinking that boot in, and so far so good. YH is just not making a mistake, nor are Evolution Power. Oh, man. It was looking like it was going to be a decisive round until Slayer arrived. But either way, easy as you like for Evolution Power. And in a sense, it's almost a little bit disappointing because, you know, this Evolution Power roster, they're done. They don't go to playoffs. But if they played this well earlier on, they really could have made it.
Who knows, right? You know, they have played this well. I mean, this is the side who, like we said, finished 2nd at the Invitational. So they, on LAN, have proved what they are about and proved that they're a side that you have to keep an eye out for. But for some reason, they got off to a bad start, whether it was something, obviously having the sub as well, maybe took a little bit of adjustment period and all the rest. But my God, they have looked great. 8-1 feels absolutely unobtainable for 3BL to get back into this, if we're being completely frank. They've got to pull off some absolute heroics. Evolution Power, so close to the finish line, so close to making this maybe even, well, I can say one of the quicker series, but did have an overtime map #1. But that does feel relatively common these days, in all fairness.
I mean, I feel like almost every series has pretty much had an OT map or a 10-8 in it.
Mm-hmm. Or like a 3-mapper, you know what I mean?
Or it's been 3 maps, yeah.
2-0 with, I mean, what is on track right now of like a 10-1. That's the most dominant map we've had so far.
Yep.
Before that was 10-3?
10-3 would be.
The CHENGDU All Gamers versus Evolution Power one, funnily enough.
Yep.
But
I think that just goes to show you the power that All Gamers has on Black Widow.
Yeah. Looking forward to cast them. Still haven't got the chance to cast them. I think.
You will in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they're also the 3rd game today, right? I'm pretty sure. Them and Vasco.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I'm on that game, so there we go. I will get the chance to do them. And them against Vasco. And I'm a big fan of Vasco. Caught a lot of them before the tournament. Yeah, I actually enjoy watching the Brazilian league. It's very spicy. You can see they really get fired up and stuff. Like, there's a lot of like rivalries there as well. I like it. Obviously, Brazilian esports as a whole is massive. Such a big industry there.
Yes. Well, where's Evolution Power going to elect to end up? They do have that player outside of B, so it might just end up being the B split coming through here. Fairly isolated aim duels on that side of the map for 3BL. Doesn't fill me with a huge amount of confidence, given the way this game has been playing out. Evolution Power have definitely been a little bit better individually, but that's a nice kill from Snake. Not enough to settle the scores just yet. And in fact, the push is coming into A. Minnow catching one on the rotations. YH to steal those kills away, but Minnow was there to assist if necessary. Emerson will drop over toward B, but that is still going to prompt the rotation in this direction. Slayer, they knew, was the only player on that side of the map, and
beautiful.
3v1. This is not going very kindly for 3BL.
No, little to no complaints at all, if we're being completely honest. And that is that 9-1. My God, 3BL, they are checked out of this one. Hey, I don't know. They just haven't really come to play. We even kind of said this as well. Map #1, yes, it was an overtime, and yes, there was moments which are good, but as a whole, it always felt like 3BL were trying to catch up to Evolution Power and trying to find a way back in towards this game, and they never could. And we were wondering, on your own map pick, are you going to be able to find a better form? Are you going to be able to look a little bit more confident? Unfortunately, now we know the answer is no. They have really, really struggled.
Tot unable to win his duel. Zay and First will clean things up one by one. The soldiers will fall for 3BL, and today was not their day.
That's for
Today
sure.
could have been their day. It could have been one of the great days for the West League.
Yeah.
But
3-0 in
unfortunately
groups
not.
is unheard of from the West League.
Yeah. And it will remain so.
I think you're right, man. Snake, Slayer, Horus, a lot to do, and not a lot to work with. Numbers don't favor them. Position they're in doesn't favor them either. Got a bit of util, sure, but a 1-for-1 trade is always going to be more beneficial. Over towards EP at this spot. Minnow goes a little bit over-aggressive. Does get a bit of damage off. The Snake's still alive, which is all that matters. However, B is open. They've got the C4 on their back, and this will go down in just a second. Goes completely unknown. Smokes can come down super easy. So now it's about this retake, and they know there's still one somewhere lurking towards me because they fought him earlier.
That's going to be the big problem. It's going to take a lot of time to clear out, and Slayer is going to be leading the charge into pillars. But Emerson, you know, he's in a pretty unorthodox position for this post plan initially. Does back off. I think 3BL have already lost the round. Like, they don't have the time to be clearing 3 players out on B, let alone through pillars outside B as well. Like, they just don't have the time. Even if they hit all of these shots, even if they're so clean, they would have to get so lucky to win this round. And YH, all he has to do is buy another half second or so, and that should be the round. In fact, he goes for the fight. Balls of steel, but it is Evolution Power that will take the win. And it's in decisive fashion as well. 2-0 today for Evolution Power. They're not super pumped about it. They know that their run is over. That's all 4 of their matches played, but at least for 3BL, a defeat today on stage, but the run is not yet done. They've still got a match tomorrow with the chance to make it through to the playoffs, so got to go back to the hotel and hit the books and make sure they're ready to go. Yeah,
and there's still a few more alternatives and ways in which we can find 3BL in towards that next stage, and that if it requires, you know, even if it includes Mercer's the loss to CHENGDU Wargamers, which is sort of expected tomorrow. But if we're being completely honest, for 3BL, that was definitely the worst showing we've seen from them as a whole from so far here in Hanoi. They really just did not step up in any sort of way. It was rough to watch. Tough, they never got going, and credit has to be given also to Evolution Power. We haven't seen that Evolution Power so far throughout this tournament, and it may be a little too late, but better late than never, I guess, in terms of just your own confidence.
Yeah. I don't know, I don't think there's really too much to say about this matchup, unfortunately. Like, it sort of feels as though things haven't really changed from before this match to after this match. Like, that result, like, we were hoping for something different. You know, we were hoping for 3BL. If they would have won this match, we'd have a lot to talk about here. We'd be saying, okay, West League team through to the playoffs. You know, 3BL confirmed. Basically, all these kinds of exciting conversations. But now it's kind of like, well, not that match doesn't matter in the sense that you know, there are still some intricacies as to how it plays out and how important that can be later on. But it doesn't. Nothing has changed. Nothing. That result doesn't actually matter right now. You know, it matters later on, but right now it's kind of like we're in the same position as we were going into that game, where 3BL could still make it to playoffs. Evolution Power are already definitely out. That has not changed as a result of that game. So
it's true. It's very true.
It's just like, okay, well, we have to wait and see what 3BL do tomorrow now, and that's unfortunately where we're at.
It does spice things up in the sense of now there's this real battle between them and Vasco for second place. Originally, it was looking like it was basically just confirmed it was going to be CHENGDU Wargamers and it was going to be 3BL locking themselves spots. If 3BL got this win, they basically confirmed their spot. CHENGDU more or less will confirm their spot because they will get a win over at least one of Vasco or 3BL, right? We're just being completely frank here. So we're looking at it in that sense, and we're saying, you know, this changes things now because Vasco are probably watching and saying, all right, fellas, we've got a chance here. We beat CAG, right? We're talking about them actually really legitimately having a chance. And then they're looking at a game tomorrow which they have a very good chance of winning. So, I mean, it really does spice things up. The only thing that is the real negative that I'll loom above them is they did lose a 3BL. So in head-to-head, if that's the metric we use for who goes through, round difference, they lost 2-0, so they didn't even get a map. So they've got all these sort of things that kind of bite it back against them. But, you know, it's giving them a chance, giving them a lifeline. So has spiced up this Group B a little bit. Originally, it was looking like Group A was super spicy. Group B was kind of just formulated nice and easy.
Yeah.
Now both of them have a couple of contingency plans in there.
The spice is crazy here in Vietnam, which I actually don't think is a true statement. I don't think spice is really that much a part of the
I ordered a
Vietnamese
spicy
diet.
pho yesterday, and it was like pretty. It was spicy. I mean, it wasn't really like any. The thing is, though, I guess maybe I'm slightly different. I grew up in Africa, so my spice levels I think are a little bit better. But like, I don't know, it wasn't that spicy. It was like it was nice. It was hella nice, but it wasn't really that spicy. So I think you're all right, man.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll see how we go.
Yeah.
End of the day, though, what more is there to really say? 3BL, probably pretty disappointed by that one.
Yeah. It did feel like they were completely lost, right?
I think especially because they just kind of got blasted on compound.
Yeah.
You know, if they would have had 2 close losses, it's go, okay, you know, we played pretty well today, fair enough. They were the better team. But because they just got blasted on compound, it's like, we really did not show up. You know, they've worked hard over the first couple of days to put themselves in a position where they can do something special at this event, and then they just don't show up to the game, which really then matters. You know, you're faltering at the final hurdle, and that can be a little bit more painful than, you know, like in the case maybe of LCK, who were like, well, we're pretty much already done.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, well. But now 3BL have had that hope, they've had that belief, they've built themselves up as a team that can contend to go into the playoffs, and then maybe they will still have to deal with the pain of missing out still. But I think it will hurt even more after having had that belief in themselves. So I don't know, we'll have to see. Obviously tomorrow, All Gamers, that's a tough game for them. So
yeah, they've not given themselves the best route now, right? They've lost to the team that was meant to be the most beatable, right? In terms of at least how the group is. The team that's already eliminated, the team that have not got a win yet. So they lost that one, and now it's made things super difficult here for 3BL. I'm sure they're going to be pretty heartbroken off the back of that. That was their lifeline. That was their lock-in to be, you know, first time we've seen a West team go to the playoffs and actually be in the chance for the big money for a long, long time, right? I can't remember the last time we've seen it. So, yeah, tough to see, to say the least. But, I mean, credit to Evolution Power, right? I think we were having question marks about what they would actually bring here. Would they be sort of checked out, right? You guarantee you're not going to make it to the next stage. Will they just sort of kind of roll over and die? Or are they going to say, actually, we want to earn a bit of respect here. We're not just the easy walkover team. We want to prove that we are still here and we're competitive and we're here to play. And credit to them. They came and they played great CROSSFIRE. So, I mean, I have no doubts about this side. I think it was just a slow opening couple of days, especially obviously playing with a sub as well makes it hard to kind of work out the synergy. But once they figured out, i.e. today, they look really good. And if we had that maybe from day 1 and 2, who knows what could happen.
100%. Could have been a completely different story for Evolution Power here. But it's not. And so they've got to focus on, you know, going forward now. Going to CFPL, going to CFS Grand Finals and see what they can do there. I don't think we've seen the last of this team. I, in fact, would like to see them back at the CFS Grand Finals. I think that would be a pretty cool story. To see some level of redemption, maybe. And that is the beauty of having these sort of like mid-year tournaments, the Invitational, the Summer Championship, because it sort of sets up a few storylines going into the big tournament at the end of the year, which, you know, sometimes you don't really get. But like last year we had BaiSha versus All Gamers play at the Summer Championship, and you know, All Gamers went on to then win that, and it was kind of like a revenge arc for BaiSha going into the Grand Final of the Grand Finals. Whether or not they could maybe tackle All Gamers after kind of having lost to them at every twist and every turn throughout the year last year, and eventually they were able to do it when it really mattered the most, and so that was really cool. And now, you know, we've got that storyline of Evolution Power. They did well at the Invitational, haven't done so well here at the Summer Championship, you know, so a bit of a wishy-washy kind of results during the regular season, but it doesn't really matter if you get to the Grand Finals, CFS Grand Finals, and then it all comes together there. That's where, you know, every team is kind of gunning for a win. So we've got those to follow, assuming Evolution Power even make it. But potentially 3-4 slots at that event for the Chinese rosters. It'll be not impossible, not difficult. I don't want to say not difficult. You know what I mean? Like you still have to be a good team to qualify there, but they definitely have their chances, and there's some good opportunities for them to make it. So
exactly, it looks like they are just about setting up for an interview over on the stage. We're just getting ready for it as well. We can see it on the lovely kind of lit up stage there. We can see the 3BL guys unfortunately packing up their stuff. For them, tough day out of the office, right? No two ways about it. But of course, we can't dwell on what has already happened. We've got plenty more CROSSFIRE. Of course, we got IMPERIAL taking on LCK coming up after this. Following that is going to be Vasco taking on 8G. And then to finish off the day, we've got BaiSha taking on Wolf Empire, which should actually be a super spicy game, in all fairness. Wolf Empire seem to always make it to 3, and the homegrown heroes have been really great throughout this tournament so far. A couple of maybe the loss yesterday against Pacific Macta might hurt a little bit, but they've honestly played some pretty decent CROSSFIRE. So a side to keep an eye on for, especially with BaiSha looking a little weak and really needing now to win every single game to qualify forward. They've got no more room for error. But you look for these highlights, they're very quick, right? It's as simple as that because it was a very quick game. And this is a beautiful little hole coming through from First as well. Individual heroics coming through from a man who was incredible all throughout this series.
Oh, yeah. I think if we're looking for an MVP, we can have that conversation now since we're into the highlights.
It's got to be him, hasn't it?
It's got to be First, yeah.
I don't think it's even close, right?
Emerson definitely had his moments on map 1, but I don't think he really had as much of an impact on map 2 as what First did.
Yeah, he slightly ghosted in OT, so his rating was a little rough as well. He actually ended up finishing negative overall, which really I think would hurt him. But I think in terms of impact, I think his first half on that first map, you absolutely have to give it to Emerson, right? He was incredible. And even here, right, 2KD. But then again, everybody kind of had their moment. Ever been completely lost. 2.14 for First is absolutely nuts. Only Snare finishing positive. Top. Horus 0.18. It's a tough day out, right?
I mean, they were the two key players on Subbase. Like they kind of just they emptied the tank on map 1. It seems like, and they were running on fumes going into that one on Compound. 0.18, 0.18. Like, you're never going to win a game when two players dropping scores like that. And it's unfortunate for 3BL, but it happens, and it's not the end of the road just yet. So they'll have to regroup and come back stronger tomorrow. There's the overall scorelines for the two maps, 13-10, 10-1. Ends up being one of the more decisive series that we've actually seen.
Definitely one of the shortest, I'm pretty sure about it. Even with that overtime in towards map number 1, Evolution Power made such light work. I mean, even the compound rounds were done quickly. The only thing that slowed them down was 3BL, who were playing pretty slow in terms of some of their BL side. But, I mean, generally speaking, what a showing out from Evolution Power. They looked great all the way throughout. They were such a solid side. And, yeah, I mean, no two ways about it. There was no real argument for me for First. He was so damn good. You know, credit to Emerson, I thought it was, especially as a sub, I thought his impact was incredible. But just raw racing rise and raw kind of firepower in the server. 1.21 kills around is just nuts for a sniper.
This felt like the only game that we actually got to see First at his best in this group stage. We were sort of talking a fair bit about what he can do and how impactful of a player he can be, and we didn't really get that version of First until it was a little bit too late.
Yeah,
but
true.
It's nice to at least see that coming back again a little bit. It means, you know, that he's not completely fallen off the bike. Hot back on and remembered how to
pedal
a little bit of a pedal around the suburb. So something that Evolution Power can take heart in going forward. But I think at the end of the day, it's still, you know, having now seen the last game of Evolution Power in the event, been a pretty disappointing overall run, which is unfortunate that, you know, it comes together in the last game and leaves you wanting a little bit more, but it is what it is when it comes to these kinds of scenarios, right? Somebody's got to be a winner, somebody's got to be a loser, and if you don't show up, then you don't show up, and I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Someone's got to go home.
So the cookie crumbles, right? Not everybody can make it through here. But, I mean, in the end of the day, Evolution Power, a really great series to finish things off. We've got the interview for you ready over on the stage. We're going to throw it down there. We'll be back very soon with our second best three. We will see you soon. Cheers.
MVP của trận đấu này, Evolution Power First. Và First, bạn có thể cho tôi xin một chút cảm nghĩ của bạn về chiến thắng đầu tiên này được không?
你可以分享一下你现在的感受吗？就是今天赢了第一场了，分享一下。
因为赢得有点晚嘛，心情就是比较低落吧，然后就是平常心打好每一场比赛吧。
Tôi rất vui vì hôm nay đã giành chiến thắng, mặc dù là chiến thắng này có hơi muộn nên tôi có hơi buồn một chút, nhưng mà chúng tôi chắc chắn sẽ cố gắng để có thể chiến thắng được nhiều ván đấu hơn nữa. Cảm ơn mọi người.
Câu hỏi thứ hai thì mình muốn bà phiên dịch nói to lên một chút, đó là First có thể chia sẻ những cái dự định tương lai của Evolution Power trong giai đoạn cuối năm được không?
你们年底有什么计划或者打算？你可以分享一下吗？
这次打完越南世锦赛，我们回国就是好好备战接下来的 CFS 吧。 我们打完这次越南世锦赛嘛，然后积累经验，然后回国备战接下来的年底 CFS。
Sắp tới thì chúng tôi sẽ về nước và nghỉ ngơi một thời gian, nhưng mà sau đó sẽ tiếp tục tập luyện để có thể tham gia, có một trạng thái tốt hơn để tham gia được giải đấu cuối năm.
Vâng, và một câu hỏi cuối cùng là hành trình của EP đã kết thúc rồi thì First có muốn gửi một lời nhắn nhủ gì đến tất cả các khán giả đang theo dõi trên First trên mọi nền tảng và gửi đặc biệt là các khán giả Trung Quốc được không?
就是你可以跟观众们，特别是你的中国粉丝说点什么吗？
谢谢一直支持我们的粉丝吧。然后这次我们打得不太好，让你们失望了吧。然后如果有下次的话，我们一定会打回来的。
Đầu tiên tôi xin được cảm ơn sự ủng hộ của tất cả các khán giả và fan của chúng tôi. Lần này chúng tôi đã không có một màn thể hiện thật là xuất sắc, nhưng mà với sự ủng hộ của các bạn, chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hơn nữa và đạt được kết quả tốt hơn trong giải đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn First về màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi và trận đấu đầu tiên của chúng ta đã kết thúc. Nhưng quý vị các bạn đừng đi đâu cả, trận đấu thứ hai sẽ chuẩn bị sẵn sàng khi có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
To be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional second division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the first division league. It means the teams in the second division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the two seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the second division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked first and second teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 regional finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the grand finals from the subordinate tournament, regional qualifiers. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS major tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
钳子能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。反杀到手，正面自己弹上来，脚下球到了4个，又是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。
那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有吗？这边又是一个残血4杀。
Garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante um ponto e a vitória, 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial que está na grande final.
COD mais conhecido do CROSSFIRE garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. Equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô! Temporada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits.
Welcome back on in. It's Mr. Laz. He's back today and looking flowery. You're looking flowery.
Little blossom, eh? Not too bad, eh?
Oh, I tell you what, it's warm enough for the flowers to be in full bloom right now. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were wilting a little bit because, man, today is a bit of a scorcher here in Hanoi. And as far as the games have been concerned so far as well, I know you weren't here for the first one, but didn't go very well for 3BL, unfortunately. But
no,
that's fine. That's fine. The game was pretty spicy as it was, and now it's time for Imperial and LCK. That one also, I feel like, could be a pretty quick one, actually, because that first game, you know, quite a consistent 2-0 in the end from Evolution Power, and Imperial, I'm thinking, might be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, honestly, it was a little bit disappointing to see the way for 3BL to kind of take their first loss here, but that's the thing. I mean, we know that these are very difficult groups, and that's going to be the exact same thing about this matchup where, look, I got to actually have a little bit of a conversation with LCK. I ran into them grabbing a beverage, and, you know, a coffee. And, you know, you could tell the vibe was kind of, it wasn't negative, but it wasn't great. It was kind of this, like, lopsided neutral.
Melancholic?
Yeah, and, like, I think they could tell that, you know, the one thing I heard from them, they were like, you know, the frustrating part for us is that we had really good scrims, we were doing really, really well in practice, and now it's not working. So something has changed from that to then, or from then to now, which, as a competitor, I can totally understand that because there is moments where, you know, practice is flawless, you're, you know, able to get some big dubs, and then everything just seems like it was for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can really take from scrims, so that's why people a lot of the time say don't really rely on scrim results or don't take too much stock in the scrim results. So I kind of get it, but on the other side of the coin, you kind of have to recognize that playing on stage is a very different beast when it comes to these kinds of events in particular. So it's a learning curve for LCK, but again, you know, they're a team that we would definitely be expecting to see through at the CFS Grand Finals, and same as what I was saying about Evolution Power, you know, they don't really have much to play for today, but they have a lot to play for in the future, right? And LCK, they maybe don't have a huge amount to anticipate out of today's match. Look, technically being 0-2 for LCK, you could still make something happen in the group stage if you won these next two matches, but even then, you'd be sort of relying on things to kind of go right a little bit. But yeah, tough games ahead for sure. End of the day, even if they go 0-4, which I think at this point is probably the expectation for this team, take it as the possibility of, you know, taking some learnings going into the Grand Finals later on this year, which is a spot where, yeah, like we said, we expect to be seeing LCK later on, and hopefully they'll be able to jump up and build themselves up at that event and, you know, improve upon this performance.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing for them. Like they are kind of sitting at that like 1-4 in terms of maps. Like they have only been able to take one map off, and that was against Wolf Empire. So that wasn't too bad. That was going to be their opening game. They did lose that series, but yeah, I think for them, like this being a relatively new team, like as a group, like adding Spoxy into this, having the experience of someone like Flex, all these other guys, like I think these are going to be the small steps they have to do. But I'm not disappointed for them yet. I think there's still hope, and I think some learnings that's going to come out of this. But look, this game hasn't even started yet. We could even see in a world where the group stage is being the way it is, maybe they throw themselves even a map win, maybe even they get themselves a dub here today.
I think that largely depends on the Imperial that turns up for me personally. Like the Imperial that we saw yesterday is not going to lose a map to LCK. There's just no way in the world. But the Imperial that played against Wolf Empire, I definitely could see that being an angle for LCK to maybe take a map. I don't know about a series. I think that would probably be a little bit of a stretch for me personally. I want to be hopeful, and I was hopeful about 3BL going into today's match, and look where that got me, you know. So I'm kind of going back to being the realist, you know. And to be fair, that has kind of shot me in the foot a little bit throughout this event so far. I've gone for what I have thought would be safe predictions, and I've barely got any predictions right. Yeah. But again, the safe prediction here would be Imperial 2-0. Like, Imperial is an extremely experienced organization. You've got insane players on that roster, players that have competed at the top level of CROSSFIRE for years and years and years, and achieved a lot. You know, they've won CFS Grand Finals in the past, in some cases for those individuals. For others, you know, they've been in the top 4. They've been able to make it to playoffs for multiple events and stuff like that. So I would be very, very much favoring Imperial in pretty much every department in this matchup. And that's really just, unfortunately for LCK, something that they have to deal with in terms of them having a lot less experience than a team like Imperial.
Well, we are going to have that little bit of an introduction of the teams, right? Because we want to be able to see who's playing, who's happening in the game, and a little bit about why we've been talking so much about them. But let's roll the clip. All right, well, nothing's changed. Imperial is still here. Same roster, same group, same gang. The ones that are now sitting at 1-1 in the groups and looking to see if they can get themselves into a positive with that 2-1. And honestly, a little bit about what I've been happy with so far in this roster, which we got to see a little bit earlier on, is 7-7. He's got himself an MVP status already so far in the tournament. This was a guy that was just, you know, unleashed with the AWM. He was able to run around and just kind of take people apart, take some names and chew some bubblegum. And that was kind of the same thing for Ryu Zhao as well. I mean, he was somebody that was coming in, getting a lot of entry kills. He was playing that attacker role. Probably the best you can see. And honestly, I think these two guys have been some of the top players I would put so far in the group stage.
Yeah, just taking the opportunity to go over some last-minute notes by the looks of things and see what they can get done going into the game. As you said, nothing has changed for this roster as to who's been a standout in the event so far. I don't think there's anyone that you can really pick and say this guy's been like hard carrying Imperial. You know, we've seen good performances generally across the board. I think the win condition for Imperial though tends to be maybe when Danimals is actually able to compete, you know, when he's able to sort of find his level, because you're generally getting some pretty consistent stuff out of 7-7, GDSC, Eagles as well. Ryu Zhao tends not to be that guy that will pop off in the sense he's a bit more of an anchor kind of consistent kind of a force in this team. So if Danimals also is able to sort of just find his 1 or 2 in the rounds that matter, that really puts it together nicely for Imperial. And then, you know, you look to the other 3 to kind of pop things off when necessary. So overall, it's a statistically very, very impressive looking team. Like, those are some of the best numbers that we've seen at this event so far. And if they can maintain that and actually potentially even improve on that in LCK, they'll be feeling pretty good going into playoffs.
Yeah, they definitely are. And it, you know, kind of going back and alluding to something you just mentioned is the fact of just overall the stats are really, really good for all these players. Like I said, I think, you know, like someone like Ryu Zhao, kind of on the bottom more in terms of the overall stats, but again, just being able to show the influence that he can bring into the game, just kind of again showing all these different guys that they're, you know, whatever they're able to do in the server, it's not just relying on the 1-2 combination, it's essentially everybody. It's a 5-hit combination from these guys. So I think we'll just have to see how well Eagles plays as well. I mean, he's, you know, before this whole group stage, yeah, statistically the guy. He is him. He is the MVP. He is the Jordan of this team, you know? But,
that's me.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, honestly, like I said, I've been really happy to see the differences and, you know, kind of players stepping up at LAN. This is a whole different environment, like we talked about. So they're getting ready to go. But I mean, like I said, I hope they don't overlook this team of LCK, because LCK, despite them being in the position they're in as a 0-2, they still can be able to cause an upset.
True. Well, LCK still not down and out just yet. Let's welcome them to the stage once again. LCK, like I said, they're not technically eliminated from the competition until they suffer 3 losses. So I'll just say there is a possibility they can still make something happen here. They need to get themselves the win here. They need to get the win tomorrow as well, and they need to do it pretty damn cleanly to improve upon that sort of win-loss record that they've got. But again, never say never.
Never say never, and that's the thing. Like a lot of the, the teams in this group are kind of sitting at that 2-1, the 1-1s. I mean, LCK, yeah, they're not in the greatest position right now. I mean, they are at that 0-2. Like I said, in terms of the maps, they've only been able to get one map out of all the games they've played, so that does make a really, really big difference in this. So I do think there is a world where we can see these players. We get to see them a lot here for CFWL. They were the guys that were able to win the league. They were the ones that were able to get themselves here. But again, this is about, I would say, inexperience about international, just because this was a new reformed team. They've been showing that they've gotten better. Even the season before that, they didn't have the best showing. They actually fumbled into the playoffs. But then even from then, they took a leap, of a stride, just doing so much better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough. Like, I will say, at least in the case of experience, probably the player with the most experience on this roster is actually Flex.
Yes.
Not of this roster. I mean, well, definitely of this roster, but even of this game. He's been there around way back when, but as a cohort, as a unit, Imperial definitely have it in spades somewhat.
Yes.
And at this event, I think for me, there's been some decent moments for LCK, but Lionclaw is someone that I do have to kind of look at and say, where's he gone? Because he's traditionally one of the guys that LCK really rely on in the rifling department to be doing a lot of work, and seeing him at the bottom of the standings there in terms of the numbers is probably not what you'd be wanting. So I need to see a bit of a lift from him. Today might be that day.
And today might be that day, right? Like kind of what I mentioned in the beginning is that, running into them, you could just see the mood was still positive, but I think for them, like, they know what they're going up against here. Like, I don't think they're going into this like, you know what? We're going to win this thing. We're better than Imperial. We know that we're better than Imperial. Like, I think they know they got a really, really tough task here. So I like that they're being a bit realistic about it. And I think that they also just have to get themselves out of that gutter about, look, scrims were good, match is not going so good, or yeah, scrims are good, match is not so good. So it is a lot of adjustment, like you said. You can scrim as many times as you want, but it is a different, ball game essentially when you're here on the big stage. And right now, I mean, there's maps that you can see in the comparison. I think these stats for LCK are definitely a little bit fluctuated in the sense of these are some of the teams in CFWL, and that's where, I mean, with all the most respect is there's only really like top 3, maybe top 4 teams that do kind of raise a lot of havoc, and then kind of that bottom 4 really are just in that realm.
CFS 2023 Grand Finals, very, very similar rosters for these two teams. Couple of change-ups, more so on the behalf of Imperial. Would have still had Feifei, would have still had Gokun back then. But clean 2-0 for Imperial at that event. Has LCK gotten any stronger since then? I think arguments to be made that they have. Where have Imperial gone in terms of strength? For me personally, I think that the level that they actually brought yesterday shows me that it definitely hasn't dropped, right? I thought losing Feifei, losing Gokun especially, would be a big loss, but honestly, they still look pretty good. So when they're on, they're definitely on, and for me, I think their level has at least been maintained, and so that'll be enough for me to kind of consider that LCK are going to struggle in this matchup.
Look, I get that you're trying to flex that you have a lot of history here. Like, I get it. You've been around. You're the big dog. I get it, man. But look, I'm just going to say this. Since we're together, we're on air together. The predictions, like you said, they haven't been as good, big dog. Like,
no, they've been terrible.
Neo and I, we've come in here and we're making the right calls. We're making the right predictions here. So
you know what?
I'm just saying, you got to have a little bit of
okay, bro. And then it comes to the prediction graphic, and you've put LCK on your prediction against Imperial. Like, you're capping.
Hey, look, if LCK get this, I mean, you're buying me dinner. I'm telling you right now, because we did this before. It was myself, and I think it actually was somebody from the Philippines where we called for 3BL. Everybody else wrote them off, and I'm like, no. Hang on a second. These guys can play. These guys can game. Maybe this will be a little bit of a different story, but got to stay optimistic.
Just because my predictions have sucked at this event doesn't mean that your one also doesn't suck for this game. So that's what I'm going to leave it at. But Imperial, bit of work to be done, obviously, with this game. They did lose to Wolf Empire and in pretty awkward circumstances, having gone down in 2 consecutive golden point maps.
Yep.
Which means, like, their run is actually not as easy as it perhaps should have been, ought to have been. And that means that, yeah, they'll be looking at a win here and a game. Do they have a game tomorrow, or is this their last game? No, they do have a game tomorrow as well. They do have a game tomorrow against Pacific Market, so they'd want to get a win here. They'd want to get a win against Pacific Market. If they actually dropped to Pacific Market, they, I believe, would not make it in. So it's actually quite a big run still yet to be made by Imperial. But look, the win yesterday against BaiSha, obviously, you know, that restores quite a bit of confidence, in my opinion, over where Imperial stand. I think they came in a little bit lax against Wolf Empire and just let it slip. You know, sometimes you have a bad day, and I think that was what that was. But yesterday, I feel is a little bit more the level that we can normally expect from Imperial. So going into this game, they should be feeling very, very confident.
Yeah, and okay, look, and I mean, the obvious thing to talk about is, and thank goodness it's coming up right now, is these vetoes. Like, this is going to be the most important part, and the ban is going to come through. That's going to be LCK. They're going to start things off. Makes a lot of sense. These guys, yeah, they have played it. I don't think I'd want to play a team like Imperial. They also got to play this earlier, where Imperial did lose. I just don't think that's worth it. So this is a really good call from them to just throw this one right out the bag.
Yep, fair enough. It's always been a bit of a staple within that region.
Just waiting for that second ban.
Where's the second ban?
What do we think, though?
Eagle Eye. No. Well,
no. There's no way.
No shot. Black Widow going to be gone. So it leaves the opportunity for the Eagle Eye open, actually.
Okay. I actually don't mind this. I mean, this is not good for LCK. I mean, Black Widow is a map they can play pretty decent on, but it is going to be Port. That is going to be the start of this, and that is going to be for LCK calling this one. So I honestly, I think this is probably their best bet. I think they're going to have a rough go with it, but I ain't against it. I mean, in the season here for CFWL, they were 13-1. They lost one time. So, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was 3BL. So you can say, not bad.
Surely expecting Eagle Eye to be the pick here from Imperial. LCK don't hate a bit of Eagle Eye, to be fair, but it's really not one of those maps that gets played a lot in the West League. So I think their reps on this map are going to be not the same, not nearly as up there as what we would have gotten or expected from Imperial. I know Imperial have even had success on this internationally against Chinese teams. They like to play it. So different rosters, to be fair, again, but still got the core coming through.
I'm glad that Compound, okay, so this makes a lot of sense too, just because for Compound, I mean, this is a map where LCK, like when we talk about the West League and the fact that you're sitting at like a 7-7, like a 50%, yeah, I think you got to get rid of it. It's very different than like a team like 3BL, and then Subbase is going to get removed, and then so Ankara is going to be that third and final decider if we get there. So honestly, I think in my perspective, I don't hate this. I think it's going to be important. I think Port is kind of it has to be one here from LCK, like no doubt. I think Eagle Eye really does favor Imperial just because the way that 7-7 was able to play earlier, the fact that they were able to get a 10-5 against BaiSha, man, oh man, those cards are definitely against these guys right now.
Yep. Well, either way, I think that regardless of the map pool, it's a tough ask today for LCK. You know, I know you want to have faith. I know you want to sort of hype the boys up, but I'm a realist. And when it comes to matches like this, Brazilian teams, you know, they have a lot of pedigree when it comes to CROSSFIRE, right? And they very much expect to be a team to go through to the playoffs. They expect to be comfortable in pretty much any matchup except those against Chinese rosters. And so a West League team, they'll be looking at that and going, nah, not a big deal, not a big concern. I don't think they'll underestimate them, especially with the inconsistency of the results at this event from pretty much every team, but they won't be particularly concerned about this matchup. So,
I mean, the good thing is, look, and I get they're going to be a realist, and that's fair. I think we have to be, right. One person does, and the other person can be a little bit of a loose cannon, I guess. But look, like, I mean, we saw LCK play on Eagle Eye earlier against Pacific Makta. Didn't go well. It was a 10-6 loss, but they got some reps on it. They got a little bit of game time in it, but at the same time, I just think LCK are in a position where really there's nothing to lose anymore. Like they just like they need to play their game. They got to just play loose. I hope we get to see them kind of playing the way they normally do in the West League, because Flex is a guy that likes to kind of lurk. He is the guy that likes to play the hybrid arm. So we'll find out if he's going to do that. I mean, I really do hope there's going to be a change in this, and it's going to have to happen now.
Straight out the gates, Eagles not shying away from these fights, but Spoxy also wants it. He needs a bit of help actually up on that A site. Nade's going to go over the top, and there's just nothing Eagles can do about it. 7-7 finding himself the trade. Ryu's out very quick on the rotate on the flank, and that is going to cause some problems for LCK. It's a very messy, brawly round to start this game off. GDSC actually not too eager to push forward and take some fights. He's allowing Ryu Zhao the time to work, and yeah, just fights back and forth, little skirmishes all over the place, but LCK coming out in front of most of those, and finally some semblance of normalcy has returned to this one as Ryu Zhao finding himself alone for Imperial.
Yeah, good movement. That's going to be readjusted. I was thinking maybe that might be just enough here, but oh god, it's just kills coming in from Ryu Zhao, but Raffin will be able to save the day. He finds himself the double. Okay, LCK fans, we can have a little bit of a sigh of relief for the moment, but it was a very much scrappy round, right down to the wire. But this is a thing where LCK, you have someone like Flex, he was able to find those first two openers. Not too bad, and then a little bit of a composition here for Raffin as well to get the job done and solidify the round. So that is going to be more than a boost of confidence for these guys. But again, you know, the fact that Imperial pushed the way they did and played that aggressive, now they realize, okay, look, these guys are going to just be thinking that they're going to run all over us.
Don't know if that's going to be the case necessarily.
Exactly.
All right.
We agree.
Lock in, lock in. This is the chance for LCK, right? Start on the BL side, get that first round on the board, and run away with a few quick rounds here. That would really put the pressure back on Imperial. You know, like, the way that I'm talking about it, it's like, yeah, Imperial's going to win. And that's how I feel, but... and that is, to be fair, how I feel. But if the needle starts to shift, if the dial starts to move, and Imperial get that element of doubt in their minds, knowing the circumstances, having already lost a series in this group stage, that pressure may get to them. And LCK could find some inroads as a result.
Ooh, that's a bit of a blunder on the nade. Doesn't really cause any problems. And I mean, you know, I was kind of thinking about this, and I wanted to get your intake on this.
Okay.
You've been around a while. So we know that Imperial, obviously their loss was very devastating.
Sure.
I would say losing in Golden Round is worse than it would be getting stomped.
I think so.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Wow, we're 2 for 2 right now in agreeing. We are on to something.
Well, I would say we're 2-1 because you did predict LCK, and that I cannot abide by.
Hey, well, maybe your prediction is looking pretty good here because it just looks like these guys just did a full cleanup in the warehouse. And yeah, not a single person from Imperial gets taken out. LCK now kind of looking like, all right, well, that didn't work out for us, and what's our next plan? And we're right back into a tie game.
Yeah, early days though. You know, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's just take things slow. Someone said he wins the race.
It really does.
Especially if you're Imperial here, they're not exactly the kind of team that tends to get up to too many shenanigans. I was actually a little surprised even in that first round to see Ryu Zhao so aggressive on GR side, but kind of going back to the tried and true here for Imperial in more recent times.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they are definitely playing a different game right now. Kind of back to the way they were before. And this is something I'm happy to see. I mean, when I talked to them a little bit, I said, like, how much have you had to adjust your game plan? And from what I understood, it sounded like, yes, we did have to tweak a lot of things, knowing who we're going to be playing, which obviously makes sense, right? I mean, you're kind of prepping, and you're going to have different styles, which can, you know, get a little bit of an adjustment period. But like I said, I was kind of hoping to see a little bit of those still gimmicks of LCK. Like in the West, you know, they're the team that typically has a double arm. Like I said, I mean, it's a bit of a minute thing, but it's still a factor.
Right.
And Flex is somebody that his experience and his tenure is for a reason. He's been around forever, and he's definitely got still a good impact. I mean, right now, he's getting a little bit of overwhelmed, but he's done some good damage.
It's going to be another B hit here for Imperial to deal with, and they kind of blasted LCK on that last round. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. A bit of a presence push into mid. Oh, Flex doubling down. And all of a sudden, the round has kind of fallen apart. Imperial just get destroyed. That was brilliant from LCK. We see a little bit more like that. It's going to maybe convince me to hop on the LCK bandwagon with Mr. Laz, the hype train conductor.
Was a math magician, or math teacher, sorry, not magician.
Yeah, you're not giving math. Oh, I mean, you got the shorts back, but
I mean, I should have high socks on right now. I feel like this would be like full dad outfit, but
yeah,
not right now. But that's what LCK are kind of now saying to Imperial. Not right now. You can't make yourself through to this. This retake's not going to be easy. And Eagle's now 3 HP. He's got 3 players to go against, and not going to happen. So far, so good. Slowly and surely, LCK, they're finding some minor success so far on port.
I mean, you say minor, but it's 2 rounds on the blacklist side, so take a lot of value out of the blacklist rounds. You know, you get 3-4 here, then you're kind of cheering. They're already most of the way there. Looking pretty good in doing so as well. I don't know, Imperial feel like one of those teams that maybe sometimes they're on, sometimes they're not. I don't know about today. It doesn't seem like we're seeing that Imperial that beat BaiSha yesterday and in such decisive fashion as well.
Yeah, that was wild. Like I still can't even believe that, honestly. The fact that they were able to do that.
I didn't know what I was watching.
Me neither. I really don't know. It's still, I still think about it all the time. I'm like, how on earth did they do it in the way they did it against a team like BaiSha?
I have to wonder many things in life.
That's very true, and this might be on top of them right now. On this week, you know, I got a lot of things to think about, but that's definitely one of them. And let's not forget, this was a map that Imperial had played before. You remember the result of that?
Hey?
Do you remember the result of that one? It was a golden round loss.
Golden round loss.
To the Wolf Empire.
I'm glad you reminded me because I honestly scrubbed that from my memory.
Yeah, that was a late day for you.
I think it was a 2 a.m. finish, yeah. Flex is really actually kind of flexing. I'm just gonna say he's kind of flexing at the moment. He's flexing on Imperial. Another nice entry from LCK into the B bomb site, and then there doesn't really seem to be many answers for Imperial right now. Lionclaw plants the bomb, and this should be another round for LCK to go up 3-1 on port, and just color me astonished. Just take the predictions out of my life. That's all I'm going to say. The way things are going here, I might get another one wrong.
Well, it's still early, and now Spoxy gets himself a double too. So, you know, it's funny because I was talking about this with Flex a little bit, right? And I was like, look, like, you know, I know it's not really going your way, but I mean, the good thing is you know, Spoxy was a good gamble, right? I mean, and I mean that in a good way, right? Like when you have a player that hasn't had international experience, like compared to him, you always kind of wonder, can he still replicate that at a LAN environment? So far, it's kind of looking like they can, and Raffin is now finding a little bit more of his comfort zone because he's going to get this entry, so this now means that LCK, they're going to be able to get a little bit of a bombardment here in this A site.
Straight up on into it. I'm actually starting to get more and more convinced the way LCK are playing at the moment is looking really, really impressive. They're just playing with such confidence that I think was lacking in the first couple of days, and they're backing themselves. You know, you got Flex kind of shining on those lurks, and Imperial are finding it very difficult to deal with, and they're going to call themselves attack timeout as a result. I mean, no doubt they need it because this half is in danger of kind of like slipping away from them in a really melodramatic fashion, right? Like this is turning from a snowball into an avalanche. 4-1 on the blacklist side.
Yep, and I mean for Imperial too, for them being in the CFBL, like I mean they normally when they play this with a 7-2 record, they like the GR side. They're, you know, when they wear the blue, they feel pretty good, and when they go on the blacklist side, it has been their worst, but
right.
I mean that all those, right, all these are going to be different variables and different considerations against obviously your opponents here, but it's kind of interesting just to see, because now LCK, like you said, them being on the blacklist side and them already putting themselves, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 4-1 right now, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
You're right.
I am kind of old, so that
the
is...
math keep mathing.
Okay, well damn. 2 + 2 is 4, everyone. Just remember that. But anyways, but in all seriousness, it's good to see. But right now, Imperial, really trying to figure out what they need to fix. But at the same time, I'm really hoping that LCK do not let this get into their head. They have to keep playing the way they are.
Yeah.
They cannot change anything up here too drastically, because this is where it can be a waterfall.
Fat avalanche, snowball, waterfall. Take your pick.
Some kind of natural disaster, you know?
In my country, bushfire.
Yeah, you know, surprisingly in Canada, I know a lot of people probably think, oh, Laz, you live in an igloo?
But it's snowy.
It's so snowy, it's so cold. Well, no, you know what? I live somewhere where it's hot too, and there's lots of trees, and there's lots of fires, so I'm with you, man. We're a little similar, you and I.
I feel like Canada is kind of just like the Northern Hemisphere version of Australia. Like, seems like quite nice, like natural, wonderful sort of place, you know. Not a huge population, but decent enough.
Not bad.
It's just the opposite, because you guys get snow and we get desert.
That's true.
Kind of like, it's just, but it's you know, I don't know. I have this camaraderie. I feel like with Canada. Never been there.
Yeah.
Don't really know that many Canadians, but
hey, you come over anytime you want, buddy.
Yeah, I would love to actually. It is on the bucket list, but it's a long way to go. About as far as you can possibly go, actually. But I'll get there one day, I'm sure. And already LCK have got themselves another opening pick in this round, so I don't know what's going on for Imperial today. I don't know what's going on for LCK, but I'm liking it.
I'm really liking this too, because again, you know, what we talked about is depending on how, you know, these groups are going to go. I mean, there's, you know, I think Sneaky Frog made a really good point in the beginning of this, is that there is a world we live in where this might honestly come down to round differentials. It might come right down to the math that we've been talking so much about, you and I, and that could be just crazy in its own thought, and I can't even believe it! 7-7 can't even find a duel. It was right there for him.
LCK just looking a little bit too sharp today. That was maybe somewhat unnecessary from Flex. I don't know about the timing on that one. I think he's gone a little bit too early, pushing his way on in, but Dezane cleaning one more up, and it seems to seal the deal really for LCK, doesn't it? I don't even think at this point there's any point really even getting too hyped about it, because it's become a formality. It's become an expectation that LCK is just going to run through this map.
Yeah, such a difference we're already seeing from LCK. The fact of them just finding these duels. Raffin is honestly, like, I know him sitting at a 5-3 is not like he's top fragging or whatever it may be, but he really is finding these opening engagements. And especially being on the BL side, like, you have to have somebody that can just be a strong entry. It's kind of like when you watch, you know, on 3BL, like someone like Horus that's able to kind of, you know, run in there, kind of juggernaut his way into any site, find that one duel, and then get the information that is so beneficial to any team. And right now, Raffin is doing that for this group.
Right. Yeah, I'm very pleased to see this from LCK, because I didn't expect it, honestly. I think after you go down 0-2, there's this sort of expectation that it's a bit like, well, this team's just not going to cut it, but they are proving that they deserve to be here and that they deserve to tussle with the best, and gives us a bit of an insight maybe as to what they're going to be able to do later on in the year, hopefully. Look at that from Flex. He's just got no fear at all. He's gone charging in, found a perfect timing, and the game plan for Imperial, whatever it is really just in all sorts at this point in time. 7-7 has got one. LCK, I'd like to see them still continue to try to scale out onto this site and get in front of those rotates. Entries few and far between at this point in time, and that's becoming a little bit problematic for LCK. Lionclaw jumps up for one more. It's on to Spoxy to try to clutch. He is a highlight player for this roster, and it would be time to pull a highlight out. There's a great shot, but trades in from Rio Zhao, and so no fun allowed this time around.
No, and honestly, I mean, for Imperial, I mean, you got to have a little bit of a saving moment here. Like, the M4 was kind of the difference maker, right? The fact that you're able to spam. So getting that kill and that kind of a way is it's something. But it's right down to the gruesome of the 1v1, right? I mean, that was a coin toss. I mean, Spoxy was in a really good position. He got the first shot off. He easily could have been able to find that second, but either way, Brazil can be a little excited for the moment, but long road ahead of them here still for the first. Oh, look at Flex. He's got the arm equipped, so this is where I talked about that hybrid. He was looking to find himself something against Eagles.
Nades are going to go over the top. They're just a little too late. Rotation came through from 7-7 there. Just on the timing. If he would have stuck around another 5 seconds longer, it could have been a pretty difficult position to find himself in, but gets out relatively healthy, and Imperial looking now to try to salvage this half. If they can get to 4, they can, you know, look back and say, well, we had something to play with out of that first half, and, you know, start to work on things in the second. But if they end 7-2, 6-3, you know, odds are shifting very heavily in the favor of LCK at that point, if they haven't already, to be fair. But a forward hold from Imperial towards the warehouse, and that seems like where Imperial are going to find some kind of a contest. He was out over that bridge, spotted out, maybe.
Oh, I don't think he saw him, did he? He might have. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't actually see it at all. And look at this. Look at the real estate he gets. Lineclaw, he's been able to slip behind the back lines. He's able to find this double, maybe the triple. Ryuzao just can't seem to find a kill without taking so much damage. And look what LCK have been able to find, and they're just getting these multi-kills now. The man advantage, C4 is going to be able to get planted, and now GDSC, he's going to have to do something big.
Not feeling it today for Imperial. I'm not feeling the clutch. I'm not feeling it get big. Zane and Spoxy both full HP as well. That makes it much more difficult. 7-3 from Spoxy too. He's been having a good time. GDSC will spot out to Zane, but he's still got no idea where Spoxy is. The flash is completely blinding, and the swing's in there from Spoxy. So another really solid round from LCK, putting one foot in front of the other and just getting it done.
Oh, things are quiet over here. Brazil's a little bit quiet. I mean, these are guys that we talked about so far in the group stage as well, where we're like, look, these guys are loud. Like, when they're here and they're winning, like, this place is shaking. And right now, you can just see quiet. They have no facial expression on this. LCK starting to get excited, and they're going to try to put this excitement onto an execute onto the
damage.
Side. But there's so much damage. 7-7 is just getting annihilated here with utility damage. Now LCK, they're actually going to fall back on this. It was just about maybe finding a kill, doing some tenderizing, and they definitely do.
Yeah, Orm in hand now. But a stray bullet's going to finish him off. Misses that first shot. Doesn't miss the second one. LCK running away with the tail between their legs. Not interested in A anymore, which is unfortunate, you know, because they did have such an advantage on that side of the site because of the early damage they got down, but they're not necessarily to know.
Yeah, the thing I liked about that is you can see Imperial right now, they are kind of shaking in the boots a bit. They're being really quick on these rotates because now they're just thinking it's going to happen. And they had 3 players originally at A. They kind of did a fake. They tried to do a double back on it. It was probably a bit too quick, I thought, because I think they were waiting to catch somebody on the rotate. But a little bit of a mistake. It cost the life of Raffin, but once again, Eagles is taking some damage. 7-7 is quite low right now. But still just under a minute remain. LCK. Now they're just gonna study a little bit. They're just gonna kind of sit here and wait things out. A little bit of a lurk from Flex. Man, he is really extending himself. This is what always stresses me out when I watch him. Yeah, this is exactly why.
Yeah, he's got ants in his pants. It's a bit of a disappointing end to the map for LCK, it looks like, but might not be over yet. If they can pick Eagles, then maybe they're in for something, but the rotation's coming across so quickly. Somehow Spoxy's alive. What? No! Don't allow this to happen. Spoxy 1-on-2. This is surely not going to be winnable. GDSC up over the top, but You can tell LCK are kind of frying at the moment, though. They've got the pan on the hot plate, and they're cooking.
I was just going to say, please say it. Please just say it. Oh, it's the best.
Some bacon and eggs.
I could go for that later.
Kind of keen for that, yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely, yeah. Okay, 6-3, and not bad at all here for the West League team. The champs find themselves in an advantage by 3, but we'll see if they can convert that energy onto the defensive GR side. But Danimal's about to throw a pop flash. I think that's Lion Claw that's actually playing close drop. And just behind the box. So normally what we see in the West League is that LCK, they like to have flex kind of being really, really deep on long. But right now they're kind of going for the other option where Lion Claw does play this, and Spoxy just kind of posted up here with the snipe. It's a little bit of a shake and bake, if you will.
A shake and bake. Well, I think this round will tell us a lot. You know, if Imperial can put in a decisive round on the BL side, I think start to restore a bit of confidence for themselves and obviously for us as well. But Flex, oh, he was in such a good spot, but missed the shot.
Really good reposition. That was a really smart move from him, despite that not working.
Yeah.
He tried to get the timing of the smoke, and Zane unfortunately can't be able to get that trade back, but at least he does damage. I mean, that's a good thing. So now there's some information being gathered, but Zane, he's going to lose his head. So now Imperial, I mean, it's only one player they really have to worry about right now, and that's going to be Raffin anchoring this site.
Lineclaw coming across as well, but he hasn't been at his best this event. And, you know, hasn't really had a huge amount of impact in this game either. Spoxy's been spotted out. He's going to be busy dealing with Rio's out, but just gets swung. No respect at all. Might prompt Imperial to come back over to A now that Rio Zhao has taken that map control. They're in a two mines type situation here. Lionclaw's been spotted out on B though, and that is now the call for the bomb to go back to A, but it doesn't matter. Kill comes through, and Imperial going to try to prove to us that they can get it done on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, honestly, I think for Imperial, the one thing I've been really watching out for on these guys is the fact that their mid-round calling or these like quick decisions, I feel like it's some of the best we've seen so far from my perspective in the group stage. Like they really do make some good adjustments in the later part of the rounds. Like even just there, you could just, they were kind of like utilizing everybody different ways, which really just threw the rotates off your LCK. And that's the name of the game, right? I mean, the Blacklist side, you want to be able to catch these guys off their position just so that it can be an easier duel for you to be able to find. So that was a very effective round from Danimals to be able to call something like that.
LCK gonna just play this one pretty slow again. I mean, there's some presence in toward middle from them. Actually, I've spoken too soon. There's anything but slow play coming through for LCK this time around. Dezane and Flex swung in mid. They got a 1-for-1. Is it worth it?
The IGLs too.
Typically, GR side, you don't want to be trading 1-for-1 just because it splits your defense up a little bit more than it causes problems for the Blacklist side. If you're Blacklist here, you can hit a site 4v2 now instead of a potential 5v3, and those kinds of numbers are slightly more favorable. Plus, it becomes harder for LCK to cover their territory, which is not usually as much of a concern for Imperial on the BL side.
It's a good position Lionclaw's in though, right? Because I mean, this is what LCK were doing on their Blacklist side, was kind of slithering their way into mid like this. So the fact that he's getting this info and just kind of quick spotting it, it's not bad. But he's taking some damage. Now he's going to get pushed back with the smokes, and now he has to readjust going back to the 2-and-2. Now look at what Imperial have been able to do. Now they're going to swing through GR side. That's a bit of a miscommunication now. Dezane, he gets taken away. But look at Imperial, they're still just kind of running around, evaluating. But why is Raffin? Why is Raffin not aware? He just is completely in the open.
I'm not sure what that was for LCK. I think maybe the comms have fallen apart a little bit. Spoxy gonna find it hard to do anything. And yeah, some looks down the line and wondering what just happened there.
That is you know, I mean, I'm not going to go back on that soapbox from yesterday about what we saw from, you know, a team like Wolf Empire, but those are the kind of things that you cannot be doing at a tournament like this. Like that was for sure a miscommunication somewhere. Like somebody didn't call him fast enough. Somebody didn't say the right thing. We saw that earlier. Actually, you and Neo were, you know, talking about that here for 3BL, and I think somebody must have miscommed. Like there was window that last round. Like that was just such a detail that cost them the game.
Yeah,
So that right there, I feel like for LCK, it just cost them a round. It shouldn't have.
It might not just be the round, to be honest with you. Imperial is starting to look pretty threatening on this BL side. There's a good response from Flex, at least. One shot in with the Orm to bring it back to 4-on-4.
Not bad, though.
Imperial not concerned about that at the moment. They're not, you know, changing much up just yet.
And, I mean, the last round we saw, both IGLs were removed. Now both primary snipers are getting removed, so it's weird. We have like a bit of a rhythm here, some kind of little mirrored effect. But look, at least it's back to the 4-on-4 like you were talking about. The previous round is Imperial like getting that opening engagement, you know, does put them in a better advantage where they can just swing better numbers. But the defense is going to be crippled a little bit here. And that flash, oh my gosh, Raffin, man, they are just wide open. That utility usage,
yep,
it is just pried the door open.
Falling apart at the seams a little bit for LCK, isn't it? Such a decisive and impressive first half. They looked great, and that's all gone missing on the GR side. And on a side where you're supposed to be favored. Imperial win 3 in a row. LCK do still have their timeout available. I think they'll keep that in the back pocket another couple rounds, but this has got me kind of concerned.
Yeah, you and me both. Just a little bit of an angle from Flex. Really hoping somebody goes for the high swing. But that smoke is going to be a problem. But now Imperial, since that first half, I mean, it was the 6-3 in the lead for LCK, right back into the tie game. And this is kind of the thing about Imperial that we said, right? I mean, a team with a lot of grit. I mean, this is where we saw in the Wolf Empire game, where they went down to the golden rounds.
Yeah.
They made, you know, the lead, they lost it, brought the lead back. So you know these guys will never end. So it's always a bit of a bar fight on that one. Okay, ooh, Spoxy.
Okay, a bit more like it. It's been a little while since LCK have had that opening kill.
Yeah.
Let alone 2 of them. Double orb setup. I know that LCK like to go toward that in the domestic leagues in CFWL. Flex is quite a capable secondary sniper. Sort of proving that here in this round, and it's unfortunate as well for Imperial, you know, when you talk about this from their perspective. They've worked hard to kind of equalize the numbers, and then instantly it's like, oh, well, you need to get one more now to make it even again. So, oh, come on, you know, when does this job end?
Yeah, but honestly, it's so funny. Like, you know, we saw that yesterday. There were some rounds, different teams, obviously, but it'd either be like a full blowout where it'd be a flawless round, and other rounds it's right down to the 1v1. And that right there, LCK, I mean, a lot of their rounds have been right down to the wire in most sense, but that one was, you know, Flex being able to find the triple, and like you said, I mean, them getting that first opening duels in their favor. That was something they've never been able to do. Now Danimals, Lottie maybe going to get a bit more aggressive in mid here, but does pull back on this just a little bit. But now LCK have to be careful. They have to change up the composition just a little bit. It looks like there's going to be the rotate of Flex now. Oh, they're going to triple up on B. Interesting.
Bit of a risk. Could pay off. It's something that you can do when you have confidence in your sniper on the A site. And of course, you do when you have Spoxy. He's also having a pretty good game here, so I think you can be pretty happy in that knowledge.
Yeah, Imperial kind of looking like they might lean on making some more noise here on the A site. Spoxy just playing on the rail. I don't always love this spot. Like, I know it's kind of like you go for the shot and then you fall back off. Okay, now he's going to play this. At least he can get the info. Oh my god, he just gets removed.
Well, it's the power of the M4s. I mean, it was a headshot kill anyway from 7-7, but makes it a little bit more untenable for Spoxy to play that position when there's M4s rolling around.
Or Lion Claw's so aggressive here too, and he's just got his back turned.
Have to take a risk. You do have to take a risk.
GDSC was able to get some good intel, knowing that one player's still there, but you're right. I mean, right now, LCK, they have to be able to find an engagement in their factor, and oh no, that flash! Raffin just seems to be going into the same trap. He's just getting lured by the smelly cheese here, and now it's just a Zane for the first kill, but it's just a little too late. Now Flex, the IGL, needs to be able to show us a master IQ level of taking down 4, but I just don't think it can be done.
Nope. That's going to be pause on for LCK. This is getting a little too tight for their liking. 7-7 will be the score. And a reasonable time to be taking attack timeout, of course, but it does give Imperial a bit of time to sort of regroup again here as well and think, okay, we've used a little bit of what we have to show on the BL side. What else is there that we can pull out now? Have a drink, you know.
True. Hydration's key. Remember that, gamers. Elfish will tell you that any day of the week.
That's right.
Now, okay, we talk about water.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? But no, do you like room temperature water or like ice cold water?
I like ice water.
Yeah, so do I, man. That room temperature water, I hate it.
Just tastes better when it's ice cold.
It's supposed to be better for you though, apparently.
I believe that's the case, yeah.
Well, you know what? I feel like anything that's good for you, it doesn't taste good. Like,
I know. What a scam that is.
It is. It really.
Like, why does sugar taste so nice?
Yeah, but
if it's bad.
But I'm not allowed to have it. Like what? Like I don't get it.
Wouldn't life just be amazing if we lived in a world where sugar was like this super mega nutritious like substance?
Yeah. Like a donut is like the equivalent of eating a ton of veggies or something.
Yeah, like why is nature the way that it is? Couldn't it have evolved to be incredibly yummy?
Yeah.
And nutritious? And people will say, yeah, but fruit's nutritious and this and that. And that's fair, I guess. But like, come on. If I could have a piece of chocolate or a banana purely for pleasure, I'm going to take the chocolate every day of the week.
That's right.
But the banana is going to be better for me.
That's true.
So why can't the banana have chocolate flavor and the chocolate have banana flavor?
Exactly.
Scam.
It's a bit of a scam we run in right now. Well, we'll have to see. 5 seconds left on that timeout.
On that note, though, banana, don't hate it. Pretty good mix.
That is a pretty good mix, actually. No cap.
Back into it. Very much hanging in the balance. Feels kind of like the first map of the day that we watched between Evolution Power and 3BL. But I feel Imperial just sort of breathing down the necks of LCK a little bit too much. Imperial's my prediction still going forward.
Look, it's been a rocky ship here. You know it has. The guy's talking about his prediction. He's been shaken. Oh, God. And now even LCK shaking a little bit as well. Losing Lion Claw. Somebody's getting aggressive. Oh, wow, Danimals, you got to hit one of those, bro. You're just missing a full clip. It's like watching me play. But to Zane, okay. He's able to get himself a double. Things have now gotten a little bit more interesting. Down to the 2v2. Rappin doing a little bit of punching, a little bit of bruising, and now it's just not enough. The LCK guys, they're the ones that have taken a lot of the damage here. But Danimal's now the last player alive. He's got the C4 close in his possession, close in his proximity. Oh, that's not going to be good. That's going to leave a mark.
He knows where Raffin is. Like, there's no way Raffin can get out from behind that box on his own. So it's impossible to win for him on low HP like that. You need a second player to boost up. And unfortunately, there was no second player. So clutch from Imperial. And they're up again 8-7. And with that, LCK with a bit of work to do to bring it back again. GDSC loses a lot of his HP, but he's going to get away with his life.
Yeah, he's on crutches now, though. Like, yeah, man, the guy is wounded. Gonna need some band-aids on that one, but okay. I don't love that Spoxy is kind of playing the same. Like we notice he's been going rail, and then he has this like last-second decision. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna play right in the front of tower, and I'm not gonna win it. So now he misses the shot. He's taken already half of his HP. He's down to 49. Readjusting onto the lower ground. Flex is close with him. So now the double bombs, they're in the same spot. But now it's just the M4s that are starting to sing.
Might not just be that. Imperial are going to continue to push their way forward around the corner. I don't know if this is the fight, but they make it work. Oh, Dezane will salvage it somewhat. Numbers are there for LCK. That's what I was talking about. There's four guys standing right there that Imperial pretty much run into. And so LCK are just going to continue to throw bodies at them and come away with the advantage as a result. GDSC, funnily enough, the guy that took the first bullet of the round is the guy that's last alive for Imperial. He's low, doesn't have the C4. He's got an orb instead of a rifle. I'm not liking the way this is looking. Might end up being an 8-8 scoreline.
It could, but this is where LCK, like their tendencies at, Flex is the guy that likes to really just kind of he kind of nudges, right? He likes to just kind of see what he can get away with. He always likes to find something, but here he is going to switch it up. He did go down long A, just getting some information. Now GDSC is in GR spawn. Still got that 40 seconds remaining, so he is just kind of waiting for that smoke to dissipate as well. He's hoping somebody overextends here. He is praying that Dezane or Flex just gives up their body to bring this back to the coin flip of the 50-50. And Dezane just does a little bit of a drive-by. He gets that kill, and here we go. Right back into a tie situation.
Yep. The close games keep coming at the Summer Championship.
It's a blessing and a curse here, Jordan.
It is. It is. Gonna have to rethink 4 best of 3s in a day if the results are going to continue to be this close.
That's for sure.
It was fine when China came in and stomped everyone 10-1, 10-1. GDSC, he's eaten a lot of damage at the start of this round again.
Yeah, he really does seem to be the guy that's kind of the pinata. He just takes a lot of hits. So we'll see if that affects him. Flex still playing his same position here too. Trying to use it. Another shot here, and look at that. Gets it done.
Line Claw will get Danimals as well. Maybe Imperial, they used up all of what they had the last couple of rounds, and now it's LCK perhaps back on top. You'd expect them to be the first team to get to 9, the first team to get a map point under their belt. And can they sneak port away from underneath Imperial? We wait with bated breath.
Yeah, and even C4 still just in the front of the blacklist spawn, so Imperial haven't even made a really a choice of what they want. Now being down by 2, they are just, again, in a position where, like, look, come on, LCK, come back and play. Let us get a frag here. Let us find something to equalize this, but, oh God, Flex, you need to be careful. Oh man, he tees it off. He's hitting dingers now.
It's been a great map from Flex, 17 and 13.
And look at that, he even takes down Eagles a little bit. He catches him on the shoulder. Oh, wow. Look at Flex. Look at Flex, he's just doing what he normally does. He's just running and gunning.
I don't know about that one. That one's a bit overeager, but 30 seconds left here. Imperial.
Oh, Dezane.
If GDSC would get that kill, maybe there was something in it. Not going to be the case this time around, though. Imperial will lose one more member, and Eagles to try to clutch with 19 seconds on the clock. I think that is a pretty tall order. He's going to spot Dezane out. Colt out in hand now as well. He's going to have to hit some bangers, but will not be getting into the B site. And LCK have one round to play with to stave off the OT to grab themselves map 1.
Ooh-wee. Okay, here we go. Big moment here. LCK to get the second map that they've had so far in the group stage, or Imperial will go back into overtime territory. And unfortunately for them, a little PTSD probably might kick in. where they haven't been successful in overtime wins. They are 0-2, just to remind people. There's no music yet. Where's the hype?
True. Where's the hype music, man? DJ.
Spin that.
DJ's gone to sleep.
I think that was Ludacris that said that. No, that's wrong. It was a female artist. Doesn't matter. I'll find out who it was. I can't remember who it was.
I don't know much about music, to be honest.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
It's one of my greatest weaknesses as a human being.
All right. Yeah, you know what? To be honest, I'm not really much of a music guy either. I dated a girl that was really into music once, and it was, needless to say, that didn't work out very well.
Yeah,
so.
it's tough. I actually did once as well.
Yeah.
She was a violinist.
Yeah, it's like...
And we didn't have a lot in common,
yeah,
believe it or not.
You find out pretty quick. You're like, yeah, you know what? You like doing that? I have no involvement with that.
I was a video gamer, used my fingers on the keyboard. She used her fingers on the piano and the violin, and it, yeah. Wasn't a great mix. Anyways.
Well, an interesting mix here for Imperial onto Connector. Then Flex, I don't even know how he gets out of that alive, but he does. And you know, Flex, he's not going to back down. He's thinking he might be able to play a violin here.
Oh, Flex has been spotted out. That is a risky position to play, and this time it has not paid off. Spoxy, under an absolute artillery barrage of util right now, cannot do anything to deny the cross from Imperial, but at least the counter util is good from LCK, and that has slowed Imperial down. It may not matter though. Frags are coming through thick and fast. Zane has been able to pull a rabbit out the hat a couple of times. He's going to have to do it again. 20 seconds, as you say, is a bit of a time factor, but Imperial are finding the kills they need, and Ryu Zhao will clutch it out into the OT, and of course Imperial are very happy with that. But need I remind you, they kind of suck in OT.
They do. Yeah, it goes back to my point. I'm like, look, I'm going to keep rubbing it in because they're 0-2 in OTs, and yeah, it ain't good. But yeah, that honestly, and this is always the thing I stress about with LCK is like when we watch them play or when we get to see them, there is these decisions they make where they really are aggressive, and it kind of feels like it might not be the right time for it. Like even right there for Flex, like I don't love it. Like I really don't. I know he likes doing that, but I feel like that just gave him a really big opening that they could have avoided. And their positioning just wasn't the right for him to be in that kind of a spawn. So we'll see if they can adjust. They're going to be on the blacklist side now. It's a side switch course going into that overtime. And they were good on it. Let's not forget, a 6-3 they had in that first half.
Well, what do you reckon? Golden point again? What do you reckon? Why not?
Honestly, if this goes to a golden point and LCK win it, I'm going to say Imperial's cursed. Like, I'm going to say, like, their overtime is just... God, can you imagine?
Yeah, either win it clean. Like, how do you win 10-5, 10-5 against BaiSha so clean? And then all these other matches are just like an absolute grind. Like, BaiSha should be probably the best team at this event.
They should be.
And Imperial just dumpstered them. And they're struggling with LCK. They're struggling with Wolf Empire, who, like, don't get me wrong, these are decent teams, but they're no BaiSha.
They ain't no BaiSha. They ain't no Shark, you know?
Ain't no BaiSha. You know BaiSha is Shark, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, I assumed as much, but...
I appreciate the education. That's good, you know? We do some math, we do some education, we talk about music. There's a lot of things we do here.
Language, music, arts, math.
Okay, well, let's see if LCK can take any lessons here. Flash is going against them. Lineclaw thankfully gets himself something. Okay. All right, things are maybe cooking. Just kidding. It's a little short-lived, and now Spoxy, a 1-on-3 in a dream. 33 seconds here to make some magic happen.
Stuck behind the box. C4 on top of the A site, but not planted, and that's the problem for Spoxy. He can't get there. That's a great shot, though. See if he can pull off a miracle right now for LCK. Ryu Zhao certainly giving him his opportunities, and GDSC not peaking at the same time. Finally, they line it up, and that's when Spoxy inevitably does go down. First round of the OT will go the way of Imperial.
It's always so risky, right? Like, I mean, Ryu Zhao, I get what he's doing. Like, it makes sense. He's just doing the jiggle peek. He's just trying to get the information to make sure that he can calm to his teammate. Hey, he's going to swing ladder, or hey, he's swinging towards you. But, man, if Spoxy would have been able to hit that with that pixel, I mean, that's just giving you the 1v1s and putting it down to that 50-50 chance. But All right, well, it works out. Imperial get a little bit of a jump start. The battery is maybe getting recharged. Maybe. Eagles here, sitting on top. Maybe a bird's eye view. Look at Raffin. Hey, Raffin, there you are. He's going to be able to find the opening duel. Now Eagles gets just taken out. The wings are plucked, and LCK are coming into this A site now.
Not over yet. Let's see how the rest of this round plays out. LCK, it should be theirs, but it isn't necessarily. And Danimals and GDSC, 7-7 as well. All three of the remaining Imperial players have just absolutely thrown LCK into the bin, dumpstered them. That is to say, again, it's Spoxy to try to clutch a 1v3, but he won't be able to. And Danimals, he's getting hyped up after that one. And you can imagine why, because that is a big round to pull off. 3v5, LCK. That's a harrowing round to lose, and that'll be one that they're going to be thinking about for a while.
Oh, that's going to haunt them in their dreams. That was just, again, a situation where they get the duel, and then it just, I don't know what happens. Like, they just get right on top of the pillar, and then they just fall over. But, again, good amount of work coming in from Imperial to be able to react to the chaos. But, boy, oh boy. What a way to lose and win a round.
Another opening kill for LCK.
3-3 for that right now so far in the overtime.
Yeah, and it'll be a bit of a disaster if they don't convert any of those rounds. I mean, they are BL side, so if they get one, I think you can still kind of look at that and go, that's not too bad. Could this be that one? Eagles over on A solo. Bit of responsibility for him. But see how he handles it, because it looks like LCK are going to be headed in that direction.
Yeah, a little bit more of a slow pace on this from LCK. I don't mind this because that last round we saw, they kind of got a little bit more of the acceleration, and it was a crash. It was a crash course, and it was for Imperial. So, like, for this one at least, they can kind of gather their thoughts, collect a little bit of something here, maybe. But it's down to the last minute of this round. Flex now, running and gunning. He's going to be able to get that mid control, but GDSC and Eagles together.
He saw them going B. So LCK are going to reroute and head in the direction of A. That's a great couple of shots from Dezane, who continues to lock things down for LCK. He has been stellar on this map. GDSC has a 1v3 to try to negotiate, and that's a pretty tall order. Time's ticked away quite substantially before he even gets to rotate over bridge, and Dezane will get himself his 20th frag for the map to bring up at least one round for LCK in the OT.
My, oh my. It's great to see. Look, like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, when we talk about the team of LCK and players that really are influential, it is going to be Dezane, and it's him really. Spoxy is that, you know, the two brighting stars, and then Flex is kind of always the guy that seems to be able to get a lot of clutches. He seems to lurk a lot. But now, okay, 11-10. Lion Claw is going to go down. Spoxy, unfortunately, is swing and a miss once again. This is not the right song for him, so he's going to need to change the track, maybe even change the album, I don't know, but at least Flex has got his back.
Before though, I mean, look at how much that splits the defense. You've got the 2-2 split, nobody even really watching mid. Flex continues to find impact somehow. This guy's just an absolute menace on the GR side. Ryuzao looking to try to find a timing here on the Flex, who wants to continue to be aggressive. And that might work out for now, but Ryuzao will be alerted to his position instead. Ryuzao does not want to go for that fight. He wants to go up over middle. Bold choices. Haven't worked out. Don't know what to say about this one.
Yeah, with a minute 15 left too. I mean, this is the thing, like, the C4 is still kind of on the back in the spawn, so a lot that has to be done here. Both players on the outskirts of B. Could swing through connector in mid right now, but Dezane, he's been lethal. He's been scary. Can he be able to find more? Flex, once again, being that pest that he can be. He gets the flank. So now, Imperial shaking a little bit in their boots, realizing that things could be a problem. 7-7.
Oh. Trying to be patient, but there's no reason for Dezane to go any further forward now, and I think Flex's position just wins the round in a worst-case scenario. You know, he's the insurance fund. He'll be able to fast flank, fast rotate. Never mind. Whoa. That's a hell of a shot from 7-7. They're going to go A. They get Spoxy. They do. A-side opened up, 7-7, ready to catch the rotators. If he hits one shot here, this could be curtains for LCK in the round. He's found the timing. No. How? Explain. How does this round start to fall apart? Ryu Zhao low, but he's going to get the bomb plant in the 1v1. And Raffen spamming the box will sort of show his face, give his position away. Ryu Zhao ducks down, swings and misses. And LCK will be breathing a sigh of relief that he's won that round. That would have been a huge throw.
Yeah, it really would have been. It really, really would have been. But good, look, you know, this is the thing about, for Imperial, we say this, it's like a team with a lot of grit. Like these guys in the worst position in the world, where Eagles was half HP, and it was just Ryu Zhao together. Like these guys were just the last two, and they were able to almost convert a 2v4. Like that is where LCK, again, I think, my feedback, which now I'm going to tell Flex later on, is like, why do we need to keep pressing? Why do we always need to keep, you know, pushing the envelope when we don't need to? Unless there's something I don't know, but it's making me age badly here.
Yeah. Okay. It's a sharp shot from GDSC. Headshot straight away to Zane as well. Is a bit of a danger man for LCK, and he's been taken out. Fairly inopportune time for LCK to be going down 4-on-5. To be fair, they were able to salvage that last round. Maybe they can do it again. Big whiffs on both sides. Could have been the round for Imperial if they would have landed a shot there.
Now, if we are doing a show match, I've heard rumors.
Have we?
If we do, are we relying on you as our snipe, or are we relying on you to just run a gun?
Are you suggesting that we're playing?
Maybe. I've heard rumors. I could be wrong, but
that's never happened in the past.
Look, I'm just going to bait you and Neo the whole time. That's my plan. But I just want to know.
I'm not a sniper. No, I'm a rifler for sure.
All right. Good.
No, I can't snipe.
Okay. Well, you get Neo to do it.
Don't have the patience for it.
Ah, fair. Kind of like LCK a little bit.
Yeah.
Lacking that patience, but now they have to see if they can be patient on this one.
Oh,
Flex. Why? Why would you swing that Flex? No! But Raffen at least can get something back. Okay, that's going to be an impactful kill. Only two.
Middle timing. Ryu Zhao around the back. Doesn't actually catch Lion Claw. This is crazy. This is madness. How has this gone wrong for Imperial? Raffen holding strong. And Imperial are going to go scampering away with 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going A. In the end, it looks to be a pretty good call. They are in front of the rotates.
Spoxy's got to look the other way here. Okay, he will.
They've got to get to the site, man.
They got 20 seconds. You got to get going here, Imperial. You got to move.
They waited too long in mid. They waited way too long in mid to see if there was going to be a rotator that they could catch, but I think in doing so, they've set themselves up for failure. No. Somehow GDSC gets across. He will get the plant down. Eagles also able to cross, and if he hits the shot here onto Lion Claw, maybe there's something in it. Raffen putting pressure on him. It's down to GDSC once again. And he's got nowhere to go. He has absolutely nowhere to go. This is an unwinnable clutch, you'd think, and it was close, but it's LCK that force it to 12, and Imperial, their OT curse may just continue. That is an egregious throw, man. Like, you have 4 players in the warehouse. 2 of them go down to Raffen. Why are the other 2 not swinging to get the trade? He's the last player on the site. Imperial could have scaled, and they could have still won from there. Instead, a little bit of baiting going on. And it costs Imperial. Can they make it at least to Golden Point?
Now switching it up a little bit too for Lion Claw and Spoxy. But Spoxy playing this spot, it's not been good for him. Lion Claw getting eaten alive And now Spoxy, okay, look, you got to get out of this. He throws the counter utility. He's just trying to buy a little bit more time. Zane, once again, he is able to get something ignited now. Spoxy gets out-dueled here with the snipers, leaving it to the 3-3. LCK in a crim position right now. They have to be able to find something big, but they're going to go for the massive flank here, Jordan. I have no idea if Imperial are even remotely expecting this.
LCK just playing Blacklist side at this point, but they've got a timer on their back. It's been the 3 big performers for LCK that are alive at the back end here. Danimal spotted out, information given over to Imperial as well, to be fair. Raffin trying to push his way forward. Danimals gets 1 or 2 more. We're not done yet. Zane would have to do something of a miracle in this 1v2. He's got a little bit of time to push forward. He can't find Eagles in that cutout. Eventually does spot him, but has to go for the defuse. I mean, you almost just have to stick it there, but draws the peak forward. Time of the essence. Zane trying desperately, but it is indeed too late. And that is going to be golden point again for Imperial.
It comes right down to the wire like that, and they just cannot seem to be able to get things done. A grueling match right down to the wire, the golden round, and now a moment here for Imperial maybe to find themselves redemption, to get rid of this PTSD that they've had before. They're 0-2 in this moment. Maybe they can rewrite something here on the group stage.
All comes down to this. 1 round. Can Imperial break the curse? They lost 2 golden points to Wolf Empire, one of which was on port. Start to right the wrongs right here. But LCK going up 1-0 would be massive. A foot was spotted around the corner there. Spoxy misses the shot onto GDSC. It's going to be an A hit. Oh dear, the nades over the top. Spoxy goes down straight away. Lion Claw, desperate to try to find the trade, has been unable to do so. Smoke coverage is good for Imperial, and they will scale their way into the site. Rio's out, gets 1 more. It looks like it might be heartbreak for LCK as Imperial finally break down the door and get through a golden point. All right, well, once again, another overtime for Imperial. I don't know what it is about this guys. We were talking about Wolf Empire a little bit the other day, and we were saying, oh, these guys always go to OTs. Always go to them. But I don't know if maybe is it Imperial as well that we can sort of lump in there, because, man, they really let that one go all the way down to the wire. But 13-12 win, I guess a win's a win. And moving on to their own map pick as well. It's a pretty good place to be, all things considered, for Imperial. Certainly not as clean as it could have been, but job halfway done.
Yeah, and I think for them, like, I talked a lot about the PTSD of them being 0-2 in the golden rounds and everything like that, but at least now they got a little bit of redemption. But boy, oh boy, what a game, what a way for it to go through. But, I think LCK, I think they had a good game plan going into this. They really did push the boundary against a team like Imperial, because the way we saw them play against BaiSha, I really thought we were going to have that, kind of quick hits. I thought there was going to be some better frags that were going to kind of be flowing through the server, but it really did feel like a grind. It definitely didn't feel like the same effect that we saw before.
Yeah. Grindy one. That said, going into Eagle Eye, I think for me, a very, very solid map for Imperial. Yeah. We've seen some really good results from them on that at this event already. Obviously in the past as well, I've seen them play it a lot of times. They have the reps in there, and even though LCK don't mind a bit of Eagle Eye, I do have to say I'm a little bit concerned about their chances in this matchup, because just don't really get the greatest of practice on Eagle Eye in the West League. Even if you are able to get that map into a series. Most other teams aren't super familiar with it, don't really play it super well. So yeah, you might win it locally and be pretty good at it, but what does that actually mean for you going into these international events against teams that are actually really getting the reps on that map and are really, really familiar with it?
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is like normally for the West League, when we see them playing Eagle Eye, I kind of feel like it's usually like a lower ranked team that's kind of trying to throw a little bit of a BM where they're like, we're going to catch you off guard. We're going to see what we can do. And then, yes, they do have a 4-0 record on it, but that's where I was kind of saying really there is like 3 teams that are quite competitive, maybe 4. I mean, the top 4 can be decently competitive, but I think this last season really showed that it was just LCK and 3BL that were really the top of the throne. But yeah, I think for Imperial, I mean, the one thing is they have some experience on this here in the group stage, but maybe LCK can use that against them, right? Maybe they've been able to watch the game, kind of look at some of the tendencies, kind of some of the gimmicks that we got to see from them before where they get that, the 10-5 win against a team like BaiSha. But, I mean, it also, at the end of the day, it is Imperial. So maybe they can do something the same of a 10-5.
Yeah, a lot of the players in this matchup really stepping up. It felt like everyone was having some moments. Eagles, GDSC, 7-7. I mean, Danimals had a couple of good ones there as well for Imperial. Over on LCK, pretty much good stuff from everyone. Again, bar Lionclaw. I don't think Lionclaw really had a fantastic game there, but there was big moments out there from Foxy, from Raph in a big clutch. Dezane was really, really impressive. And Flex sort of earlier towards the start of the map, maybe fell off a little bit towards the back end of that map, but it was a high standard of gameplay on both sides. There wasn't a huge amount of sort of big mistakes. There were a couple of rounds that were a little bit questionable, but it's going to happen in these long games, right? You know, your focus is going to be wavering, your distractions are going to come through, and it's hard, and there's a lot of excuses to be made for sure, and that's why every now and then little mishaps happen, and it's about trying to minimize those as much as possible. Nobody's perfect. And Imperial were slightly better than LCK, but definitely not perfect.
Yeah, definitely not perfect, but I think, the thing that we're noticing here from the highlights is, just kind of going back to your original point about Raffin and Lineclaw. Like, I mean, I think these guys aren't always the highest favored in terms of stats, but I think we got to see them earlier on in the group stage where they really were quiet. They weren't really playing the way they normally can play. I mean, there's a reason that this team was made. Like, these are some really strong players in that, domestic league, but I think we finally got to see what they can bring as a showcase on this one. So, I mean, the stats are going to kind of explain this a little bit more. And I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt at all in this. I think there's zero argument about, Dezane. He is the guy that is probably one of the best riflers in the CFWL. And he was able to just kind of mow down a lot of Imperial despite the scoreline of a 13-12.
Yeah. 1.6 from Rio's out. I find him an interesting player to watch because I don't find him to be the flashiest of players. He's just the kind of guy that puts himself in good positions, sets himself up for sort of clean doubles, and you never see a massive, like, insane round from Rio's out. Like, I feel like you don't really remember. This is like that meme. It's like, I don't remember a Rio's out clutch, but I do remember a Spoxy clutch. You know what I mean? Like something like that. And you just look at that and go, well, Rio's out.
Yeah.
Kind of just did his job.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the role that he really has in this team. I think that's why he's valuable. You can't have everyone be a pop-off player.
No.
You need a bit of a glue player, and that's what he has been for this Imperial roster for a very, very long time. He's always been a really fantastic anchor in this roster, and he can be pretty clutch as well when he needs to be, but typically he's just sort of getting it done in a little bit more of a standard kind of consistent fashion, and that's good to see from him. So big reason obviously why they're able to get things over the line there on map 1. But let's talk map 2, Eagle Eye. You obviously predicted LCK. You're still going to stick by your guns there, or
yeah,
are we throwing things a little bit elsewhere?
I ain't no traitor. I'm sticking true to it. I was going to say, like, I had to, kind of pick a bone with you and Neo a little bit. You guys did do the change-up before, and I don't know. The 3
What change-up? I don't... It said Evolution Power on the graphics, so...
Hey, no, I heard the vocal, dude. I'll clip it. I heard you both go, hey, if you can change yours, can I change mine? Hey, no, look, I heard it. It's there.
It's in the prediction sheet as Evolution Power. I don't know what to say.
It's in the Matrix.
I don't know what to say to you, man. I don't know what to say to you. It is what it is. Like, some of us get our predictions right today, and some of us don't.
Yeah.
It's probably the only day I can say that, actually, at this point.
I think this is the only day you can actually rub this in a bit. Yeah, I think so.
We'll see, though, how the rest of this matchup goes. I think I'm not necessarily prepared to completely write LCK off, but there are a lot of positives to say for Imperial going into this one, that they are a team that, you know, really looks good on Eagle Eye usually. You know, they get that first map done, bit of a grind, bit of work done, but again, look at how they played yesterday on Eagle Eye against BaiSha, which also is not a bad team on that map. It's definitely looking like it could be a 2-0 here today for Imperial.
It definitely is. Like, look, I mean, let's not lie. I mean, when we talk about a map like Eagle Eye, I mean, this is where, you know, when we saw Imperial playing BaiSha, 7-7 was having a phenomenal game. Like, he put himself at 2.71 of a KD ratio.
Yeah.
I mean, it does kind of feel like it can be a sniper's paradise, in my opinion. And I mean, this is where we make the argument about someone like him, and then kind of the difference of Spoxy. But I mean, it's going to be hard to ignore. LCK, they watched the game, they know what they saw, so this is going to be no surprise. But it's the question about Imperial replicating that. And then the other thing I always kind of like to talk about as well is when you have a game that goes right down to the golden round, that takes a lot of energy to get there. So I'm a little bit worried for LCK, maybe just kind of putting it all out on that map. That was their pick, still couldn't get it done. So we'll have to see if they can kind of refill the tank here pretty quickly.
What's going on here? Why LCK?
They're kind of messing around. We got games to play, folks.
Yeah.
Come on, Flex, go sit down.
Imperial looks ready to go.
I'm not sure if there's like a tech issue or something.
Maybe.
He's kind of looking at his monitor, but not hearing anything, so all right. Well, we're going to take an extra couple minutes. Wow, that's a mouse pad and a half. Holy.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into it eventually, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't really scream tech issue to me.
I mean, maybe it's just a conversation with the coach, like just kind of, I don't know. I mean, he's calling an admin over. I have no idea what's going on here, but now he's kind of locking in. All right. Something's happening, and nobody's telling us. I don't like it. I need an investigator. Tell me what is happening.
Well, both teams with a little bit more time to chat before this map, I guess.
A little buff. Maybe allowing, I talked about refilling the tank here for LCK. Maybe this is it. Maybe just recharging.
Yeah, need it.
Yeah.
I think everyone needs it. It's a long event. Big days. So, got to be jumping in and feeling 100%. Take every opportunity to grab some rest at these kinds of events. I think people at home probably don't really understand how draining the environment can be. Even if you're not on all the time, even if you're not playing all the time, even for us as casters, like when you're not casting, just being around the environment, there's a lot going on, so.
That's true. Yeah, it's very, very true. And that's where, I think, we kind of mentioned in the beginning about for people that also, are kind of getting just into like esports and, competitive gaming and stuff like that, like a LAN is a very different thing than being comfort in your home or in your room and playing on your computer, right? There's the physical aspect of it. There's the mental aspect of it. Like there's all these variables that you have to consider when you're at an event like this. And look, like we said in the beginning, it's it's pride, it's some cash, and even it's for an extra spot here. So there is a lot riding on this. So it does kind of wear and tear you out a little bit.
Yeah, that extra spot is pretty big.
That's
especially
clutch.
Especially if you're a nation that sort of prides itself on its patriotism, I suppose. And we know that that's a really big deal for like China and Brazil, especially. They have a lot of passion for CROSSFIRE and for their respective teams. I think for the West, it wouldn't be maybe not. I'm not to say it's not as big of a deal, but you aren't necessarily granting your countrymen another slot. You're sort of granting the region, yes, but how much is there between like an LCK and a GV Esports, for example, or an Untitled? Like, are they particularly friendly? Whereas with the with the Brazilian rosters, with the Chinese rosters, you're sort of saying, well, these are my countrymen.
Yeah.
Right. It's a little bit different there.
It really is.
I'd love to say Pacific Markta, Philippines.
Yeah.
But I don't think they could do it. So I didn't put them in that conversation. You know, I don't think they could do it.
Okay.
Sneaky was telling me that the Philippines region not too happy with my analysis maybe of Pacific Makta.
Okay. Okay.
And I said, prove me wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Look, honestly, no one's more of a fan of Pacific Makta when they're at their best than I am, because listen, three of those guys were there at the very first event that I ever casted for CROSSFIRE. And so I like to, bang on about these old events and
yeah, you do.
So reminisce and nostalgia goggles and whatnot. And so it makes me happy if they do well, the older players.
It's true, yeah, and I mean, it's, when you have a lot of history like you do, it makes a pretty big deal where you know that they can do a lot better, and things have kind of fallen off a little bit. So they say the older you get, the more wise you get. So in this one, Jordan, I'm going to say that is a factor here. Look,
I'm getting older.
Yeah, that's true. We all are, but you are bringing some wisdom with your historical knowledge here in CROSSFIRE. So it's always appreciated because give Kyle a little break. I don't have to always pick his brain and ask him 1,000 questions about what's this, what's that, who does this, and what team has done this, and yeah, so it's nice, But look, it does look like there was a bit of a tech issue. I think we're very, very close. It seems like production has whispered to us that yes, things are almost there, guys. The loading bar is just about there.
Well, still some conversations happening.
Well, thankfully for production, we just got an update. Okay, couple more minutes, folks. Wow, tongue twister apparently. But yeah, it looked like there was a bit of a tech issue. I think it was from Flex actually Imperial. Just kidding, I'm lying. But okay, well, I think this is actually not a bad thing because I'm going to go back to my original point, Jordan. I'm gonna be a broken record here. What'd I say? Do you remember what I said about LCK?
I can't remember anything you're saying at this point,
Oh,
bro.
come on.
It's all bleeding into one.
Come on. We talked about this. I said...
Every day feels like the same day.
I know, but, okay. I'll remind you. I'll bring you back. I'll take you back in time from 5
I can't even
minutes
speak
ago.
English anymore. Was hast du gesagt? Ich habe nichts verstanden.
Oh, no. Stop it. Don't do this. But what I did say was, it's a good moment here for, LCK. I was worried that they emptied the tank. They put it all out there on port. But at least right now, they can kind of just take some breaths, collect their thoughts, recharge the battery, feel a little bit better. And now, maybe that's a factor with the tech issue, because Imperial is the one with the tech issue. It's not even LCK, so Imperial maybe just getting a little irritated, a little agitated. Look, you got to take anything here if you're for LCK.
I'd love to know what it was or is, because like I say this all the time whenever there's tech issues at events. It's not exclusive to this event in particular, but like when I'm at home, when I'm playing my games, how often do you really have a tech issue with yours?
That's true. Yeah, it's true. It's very rare.
Like I never. And granted, I know on LAN there's probably a few more things involved. We're swapping out players, peripherals, PC, whatever. So that's going to prompt some more issues. But like, it's like how is it? There always something wrong.
How can there be that many issues? But you know what? It actually is a thing where, like, when you're swapping, settings and your player adjustments, your mouse, sensitivity, there always is something weird. And, somebody has maybe I won't drop brand names. Somebody has mouse A, and then the other player uses mouse B. Things kind of get a little crosswired. Things get a little bit weird. I mean, look, I used to play back in the day, and, I'd have a certain mouse. Some reason it wouldn't feel good. Some reason it wasn't quite there. So, yeah, that would be a tech issue. Technically, Jordan?
Technically.
See what we did there? Wordplay.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah, just full of them. Oh, boy. But.
All right, give me some tourism tips for Canada. If I ever end up there, where should I go?
Well, what I will tell you is I'm from the great land of British Columbia, so that is the West Coast. West Coast.
Why is it British Columbia? What is that? Like I know what it. Like I understand that that's a thing, but why is it called British Columbia as opposed to?
You want me to be a historian here? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
But I'll
like
just
British
say,
settlement or something, right?
Yeah, I think so. But
okay.
It's anyways the West Coast of Canada. That's where I am. So that's
West side, best side.
West side is the best side. And I mean, that's where like Vancouver is for anybody, you know, that may be familiar with that. That's where the Olympics were held many, many years ago. But look, I would say go there. If you want to go East Coast, boo. But you can go to Toronto, you can go to Ontario if you want. You can go to Newfoundland. You can go to Nova Scotia. That's a gorgeous place. Like if I was going to go East Coast, I'm going to Nova Scotia.
All right. Put that one on the list then, eh?
Yeah, you got to do it.
See where we end up. I think if you ever come to Australia, go to the beach. Sunshine Coast, goated. Gold Coast, goated.
Goated, wow, okay. You're cooking right now.
Don't even bother going anywhere south of Queensland. Sydney, overrated. Melbourne's all right. I want to go to Tasmania. I've never been to Tasmania.
Yeah, I know, me too. I got family out there. I got to go there.
Quite frankly, I haven't actually done a lot of travel around Australia. Maybe I should do that.
What kind of Australian are you? Not even
a normal Australian. Okay. Australians don't travel Australia. We go elsewhere.
Actually, that's actually true.
We go to Bali or something.
Bali.
Bali's like, what would you say? That's where you go if you're a bit like, if you're a bit bogan. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a bit bogan, you go to Bali.
Okay.
I think if you're a bit more refined, probably Europe. But a lot of people like to go to Bali to party.
Well, you know, actually, that's funny you say that about, you know, it's pretty normal for Australians that don't travel very much. It's actually the same thing here for Canada. Like, it's a very big piece of land. You know, I'm on the West Coast. I don't go to East Coast very often. I don't really kind of do a lot of exploring. It's kind of sad, actually. So, you know what? I can relate with that. I can understand that. But you know what, folks? We're giving you a lot of, you know, geographics here. You guys gotta explore some of the parts of the world here, you know? Elfish guy here on the Australian front, and me apparently representing Canada. I never thought I'd be able to say that in my lifetime, so that's kind of cool.
What does M stand for there from Rio's out? Imperial? Imperial? I don't know.
Imperial.
Maybe he's saying go to Melbourne. I don't know. Anyway. Guys, issues on the stage, as you can tell, so looks like we're going to take a short break. Hopefully it's a short one. We'll be back right after this. Hello, we're back. I think we're ready to go. Stage is looking a little bit more set. Imperial seem happy. No more admins running around. I think we're all good.
I think so. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. You know, the vibe feels better. Everybody's sitting at their computers. They're talking. They're moving their hands.
I can see him loading in. I can hear him loading in.
Imperial is chanting something.
Yep.
The mouse or Vamos. Wow, I just butchered that.
The mouse.
The mouse. It's like Dio talking about Vietnamese food. Like
that might be like a good advertising campaign for Mouse in Brazil. For Mouse.
Oh, we're on to something.
But we'll hold that for the moment because we've got to get into Eagle Eye. LCK have the map advantage now over LCK. Imperial, pretty solid stuff in that first map to close it out in the end, but it was a bit wishy-washy for a little while. Either way, we're expecting better from them here on Eagle Eye. It is their map pick, and it's already a nice start from GDSD, who isn't traditionally the sniper for this roster, but it's got that secondary Orm in hand.
Why not, you know? We're on Eagle Eye. Things are a little bit different over here. Some good adjustments on the map in case people haven't been able to see the advertisements. The information from the good group over here, you know, just giving you some updates of what's changed, what's new, what's happening, what's the meta. But it looks like maybe the Zane and Foxy now, they might have some guests that they don't want at their house.
Any guest is a guest that's unwanted at my house. I don't like having people over.
Well, that's rude. What if I come visit you? Where am I going to stay?
Well, the unfortunate thing is I don't actually have a place to call my own at this point, so...
Okay. We'll make it work.
You can stay in a hotel. There's plenty of nice hotels in Australia, I'll tell you.
Oh, dear.
You'll do fine.
You gotta love it. Love the hospitality.
Yeah.
Northfish guy. Make sure you guys follow him.
I'll show you the beach.
Yeah, show me the beach, please. And Lion Claw maybe going to show us a few frags. I don't know, but he is gonna tuck tail a little bit. He's gonna get a little bit of a view of himself here, but really not much. He's just looking outside the window, and it's not really the best sight. And now you can see Imperial ready to go. They're ready to pounce. They want to get this thing done, but they are running the clock low here, Jordan. They are not learning their lessons.
Unless two players to hold the bomb site. It's not a particularly strong hold, and it's already been broken open. Pretty routine from Imperial in the end, honestly. Flex going to go down as well, and so that'll be that. Bomb plant down. Should be first round on the board here for Imperial. Spoxy has been good so far today, but he is not good enough to find a 1v3 is my prediction, and there's the trade in from Danimals, so it's all good in the end.
All good in the hood, as the kids say.
Yeah.
But, okay. You know, I'm going to say it again. I feel like I say this a lot because it drives me absolutely crazy. You know, I mean, Imperial, it worked out. But man, oh man, when you run that clock that low, it's just like, I feel like you're going in a world of pain, man. Like, I feel like if we would have saw even a double kill from LCK, that really could have changed things up. A little bit of ingredients, you know, ruining the meal here for what Imperial was cooking. But, I mean, it's a bit of a moot point because they clearly won the round. So maybe I just got to get over it just because even Spoxy, he has to get over the fact that he just keeps getting taken out so early on.
Not ideal, obviously, for Imperial. This is a map which is somewhat dictated by the snipers. I mean, you can see the angles that they've got. That's a great shot, though, by Dezane. And losing their sniper early is it's obviously going to make life difficult. But Dezane, yeah, I mean, he looked fantastic on port, so if he can bring some of that through here on Eagle Eye, maybe LCK do still stand a chance in this matchup.
Yeah, and thankfully for LCK in the sense of, like I said, they got to play Pacific Mokta on this map. Wasn't the best, score line for them, but at least it's not like this is the first time they're playing it here in the group stage. Like they have been able to get one rep at least, whereas it was a full pump, for Imperial, where they were able to have a 10-5 against BaiSha. We'll see if that's going to be the same kind of pump against a team like LCK. So far, looking like it.
Round's not done yet. Imperial are looking for that entry on the A side. Flex keeping his head ducked down quite wisely and letting Dezane take the fight. I think that's a pretty good plan the way Dezane's going. Quick flank in as well. And that's the end of Imperial for one round. Ryozau's got something to say about it. Might have noticed something. Early days on this map for sure, but no one really pulling ahead too dramatically. And if I know anything about Imperial, it's like they probably won't. Probably no one will pull ahead too dramatically, although they did quite well in that game against BaiSha. The average for this roster has been very, very close games.
Yeah, seems to be their MO, right? Seems to be what they like to do normally. And then, you know, and I think that was what, day 2 for them. They started bullying, you know, poor BaiSha. You know, the Sharks. They were in some unfamiliar waters, apparently, and that was a pretty quick series we had. I don't think we've really had a series like that yet, except for that one. If I ain't mistaken.
Oh, I mean, the group stage is usually where you get the more one-sided series, right? Because, you know, in theory, you have the favorites and the weakest teams available to play against each other. Once we get in the playoffs, it's all good teams, you know?
It is. Some of the best teams in all those domestic regions, so it is a big deal. Just like these ALMs are big deals. So, LCK down by 2. Imperial have lost 1. So they got an advantage. The minute just remaining here after 5. Ryozau trying his best to just kind of give a little bit of a jab here in mid. Flux missing a shot. Leaves a bit more of an opening here for Long B of Imperial to now sneak their way into this. It's a 2-2 split though. This is interesting.
Yeah, Dezane needs to be cleared out. Ryozau will spot him. They should just double swing here. But in the end, he'll just decide to back off. And in that meanwhile, Plant has gone down. So it's still a win as far as Imperial are concerned. B-site, pretty tough to retake. There's a lot of little angles that can be utilized by the defenders to hold on to it. And in this case, the defenders are the attackers, and that's Imperial. And they're up 4-on-3 as well in this round. So tough for LCK to get a whole lot done. There's a 1-for-1 for Spoxy, but that's not going to be enough to get them back in. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, Danimals and 7-7, they get info. They can get info looking through the windows, but they don't actually have to take peeks. So it's really, really tough to retake that site.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I like. I mean, I get that you can't shoot through the window, but it just seems like that's tons of information you can get. Like it feels like you said, when you're in the post plant, it just kind of like the percentage of winning it just feels like it goes up so much. But look, gotta give it some time. 2.0 still showing us of what it can bring, but GDSC is going to be able to find that first engagement, taking on Flex. And I mean, normally Flex is kind of the guy that does get taken out early. Like he is the one that kind of does a bit of exploring on his own to see if he can get, you know, some timing of somebody. But unfortunately, the timing goes against him.
Yep.
I feel like a map like this too, like I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, so you can tell me with your
all right
wisdom.
Far away, unpopular, hot take.
Hot take.
Certified math teacher, hot take.
Well, you made the comment about, you know, the defense when you're down to 1 man, you got to split 2 and 2. I feel like a map like this probably harder.
I mean, there's a lot of avenues in through mid, so yeah, it is a little bit. Lion Claw. And Dezane are trying to hold on to the hotel, but 7-7 wants a room and he wants to check in now.
Yeah, he ain't waiting until 2. He wants to get things in now. He wants to get into his room. And they want to have a nice easy rest here.
To be fair, it is 6 p.m. Local time here in Hanoi, so you would expect your hotel room to be ready.
Yeah, true.
I can understand why he's mad. Nice little tuck into the corner from Raffen, but he maybe swings a little bit too early. That gives away his position. Now the fight is on, and it could go either way. Raffen low. 7-7. Watching the line. GDSC will actually be the one in the end to get the frag. It's a 1-for-1. Spoxy's on his way over. Tough to get the C4 plant down right now with Eagles watching the other angle. They haven't stood and fought together. Now it's sniper v sniper, but Eagles opting to go for an M4 instead. And having a look for Spoxy. Hasn't seen him just yet. Drops down. Keen for the plant, and he'll get that sorted. Spoxy still, as of yet, unspotted, and that's where Eagles now comes into play. Looking through the windows, shots are going to connect on the behalf of Spoxy. That's a really big clutch for LCK.
Not bad at all. The youngster here of Spoxy gets a big clutch here, get a little redemption, takes down the Eagle. So we're right back into it. Tie game. Looking a little bit more composure, maybe, through the thick and thin of everything. But LCK are going to have to really be able to find something. We saw BaiSha doing a lot of big plays here where they were trying to push down onto this, ready for this control, but not the case here, folks. Lineclaw is going to get eaten alive. Same with Flex, Imperial, Knights in Shining Armor, and they have just done a big slash through here on the defense.
Yeah. Very decisive looking around from Imperial. Spoxy's been spotted out as well. Raffen, however, has not. So he may be able to catch someone in the back in the end, though. Imperial will catch up with him, and 7-7 letting him know what he thinks about that one. Another clutch attempt for Spoxy, but not this time around. It'll be locked in by Imperial.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, and anybody, in case they aren't aware of this or just tuning in now, it is the pick here for Imperial. They were the ones that wanted it. Makes a lot of sense. They had a good showcase against BaiSha and still kind of maintaining this groovy way. GDSC's been able to honestly find, I think out of these rounds we've seen so far, it's been 4 to 5 times he's been able to find that opening duel. So this is really good. This is, you know, something you really need on that Blacklist side. We talked a lot about that. We beat it to death a bit, but trying to bring it back a little bit. You know, just like Jorts, trying to bring those back. Huh.
I don't know that Jorts are coming back, bro.
You know, but Jorts are cool. You know, jean shorts.
I've never been a huge fan of jeans as it is.
Isn't that like an Australian thing?
Jeans. Or jorts.
Jorts.
Jorts, I think, are.
Ah, see.
But, yeah, not for me. This round's sort of a bit wacky, isn't it? A couple of kills into mid there for Imperial, and LCK have the numbers. Oh, Spoxy, what's the timing there? But he's not punished for it. Eagles, tough one to ask now, though. A couple of isolated aim duels, if you were to be able to maybe take that one against Lionclaw pretty quickly. Wisely for Lionclaw, he's not peeking at all, not giving Eagles a chance. Has allowed him up onto the site, and there is a plant on offer. But I actually don't hate him deciding to try and push over to B here. Again, you've still got to try and continue to isolate duels in these kinds of situations, and going B would be a pretty good way of doing that.
This is a good read. I don't know if Dezane was actually able to spot it. No, he's still just kind of rotating around, and he's going to play passive, so he's going to be grouped up here. But now these guys, oh god, they gotta surely know this is not an A. Okay, yeah, they realize. Okay, now you can start to see the running shoes are on. Eagle, can you soar? Looking like maybe gets this one, but oh my god, how is he able to fly out of this? How is he able to fly out of this? But Dezane will save the day again. Oh-wee! Just when you think it's an easy round, it has to be a 1v1.
I'm going to be real with you, man. I don't think any of these rounds are easy rounds at this point. I've been here long enough to know. 4 days in a row, there are no easy rounds anymore at the CFS Summer Championship. It is just grindy. It's grindy, this event.
It really is. I know, you know, it's kind of funny because I feel like you and Kyle were both kind of, you know, whispering in my ear, like, look, there's some teams that are the big dogs. These are the giants. Like, nobody touches these guys. They're gods. But, I mean, it's been a wonderful thing to see that a lot of these teams have really tried to change the narrative just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this year internationally kind of feels a little bit different to last year, because I think that story is very relevant last year when we're looking at, okay, well, teams that are just gods and basically untouchable, and, you know, that's very much a true statement in previous years. But this year, results feel really, really close. Spoxy again. Last man standing for LCK. There's not much there for him. But, you know, all gamers made roster changes, obviously. Lost a couple of big players. BaiSha have always been a bit of a streaky team, to be fair. It's just that, you know the level that they can hit, and when they do hit their peak level, it's like they are an unbeatable team. But sometimes they don't hit that, and that was very much the case yesterday, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, Imperial still going to be a team to contest with, and LCK are contesting, they're fighting, and Flex has got a knife kill.
That's the first we've seen. I don't think we've seen a knife kill yet at the event.
I think so, yeah, I think you're right.
Damn. Wow. History in the making. Oh, he looks fired up. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But I think that's a good sign, though, that things are kind of closing, the gap's kind of closing, because there was a period, like I've said previously, where Brazil kind of got on top of China, but it's really only ever felt like China and Brazil have been like the best in the world tier. And I wonder if there's ever a time where maybe that shapes up a little bit differently with, I don't know, the strength of maybe Vietnam building up or something like that. This looks like LCK might actually take the lead out of the first half here. Take a 5-4 lead.
Man, look, I mean, you can read body language for forever, but GDSC, like, you could just see him shaking his head, rolling his eyes. Something is afoot here. Something is pissing him off, maybe just a little bit.
Bit tilted.
A bit tilted. But still a 4-on-2. LCK, you know, with these number advantages, they like to roll the dice and see what they can do with it. Where it has really bit them in the behind, but GDSC is trying everything he can, and really good nade that does a significant amount of damage. Now with a minute and 23 remaining, that C4 is still in their control, but even Rappin is actually here for a potential big flank. Oh, and actually, he's going to be joined up. So LCK, they're going to give up the site entirely. They're just going to go for a nice retake. Not bad at all, but can they use this to their advantage in any regard?
I mean, I could see it happening. 7-7's 11-6. GDSC is 12-6. It's workable if they're hitting their shots, and so far they are, but GDSC hangs around a little too long, leaves it on the shoulders of 7-7. 1v3. Defuse already on, and so tough ask here for him. The spray control was not too bad, but definitely a tough one. And so it will be the 5th for LCK. They are keeping this matchup pretty interesting so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know about you. You know, I'm going to ask you once again, but I think I would probably say a map like Eagle Eye, I feel like slightly GR-sided. I don't know if I would say it's like a heavy lean one way or the other, but I maybe would give that slight advantage if you had to.
I'm just trying to have a look and see if there are any stats available for that for Imperial, whether they perform a little better one way or the other.
Oh.
But not finding any.
Oh, that's a shame. I would really like that story. Maybe next time.
I thought that there was. I'll keep looking. But right now, I mean, I guess the crux of it is that Imperial have to get it done on the GR side one way or the other. Or Imperial kind of just... Or sorry, rather, or LCK kind of keep putting their foot in front of one another. I mean, Spoxy's been really good, but this time bites off a little more than he can chew. I feel like when Spoxy's out of the picture, the catalyst for the success for LCK is kind of diminished somewhat.
Yeah, he really, that's what, you know, when we were talking about a map like this, it's like Yom can be a really good influence. Like, I think a lot of maps obviously benefit with the Yom, but I think some maps, it's pretty obvious that it really does weigh a lot. So I feel like a map like this can. So with them losing him that quickly, it's already starting to look like maybe it's dwindling the flame a little bit. Imperial now are just doing a great job to lock down the 3, and Danimals is the only one that's really taken the big brunt of damage. And now LCK, with just under a minute remaining, they're walking into a trap once again. And Imperial, yeah, they're going to be able to find this round a flawless to add on to it. But you know, it's a shame because we've seen LCK in the first map. They get the first half with a 6-3 when they were on the Blacklist side. And on here, it was a 5-4 for them when they were on the GR side. So they've done a great job of being able to win the halves. And then it seems like they can't be able to kind of keep it going. It feels like it always gets a little bit slowed down.
So I've got the stats. Eagle Eye slightly more BL-sided for Imperial. 52% win rate on GR, 59% on BL.
Okay.
So that doesn't paint a particularly amazing picture for their chances maybe of converting this on the GR side, but when it comes to LCK, again, slightly more BL-sided. So, you know, you put 2 and 2 together, and if you follow the historical stats between these two teams, it would actually be LCK to come away with the win on map 2. That's not necessarily always how it plays out, though. Obviously, stats can only tell us so much. It's about the context of what those stats are, and you often sort of lack that. Imperial playing in a much more sort of difficult region than LCK do, especially with regard to this map, not really being a big choice in the West. So every possibility Imperial can still get it done, but not if they're going to lose control of mid that easily. GDSC going down, and they've just gotten blasted in the blink of an eye. LCK kind of explode out the map. Eagles is desperate to try and hold on to A, but he's got way too much to do, and there's one more for LCK as they continue to stay in this fight.
Yeah, and the one thing that was really nice about that is, you know, Raffin was able to get himself in mid like that, and then using the smoke, you could see that Eagles was trying to find the name tag. But that's where, I think we've all talked about it, but I know you and Neo talked about this earlier, where you guys were like, hey, like, it's a great update.
Yep.
It's a good thing. And I think for Raffin, it actually allowed him to kind of slip in there, and he was able to get that double, whereas I think if it wasn't the fact, he would have been dead. Like, Eagles was waiting. He knew that was a thing. Oh, God, Spoxy.
Yeah, it definitely changes up quite a lot when it comes to the smoke play. Great shot, though, from Eagles. Danimals is pushed pretty far forward out of B Hotel, and so he's getting info. There's not a huge amount really happening on this side of the map. Smokes are actually being invested on Imperial on both sides of the map as well. They want to slow LCK down. Still plenty of time, though. LCK not really in a rush at this point anyway.
No, and they're actually doing a good job here, just putting a 2-2 split. C4 is going to make its way into the old hotel, but now taking a little bit more of a slower approach on this. They've been trying to really use like the long A in the middle. So, I mean, the B site is hard to kind of get into, but like we said before, once you're in there, that post plant could just be devastating. It'd be very, very powerful, especially with some of the adjustments we've seen so far with this map. Danimals might be the guy for the first point of action. Smoke going to block it off. Good time from the defensive side. Raffin maybe looking to do another little bit of a jiggle here in mid to see if he can get himself something big. Oh, look at 7-7. Oh, 7-7. A swing and a miss once again, sir.
4v4, GDSC though is going to bring it back into favor for Imperial. Danimals is trying to fight Lion Claw. GDSC has a little bit more to worry about. There's more still coming through from mid, but he turns around just in time. C4's dropped. Spoxy. How many times has Spoxy been tasked with a clutch? This one, another 1v3, but another impossible task, and Imperial hang on again. Am I feeling another OT? Are we headed in that direction? 6-6, we were 5-5. You know, are we going to go 7-7, 8-8? That kind of feels like this matchup in a nutshell.
Wouldn't be Imperial without overtimes, honestly. But, you know, the thing is, we're seeing, you know, when we saw them play BaiSha, like it was GDSC that was putting himself right behind, you know, for 7-7. Like he was somebody that was putting in some decent numbers. And that round alone, like he was the guy that was able to get it. He's sitting at a 15-8. And Danwell's, holy crap. Yeah, you're not welcome. And LCK being the bouncer, they're going to throw him right out. They're going to toss him out. And now he's out for this round.
Yep. I wonder if Imperial tries something unorthodox off of that. Try and bring the numbers back. Ryozao is obviously held up watching middle. Oh, his timing. Flex, I thought was going to go through the door there, actually, but decided not to. I really wouldn't mind seeing a push out on the B side of the map right now. Doesn't look like we're going to get it. And Eagle's missing a difficult shot, to be fair. But someone's got to do something here for Imperial, otherwise things are going to fall by the wayside. Ryozao tried his best. It was always going to be tough. 7-7 in there with the Orm as well, and pulls out the Colt instead, but not enough damage done. Imperial will be dropping another round by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's down to 7-7 here for the post, on the retake, I should say. Plant hasn't been done yet. Okay, well, now that's going to be the cost. I believe a flex, so now Dezane and Spoxy here. The double arms on the post plant here for the Blacklist side. This is a little different. I don't feel like you get to see that very often, but you got Spoxy just in the center of sight here, and oh my god, 7-7. Oh, Dezane, he's just giving up his position. Now 7-7!
Oh!
This is the thing we see from LCK. They just get too jittery. They just get too impatient, and they feed them.
That could be a series-defining clutch. A series-losing round for LCK. Great final shot from 7-7, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for LCK.
It really might be.
Attack timeout still available, but
I think for both teams, actually.
Yeah, for both teams. If Imperial goes up 8-6, I imagine LCK will call the timeout there. Huge, huge clutch. How big of a difference is that going to make? And he's on fire. He's straight back in. 17-9. He wants to have an impact early in the round, and he does. He knows that he's the one pushing Imperial forward at the moment.
Oh man, and already you can see Ryozao, he's going for the big flank. He's already got so much intel.
Yep.
Yeah, and now he could just either kind of post up on this and just allow his teammates to lean on this. This is the best read. This is such a smart play from him. He doesn't get overextended. He just waits things out. And now LCK, they are about to get eaten alive on this. And they're in such a choke point too. This is not an easy thing to go for. I mean, a good kill against GDSC, but somehow Dezane is kind of saving him a little bit here. But now the flank here from Ryozao does get found out. So he's lost this game of hide and seek, but LCK now still with 1:20 to figure something, and Raffin can't seem to land the shot, and Ryu still will be successful. And dear God, no way does Dezane find this in some way and fashion to just single-handedly take this round on his own.
Well, first thing first, Imperial need to group back up. Eagles, what? What? He's gone for the swing. Ryozao around behind. I don't know if Dezane is expecting him on the fast flank, but honestly, he's going 8.
It's a good call.
Ryozao, oh, the timing was not quite there for Ryozao.
Oh, no.
But he's gone for a very, very long flank as well. So this is layers upon layers, mind games, and Dezane. Oh, is he making some noise? Ryozao doesn't seem to have heard him just yet.
Oh, dear.
But spots him out, and now the shots are out. Dezane aware of where Ryozao is, but another clutch will go the way of Imperial. And it might just be curtains for LCK off the back of those two.
All right. Well, that timeout card is going to be called. It's like, you know the future. You can predict it, but it has to happen here. I mean, this is the thing, too. It's what's, you know, you take a good thing out of, or take the good out of the bad situation is the fact of LCK. Look, these rounds are getting close. It just seems like their post plans seem to be really the demise. Like, even there, I know that's a 1v1. It really is a 50-50 chance. But that round previously, it was a 3-on-1 that It never should happen. That never should happen. So, I mean, right there, you already could have a round in your favor. This could be a tie game. Now it's not. So, they're down by 2. And, I mean, LCK, when they have these timeouts, they do like to open the floodgates. So, I don't know if that's what they want to do here, but I'm hoping Flux is having a decent conversation talking about the post plans. This is the kryptonite for these guys right now.
Yeah. But does it come a little bit too little too late? You know, if they make a change, make an adaptation, is it a bit too much to come back from? Imperial are looking pretty hot. I mean, the thing is, like, it's not as if there hasn't been moments for LCK, for sure. A lot of these rounds are looking really, really close, and a lot of them looking very, very winnable. It's just that extra 5%, 10%, maybe that X factor for Imperial that's getting them over the line here on map 2. Map 1, a 13-12 loss for LCK, and map 2 is definitely a close one here as well. So even if it ends up being a 2-0 loss, LCK will feel like they were in the contest, and that's the worst thing as well. So a lot to figure out in that timeout. But Imperial looking cool, calm, and collected, as you would expect in a circumstance like this one. So we'll jump back into it and see what Imperial can do about closing this map out cleanly, or do we go to yet another OT? Eagles, great start. That is the C4 spotted out as well. And Imperial come rolling in hot. There's a bit of a mess around middle. It's going to prompt Eagles to have to change his position up, but GDSC now opened up as Eagles continues to land his shots. There's a flank around the back as well. What is going on in this round? 7-7. Going to buy a lot of time, but maybe he's overcooked the pooch.
Oh, he's actually done such a good reposition. It's a question if it's actually going to be red from Spoxy, because Raffin's already up on the tower. Oh, that's Spoxy. Oh God. They were right beside each other.
On the other side of the wall.
Yeah, it's the other side of the wall, but man, these guys are right there. Spoxy, okay, does have it. So now we're into the equal situation, but Danimals is, again, going for a big flank. Yeah.
And Eagles well aware of where Raffin is at the moment, because that information was relayed by 7-7 before he went down.
Oh, Danimals got spotted.
Must have. Eagles, oh, that's such a ballsy peek, man. How has he gotten away with that? Raffin will trade, though. Danimals in the one-on-one. So another clutch scenario here. This could be 3 in a row for Imperial. 3 clutches in a row to get them to map point, series point as well. And Danimals has got the read over towards B. That looks like it's where Raffin is going to be heading as well. It's going to be bad news indeed for Raffin if he goes stomping into that site. Raffin heading directly toward Danimals. It's really just a case of timing, and Danimals looked away. He looked away. The half-second the difference, and LCK will survive.
Can you believe it, Jordan? It's happening.
I'll believe anything.
I know.
Believe anything at this point.
Oh, man. Okay, look, at least, you know, for LCK, the clutch has been a little bit of a lacking point for them, but something happened. Some good words of wisdom from Flex, maybe the coach, I don't know. And now Dezane gets just a flame right under him, and now he's feeling a little bit better for himself. So they get the opener.
Yeah, Imperial can never get it done easily, it seems. Except apparently if they're against a BaiSha, like literally the team that might be the best in the world.
Yep.
But everybody else seems to really cause them to struggle. Ryu's out. Oh, big long spray. He gets a lot of damage done, but he doesn't actually get the kills he wants. GDSC, he's got the pistol in hand. He's got the orb. So that doesn't really help him stopping a rush. Still, Danimals is doing some work. Only the 1-for-1 in the end. GDSD will come swinging on through. Has been able to deny the bomb plant, but not able to equalize the numbers just yet. And he'll drop to Spoxy. So LCK are really in this fight at the moment.
Oh, and this is good timing too, because you can see Eagles in the tower. Was expecting to find somebody to go for the plant. He was going to get the timing of that, but now LCK, okay, here we go again. This is the situation where they're in a 3-on-1. They got a wounded player, but have they been able to clean this up? Or can Eagles be able to do something magnificent here to put them on map and series point? And there's a lot riding on this one. Now he's going for the long rotate. Time is definitely against him, and wow, I think he might have the wrong read. Yeah, he was kind of still expecting somebody who was lurking, and This is already less than half.
It's done. There's no way.
There's no way. Unless LCK throws this, but they will not. They will have their composure, and they bring it back to a tie game.
It's got to be pretty frustrating for Imperial at this point as well, surely. You know, they've got to be thinking, why can't we close these maps out? Like, how many maps have we had leads in that we haven't been able to close out easily? Same thing against Wolf Empire. They were well in front on Mexico. Just crumbling under the pressure, maybe. I don't know what it is, but credit where it's due for LCK. They are working hard for this victory. Spoxy, Dezane, Raffen, again, the big three for this roster that we saw on map 1. Doing it again here on map 2. Big round here. We'll give Imperial a map point if they win it.
Oh, a nice full exec onto this too. So now the rotates are going to commence. Zane again going to get an entry, but it's Eagles still in the nest.
What?
But Zane, how does Zane find these openings? But Danimals doing everything in his power to be able to stop this. Ryu Zhao here on the top of the tower as well, just trying everything he can with the pistol in hand. It's down to the 2v2. Things are getting messy. Things are just getting grim, but now it's down to the 1v1, and it will be Raffen to bring it to a map point in LCK. They are not done yet.
There was a big stack on that side of the map from Imperial, and they still can't hold on to the site. How many rounds does this come down to the clutch? Maybe one more. Let's see, are we going to go the distance again and go to overtime one more time? Spoxy wants otherwise, and LCK maybe looking to force this through to a map 3. Danimals with the swing. Doesn't spot much out. Ryu Zhao needs to be careful with his head. I don't know what to say about this matchup. I don't know what to say about Imperial, man. Like, how can they be so hot and cold, this team?
I know, and that's the thing, like, where we started, like, look, the competition is just really elevated, and teams can beat each other, but man, oh man, tonight, I never would have thought Imperial would be, like, this cold, and now Danimals, they're able to get him down, and now it's just 2 remaining, and making it to Eagles. And an impossible mission here for the 1-on-5 needs to come alive, needs to do something absolutely huge to allow Imperial to stay into this game, to pushing overtime, and LCK trying to upset the groups, trying to make a bit of a statement here, leaving it just down to Dezane to find something, but it will be done in Lionclaw. He'll be able to slash this one out, and we're going to a 3rd and final map.
Well, we're not done yet, and that has been very much the case when it comes to Imperial in their matches. Again, apart from against BaiSha, but that game against Wolf Empire, it's feeling very reminiscent at the moment. You know, we had the golden point win for Imperial on map 1. We almost go to OT on map number 2. I mean, it seems like Imperial really struggling to find any consistency in this tournament. When they're on, they're looking fantastic. They're looking like unbeatable. They might even win the event if they rock up with that form that they did yesterday into the grand final, for example. But on other days, it's like you're dropping to LCK, who have just not been very impressive at this event so far at all. So is LCK improving? Is Imperial, you know, dropping a little bit? Probably a bit of column A, a bit of column B here into this matchup. But I don't know what to say, man. This is just,
lost for words. We've defeated Elfish, guys. We've defeated him. He is at a loss. But you know what? It's one of these things where we said, you know, this whole group is so competitive. Everybody, it's tight-knit. It's not a gap anymore. Clearly, this whole year of 2024 has really shown that all these teams in different regions can be able to compete against each other. They are able to cause upsets. I mean, the crazy thing to think about this, Elfish, let's just pull these two maps apart here. is the fact that if Port would have won for LCK, this would have been a 2-0, which then could have mixed even more up for the groups and kind of how everything's in fruition.
I'm just looking at that right now. I'm looking at the Group A standings, and I'm trying to sort of go through in my head what this would mean if LCK were able to win this series. We've got Pacific Marketer, Wolf Empire both at the 2-1 scoreline. Imperial would then be 1-2. BaiSha would then be still obviously yet to play a game today. They may win, grab themselves a second win, so you'd have 3 teams on 2 wins, at which point it becomes very difficult for Imperial to go through and qualify through from Group A, because even if they were then able to beat Pacific Marketer would be 2-2, Wolf Empire would be 2-2, BaiSha would be 2-2, Imperial would be 2-2. The only team that would be missing out there would be LCK, but a 4-way tie of teams at 2-2, kind of feeling like a bit of a possibility. That is assuming Imperial go on to lose this match.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. There's going to have to be some mathematicians in the background trying to figure out the tiebreakers if that comes into play.
Saying, but I mean, yeah, it's true. Like, and I mean, it comes right back down to the fact of if LCK can find themselves here with a 2-1, being able to win this series, I should say, it does kind of create the more of a conversation about the round differentials. It creates just so many different things now that could be in effect, and that's where when we get to the end point of the group stage, or getting close to the end point, is where these games really do matter a lot, because it can just kind of change things just enough here. So even them finding this map win is decent, but we're gonna have to see if they can get the job done. I mean, I don't know. I thought this was it. I thought Eagle Eye was a write-off. I didn't think they were going to be able to push it without overtime. So now we're going to be going to Ankara, which I don't even think that's a bad map for LCK.
No, it's in the wheelhouse for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Double sniper setup on Ankara, very, very viable. We saw a lot of success from that on Port. Flex was having a great time with the Orm on the GR side, so I could see a world like. My predictions have been wrong pretty much all tournament. Why not another one? You know. Jeez. It's just, I just don't know what's going on at this event anymore. You know, I used to think I had a bit of an idea, but maybe I'm lost without Kyle. You know, Kyle's not here.
Yeah.
Need him next to me, otherwise it all goes off the rails.
So you're saying I'm the bad luck, maybe?
Maybe you are the bad luck.
I mean, this is my first time here, being at the Summer Championship. So maybe I am your bad luck, and I'm sorry, but I mean, at the same time, sorry not sorry, because these games have just been so exciting to watch, right? I mean, it really does. I was just so worried it was going to be like, the Stompage and the Chinese teams are just going to be, on top of everybody, and then Brazil was just going to do what they do. But this, like I said, this has been a crazy year, just in the sense of the West League teams is probably the weakest out of all of them. Like,
that's the theory. That
is the theory, but maybe not anymore. Like, maybe really it has gotten better, right? Like, we used to talk about teams like GV, where the ones that, had history of winning championships, the ones that have been able to do some good, international stompages. But, maybe the old guard is done now. Maybe we actually do have some of these newer teams and players to be able to make their own story.
Yeah. Think about how this could have been a little bit more of a cleaner map, even from LCK, had they not lost a couple of the clutches. That would be actually quite a positive sign. They could have been a 10-6, Could have been a 10-6 for LCK. The only reason Imperial get to 8 is 2 back-to-back clutches. But in fairness, LCK then went on to win 2 back-to-back clutches as well right after that. So, bit of column A, bit of column B.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, a lot of highlights, obviously, for both sides. And yeah, it's that thing, too, where we see, LCK being very much the underdog. I actually put them as probably the lowest ranked team here, just in the sense of, what they had to go against, what they have to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to take down somebody like this is definitely ain't no easy feat. And, I mean, you can see 7-7 not nearly the same stats like he had before. Like, just for a quick, a little bit of a summary, is when they played this before against BaiSha, he was at a 2.71. And that ain't it anymore. And now you have somebody like Spoxy that puts himself on the top, and even Dezane still maintaining his form onto a second map after the first.
Yeah, this is the big thing for me. Like, again, it's a pretty sort of average, if not even poor game from Lionclaw, and I continue to reiterate that because I feel he's one of the better performers traditionally on LCK, and that makes me think like there's actually still something left in the tank for LCK that they can go even better. They can go further. They can take a step up. And I'm kind of just like waiting for Lionclaw to rock up at this event, you know, like next map, if he just starts going ballistic, if he goes and brings his traditional form to the table, that's a recipe for success for LCK. Yes. So, I mean, there's every possibility that Imperial can drop this one. We've seen how shaky they were against Wolf Empire in a couple of cases, players sort of falling off the rails as well. So I think hard to call, obviously, but I can see LCK getting themselves a dub. Either way, we'll have to find out. It's time for us to take a short break. Map 3 is coming up right after this. All right, well, it's time for map number 3, apparently. I don't think Imperial are going to be too stoked about being here, but LCK certainly will be because, again, if we talk about it from LCK's perspective, there's like a tiny little slim chance that they could maybe still make it through the playoffs if they win here, win tomorrow, do the numbers matchup. I haven't really done the math necessarily, but you'd have to go 2-2, definitely, to have a chance, and so that's still on offer. That's still a possibility.
Yeah, you know, it was kind of like the way I felt about the earlier game that happened here today, where it was, you know, 3BL and EP, where I was kind of like, you know, 3P or out, or EP, sorry, I don't know, 3P. EP were out being 0-3 is what I meant to say, but, and then the fact that we were able to get a win, so I was like, they were kind of just doing it more for the pride, but it does kind of throw a little bit of a wrench in the gear, but this is kind of the same thing, because if LCK do find themselves in this win and find their first win out of the whole group, it really does mix things up pretty drastically. So it's
I think, why not? You know, at this point, you put it through to a map 3. Why not throw a bit more chaos in the rank?
Who doesn't love an underdog story? Like, that's the thing. These guys are the dark horse team. Like, they were, you know, I thought maybe they would have been like 1-2, maybe.
Like, is it fair to even call them a dark horse? Like, let's be real, because a dark horse you would say is a team that you probably don't expect to win, but you think maybe could win on an ideal day. I don't even think I would put LCK into that category. Like, for me, that would maybe be a Pacific Mark potentially. So LCK, I think they would, as you say, the underdogs for me personally, and that's not no shade necessarily.
No, of course.
But they are proving that they have some kind of chops. See how far they go.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. It's going to be a question of like how far can they actually go. So, I mean, I think to quote you, it's like, you know, if you're gonna lose the first, and you win the second, you just gotta get the job done now, right? Like, you gotta be able to finish this thing off. So we'll see if they can do that. But I mean, Imperial, they did have a 5-minute break here to figure out what they needed to do. I don't know how 7-7 is able to find a double in that. That's just, again, a little bit of this inexperience and sloppiness from LCK we do see, and unfortunately it happens in the opening round.
Yeah.
Oh, hot dang.
I don't know. I'm on the LCK hype train now. Screw it.
Oh, so are you saying you'd like to change your prediction again?
No, I'm not going to change my prediction, but I do want to see them win.
I'm going to find that clip. I'm going to send that to you.
I don't care about my... I don't care about it. It's not a big deal to me, man. It's really not a big deal.
Honestly, I was laughing in the hotel. I was just chuckled, and I was just...
Predictions are not a big deal, man. They're just a conversation starter.
I don't... This says the guy that was like, hey, last year I was undefeated. I was the best callers, you know. I knew exactly what was going to happen.
Predictions mattered in 2023, but in 2024 they're overrated. Anyway, pretty good round in the end there from LCK as they sort of dabble control back in onto that B bomb site. Nice two-man swing, and already you can see a bit of frustration showing on the faces of Imperial, whereas LCK are looking happy as Larry.
Happy as Larry.
Do you know Larry?
I don't. Who is Larry?
He's happy.
Oh, well, that's
they call him Happy Larry.
That's kind of cool to know. And, you know, in case, you know, because I like to bring up history, I like to bring up a fun fact or two, because that's,
give me some fun.
You know, some people call me Fun Laz. This also was a map where Imperial, they lost. Golden round. They lost on this map, golden round. Against who, I may say? Wolf Empire.
Radio. Well.
So, maybe. Look, they were able to figure things out. They didn't have, you know, an 0-3 going into overtime this time. At least they got a little bit of a redemption. That's redemption for short.
Man, you are so cool with it.
Man, I'm very hip. Yeah.
Can tell by your shirt.
Thank you. You know, it's all the flowers. Well, nothing blossoming over here right now, and Imperial blind. Danimal's trying to be a little aggro, trying to see what he might be able to find. Flex just on the other side of the smoke. Oh boy, this is some... Okay, Flex, okay. At least he gets out. Down to the minute 15, and they're going to split on this B hit.
Eagles swings on a pretty poor timing. Spoxy's already set up on the angle, and LCK swarming into the site once again. Danimals would have to pick up all three of these players to make the round really a winnable one for Imperial. 2v4 for the retake with a player flanking in behind. That's Flex trying to cut the rotations off. He's unable to do so. Ryuzao hasn't been able to get past him, but not quickly enough to deny the bomb plant. A couple of shots out there from Spoxy, going a bit astray, but this is really quite a solid position to be in if you're an LCK fan. And there's one more kill, so it's just down to Ryuzao. Seems like they have a pretty good read on his position as well as that nade's just giving him a bit of a tickle. The second one as well. Lionclaw will spot him out. Zane doesn't want to go too far around the corner. In the end, it'll be Spoxy to finish it off, and a 2-0 lead for LCK. You keep putting those rounds together one by one.
Yeah. And I mean, for Imperial, I mean, on this map in their domestic league is the fact of, being 6-2. Probably actually one of their higher, percentage win rates. But their GR side, funny enough, is at a whopping 50% here where they get wins. So this is not a bad thing here for LCK. If they're going to be able to find some rounds on the Blacklist side, this might be able to get something moving, but it's going to be Eagles that's just able to just take them apart feather by feather here, and now the Alms have been able to find some kind of a miracle unless Flex can do something big, and he will not. GDS, Z, and also Eagles get the job done.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, though, the good round from Imperial. I like that crunch into A main. I think that was they needed to do something. Like it was no question.
Yeah.
They can't play the same way. They got to do something different. And honestly, I didn't think the double arm would be the question or part of that, but it was. So they'll take it.
Just the singular arm in this round for Imperial. Has there been more than a 2-round lead at any point in this series? Thinking.
Calculating. One moment. I feel like if it was early.
Yeah.
On the first map, but I think ever since the later portion of the first map, no. I think there was a bit of a lead.
I can't recall, but for the most part, it feels like pretty much the entire game, the scores have been within 2.
Yeah, it has. Ooh.
And that may be maintained. GDSC underneath the stairs is going to be run down by 3 members of LCK who will try to knock on the door of the top floor as well. They've been able to get in. Smoke's keeping Danimal at bay, but overpeak from Spoxy, and he's shut down. So ends up having to be a 2v3 post plant here for the remaining LCK members. This is where we want to see Lionclaw switch on. Dezane's doing well again, 4-2, but Lionclaw, what can you bring to the table?
Not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah, he's going to the grave. Okay, Dezane, you're 4-2, and you got 3 players to go against. You're playing behind the big green box. Not giving up his spot yet. That smoke's going to block him off, and there it is. Yeah, target on his back. Target acquired, and Imperial, they will bring it back to a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty doomed position in the 1v3. It's a one and done kind of a position if they're filtering through from GR spawn. So Imperial hop back on the wagon.
I am a little nervous for LCK and them being on the blacklist side because I do think a big gap in their game really has been these post plants. So a map like this, when you get into the A site, your post plant it's so important. Obviously, it is in a lot of circumstances, but I feel like this map really does have a different feel to it. There's just so many options you can have to retake properly on the GR side.
Sites are definitely a bit more retakeable. Man. 2-2. Neither team looking like a particularly decisive outfit to start things off on Ankara. What a tournament we're having. These results have all been so close. 7-7 pushing his way forward. And there is a lot of LCK players here, so one would be pretty acceptable given the circumstances. It's a decent trade from Spoxy. Danimals wants to have a look now as well.
Yeah, a little look-see, why not? But he will pull back. This is good. 2 players here from the GR side just kind of coasting in spawn. But again, it's important because this is just allowing, the B setup to be with a good quick rotate. They do get a little bit of information, one player on underpass, but the flash is not going to make things a little bit easier. So LCK, it looks like they're making the decision to actually kind of retreat on this. I do like this idea. I think they realize, like, I think Imperial do have some good control on this. You can see Flex is kind of coasting up his stairway onto mid. If he can be able to find a kill here, this is going to be everything for them. Because they got to make a decision quick. They got 45 seconds to go.
Oh, back to A. Could be... Oh, could actually work out. GDSD, he's gotten the timing wrong for that push. He's been picked off. That's a bit of a critical error, actually. Imperial aren't going to hold on to this site any longer and flex in through mid. That's perfect. Wow. What a timing from LCK, and what a call as well. It should net them the round now. Plant's going down. Smoke's up for GR side. Daniel's going to go through it, actually. The smoke's not a great one, and Dezane will drop. That's worrying. Lionclaw also falling, and LCK. What has happened to this round? It should have been theirs. Now it's on to Spoxy to try to clutch it out. 1v2, but he doesn't know where Ryu Zhao is coming from. So the trade will come through, and Imperial pick up a big round. LCK. That's a painful one.
Yeah, this is, and look, it goes right into the point I made before. I said LCK, the one thing that's really good about them being on this map and for them to be on a map that they've played a lot is their blacklist side is decent in the domestic league. But what we've seen so far is their post-plant, it's abysmal. It's not good. And that was it right there. There's no reason for Lionclaw to go for that swing. Like, I get he was trying to, he thought maybe he would have been able to get the timing, but it's just, again, these quick micro decisions that are costing too many rounds, and you can't rely on a player to be the hero every single time. Like, we've seen every team lose this. Now 7-7 is going to be able to find another opening engagement. He has just been able to do this over and over again.
It's got to be frustrating for LCK. They've been putting themselves in some winning positions, but not closing out all of those rounds, and that's sometimes what separates the good teams from the great teams, is their consistency in being able to convert wins.
It is. I mean, that's the thing. Like, all these teams, like we said, I mean, it's... Well, timeout's going to get called. It kind of looked like Swoxy was getting pretty excited about something, but these teams are, again, they got here for a reason, but it comes down to some very, very small details that can separate the good from the great, like you said, just like that. And it's going to be a little bit of a misplacement here from 7-7. And now the M4 doesn't get much more than one spray here, but now can LCK be able to capitalize on this duel? They have to be able to take down the IGL. This is not good. A reload into a gunfight. Imperial trying to shake up the building and trying to get a bit more fired up.
So timeout here from LCK. Pretty early on in the piece is going to mean that they won't have it for later on down the track. And Imperial, you can hear them getting a bit fiery, getting a bit loud, trying to pump themselves up after that last round.
Yeah, it is a big round. It's 2 in a row. So it's kind of back to your question of, has there really been much of a lead?
Is it not 4 in a row?
It is 4 in a row because it was 2-0.
Yeah.
And then now they've been able to bring 4 back. But they have a 2-round lead. But yes,
yeah,
it is a very good comeback that we've seen from Brazil. But deep talks here. Mr. Flex is the IGL. He's going to have some words of wisdom with the boys.
Yeah, don't want to let it really stretch out too far. I guess the meta of this series has been 1 or 2 round gap. If it goes any further than that, I don't know if there's going to be the tenacity for LCK to sort of stick in there and grind back, you know, sort of talking like 4 rounds, 5 rounds in a row. If that's the deficit that they find themselves at, it just doesn't seem like that kind of matchup for LCK at the moment. So if they're going to win this one, just want to be making sure that they keep the scoreline close. Keep just going tit for tat a little bit. And keep some of that pressure on Imperial. But if Imperial just run away with things, then Yeah, I'm calling curtains for LCK, and the rest of their tournament here at the Summer Championship would be done, as they would go down 0-3. We're back into it. Sort of teetering on the precipice of Imperial starting to run away with the map, and that could come from this very round. Bit of a push out into the mid connector for Eagles, but he's not seeing anything.
Yeah, and again, Flex just kind of being the one that leads the charge here. He likes to always separate himself from the team. He always kind of, you know, waits to see what he's going to be able to find on his own, whether it's a duel or just a bit of information. Just it allows him as the IGL to make the right call, or a call he thinks is the right one. Danimals, oh god, I don't know if he spotted Flex. I think they might have just missed it. All right, now he found him. Okay, so now we see the shoulder of Flex. So now you can see Imperial still putting the 3 players here towards this B side. The deep push of 7-7, he's been in that position many of times. So once again, this might work out nicely because Flex is trying to burn as much time as possible. They're going to try to execute into this A site, but now GDS has to be able to lock things down. Oh, he is blind. He is just seeing white, and it's Raffin to come in with the entries.
You'll take that. You'll take that every day of the week. LCK, blistering pace, brought onto that A-bomb site. Right back into the swing of things, and hey, that 2-round gap doesn't get much more than that, it seems like. 7-7 and Eagles would be excited at the prospect of a clutch here, but it's going to be difficult. It's a nice start. Don't imagine it's going to be easy for Eagles to have any kind of impact, though, coming in through from GR side. So it really is off the back of 7-7 with this rifle. Eventually, he's brought down to heal. Now it's on to Eagles. Time, of course, has gotten away with him. And so LCK get their third.
Okay. Good effort from Imperial, though. Like, I mean, again, that was still the big flank. That was, I believe that was Danimal, if I'm not mistaken. So he was able to take down Flex, and he threw some really good utility. Oh, that was actually 7-7, my apologies. Yes, he was the one that came for the flank. He was able to throw the pop flash. It allowed his player in fence to go for a big swing. So, you know, again, these post plants are not a nice settling thing. So now you can see a little bit more aggression here from the defensive side of Imperial. They have 2 towards on the A side. You have 2 towards the mid connector. So they were looking to see what they could do. But now they're going to pull it back with a 2-2-1.
Slowing it down for sure. LCK had success with that in the last round. They'll do it again here. C4 in the hands of Lionclaw over toward the B side of the map, but he's kind of isolated away from that majority group of LCK and will luckily be rerouting in that direction. So no more solo C4. Like to see that. Three players outside of A, 2 outside of B. You know, LCK waiting to see if they're going to get anything from Imperial on the B side of the map, but again, it's Imperial. These guys very, very rarely like to play a faster style. They'll be happy to let you come to them on most occasions, and instead they've actually found Danimals in mid, catching Flex on the rotate. He's always been that lurking player, and this time it hasn't worked out for LCK. Still, though, if the A hit does, then it's a different story, and 2 players caught at the box with the nades in hand. Man, what is that, Imperial?
And it's 1 player, too, who other than Dezane now put himself at a 10-5. That double kill allows him to get into double digits. So, Danimal, what a series. Danimal now, he maybe gets the head of 1, but now can he do a little bit more? The 3-on-3, back to an equal footing. Danimal's looking around as much as possible. Raffin, overexposed. Lionclaw now maybe getting a little bit chewed up on this too. Now this is falling apart. Now it's down to Dezane. It's not going to happen, and these post plants are the absolute kryptonite for LCK.
Yeah, I mean, again, Lionclaw just getting a little bit antsy on that post plant. He starts to move just as Raffin goes down. He needs to be the player to get that trade to swing, but he's like out of position. And it opens the door up for Danimals to get the 2-piece. That's rough for LCK, man.
It's so hard to watch. It really is.
Like, Dezane's playing such a great series. And It's just not getting the support in this final map. Spoxy's been okay, but Lionclaw's missing again. Flex is having some difficulty. And Imperial starting to put their head above water.
Good flashes, and even Imperial, despite winning the opening engagement, they're going to put their the pressure on this point. They're trying to squeeze everything out. And I mean, typically, you know, if people don't know me, I always say when you're on the GR side and you win that opening duel, let's fall back. Let's play a little bit more structured. But yeah, Imperial, they've had enough. They want to do something different. I don't blame them. You know, like let's just, gloves are off, man. Let's just do whatever now.
Guess the confidence is there for them at this moment.
Be a big round for LCK if they can find it. This will transition over here for the second half, but Danimals now. Can he be an animal? Can he be a real animal? He's not getting kills. He's doing some damage to the Lion Claw, whatever. He's going to take it. He's going A. He's going to go A.
There's three players.
They're going to split it.
There's three players on this site, though. 7-7 already going to start well, and Ryuzao will always be there. Good and consistent for a couple. Raffen had no hope.
Okay.
It was the wrong call. They needed to go B. There was three players stacked on A.
It's a good idea, though. I actually, you know, to be honest, it was a switch up. It was something different here from LCK. So, not bad, but, you know, I'm gonna bring back the thing you said. Is I couldn't agree with you more. This is where we without a doubt need to see Lionclaw find something. I don't know what it is. He's got to put the lock off, you know, off the shackles here. He's got to do something different. But at least for Spoxy, he can be able to find the opener. Takes down Eagles, sorry. That's a good pickup.
It is. Good start to the half. Oh.
Blimey.
Blimey.
Righto.
No Brits on the caster desk at the moment.
Yeah, no Brits at all. Yeah. Tea and crumpets, you know.
How good would tea and crumpets be right now?
You do kind of seem like a tea and crumpets kind of guy.
I could go for it.
What kind of tea, though? Like, are we talking like, are you like a, tell me what you,
English breakfast is my goat.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I like Earl Grey myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really British, I think.
I can handle it, but it's not like my favorite.
I'm waiting for the British guy to nod if I'm right. He's ignoring me.
He's not paying attention.
He's on his he's on the reels.
Here comes Imperial, looking for an A-site take. This is a tough one with three players on that to defend for LCK. Raffen now coming into play, but missing a couple of shots. Danimal already getting himself an entry, and then some. Ryuzao to assist. Imperial are starting to make this one look doable. That's a very healthy site take so far. Big whiff from Danimals, but he's saved. Now it's on to GDSC, who's very low. Lionclaw this time gets it done. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Lionclaw, because he's been having a really, really rough series. And to at least clutch that one out, he can feel like he's contributing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing worse when you're in a deep series like this, and you know, I think he knows it. Like I think you got that, you know, right on the nail. It's right on the head of it. Is that you could just see in his face, like, look, okay, yeah, I did something big. I was able to get the double. I got the clutch. I got it round. Hopefully he goes up from here. Now 7-7. Holy moly, guacamole, Imperial. They are pissed. They are just gonna run into this B site. Enough is enough, they say.
Yeah, put their foot down.
Yeah.
What can Spoxy do about it? Nothing.
Oh, no.
The smoke is there. Oh, maybe he can do something, but...
Ryu's on the flank, though.
Indeed. Ryuzao will be the big problem. Spoxy can't quite see through that smoke, but he is creeping his way forward. Ryuzao will get the info that's necessary, and onto just Flex now, who has too much to do. That'll be a 7th now for Imperial, and the lead grows back to 3.
Okay, so the 2-round gap is gone. And Imperial now closer and closer to the taste of victory, but they have not been able to show that they can run with a lead like this. But maybe here on Akara, maybe they can. Maybe, just maybe. But now LCK, they're going to switch things up. Double player into this A site. They're going to do a deep run of Lion Claw into Hotel with the composition of Dezane and also Spoxy, which does push back Imperial now. So it looks like they might even just try to go brute force here. They're going to go as a solid unit. The acapella group themselves to see if they can throw a nice song on this one. And it's just going to be an A exec, no doubt.
Yep. Always good to have one of these in your back pocket, right? You can usually rely on an A exec to get you 1 round and a half. If it's thrown in at the right time. Doesn't look like a full exec. Maybe just a couple of flashes over the top with the entry attempt from GDSC and Danimals. Raffen can't see anything. Looks like the flashes are connecting quite nicely from Imperial. And Dezane, oh, can't see anything either, but the spam is good. Still Raffen and Dezane. How do they hold on to that one? LCK. Oh, pulled off a bit of a miracle.
They got a horseshoe, unless maybe now it's going to get Pride from Eagles. But no, I don't know how he's able to do that. Just a solid anchor in that site. He was blind. He was able to find a shot. He was fully open. But he gets it done. I was thinking the positioning was just too off from LCK, but they rebound with something big. 2-round recap we go here again, Elfish.
Oh, yeah. Familiar territory for this series, it has to be said. Lion Claw now going to be tested over towards Hotel. That's scary.
Yeah, he's going to back off.
But wisely backs off. You know, I think you do have to recognize sometimes when you're having a bad game, like, just don't take that fight. Let them have the space. Dump it to your util. Flash grenade going to go over the top. He continues to get information. This is better than being dead. But can he do more than that? Can he find himself a kill? So far, the answer is no. But Spoxy and Lion Claw finally able to start to open up that waterfall, open up that floodgate. It's another good round for Lion Claw to build a bit of confidence back into this game. He's now 5-10 after having started 3-10.
Well, okay, look, I mean, no post plan here for LCK, but the one thing you got to remember is something about with them with the numbers, that confidence seems to be a bit of a problem, but maybe not now. Ryu Zhao, a man on a mission maybe, a 1-on-4. He's in the back lines. And he's gone. Great work from LCK. And honestly, you got to give kudos when it's needed. And Lion Claw, you captured this really well. I love that he just goes for the quick information, falls back right away. He played the time. That's all he had to do. And to get rewarded with that, gets a double. Hot tamales. We like that.
Close map. Close series. Continues to stay interesting. Can they equalize once again? Oh, maybe not. I was going to say, you know, since we're here, like, we may as well go to another OT at this point.
May as well. It wouldn't be an Imperial game without one, honestly.
Yeah, you know, if you're gonna make it long, at least make it worth it.
Make it worth it. You know, take it to the golden round. Why not?
Yep,
please. But you know what's interesting is even in just terms of opening duels and getting multi-kills, it really is only 2 players here from Imperial. It is 7-7, and of course, Danimals are well into the double digits. Like everybody else is below that. Lion Claw does not want to play the passive one. He tries to take a risk, which I get it, but not going to be good. Now Eagles finds it, down to Flex, the IGL, a 1-on-5. Mission impossible of a situation. Haven't been able to see him do something like this in a long time, but maybe he's in the right place, maybe the right time, but he has to be perfect, and unfortunately Danimals will be even better than perfect. Holy. Do they close it out? 8-6.
Ooh, 8-6 LCK. This is where they were on Eagle Eye, and they were able to salvage things from there. So let's not count them out just yet. 3-on-3. Pressure's back onto both teams. They wanted to fight for middle, and neither really get away with it. Who does this favor more? Probably Imperial, but not if Lionclaw can come into his own. He's lost his teammate. He's lost his backup in Spoxy. Might not be a bad time to just go for a push here. A cheeky little push from Lionclaw right now. Get in behind Imperial. He doesn't know it, but you've got to take a risk somewhere around the map, and they're not. This is going to mean a 2-on-3 retake on the A site. Lionclaw's gone now. It's maybe still not a bad timing. It looks maybe 10 seconds too late, but maybe it's perfect. Eagles is watching.
Yeah,
he's been spotted. Never mind, it wasn't perfect. It was anything but I can't really blame Lionclaw for that one. Now it's on to Raffin to pull off a miracle.
Oh, and actually with that kill, they still think that Raffin's close on by, so they're really hovering around, just waiting. They got a minute. So Raffin, if he goes for this fight, takes down Danimal, then the jig is up. Yeah, okay, so he's going to be able to get the one. But now you can see Imperial, they're going to react to this. Oh, they're going to double down. They're going to fake it. Oh, and Raffin. Is he going to big flank this?
Yeah, do it. Do it. W key right now. If he W keys right now, he might get a kill before they even get into the side. Oh, he's just missed the timing, but still, this is such a fast flank. They're not going to be expecting him this quickly. He's going to go for the vent. Personally, I find the angles from main tend to be a little bit more favorable, but might have just gotten picked off by Eagles were that the case, because Eagles was watching it. He's actually slipped out the vent. This is huge from Raffin, but he would have needed a clean kill to start it off, and now that he's been spotted, the job gets much more difficult. Maybe just even honestly sit this defuse. Swing's going to come through for both teams, and of course it was going to be Imperial to pick up the dub in that round in the end. That was just way too much for poor old Raffin to do. Cue the music. It's the funeral march potentially for LCK in the event, because if they lose this round, they go 0-3 in the group stage, and there is no chance of ever making it to the playoffs once that is locked in.
Yeah, it's Spoxy debating for the swing. Oh, it's a miss. And Spoxy not going to play aggro at all. He's going to wait it out. Things are tense now. Lionclaw getting aggressive into Hotel, trying to see if he's going to be able to get maybe some map control of some kind. Imperial on middle. Underpass they go. C4 going to get picked up on the outskirts of BL spawn. And they are trying to see what they're going to be able to find. Spoxy holding a nice angle. But Imperial, no decisions yet.
Pressure's not really on Imperial, to be fair. Pressure's definitely on for LCK. And they're going to over-rotate. Look at that. One player holding on to A. It's just Raffin, and he's got so many angles to watch. Flex is going to come back to assist him. That's good. Smoke into main. Pretty good timing on that one. But even in all this, meanwhile, Dezane's moving further and further away from A, so it really does rely on these two players to hold A, and at that point, can be a little bit difficult. Luckily for LCK, spider senses are tingling, so they've, in the end, decided to stack 3 players on A. Good round to do it in. Imperial, if they would have moved a little bit quicker, they could have been into this site. They could have had the 1v5, but now they've got to deal with 3.
This is a really good read. Unless right now Imperial decide to, oh, they're going to retreat it again. They realizing that LCK have a really good read on this information, so now they're just going to maybe walk up into mid. Spoxy, oh no, he doesn't have any idea at all. This might be one of those situations where he's just overexposed. His body, he's just in the open. Lionclaw's not going to be able to close things out, and he's done. He's a scarecrow. He's just standing in an open field, and Lionclaw needs to do something big, but he will not be able to. Imperial, they get the C4 down. It's a retake scenario with 3. Somebody needs to be able to find something, otherwise Imperial might be able to close things off. Raffin needing to do something miraculous here, Elfish, but it's not meant to be, and Imperial will find themselves the victory.
Well, it's a tough road, of course, for Imperial, but they do get there in the end, and they will now join Pacific Markta and Wolf Empire in Group A at a 2-1 split as far as their matches are concerned. So it's really spicing up in Group A. The only thing that we can confirm right now for that group is, of course, LCK are done. We'll strike a line through them, same as what we did for Evolution Power last night after their loss. They've gone 0-3, so there's no making it out of this group for LCK, unfortunately. Although they do still have one more game to play, and that will be against BaiSha tomorrow. So big test for them there. And look, again, depending on how some of these games play out, that actually could be a very relevant game for BaiSha, that if for whatever reason they struggle against LCK, it could be disaster for them in Group A. But I think for the moment we need to focus on Imperial. Pretty solid game there in the end on Ankara. It was a pretty comfortable win, and probably the most comfortable actually out of this series.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, this is the thing where, you know, LCK in the first 2 maps, they were able to get the first half, and they were able to get, you know, 6-3s most of the time. But this one on Ankara actually was the favor for Imperial, where they were actually the ones that were able to get themselves a 6-3. Actually, it was a 5-4 in the second map. Doesn't matter. But Imperial were able to get themselves done. That comfort was there. There was a bit of a buffer. But I do think we got to see a lot where LCK kind of, you know, there was a lot of gaps in their game. I think that was inevitable. I think we knew that was going to happen. But also, I think you have to realize that Imperial, like, these guys can bleed. These guys do have a lot of weaknesses as well, and they're getting exposed. And even other opponents are going to be able to watch them now realize there's a lot of things they can do to kind of counter them.
Yeah, for sure. Imperial, look, they've still got a bit of work actually to do in this group stage as well, because Pacific Markta is up for them tomorrow. Both teams are at a 2-1. Winner of that basically guarantees themselves a spot into the playoffs. If you go 3-1 in the group, you're pretty set. Obviously, BaiSha, you know, they've still got a bit to do as well. So BaiSha versus Wolf Empire. If Wolf Empire were to win that one later on today, then it would be Wolf Empire more or less through. BaiSha maybe not through.
Yeah.
And that starts to become quite interesting at that point as well. So look, there's still a lot of intricacies, still a lot of matches yet to be played. I think it's great, honestly, that we get to the end of this group stage, or close to the end of this group stage, still not too sure about how these groups are going to play out, because in previous years, you know, even last year in the CFS Summer Championship, I remember a lot of the matches went like as expected. Carl and I were sort of sitting here going, well, yeah, we kind of know who's going to go through to the playoffs on like day 3 sort of thing. Yeah. And you're like, well, you maybe prefer to have some of the late round robin matches actually be a little bit more relevant, and they definitely are in the cases of, you know, Group A and even Group B, like 3BL versus AG tomorrow can be a big one, especially after now we see 3BL losing to Evolution Power, AG Vasco today. That can be a big one too. So lots of games to kind of look forward to, and at this point in time, anybody's guess as to really who makes it out of these groups. Nobody locked in yet, though a win for AG today against Vasco would probably do enough.
I think so.
So, yeah, interesting stuff.
It really is interesting, and that's where we were kind of saying a lot about, like, it's just been, I thought there was maybe one group of death, but I think both these groups have just proven to be, yeah, it's not a clear cut. It's never, you know, as fine that we thought it was going to be, and it's been a whole whack of different ingredients on this one. But that's what's really made it exciting, right? We do know that EP are out for sure, LCK are out for sure, but there is still some other pieces we have to wait for. And there's a couple other games we do have here today, like you were just talking about, that it's still going to play a pretty big factor. So it's nothing's been clean, nothing's been swift, but at least, you know, for Imperial, they can at least have themselves finding a second win to put themselves at a 2-1 now, to maybe have their chance to getting into those playoffs after all the thick and thin of it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights here, Imperial just stepping up at the right time. I felt like everybody was able to get in there pretty nicely at certain moments. Again, another really solid sort of anchoring performance from Ryu Zhao, where it wasn't like anything crazy, but he was always in there, always having a bit of an impact. Danimals, and I sort of highlighted Danimals at the start of this series, saying he can be maybe the barometer for the team. Like, when he's having a good game, it feels like Imperial is winning. And that was the case for this final map. He was leading from the front, definitely, and they got the win pretty comfortably in the end. Dezane, you've got to say commiserations to Dezane, because he was really quite stellar across all 3 maps in this series, and unfortunately that's not going to be enough for LCK. Needed a bit of backup from the rest of the lads, and some of them went missing, unfortunately. Take a look at the scoreboard here. Yeah, Danimals 2.1. Very, very solid stuff from him. Middling kind of performances from Eagles, and then above average for 7-7 and Ryu Zhao. So that's really what you want to see, but hate to harp on it, but Lionclaw again just not having a great time at this event, and 0.38 was like 0.34 in the last map. You know, if he comes online on map 2, does it make it a bit of an easier finish for LCK if he comes online on map 3, or if he comes online on map 1, is it a 2-0? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's the worst part, right? I mean, that's where I think for LCK to feel this gutted is the fact that if we would have saw the first map of Port to go their way, this would have been a 2-0. This would have been the done deal, and this is kind of why, right? We said that this was a 13-12. It went right down to the end. Eagle Eye was that upset from LCK. And, unfortunately, Ankara obviously being a very different story here, but I think we got to see where there could have been a world where LCK could have it. And I think, for someone like Lionclaw, when you have a really poor performance, I'm going to agree with you, I'm going to hop on that train, is he has to go back to the drawing board. I mean, this is where this makes or breaks a lot of players, where you have to be able to do something for yourself, and you can either reinvent the wheel or you can just kind of keep on rolling with the same thing. But look, not going to be the same thing for 7-7. He was a very big influence for this. I definitely think, in the later part of the second map and this third, he was able to find multi-kills. He was able to get himself the opening rounds. He was just trying to get things done in his own matters. So I think him being the MVP makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely picking it up quite nicely for Imperial, and going to have to continue to do so going further forward. Job's definitely not done for them. At match against Pacific Mukta is a pretty tantalizing prospect tomorrow, and if Imperial go into the playoffs as well, I think we're going to need to see a better level, honestly, from Imperial in terms of consistency if they want to go deep in this tournament. It's been really, really up and down from them, and I know that they can be a really stellar team, but this has been, very, very difficult Imperial to read, if that makes sense. I just don't know what Imperial's going to turn up on any given day, and I think that would be pretty frustrating for themselves as well, that they can play so well on one day and then come into the next day and be a little bit wishy-washy. I think one thing to say is that, maybe it's a bit of karma for Imperial that they do at least get some kind of a beneficial result out of the Golden Point, because they so unfortunately lost two maps, and then a match to the Golden Point against Wolf Empire, and now they can go into this one and at least get themselves some kind of benefit there. So, look, I think it's time for us to start focusing in on the interview and wrapping up here on the desk. So we'll jump down to the stage and see how that one goes.
Xin chào tất cả quý vị và các bạn, và đứng ngay cạnh tôi đây đó chính là anh chàng 77, người đã giành được danh hiệu MVP trong cặp trận đấu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển IMPERIAL cùng các chàng trai của LCK. Và lần đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng cho bên phía của 77, chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của đội bạn. Và câu hỏi đầu tiên mình muốn hỏi 77 rằng không biết được là bạn đánh giá sao về cặp trận đấu vừa rồi, cái cặp trận đấu mà các bạn đã phải tốn rất nhiều thời gian mới có thể chiến thắng được đối thủ của mình là LCK.
Qual é a sua avaliação sobre o jogo que nós jogamos?
Foi jogo difícil, mas a gente conseguiu sair bem com a vitória.
Nó là một trận đấu cũng khó khăn đấy, nhưng mà cuối cùng chúng tôi cũng đã giành được chiến thắng, vượt qua đối thủ.
Vâng, và với chiến thắng này thì đội tuyển của bạn cũng gần như là sẽ có khả năng cao giành được cho mình tấm vé bước tiếp vào vòng sau. Thì không biết được là với đánh giá cá nhân của bạn thì ở bảng đấu này đâu sẽ là những đội tuyển có thể đi tiếp được vào vòng đấu playoff?
Você acha qual time podem passar a fase?
Nós e a Vasco.
Chúng tôi là BaiSha. Vasco. Cái bảng này. Só a nossa tabela.
Eu acho que vai passar a gente e a BaiSha.
Chúng tôi và BaiSha.
Vâng, và câu hỏi cuối cùng là có rất nhiều những fan hâm mộ tại Việt Nam thì đã chú ý đến bạn sau khi mà sau những cái màn thể hiện rất tốt của bạn rồi, thì không biết được là bạn đã thi đấu đội chuyên nghiệp được bao nhiêu lâu rồi và cái mục tiêu sắp tới của bạn là như thế nào?
Eu acho que depois do jogo você já ganhou bastante fã. Então, quanto tempo você joga como profissional?
Profissional titular 1 ano e como reserva já está fazendo 2 anos.
Chính thức thì là được 1 năm ạ.
1 năm.
Vâng.
Wow. Một người chơi mới có được cho mình 1 năm kinh nghiệm thôi, nhưng anh ta có thể thấy được rằng bộ kỹ năng phải nói là thực sự tuyệt vời. Và không biết
2 năm dự bị, 1 năm chính thức.
2 năm dự bị và 1 năm chính thức. Vâng, đây thực sự là một trong những cái tài năng mà tôi nghĩ rằng trong thời gian tới tất cả các fan hâm mộ đột kích cũng tại Việt Nam cũng như là fan hâm mộ đột kích trên toàn thế giới thì hãy nhớ đến tên của anh chàng này. Và Bây giờ thì có lẽ là chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc được trận đấu thứ 2 trong ngày hôm nay rồi. Và các bạn cũng đừng quên là ngay sau đây chúng ta vẫn sẽ tiếp tục với cặp trận đấu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển Vasco và All Gamer. Đừng đi đâu cả, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại trong ít phút nữa.
Dani mal finalize com isso, garante ponto e a vitória. 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial, que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CrossFIRE garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. Equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô! segunda temporada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai các bạn. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, còn cái IceQ anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoay. IceQ bị phong cấm bảo IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không, đây và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Vì là bây giờ quay trở về khu vực CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ Uzi. Không có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho bên của Islander đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IceQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tút Tàu. Một bạn cho IceQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IceQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IceQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ của là 10 giây. Khi mấy công 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 1 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover DCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là đồ đạc không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến bên kia có bao nhiêu Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một mạng Đô La đứng cương luôn cái double kill Đô La và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa.
Flash, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoán quân Crown. Chào Flash ra. Các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend họ bị móc tới 2 người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ 3 không được, câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô đang ở đây và chắp làm cái gì đây? Bông Kill bật lôi, chỉ định không dám lao ra đấu. Bông Kill phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho Bông Kill. Đô la 1v4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Bùm người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô la thì lại là một khẩu rival, nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh à, thì TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp PA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB chứ đối thủ không như này. Đó là vị trí của Dapo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạn chip, ui rồi ôi, đạn chip hơi non. Đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đấy đi còn 2 mét côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội tuyển Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân của này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the breeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, He might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not going to be able to find anything.
All right, hello, welcome back. 2 new faces, I guess a new one for today. I was on a little bit earlier, of course, if you were around, but we are ready for our 3rd best of 3 of the day after that absolute marathon that nobody expected. Imperial, who 2-0'd BaiSha, made it look so easy, looked like one of the more impressive teams that we've seen so far this tournament, end up scraping past LCK, who are to many seen as one of the weakest teams here at this tournament, so no one expects that one to go the distance. Imperial still get the win, but I don't think they'll be happy with how they got it. LCK, credit to them, not a bad showing. But moving on towards our next game, and we get to check out arguably the best team that we've seen so far this tournament, CHENGDU All Gamers, who have been great, and a team that came in as one of the favorites, one of the highest rated teams, the #1 in Brazil, Vasco, who ended up getting upset by 3BL.
Yeah, that was a bit of a curveball. In all honesty, I think Vasco is kind of known as like the closest team to ever touching the level of AG and or BaiSha, but then, you know, 3BL happened, and here we are in the group stage. It's all confusing, even on Group A, man. I mean, Imperial, you know, beating BaiSha now makes it all complicated, just like how we mentioned earlier with LCK losing. So, yeah, maybe I'm right about the comment that I said the other day. It's going to be down to the round differential, just so we know who's going to get out.
I really think you're right, man. I really think now it's, you know, for Vasco, if they can pick up a win here over AG, it throws his whole group in, you know, a bit of a spiral, and it might even potentially lead to them making it in over 3BL. But currently, 3BL found themselves 2-1, Vasco are 1-1. A win here over AG would be huge. That will put them 2-1 as well, with 3BL to play against AG tomorrow, which is pretty big. However, lose this, Vasco go 1-2. They've got a game tomorrow. They'll be playing off against Ranking, which technically I would see them as a favorite over Ranking. So we expect them to get a win there. But then 3BL have, like we said, they've already played then and lost their game earlier today against Evolution Power. They were sort of expected to win it, especially considering Evolution Power are already eliminated. But yeah, it wasn't to be. So a weird time. Nothing really is going to plan in the group. Both Group A and Group B are really, really spicy here in Hanoi, Vietnam. And it's really hard to predict, basically, how these groups are going to end. Group A is sort of a bit of a mess as well. We've got currently 3 teams now sitting 2-1. Imperial, Pacific Macta, and Wolf Empire all sitting 3-1. Of course, that is going to change a little bit later. Wolf Empire have got a game after R1 against BaiSha, so we'll see how that one ends up. But yeah, spicy times so far.
Yeah, spicy times, and it's pretty hot for the past 2 days. I think I was checking my
36 earlier.
I was checking my weather app. I mean, it says 36, but then you have to read.
It feels like
46, and I was thinking,
dude,
like,
it did though.
I escaped. Whoa. I flew from Manila. I was like, finally, I'm gonna go to a country where it's less hot, and then the exact same. So
it was warm. It was. I mean, we got off the bus I think today at 12:30 to 1 coming here, and we got out and we were instantly like, whoa, this is
next level. So
seriously,
I ran into the stadium immediately. I ran into the stadium. I didn't want to feel it at all. So
we've got a lovely aircon unit doing a number over here on us. It's keeping us nice and cool, but it is quite warm in here as well, and of course it's just what we want for some spicy CROSSFIRE here in Hanoi. Like we said though, right, things are really getting pretty heated up. BaiSha, they've got a game later on. They absolutely have to win it. If they do, then they'll go along to the likes of Pacific Macta, Imperial 2-1, and then Wolf Empire go 2-2, which then becomes really spicy as well. But unfortunately, LCK, with their loss earlier, they are limited. We've got some team intros. Let's go and check out who we're going to be facing in our next series. Well, the champions are Brazil for the last 3 seasons. These guys are no joke. However, like we said, that loss against 3BL has really thrown a bit of a spanner up in the work. We really just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can understand why. I mean, I feel like Vasco Esports, I was thinking, like, is it actually like an overperformance from the side of 3BL? But apparently it is not, because they also did have a joust against the, if I'm not mistaken, the ranking esports squad. Yeah, 2-1. I mean, they're almost at that level, I would say 3BL, but I think Vasco is probably going to recover really well soon. And yeah, maybe it's just something, maybe a flash in the pan, as you could say, that they did get beat by 3BL. And now is a chance for them to get back into the group. Problem is, they're up against the best team in Group B, and they're going to have to sweep them if they want to have any chance of getting into it.
It's very true. It's very, very true. A lot of names as well on this side, definitely worth mentioning. Feifei, of course, came from Imperial scenes, but probably the best IGL over in Brazil. MG, a really talented sniper, of course, that's come through, and the rating shows exactly that. He has been incredible so far, and definitely kind of one that you look towards. He's sort of the second sniper, great rifler as well, very versatile, somebody that you can definitely keep an eye on. MG also likes to kind of bring out some MG as well as kind of AKT, may I say. Both have this sort of ability to be super aggro on the rifles. Definitely somebody to keep an eye out looking for this. I'm expecting a lot of highlights from those two in particular. But this is a pretty cool side, right? I think in general, they play a different style of CROSSFIRE to Chengdu Wargamers. It's going to be a really interesting kind of clash in the mindsets here.
Yeah, for sure. They play a more aggressive brand of CROSSFIRE compared to what we saw from Imperial, but I think that's just the way the Animals just loves to play the game. He loves to play slow. He loves to be risk averse. It's very similar to they're actually more similar to CFBL more than they are in CFBL.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what actual CFBL aggression looks like in this series, especially AG. Yeah, but they might not expect it. But we do have the intros for the side of AG as well.
Considered one of the best orgs in China for FPS titles and considered the best team so far here in Hanoi, Vietnam, as they're the only side who really do look consistently good. BaiSha have had their upsets. We've even seen Vasco have their upsets. All Gamers are currently 2-0. They're the only side so far in this tournament yet to pick up a loss and looking to keep hold of that title. A couple of names as well to mention over towards this side. Zai, really great rifler from the Chinese side. Also does a lot of IGLing as well. Do an incredible player, definitely one to watch, and of course the primary sniper on this side too. I mean, they're a really, really solid side. They've got a lot of different facets of where they can find firepower. They finished first in 7 out of the last 9 seasons over in China, so they are pretty damn dominant.
Yeah, and I think the only reason why they dipped in their performance was because, you know, 1-2-2-2 and Jabba was actually kind of new to the team.
Yeah.
So they kind of fell in, they fell against Q9, so after that they were like, all right, we kind of had the handle of things, and now we can just go into the tournament with a lot more confidence after that first place finish. But of course, we do have the score, or the stats of the team here. Zhui has kind of been leading the charge. What I noticed as well from the side of AG is, I think as the days go on, one by one, they actually activate here. Zhui was the one who kind of carried the brunt of the offense yesterday. Xiaobao has been awake, you know, slowly getting into the swing of things. 1-2-2-2 is not really the guy that you look at in terms of the frag, since he's handling the IGL of things. But the most disappointing performance, despite the 100% win rate that we are seeing from the side of AG, is actually Zai. I mean, he's not really been the exact same explosive player that we actually saw from CFBL, and it's kind of getting me worried a bit here.
Yeah, we do need to see him come out online. I guess the good thing is they've got these other 3 guys who are all at a 1.3 rating or higher, right? So I think having that is really, really impressive for them. And I guess they got the other thing. They've got this sort of weight on their back. They are the reigning champions from last year's Summer Championship, right? So they definitely got to keep an eye out for that. Let's take a look at what maps we could maybe see coming through. CHENGDU All Gamers, they do not play Mexico, neither do Vasco. So that's going to be an interesting one about who bans out and why they ban out, who technically isn't going to ban out in a sense. It could even maybe be floated, but I really, really doubt it. Over towards CHENGDU All Gamers, their best map, sub-base, 87.5% win rate for them is obviously a really, really good one, and also one of the more played one. Eagle Eye, 100%, Ankara, 76%. So maybe we've seen Eagle Eye, but I feel like for Vasco, that might be a potential where they ban out Eagle Eye and then technically float Mexico, because I feel like that feels like such a lock-in, right? But then you got what is the most played maps for them. 21 times locally or domestically, CHENGDU All Gamers have played Ankara. So that's a map in which they're so comfortable playing. And then you look at the recent match results as well. It is one-way traffic in that one. 2022 and 2023, flawless.
I mean, to be fair, it is quite the performance from the side of Vasco, getting third in 2023 in CFS Summer. But, you know, AG was on a roll in 2023. They almost got the, how would you say, the R version of a golden road for the side of AG. And then N9 just so happened to get his grubby hands on the first place of the very last tournament in that year. But we're going to have the key players, of course, MG versus Jue, actually. So the sniper versus the entry in the key player matchup. It's actually, I mean, it's the opposite side, or rather the opposites here for the two key players, because MG, he's kind of more known as to be the guy that you could just put in place on a side and he could just defend on his own. He's kind of like a turret, but with an AWM. But Jue is more of the guy that is going to chase you down until he gets the kill, and he's going to tell the team, hey, we have an opening here.
Yes, exactly that. Vasco as well, they're just below us here in the casting booth, and they were getting pretty hyped. They're getting ready for this one, but it's stoic, it's calm, it's collected over towards the Chengdu All Gamers, and that is sort of what we expect from them. They really, you know, very rarely show their emotion because they just deliver in the server. They do all the talking where it matters most in the server. So we need to see whether Vasco can find sort of a way to break them down. I think so far nobody has, right? It hasn't been all that close. I mean, Evolution Power, I'll give them credit. They got 8 rounds against them. A 10-8 is not bad for a side who, at that point, were in a little bit of kind of a rut of form, we would call it. But yeah, I mean, so far it's been pretty damn easy as well. For ranking, they got 8 rounds as well on Ankara, which wasn't bad. 7 rounds on Black Widow, but for the most part, it's pretty simple stuff. However, got our predictions coming through, and I've thrown a little curveball in here. I've gone for Vasco coming in. I want Group B to be spicy. I want to see if Vasco pick up a win. It puts a lot of pressure on 3BL. It puts a bit of pressure on AG as well, and then it really starts to get spicy. Then we've got 3 teams who are 2-1. It'll be All Gamers, 3BL, and Vasco all 2-1 in Group B. So then it becomes very spicy. So that's why I want Vasco to win this.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how map 1 goes. I mean, Vasco is a very momentum-oriented team, so if they do get that great start, maybe they can kind of bring that into map 2.
True.
So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what the veto actually looks like. Pretty ironic, actually. The prediction yesterday where I said it is gonna be Wolf Empire winning.
Yeah.
I had the entire Filipino community on my back because they were like, "We told you Macta's gonna win," and I'm like, you guys don't understand what I'm doing. I'm playing 4D chess here. I cursed Wolf Empire
it's the
so you guys can win. And yeah, they just didn't understand it. So maybe it could be the same thing. Maybe I can curse AG to maybe get CFBL into the swing of things here in their group. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, Vasco is one of my favorite teams when it comes to the CFBL side of things. I mean, I do like Imperial. I am a big fan of the Animals, but I feel like for my flavor of CROSSFIRE, they play a bit too slow. So I think maybe Vasco can maybe speed things up a bit here.
Hey, I'm here for entertainment value, and no offense to Imperial, I don't think they're very entertaining, right? It's super slow, it's very drawn-out CROSSFIRE. I think on the other side, Vasco, they're in your face, they play this quick and aggressive style, and I think that actually can catch up a lot of teams. And I think this could be, maybe, if they've learned on a few things, could be a bit of a kryptonite coming through. But recent history doesn't look great, right? Chengdu All Gamers do have the number last couple of years. It might be the same until 2024, if we're being completely honest. And of course, recently they're the only side who do look flawless at the moment. But I'm here for the spice. I want to see whether Vasco can really cause a bit of an upset. We have the veto, though, of course, to discuss. We both know that there's a few maps they don't like. You know, to Vasco, they've got a couple of areas where they don't really go to all that often. The Mexico ban will come through. Yeah, it's true. It's very, very true. We don't 100% know who is actually banning that, so we're going to have to kind of we'll figure that one out.
We're going to see the second ban.
Yeah, Eagle Eye. So this is actually one of the least played maps in the pool for Vasco. So my assumption is that they're the ones banning that, and I feel like that is actually a smart ban coming through. So this means it should be Chengdu All Gamers pick. We would see Ankara coming through, their most played map domestically. So that does make a lot of sense. Then it goes back towards Vasco. A couple of them areas ago. Port, not bad for them at all. Compound, they play a decent amount as well, and they will go towards that sub base. Now, sub base for me feels it's a bit of a middle of the road for Vasco. So yeah, interesting one.
I mean, it's a bit cursed for Chinese teams at the moment after what happened yesterday with Imperial. So I think they're going to try to do this exact same. Maybe to get that retake magic from Imperial and try and see if they can do that. Port's going to be banned out. Black Widow's going to be banned out. 2 good maps for MG here. So a last one is going to be on Compound. So I would say Compound is still in the side of AG considering how they play things, but Pepe has done a great job of also kind of throwing things in the CFBL to see if they can get some knowledge here in Compound. I feel like he has to handle things that map as well, but I wouldn't say it's 50-50. So I think for AG, I would say it's like a 75-25 for that matchup with AG having 75, of course.
Yeah, I don't know, especially with this Vito, I feel like I'm with you. I feel like this is leaning a little bit favored towards AG. They don't mind an Anchorer. The sub base feels like a decent pick, but if it goes towards that Compound, it's just a map and that CHENGDU all gamers do play a lot. It's the second most played map domestically. So for them, they're not going to worry about it. On the other side for Vasco, it's actually their second best map statistically. So they've got that going for them. But I think the way I look at it, as much as I predicted Vasco, I feel like this veto favors CHENGDU all gamers.
That's true.
And I think also, you know, obviously we did our predictions before the tournament even started, and I wouldn't have expected Vasco to lose the 3BL, and they've definitely looked a little weaker than I probably would have assumed. I mean, even on the other side as well, right? For Vasco, they dropped a map to EP, right? Evolution Power, who at that point were in their terrible rot of form. Obviously today they picked it up, but yeah, unfortunate stuff for them. So for me with Vasco, I picked them before the tournament. I would have liked a little bit of a spice coming through, but if I'm being completely honest, CHENGDU all gamers, they look like the only side who's actually lived up to their name value so far, where BaiSha have had their issues, Vasco have had their issues, IMPERIAL have had their issues, etc., etc. CHENGDU haven't. They've looked great. The all gamers have been fantastic. They've really not done anything wrong. They've not put a foot wrong. Not even dropped a map yet, dude. Yeah. So honestly, the way I look at this, everything kind of leans in favor of them. But so far, though, we've seen all the results. None of them seem to go the way we expect.
Yeah, for sure. Especially what happened yesterday. Anything can happen at this point. And I feel like Vasco has this rare trait. I think this is why I love Vasco so much, especially from last year's tournament, is every time that they go through games, they just get better and better and better. And maybe this is the time to actually see if they actually peaked enough to go up against this all-gamer squad. And Jabao U-turns away from second mid after getting pelted by an M4. And here we go. Start on Ankara. SV on that BL side. AG on that GR. So Du is one of the more impressive performers actually from yesterday. Even on sub base, he actually showed up.
Very true. Well, let's get this show on the road. Of course, we got Vasco starting with the aggression. They're the ones who are going to set the tempo here. Who's going to come through? Double Boost going to come over. Nice little setup on the box. Kind of just leave here, AKT here as well. Yeah, they just funnel nades over. Lineups are pretty simple once you're on top of that second box. Dre going to be first contact for him.
It's his favorite angle too.
Yeah, Jiggle Beacon up close towards Vent. Wants to fight, spots them. Doesn't overextend though, I like this. Does get caught by the flash, and he looks the wrong way. Shui gonna get away with it first, and he'll take that every day of the week. Spam on through that smoke by 1-2-2-2. Can't get even one himself, but Shui, under pressure, dips back.
Oh my god, they just worked. That's a two-man hold against 5. And Jabao, I think he's just gonna get the finish here on MG. No chance whatsoever.
So simple.
So simple, yet so deadly. Shui, I mean, I think they assumed that he tucked his head around the corner of the entrance, but no, he's actually in room A. To be fair, I was actually trying to guess where he was at.
Yeah.
And apparently he was in room A the entire time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, a pretty good defense already from the side of AG. I mean, stopping 5 players from coming into the side as a two-man, that kind of instills confidence in this defense.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50, right? When you jump out of that vent, you look right, you look right, left. I mean, right, obviously it's a one-and-done angle, I like to call them, where you normally get one, you probably get traded off the back, but there's nowhere to fall away from. Room A, though, you can. And for him, it worked. Yeah, trying to push the smoke there. Don't really recommend that. Du will accept them every day of the week. Nice little freebie to open things up. And this is what AG do best, right? They get an opening kill, and they just don't really make a mistake. We've seen this quite a few times where teams will get an opening kill, and they actually want to fight more or get more information or overextend. They get their kill, they dip away. They know they can just play the numbers game.
Yeah, they even have the option of actually just giving B site here. If Vasco actually just goes into B, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. As Jabao not having anyone watching that high mid position, so he's going to get flanked. 3 people on A, but I don't think that's the direction that the players are going to go for. But Du, if he does check Hotel at the right time, he can drop the C4 and delay as much as possible for his teammates to actually rotate back. But AKT trying to see if he can get anyone here in the spawn side, and he does get a one-tap. It's only Shui down though. ZY trying to go for the hunt, and AKT trying to make it as annoying as possible. And oh my god, he just crossed the entire team. There's 2 people looking for him, but he finally falls. And the rest of Vasco is going to come from the tunnels B side. Du is still on boxes. Going to be very difficult to clear him out. So SV is going to take their sweet time. Problem is the rest of the squad is here. Silva with a nice entry. And it's a 2v3. Not too bad of a situation here for Vasco, honestly.
Yeah, very doable. Very doable indeed. Looking at Zai to try and step up here. Anyone... He's going to be able to deliver. You normally look towards him. Pretty talented in this situation. 1-2-2-2. Also needs to try and help out, barreling around that corner. Silva lines them up. Great round coming through from him. 3 kills to his name. And he steps up in a really big way. They needed a bit of a hero in that round, and they get one. And now we see a response from Vasco. CHENGDU Wargamers, they started well, got an opening kill, and then they sort of got pulled out of position. AKT, I think he does a masterful job. Doesn't walk away with any kind of extreme number of kills or anything insane in terms of a highlight, but just the attention he draws towards him is so well played.
That timing was insane as well from the side of Vasco. I think he kind of caught ZY redirecting the defense in towards that ace side. So that means high mid was actually open, and then that gave an opportunity for AKT to enter that spawn side, deny some rotations. And even if he died, I mean, the rest of AG is still in that mid side, and the rest of SV is just running over on side. Then it's a great job from Silva immediately killing Du, because if Du gets another secondary, you already know what the man is capable of.
Yeah, very true indeed. Bit of a spam from Silva with the M4, but nothing really coming about from it. AKT, of course, did masterful work on that lurk in that last round, so I want to see whether he can do more of the same here. But not a huge amount of information really to work with. No real opening fights that are anything too notable. There's a bit of a spam over towards A main, but through that smoke, it doesn't really gain you all too much. You don't know what the setup's looking like, how many players are even there.
It's a very aggressive angle.
He's going to be tested now, actually. I don't know if he wants to fight. Yeah, he's not going to spot AKT. That's beautiful. So smart.
So smart, but they still have to go through ZY. Silva is going to take it down. Silva's been on fire at the start of this game, and not even Du can create the response. And 1-2-2-2 having to stick into towards the boxes of sight, but they're in close proximity, but he's going to go down to VNC. Jway, the only one left alive, but he is very capable with the AK-47. Zero utility in his hand, so he only has to focus on the shots, and he does get one. Fefe, MG, and Silva, but Fefe's is going to go up on that box in second mid. And Vasco, all right. We're having ourselves a game.
Yeah, they look pretty good so far. I feel like they're really pulling kind of CHENGDU all gamers apart a little bit right now. I feel like they've got the right read, they've got the right understanding, and I think the position you put yourself in now for Vasco is really positive, right? You're understanding that you can actually drag out fights in your favor. You can start to manipulate this defense in your favor, and that's exactly what you want to do. And it's not something that really a lot of teams have been able to do so far here at the Summer Championship, right? I mean, we have seen teams really struggle. So, yeah, so far, so good. I'm liking what I'm seeing out from Vasco. Obviously, the first round wasn't all too great. They kind of got pulled apart on this A-pop, but since then, learned the lesson. Nice nade that comes over. Decent chunks of damage dealt towards AKT and VNC.
Bit of a more calmer round from the side of Vasco here, actually. Not much in terms of action. I think they're really trying to catch AG. Maybe pushing in one of the sides of the map, considering the score is 2-1. So they're kind of thinking, all right, they're going to get desperate for maybe a return frag here, or maybe one kill that can cause the round to just fall apart. But I mean, Vasco's doing a great job of just being patient, and they slowly found that Tunnels B is somewhat unoccupied, except for Du on the other side. Will he see the feat? Ooh, he does, but he misses.
That's good from AKT as well. He just gets a bit of information without taking any damage, right? It's a simple way to go about it. Just a little peek, and it doesn't cost him anything, but it gains him information. He knows the sniper's there posted up, and not a fight that you really want to take. That's going to go over. Also, that gets all 5, in all fairness. Not bad. From Shui on site. Under a minute, we're going to make a move now. Shui going to be tested. What he got for us? He's going to be caught by that blind, so not got a lot to work with. Needs to be careful. Fefe going to be the first fight, and he will find that kill with ease. Beautiful stuff. Shui will fall. 1-2 going to try and help out, but he can't really do a hell of a lot at range. And AKT going to do a pretty good job of just holding rotations there. As long as he doesn't fall to bow, I was going to say he should be okay, but that's a crazy shot to hit.
I'm thinking there's better angles to hold for that position, but it seems like he wants to be more out in the open.
Ooh, pause being called
already, but who is actually going to call it?
Maybe the All Gamers, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is a start that they assumed that it was going to be good for them, but they didn't expect it to be this close, with Jabao going on in first. MG missing his shot, making it a 2v3.
Oh, no.
How has this happened? ZY has gotten himself up on the site. And a 3v4 masterclass of a retake. That's all 3 yeah, that's all 3 players coming in from the long side, and I'm surprised no one actually occupied exit. So no one's just chilling in towards that road to spawn and, you know, played for bomb, I guess.
That's a really, really good retake. Numbers is advantage retake, and to make it work, and to make it work flawlessly as well, nobody dies in terms of when they actually give that 3 vs 4 a go. I mean, that in itself is pretty incredible. But you can see, I think, generally speaking, for the All Gamers, this is not the level that they're used to, right? The mistakes are being made. They're given a little bit much too leeway over towards Vasco, and you can understand, coach getting pretty proactive here, right? A big conversation needs to be had because things aren't going well so far. So pretty serious conversation that's being had. We need to start getting this teamwork figured out. And for right now, for the CHENGDU All Gamers, they've been making mistakes they haven't been making so far this tournament. And I think you want to plug them early. Many people might see this as a very early call for a timeout, but I don't mind this. CHENGDU All Gamers, they're at their best when they snowball and when they play this kind of consistent level. But if you allow Vasco to build up too much in the early part of this first half, they themselves are such a momentum-heavy team that they could run away with things.
Yeah, I can't blame you for thinking like that, especially considering how Black Widow went for them yesterday when they got a fair few rounds in the first half and then they just rolled on through with the rest of the game. So Dono giving them a bit of a,
We call it the hairdryer treatment in the UK.
Why is that?
Basically, it's like an old term for, obviously, for football, so Manchester United, Sir Alex Ferguson, like, he's seen one of the best managers ever. He's used to a thing he used to do when the team wasn't playing well or they were not playing the way he wanted. He would like take them into the locker room and just scream at them, basically. And it was called the hairdryer treatment because he was just like so much shouting. So when the coach is giving you a stern talking to, we call it the old hairdryer treatment.
That's interesting, man. As a former Manchester United fan, that's a fun fact to think.
There we go. There we go. Either way, back underway. And maybe CHENGDU can have a little bit of form here, just as Sir Alex Ferguson would have wanted.
Yeah. I'm surprised that AG's actually not really minding any mid control here. So Zai is already coming on back into towards the spawn side. Great timing from him, honestly. He's kind of like the constant moving piece in this defense. Jabao gets a bit of damage here on Fefe, but I think he's just going to back off of Hotel before he gets swarmed.
Yeah, that's smart. He has no idea about that VNC and Fefe could be up this close, and he knows there's a real possibility. There's no point fighting. Just dip away. He's got the support to do at range as well, so it's a nice little crossfire that they can sort of wield themselves. C4 wasn't spotted either. But need to commit too much there. Zhui's made a move, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe at 1 minute and 30, but no.
Yeah, he pushed into towards Van. He spots nothing. So this will be a relay of information saying, hey, guys, there's no one here. However, the only other side is that there's so much time to rotate back over. First fight. Yeah, going to get caught. Jabao again gets caught. He's been having a bit of a rough time in these opening fights. Not the way he wanted to go. Who drops a nade, but won't do all too much. 1 minute 10, it looks like they want to go towards B.
Not a smart fight to take, honestly, from Jabao. Really don't know who's in around that corner. Yeah, granted, you already spotted Silva, but there could also be another player coming in from second mid, so not really characteristic from Jabao, who's been doing the carrying since day one. But ZY has to pick up the pace, has to pick up the scraps for the squad. He does have the nade out, but no, that is going to be Zhuai. That's what we were waiting for the entire time on that A site. When is he going to come out? And he actually punishes action for trying to see if he can get in towards that catwalk A side. And Vasco is actually going to come all the way back while Silva sets up a fake here.
Yeah, Utop going to come over. Not got a lot of time. 25 seconds, fellas. We really got to make a move here. Let's start stepping. And they come towards A. I mean, actually, hang on a second. Zhui's rotating away. Now he doubles back, thankfully. And he's got to kind of do it on his own here. This is going to be a tough hold for a one-man army. He's got to step up in a really big way. We're under 10 seconds. We have got to move here. They're going to come through. Hang on a moment. Zhuai has probably done enough. Surely done enough. Got the support. 1-2-2. Tucked himself backside. And there's just no time. That's the worst kind of round to lose for me. There's no worse way to lose in a game with 2 minute 30 rounds is to run out of time without getting a bomb plant down. That for me is inexcusable.
Yeah, especially that nade was a 50-50, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have either went left or right. Then Vasco, unfortunately, was unlucky that time. 1-2-2-2 with a hell of a throw on that nade. And the C4, as soon as it was down, Yeah, desperation was there, but
hello.
it was actually a waste of a smoke. Oh my god, what a push out here from Fefe. I think he knows that Du has been playing that position for the past few times, so he finally punishes him.
Yeah, and he catches him just on scopes as well. It couldn't have been worse timing for Du. I think, you know, for Vasco, they're just trying to be a little bit more proactive in the early round because, again, like we said, losing a round because you don't even get a bump on that where there's people still alive both sides, that for me is inexcusable. There is no excuse for that. That is just bad mid to late round calling. There's, you know, you can't be leaving things that late, going for a rotation over to a site where you have no information on. You don't know how many people are even on towards B, never mind A, where you're trying to head. So I think they're trying to get a little bit more active here and try and say, right, we need to actually make sure we do a little bit more in the early round. And they are so far. MG going to be traded out, but even still, numbers favorable over towards Vasco, especially now that Shui's left all alone. 1 versus 3. Best of luck. He's over towards A, and they are barreling towards B.
Yeah, fortunately for him, MG's already out of the picture, so the sniper is not something you have to worry about. Shui coming in from the tunnel's B side. And he's going to try to see if he can sneak in, but look at Vasco. They're not planting to C4. They're not letting him get that information that they're finally in B. Playing a bit of mind games here, but fortunately for the side of Vasco, one person coming in from the hotel side. Fefe around the corner, and just in time to trade his teammate. 3-3 here for Vasco. I mean, the strats are getting a bit more complicated for AG to figure out, and it's playing into Vasco's hands.
Yeah, that's better. That is better work coming through for Fate. You know, obviously there's issues with that calling towards the last round, but that was a much better and a bit of a proactive start. You know, individually from him, finds the opener, and then they work off it. They start to scale up through mid over towards B. It's well played. Get the kills in their favor, and that's all you can ask of them. We are seeing a bit of a change up though from AG. Triple mid stack and a quad maybe as well, but MG gets one. Du answers back for Faye. The IGL going to get caught. Not a way that you want to fall, but still can call from the grave.
That's true. I mean, ZY, pretty big piece of the defense here from the side of AG, being that constant moving piece between A and B. And him being gone, now you already know that it is going to be a 2-2 defense. But at the same time, if A out of the picture, just like how you said it, he could just watch his teammates' screens and kind of direct him from there. But I like the idea from the side of AG to finally have some presence in mid, considering it's been it's been AKT who's been going in towards that catwalk A side, eventually going into spawn. But unfortunately, Vasco was expecting it. Good read by Buffet, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Tight square. This is a pretty competitive game so far. Neither side look massively confident in terms of taking this in their stride and getting that consistency out the gate and all the rest. MG definitely a name to keep an eye out for, especially in a round like this. When he starts to heat up, MG is very difficult to stop. I mean, that is just the story of Vasco. Wow, he's had his moments and he's had his struggles as well, but it's not a bad way to start things off. Gets one, gets a second. That's a beautiful reaction. What a 180. Head on a swivel there as he flicks round to his left. Looking for one more as well. He might even get a chance as well. MG going to get tagged down low. He's barely alive, 1 foot in the grave. Pop shot does miss as well. So he might be the one to find him off. He's not, but he does most of the work. It's a beautiful round. A lot of that has to come off of Xiao Bao. You know, like we said, he's had a lot of issues so far this game where he's getting caught off guard, but that's much better.
Yeah, and that's more like it, Xiao Bao. I mean, he was getting a bit bullied at the start of the game, and now gets to kind of respond a bit with 2 kills over here at high mid. And yeah, I mean, that was just a good hold in general. If he just fell, that would have been easily Vasco getting this B side and potentially getting the round.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice that AG has this insurance policy, and it is going to be the long A push, and they are going to try and see if they can get any frags going, but it seems like Vasco, they just back off in time. And where is Du? Yeah, you can actually just leave your sniper here. There is a bit of a box right under that mini terrace, and he can just hold this the entire time, and the rest of the squad can just move around the map.
Has to be said as well, there's a nice little bit of information gather, in a sense, from Vasco. They've definitely done their research at the very least. The pop comes through, they push out in towards A long, and then what they do is they double nade stack in towards mid-tunnel, and they do a lot of damage to 1-2. Du going to be caught as well. For Fate, nice shot as he secondary snipes.
Yeah.
And it works.
He's probably going to ask for Silva's M4 here.
Yeah. Not a bad way to go about it either. You know, Silva more than happy to swap over. Ooh, Xiao needs to be careful. Playing around a hotel. He could get caught. He's going to tuck himself up close. I always see this as a bit of a one-and-done angle, though, and he might even not get one. He won't. Gets caught. Nice swing coming through from Silva. We'll get one, but he's so low, I don't think he really can even swing for the trade there.
Oh, wow. What a shot there from ZY. Zhui did not get the finish. Almost getting 3 there, but AKT is going to deny that. Flash is going to go through 1-2-2-2, the only one left alive, the brains of the team. But can he think his way out of this? MG still live and alive, and he can just swing on by towards the B side. I don't think AKT should really try and go for this last kill, but considering he is on 16 HP, could just be a faster round end, but instead 1-2-2-2 gonna go somewhere else. But is this gonna be an A-take? No.
Oh, they've outplayed him.
They've outplayed him. Now 1-2-2-2 has on the other side of the map. No one's here. No one's here in the party.
Yeah.
He's on his own.
He's turned up to the wrong address, mate. The party is not being held here. They'll get a C4 point in just a second. They'll realize nobody's home. And now it's a long old rotate for 1-2-2. And doing all of this, like you said, with 16 points of HP, a real big ask. No two ways about it. Reload to come through, sure. Those 4 extra bullets might be helpful, but
Vasco's
who knows? Yeah, Vasco calling for a pause is kind of wild. I feel like it's a little that, you know, the Chengdu's pause early I can understand, right? But Vasco's here. They're going to tie the game up, most likely, unless they completely fumble this. And they're in a spot where they can actually make a decent half out of this. So I feel like maybe saving that for if it was needed in the second half would have been my preference. Oh, surely not. For a moment, he had a chance there, 1-2, especially on 16 points of HP, but not to be. Not this time, at the very least. And now we've got this pause coming through. I don't know about you, but for me, this feels like a little bit of a... Oh, it's a tech pause. I was going to say, this felt like a really early tech pause if it was.
Ugh. But there we go.
Okay, technical pause, I can understand. That makes a little bit more sense to me. And we can see the admins working hard over there. Whoever is sat on the right-hand side. I can't even actually see the admins.
Trying to figure out. So Silva, there's Fefei, Action MG. So it is most likely going to be...
AKT? I can't even see who's actually sat on that side. The admins are standing in our way. But either way, here's a technical pause here over towards Vasco. So...
Oh, it's the headset.
A classic headset issue. We'll get it fixed as soon as. But yeah, so far, a pretty good game. I was going to say, if they were calling for attack pause here, this feels very early for me. Very unnecessary, I would say. Maybe, you know, I always want to save it for when or if it's needed. But thankfully, it isn't a pause of that nature. So we're okay. I'm not too annoyed with that. But either way, we're in a spot now where I think we've got to look at this and say, what do we see out from on the other side? Chengdu All Gamers to make a decent end of this. They've got to make sure they don't let things slip away.
Especially, this is especially bad for Vasco because, you know, it kind of, you know, presses the brakes, whatever momentum you had. So Fefei not looking too happy. So I think it was VNC's headset actually that's not working.
Okay.
And, you need that man's headset working, that's for sure. Especially when VNC, when he gets going, that's for sure. But
yeah,
you know, there has been some days, especially in that 0-2 against ABL, where he didn't actually play particularly well. It was actually Action kind of picking up the slack for him. But especially up against AG specifically, man, you're gonna need him to be online because. I mean, you already saw what he's capable of. I think there was one game where he had 19 kills and it says 17 headshots as well. So you already know that he's capable of getting that good AK taps. But if he's not online, then, you know, AG's going to exploit that weak link.
Yeah, that's true. So hopefully we will get this one sorted as soon as. I'm sure, you know, for Vasco, feeling some decent form. That was a good round from them. Looks like, at least the word from the admins, the check on it should be fixed soon as. So we shouldn't be all too long before we head back in towards this one. But yeah, you know, where we've been at so far, it's actually been quite a back and forth game. We weren't really too sure what to get out from this game because all expectations are that AG come into most games, especially how they've been playing so far, and make kind of light work of them. But Vasco do look like a side who have just something more to offer, even though maybe, you know, things were a little tough for them, you know, for Vasco in some of the early games, especially obviously the 3BL one. And even against Evolution Power, dropping a map against them, definitely not what I expected. But, has to be said, they're putting up a good fight against AG. AG seem to struggle to figure out the tempo changes.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be slightly better for them on the BL side, considering, you know, they're the ones controlling the pace in this game. So Vasco already discovering that high mid is actually not that occupied, so they're going to go in towards Tunnels B instead there. So they're already expecting that either Du or Xiaobao is going to be playing that second mid position.
Yeah.
So they're going to try and see if they can step on by. But Xiaobao, he knows better. So he is going to go into the site again and get an angle on towards Tunnels B. So AG kind of moving around here, and this B side defense is looking really strong.
Yeah. VNC, a little poke and prod over towards A. Let's see what we get on offer.
That's a really late smoke from Dre. That's nice.
Yeah, perfectly timed as well. We'll just slow things down massively. About a minute left to work with. What's the play? Pop flash around that corner. Sure, catches VNC, but AKT will be the one to crack things open. Du gonna get caught. It's a big kill to find as well. Du, he's had his impressive moment so far, so catching him early is not a bad way to go about this. And it starts to move in towards Xue's territory. Will he be ready for them? He will. They look up, and he's down. And he gets one. Looks for a second as well. There's more 1-2-2. He'll get it. That's not a bad way to shut things down over towards A. And that's a C4 as well. That's probably the round.
Yeah, it could be, but look at Action's position. If he can actually just chase down the spawn player, if he can chase down Xiaobao here, he can actually try and see if he can kind of sandwich the entire defense out towards top A. But here comes the nades. They are raining down Xiaobao, expecting that there could be a flank going. And he actually sees Action on the side. Great kill from Silva, but that is a great 2K in response from the side of AG. And MG, the only one left alive with the sniper. He's going to have to hit 3 nice shots with this AWM. Very quick response. Headshot, actually, with that one. But he has to pull out the Colt. 5 seconds left, and look at Xiaobao running the other direction. 1-2-2-2, trying to get that additional +1 on his stats. But unfortunately, he doesn't make it.
Yeah, not to be. But yeah, do you know what? Second round now, we've seen with Vasco lose to the timer. You know, so far of all the games I've commentated here at the Summer Championships, that's not happened once. So, you know, for Vasco, it is pretty damning. Like I said, I still always believe maybe that one I can give a little bit of leeway to. C4 dropped, numbers advantage, MG was in a 1v3. It is what it is. But, you know, that is still twice that you've lost the round to the timer. And I think for the most part, they are where we look at some of these Brazilian teams, they play so slow. Imperial, a prime example. Vasco do normally play a little quicker, but so far they haven't actually been. They've been playing relatively slow-tempoed. AG, I'm sure they're going to be happy to fight.
Yeah, could be the amount of respect that they have
Yeah.
for the AD squad. They don't want to make any mistakes, especially you make one mistake, the entire side is basically the side of AG. So they're going to take the slow round of things. I think this is going to be the better side for MG, especially, you know, just like how I said earlier, he's a human turret, but that means he's not going to be too quick on his feet. So he can get caught very easily if AG just pour onto the side, and if they're willing to die, maybe 2 players die, because we already know how a sniper works in this game. You take one snipe, take out your pistol, get a headshot, and that's basically it if you're getting swarmed.
Yeah, very true. Well, shot, miss.
Oh,
that's not the way you want to start things off. 1-2-2, nice little find from him. Actually gonna get one of his own as well. Du, he's got the right idea. Makes a move, he'll get a find. He'll take that every day of the week. Du gets that one, he actually manages to set up for a second, but he will get traded by VNC. So at the very least, now, maybe a little bit of something to work with. Faye looking on a high. Not a huge amount of info to work with, and now that C4's down, there's a timer above their head. A 3-on-3 retake, not easy. Got a bit of util to work with as well. Xiaobao, he's up close. He'll be first contact for Faye, starting to creep around that smoke as well. Xiaobao gonna get caught. Nice little work as they both swing in together. DY holding him behind, but nothing offering up. The NT trying to make a little move as well, but an answer back isn't bad from 1-2-2. Looks for a second. Trade from ZY is not bad at all. Tap on towards the C4, and I think he might just have enough time. It's pretty damn close. I don't know if he does. He doesn't. And it's so close as well, but it will be AG taking the round.
That is just AG. I mean, that Not gonna lie, even if AG won that round, that's pretty much horrible coming in from them. But at the same time, it's the exact same quality as well coming in from the side of from Vasco. It's not that good of a defensive round. The retake was kind of icky. Not gonna lie. And yeah, AG just kind of get away with it, kind of get away with murder in that round. So I think both teams, I can agree that both of them want to forget about that one.
Early nade. There's a decent chunk of damage over towards Du. Tagged up a little bit. AKT will drop a smoke as well, to a cross smoke over to block out A main. And once again, a pretty tentative start coming through from AG. Lead in their favor, which is good, 6-4. They're pretty happy where they are. On their map pick, of course, Ankara up next, sub-base, the pick of Vasco. Silva, he's going to be tested here. Nice first find and gets away. That's all that matters. And he gets away unscathed as well, to make matters even better.
Oh, AKT, I think he might have spotted the head of Xiaobao here, so they can confirm that this is going to be a B-side hit. The two snipers in the B-side, both of them need to activate at the same time. But Silva, he does go down. Tunnel speed player already in a hurry, and look at how fast J-Way is trying to get into the side. Flash in his face, MG and Silva. Mini crossfire, but you can see the tip. You can see the tip of MG's gun, but they don't get the kill anyway. Silva on the side is going to be the first one down in the site itself. And here we go. It's a 3v3, and I like the decision here from the side of Vasco. Just back off a bit. We can just play retake. We have equal numbers. Fefe on the second floor, but can they make some damage happen from the hotel side? And yeah, I think everyone should just play hotel and or tunnels B. Problem is, Fefe is on his own, and someone is already in that tunnels B position. ZY just waiting for the inevitable here.
Flash gonna come over. Zhui gonna get caught by it. Stops stuck in his head. Goes for a swing. That might be costly. I don't think you want to be going for that. Swing on this corner. ZY's got to hit that shot and he can't. He gets baited out by the jiggle. The trade is perfect. And Do left all alone. He's low as well. Best of luck, my friend. He got caught jumping around that corner. Nice work. Nice retake as well from Vasco. And we have a game on our hands here. These two sides still remain inseparable.
Yeah, I really like that from the side of Vasco. They're just like I mentioned earlier, they're just going to back off. They just don't mind playing the retake game instead. Most teams have this bad habit of really just trying to hurry their way into the site, and usually that gets you killed.
Yeah.
So great patience from the side of Vasco, fully knowing that the time is still a lot on that bomb. And Do now deciding if he wants to have a joust with MG in mid, but MG not going to oblige. Instead, he's going to play that second floor position.
All right. So, goes a little quiet again in the early part of this round. Nades have been pretty good in terms of chip damage. Of course, Do got caught by a lot of it in that previous round, and it led him to being pretty low at the tail end in that 1 versus 2. Would have liked a little bit more health, but wasn't given that luxury. 6-5, 1-round game. AG needs to make sure they keep this lead, if not extend it once again to 2. If they allow Vasco to catch up, tie the game up, they can start the spiral positively.
Yep, and AG, they don't want to reveal their cards against Vasco here just yet. So they are going to try to see if they can crawl onto the site, kind of try and surprise the defense here of Vasco on A, but they need to take out the player who's on the underside of A. Actually, no one's playing the underside of A. It's very similar to what Magda was doing, but never mind. Vent's player is already dead. Zhui's favorite position is finally occupied, and AKT fully blinded. He didn't even shoot a shot, and 1-2-2-2 is going to help his boy Zhui get that last kill, and it is a 2v5. It is looking nigh impossible here.
That's a beautiful execution, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. Every single bit of util, fight, every fight that's taken, you know, multiple factors. They look both, I mean, it's perfect, right? You can't really ask anything more of it. Server going to get caught by a bit of util damage too, but that's as good as it gets. That's what makes AG AG, right? They just have those sort of pocket rounds for them. Really nice work. I mean, Silver's trying to get his way back in. I don't think he's going to be given any sort of a luxury here.
MG's just going to use the rest of the time, I think. And probably Vasco. The rest of Vasco's just going to use the rest of the bomb timer to try and talk it out. What happened in that round, guys? Why did we absolutely get annihilated in the A site? And
the old attack pause without calling attack pause type vibe.
Sir. Saves you the timeout, in all honesty.
Yeah.
To be fair, both of them do not have one. Or I think it's true. AG still has one.
Oh, yeah, no.
no,
Vasco. Vasco still do have one. Yeah. Because theirs was technically.
Technically, not a pause.
Yeah, exactly. 7-5, though. AG. They are in a pretty decent little spot right now. Hello, this is a bit different. I like this. Silva, a little readjustment for him. Goes aggro for the first, swings in and help for the second. We like that. Proactivity on this defense to get up in their face and slow AG down. I'm behind this.
Yeah, I like that AKT just backed off, and it just so happens that Silva is actually in the exact same place. So really good teamwork from the side of Vasco Esports, but Zhui gonna try to make another miracle happen on this entry. VNC finally gonna hit the headshot this time. But he's going to get taken down by ZY. ZY can clear the rest of the side. Spray's not going to go down, but Fefe is just going to play delay at this point. 1v3 situation, and ZY, if it's any time to come alive, if it's any time to turn into your CFPL form, it is now. MG in the back on that sniper. Favorable position, and Vasco very well played coming in from them, playing more of their style of CROSSFIRE this time.
Yeah, good round coming through. I like that, right? Just get active in the early round. We know that they like to kind of play super slow. We know at times they really like to kind of use the clock to their advantage to bait out utility and all the rest. But sometimes the only, I kind of said this a little bit earlier as well in the first game I did, right? The issue with that, when you play these super slow rounds, if you always play them, they're not shocking. They don't really do that as much. But you've got to have a few quicker rounds as, you know, up your sleeve, or else you're not going to be, so the element of surprise isn't going to be there, right?
That's true.
It keeps you the enemy guessing and all the rest. So
you kind of become predictable if you just play slow the entire time.
Yeah, because you just hold your util. You know, you don't need to throw it too early. You know, you can basically just kind of potentially just refresh smokes. But aside from that, you can hold your nades, you can hold your flashes, you can use them if you need them for retakes, or you can expect kind of late round execution. So yeah, I always feel like you see these teams who play super slow. Imperial are a prime example. They play very, very slow kind of all the time. The issue is when you do that all the time, if you don't go for a quick one every now and again, it doesn't really shock anybody. So, yeah, I like that. That's a nice little change up for Vasco. Back to the default, though. Back to the slow one. Triple stack towards A. Double stack towards B, and they're going to be tested.
MG in a prime position to defend high mid with this sniper. Going to be fully blinded. Zway sees his head pop out, and he's going to go up that ladder. No, he's just going to go keep on going, I guess. Silva missing the shots with the Colt, and Zway already on the side, and all of a sudden, all four members of the side of AG is inside, and Action just making sure that there is no flank coming in from mid. But look at the patience here from Du. He is just posted up in the mid side. He's already hurt Fefe. And he actually gets Du.
How? How's he got away with that? Du gonna fall. Shabal's low as well. About a half on this C4 as well. Bit of time to work with. They could actually maybe get some space, but they've got to go. We've got to make a move here. In they come. First, it's good. Nice little find from VNT as well. Might want more as well. ZY going to trade for Faye. Can't trade as well. And a double down going to come through from ZY. Leaving it all down to MG. Got to go huge. Doesn't have the time either. I mean, even if he got the kills now, it wouldn't make a difference. He's looking for stats, and he'll get them, sure, but it's not going to affect the round. Down he falls. 1-2, 2-2 will close it. And that will be another round for AG. They're inching ever closer now.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not really a bad round from the side of Vasco. You got Du. Problem is the site is so just they have an airtight defense on site. As even if you get all the frags inside, even if you're MG in that 1v2, you still have to figure out the hotel position. Plus, there's that little corner that you can play in and just tuck your whole body on and just delay as much as possible. But there we go. AG making their presence zone on towards the long A side first. VNC. Can you hit the shot? And that's a bit too wide, my friend. Just keep jiggling.
Oh.
There we go. That's why you never peek wide in that position.
Yeah. Big swing, no thing, gets caught. And it might be the same for his teammates. That is a masterfully quick execution over towards A. We saw him do one of these earlier, and it was beautiful. That one is just as so. Action Silva with a lot to do, and so little information to work. And they're going to get peppered with util to make it even worse. The nade is good for one, though. At the very least, a 2 versus 3 is not an impossible retake on the cards here. There might just be a little bit of something. Pop flash is going to come through. Spam is good. Hang on a second. Actually going to get one. We might be on for something. 4v2 turn 2v2. We might just be on. And a sniper still in play. Sniper in this post-one might not be what you want, but do hit something quick. And it's closed down as well. One more round is all that the Chengdu All Gamers need. And there was moments where this game felt close. This second half, much better.
Yeah, Du calling the bluff there. He's like, you're not defusing. We already know what's happening here. And the pre-aim was perfect from the sniper. And yeah, this is basically cleanup for 1-2-2-2 here, who's also playing that bottom side position. And a match point for the side of AG. Is Vasco going to make things interesting here, or is AG just going to go for the finish? And I think they realized what the weakness is for the side of Vasco, especially you know, Fefe and VNC. They've not had the best of games here, so now they're just going to attack it once again with quick pace. It's only 2 minutes on the clock. It's not even 1 minute and 59 yet.
Oh, we are going quick here. Smoke going to come over. A re-smoke coming through for a main, but it's going to be a little too late here. And all focus over towards Ven is not good enough. That is beautiful. Another double entry in towards the A side. They're looking to make it 3, and oh my god, they will. That is sumptuous stuff. AG make these executions towards A look so damn good, and this is why they are seen as the best team here at this tournament so far, because they really haven't had any sort of hiccups in all the way throughout, and this is a wonderful way to close out your map pick. They've figured out that the A side is a weakness, they've figured out that it's not been the greatest to hold, and they are just punishing the weaknesses over towards Vasco.
Yeah, and I think AG Oh yeah, Silva's gonna get the kill. It doesn't really matter. I think AG has done a really good job of adjusting in this new era of smokes. We went from the red name era, now we are in the muzzle fire era. And it seems like AG are now comfortable in day 4, right? Yeah, day 4. Took 4 days for them to kind of heat up a bit here, but against Vasco, they've done a great job.
Yeah, perfect. And of course, for this side, still yet to drop a map. They are still looking great all the way through. Of course, that is their map pick, so we'll kind of keep that as maybe a little bit of an asterisk, but regardless, great showing, great performance, very few issues coming through. A little bit of a close first half, sure. Maybe took them a little bit of time to warm up, but once they do warm up, they are such a difficult side to stop down, to stop and kind of shut down. And hey man, credit to them. For Vasco, this is going to be a really tough sort of, I don't know, 10-minute break to discuss how we actually going to make our sort of map work for us, because I don't know, I think they lost in a lot of different facets. They got outplayed, outcalled, and then just they lost the mechanics. They lost the battles.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really great call there from 1222, and they're like, oh, the A side is kind of weak, so Vasco, they're going to assume, oh, they're going to hit B this time to kind of mix things up, and 1222 is like, hey, let's just hit A again, because I don't know, Fefe and his homie VNC kind of, they can't take us here.
Yeah.
So why not just keep it simple for the side of AG? And yeah, I mean, massive better performance coming in from them, especially up against a better team of Vasco in this group. And they're looking way more solid compared to day 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, found a weakness and kind of abuse it in your favor, right? And I think just for this side now, for the Chengdu War Game, is just showcasing why they are seen as one of the best sides. So the reigning champions here for the Summer Championship, and they're looking to go back to back. Like we said, they've won like 7 of the last 9 domestic competitions. They are the side at the moment. And a lot of people look towards BaiSha as well, because internationally they've had a lot of success. But, you know, I've always been a Chengdu guy. I had this argument with Jordan on the desk as well. I said I was leaning a little bit more in favor of Chengdu while he was BaiSha. But, you know, for me, that is why, right? I think when they play, especially that second half, if they play like that, that is what we want to see, right? That is where I don't really think, unfortunately, Vasco can compete. I just don't think they're tactically as deep. I don't think they have the individuals who can step up. And this is the issue with Chengdu War Gamers. All 5 can have their moments too.
Yeah, and I might join you on that AG club very, very soon, because if BaiSha is the reason why Macdo is not taking it to to playoffs, then I'm going to be hopping my fence on towards the AG club. So yeah, I guess pretty solid here coming in from AG. Thinking how sub base is going to go. Granted, it is going to be a Vasco pick. It's not too bad. The dude didn't perform too bad in this one. So we're kind of pointing at the snipers here, especially when it comes to sub base. We already saw it with Evolution Power earlier in this tournament. Obviously, AG just kind of outplayed them in that map. Granted, it was 10 and 8. It was a bit close. Everyone was looking shaky, even both snipers on both sides. But, I mean, if Du is playing exactly like this, more stable, more recognizable from his season in CFPL, then I think sub-base might just be a wash. But let's not doubt Vasco here. They got some pretty good rounds here on towards the BL side, and especially when it comes to sub-base, a map that is a lot more smaller compared to Ankara.
Yes.
I think they can definitely move more freely there.
No, I agree. I mean, take a look at some of these highlights as well. You can see this first half, it was very back and forth. There was a lot to like out from Vasco. I just think, unfortunately for them, they just fell a little bit flat when they were the ones on the defense who weren't setting the tempo. I think that's where Vasco do their best work. When they're the ones who are in control of how the rounds are played, the speed of the rounds, that's when they're really in their comfort zone. When they're the ones who have to look for information, find them out, try and pull off retakes, this, that, and the other, I think they do get put on the back foot and mentally get a little bit more drained in that favor. But, you know, for me, you know, the second it swapped towards the second half, it really showcased just how deep the strat pool goes for the Chengdu War Gamers, but especially over towards A. They knew it was a weakness and they exposed it, and they kept saying, this is where we've got to finish. This is where we're going to find our success. And credit to them, right? When you point out a weakness like that and you're able to use it consistently, that's expert calling. That's where you have to look towards the IGL and praise them, but also the entry fraggers as well, right? Getting a lot of space early in towards that site and making sure that they get a really successful post-spawn coming down. So a really nice little 10-6 coming through all in all. And as you look at the summary off the back of it as well, very, very good showing from basically most players across the board. Du did have a quiet game by his performance, in all fairness, but then on the other side, Action, Fefe, VNC, all did struggle as well. Silva, MG both had decent performances themselves, but it wasn't enough. Only a 10-6.
Yeah, I mean, Silva, great performance from him. He's been denying a lot. From the side of AG, MG doing a great job as well, but I don't think the reason why he's got the 1.22 KD is because he got a lot of kills. I think he was just, you know, the nature of the sniper role. You're a lot more passive, so it's not really a role that you die a lot in. AKT, Fefe, and VNC kind of struggling to defend. Especially Fefe and VNC there on A side, they were absolutely suffering. I mean, as soon as you think that you guys are safe on the A side, the flash flies right at your face, and all of a sudden Jue is trying to fist fight you for your gun. So, I mean, AG is still 1-2-2-2, actually leading the charge this time, 1.67 KD. ZY is looking more normal. Jue is looking more active. Du, he doesn't have to do anything at the moment. He just has to step it up on sub base, especially because he's going to be more in direct contact with MG now, especially with that Woods jail fight with that sniper. So I think he needs to wake up.
And let's discuss about sub base, right? When we look at this, right, this is a map in which, you know, Vasco have picked into it. They like it. They play it a lot domestically. They've got a very decent success rate. However, we've got to look at stats and decide. If we look at CHENGDU Wargamers, their best map in the pool, number 1 is Eagle Eye, 100% win rate for them. Fair enough. They don't play it a hell of a lot, though. Their second best map is Subbase, 87.5% win rate, and it's their third most played map, too. So not only do they play it a lot, they win it a lot as well. They play it 16 times with an 87.5% win rate. So statistically, very good domestically in what is the hardest domestic league. Yes, Vasco do come from probably the second hardest domestic league, I think, if we're being completely honest, but it doesn't really compare pound for pound, especially when you go down towards the middle of the pack and the lower end teams, probably to the likes of China. So this is the big thing for me, right? You know, I don't think by any means CHENGDU Wargamers are coming off the back of this map and being like, okay, guys, we need to kind of be a little bit worried. This is their map pick, and this, that, and the other. They're thinking about this and saying, we like this map. We're happy on this map. We play this map all the time, and we win this map a hell of a lot. So, yeah, bring it on. We've just taken you down 10-6 in a pretty comfortable fashion. I'm sure they're pretty happy about this, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, sub base, that is just like how you said it, right? I mean, 14-2 is insane statistic, especially you're playing in the hardest league with so many teams actually playing sub base. And to be, you know, recalling the Season 24 finals once again, sub base, I think, popped out in game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, and actually BaiSha won that map 1-10. So I think maybe AG has learned, maybe can pick up a thing or two in that 1-10 series, and yeah, let's see if they can apply it to this one this time.
Yeah, that is very, very true indeed. We'll be heading underway in towards subbase in just a moment. Last little checks as the players all sit down, but it looks like they're all more or less ready to get going here in Hanoi, Vietnam. And yeah, it's been a pretty cool tournament so far as well. We've had a lot of results that we maybe didn't expect, a lot of upsets, and maybe even some teams not playing to the level we would expect, i.e. BaiSha. But same can't be said so far for CHENGDU Wargamers. Still yet to drop a map. They want to keep that up as well heading in towards this next game and you know, basically book this, well, they would book their spot in towards the next stage, and it would also put Vasco on the chopping block as well. That would put Vasco 1-2 alongside ranking and would keep 3BL 2-1, so it makes things very spicy indeed. It might still mean that we get a team from the CROSSFIRE West League in the playoffs, which in itself would be kind of wild. But yeah, Vasco losing this map here, of course, means a loss, and it means it might even be the end of your tournament. Obviously, they've got a game coming out tomorrow. They'll be playing against ranking, but the end of your tournament in the sense of it might not matter if you win or lose that one.
That is true. I think they have more of a chance against ranking.
I agree.
I mean, it is AG, so, you know. Yeah, I guess if they do not sweep ranking, I think their chances are just going to get dashed. So I think Vasco, they just might want to keep it competitive with AG here, maybe even take a map off of them to kind of increase their chances. But I mean, all signs are still pointing to AG at the end of the day. So I think AG, maybe they depends on, let me look at their faces. Maybe some of them want to go back to the hotel already, so they might have to lock in. I mean, what I noticed earlier as well, like I haven't seen this in the first 3 days. I mean, Du and ZY actually smiling after the game, and I think they were satisfied with their performance.
Exactly. It seems to be exactly the case. The war cry coming through over from Vasco. It looks like we are about ready to get underway. They do that just before we get this map started, and there we go. As expected, predicted, and all the rest. We're about to get on the way, of course, into map number 2. It is Subbase, the pick of Vasco. We need to see what they've got on offer for us, because, safe to say, we could be a little bit concerned. MG posted on that pixel peak, but nothing offering up.
Yeah, he's playing the safer version of that angle in towards the wood side. It's kind of cheating a bit, but to be fair, if you're up against Du, you have to do anything to try and wipe him off the map as fast as you can at the beginning. But ZY already finding himself in that vent, so if Silva does not check this, or if they're a bit too busy fighting this second mid side, then maybe ZY can slip by, and maybe they can kind of fake a move in towards B side and go right back to A.
I've got to say, I'm very happy to see Subbase get played quite a lot here at the Summer Championships. In the West League, it very, very rarely gets played. It's always Compound, it's always Port, maybe Anchor if you're a lucky man, right?
It's an overhated map.
Yeah, I actually really like Subbase. I think it's really fun. I think it plays out as, you know, I always think, no matter what game, maps with kind of levels to them do. Hang on a second. These first 2 kills are actually something special. That second one, though, is nothing short of ridiculous. He might have a little bit more behind him as well. For Faye, opting for the rifle up here, but he might be in a bit of trouble. He actually gets away with one. Actually, one of his own as well. We're still on for something here, but Silva's left all alone. He started this round, and it looks like 1-2-2-2, and Zai want to close it. Silva, I don't think he's got a chance here.
Yeah, Silva. I think you're just going to run into jail, and we're going to go into that replay because I want to see that shot again. But no, he's going to take his sweet time, go on towards the outside, but ZY is already trying to look for anyone as he enters Machine Room. So, yeah, I think Silva's basically a dead man. I mean, ZY is playing a position that's possible to predict. Never mind. He actually spots him first while ZY is kind of a mid-walk outside of lockers, and he's going to bring him all the way to Do. I'm going to let you have this kill, man, to get you that confidence in this game, and there we go.
Yeah, nice work. Do really, really nice couple of kills. I mean, opens things up. They don't act on it, though. Then it gets a second, and the second is actually masterful. And then it all slots itself into place. So, yeah, really nice stuff. It has to be said. Do great work from him. 3 kills. Exactly what you want to see from your star man, your talisman, your sniper. Getting super proactive in the early part of this round. And we said as well, at least for me, it felt that when Vasco are the side who set the tempo, where they're the ones on the attack, right, and they're the ones who you know, sort of dictate how quick this game is played, that's where I feel like they're most comfortable. When they're here on kind of the GR side, I do feel like they struggle a little bit more because they just don't like having to wait around as much.
Because they get to play the game of AG instead of theirs, in all honesty. So I was, yeah, this is just like how I said it, man. I was expecting more of a proactive kind of game for the side. I mean, 1 HP on 1-2-2-2, but he's playing an impossible. You don't really check this when you're in this position. And yeah, MG is just going to go down 2-0. And the triple vent played to perfection, actually. From the side of AG, usually what you want to do there is one guy is going to drop down, and the other two are just going to try and see if they can inch their way towards the control room. But I think that is kind of Silva's fault, because I think he was trying to defend the entire Woods entrance by himself.
Yeah.
But that means control room kind of opens up, and all the Vents players can just go out without any problem.
It's true.
So kind of his fault that they did kind of lose this round. And what just happened?
Oh, okay. What just happened? Vasco.
Replay.
Yeah, Vasco won a round, guys. Only 1 casualty, too, so it was a pretty quick one. I guess you didn't miss much, but you did miss much at the same time. Or we missed much, I guess.
That ended on 2:15.
Yeah, damn, that was seriously quick. They pushed. We don't know where they pushed, but they pushed.
Woods, yeah.
Yeah, and they got a bunch of kills. Phase of foot was spotted there. Pop shot by Do. Doesn't connect. He's just going to try and get a bit of fortune there. But, hey, Vasco got around. So, for them, that'll be a confidence booster.
My theory is everyone... Not really everyone. Yeah, everyone from the side of AG pushed mid.
Yeah.
And everyone from the side of Vasco, they're gonna try. Let's try to go for something risky, something similar to what Horus would try in this wood side.
Sure.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just a case of catching each other at the wrong street. But it seems like Vasco comes out on top, and it is back to normal this time. VNC. He's playing that crouching position. He does spot one, tries to be a bit brave, and VNC gonna get the nade down, but I don't like him playing this open. Look at the lineup from the side of AG. Everyone is just waiting for him to overextend, and that is a 1v5 on the stairs side. And Silva and Debate, quick responses coming in from their side, but it's already side control for the side of AG. And I think it's just gonna be a plan.
Yeah, drop the smoke, make it really difficult to move down these stairs. I mean, Do gonna sit up close. 2 ways you normally play around this, right? Either tuck yourself in towards that cubby, you try and sit up in the open and just be a little bit of an unknown quantity. And it looks like for Do, he's just going to sit up in that pretty standard cubby angle. That's why you're playing around this box. It's a good angle and a bad angle at the same time. It does smoke starts to fade. He gets in a bit of a precarious spot. They're playing retake here. Vasco don't have a lot of time for Faye. Off the back of that flash, nearly catches one, but he isn't able to do so. Jabal backside will fall. So, of course, will leave Do all alone. Do gonna get one. Oh, we're gonna get him off the C4 as well. Do, that is huge. Hang on, this might be on. Do misses the third shot as well, and he doesn't have enough time, I don't think. He doesn't. So Do's done it. That is a beautiful round. Do has gone absolutely huge.
Damn, despite the limited information that he had on his screen, the guy was in the smoke while he was actually defusing, and Do still great pre-fire in that one, and him coming alive in sub-base poses such a big threat against Vasco.
It does, yeah.
So I think now there's more pressure on MG to start performing in this game to try and see if he can get him out of the picture early, but yeah, instant smoke in towards the second mid side, and Joey is going to start to maybe test things out here in Woods, and the rest of them are just going to make sure that no one on Vasco is getting a bit too frisky.
All right, well, Joey holding for any pushes. No, it doesn't look like it's going to be given. Fafey playing up close, he got VNC as well at range. Any pop flash here, and obviously Fafey playing anti. VNC will then dip away if Fafey swings, but might be able to bait out a fight potentially. We saw this happen a little bit yesterday in that 3BL game against Ranking, where they would use his position and actually try and bait out a fight. They might try and do a similar sort of thing here. I don't know if Fafey's, I feel like he's smart enough not to swing. He'll know it's basically a death trap. However, I say that, he goes in, he will get traded, and I don't think trade's really beneficial over towards Vasco in this spot. I feel like it actually works in Chengdu's favor.
Yeah, the traded riflers, not much of a loss, honestly, for both sides, but sub-base, what they said about this map, that as soon as it's a 4v5, it's still in the favor of GR. The problem is the rotations are going to be a bit rough for some of the players. I'm surprised no one's actually occupying jail right now for the side of AG, and there we go. Action is actually moving. Oh, Dway gonna go down. Is the trade actually gonna come? Silva survives 2 players, but can he survive the third one coming in from vents? He doesn't know that ZY is coming in from above. But Do, opportunity for him to clear out VNC. VNC getting a bit frisky. Do knows about it. What a quick scope. And that is the ace site property of AG. And MG, AKT, the only 2 left alive for the side of Vasco. And it is winnable, but they're gonna have to catch ZY instantly here.
Jumping out, gets one, looking for a second as well, and he will get it as well. ZY, a double, and that's actually a really big round. They get the round, the numbers disadvantage, and Chengdu All Gamers continue to find success after success. And for Vasco, unfortunately for them, their chances are starting to quite rapidly dwindle away. It's a 4-1 scoreline already. And yeah, they are running out of opportunities. They need to be very, very careful indeed. They're going aggro this time as well. It worked for them to get their first round, even though we didn't really see it. And it might work for their second. Already got a double opener. Make that a triple. Silver's gone huge. And it might just mean a little bit more. All down to one man. Jabal left in a 1v4, turned 1v3. They go quick, they get the round. Hey, for Vasco, maybe that might just be the option to make something out of this first half.
I think I think what Vasco should do in this next round is to try and see if they can just send it in Machine Room. That's the way to go. I mean, if your aggression is working, why not? It might just work. MG? No, never mind. They're not going to do it. So I think it is only going to be action this time. Just making sure that no one is going through that at the speed of light, especially knowing Joue's on the other side. But
I do like the doors play, though. You know, we saw Horus do it a lot for 3BL, and it was super effective in that sort of game, right? I think it really had Ranking in a bit of a chokehold. And it's worked twice. The 2 rounds that Vasco have got have come off the back of very quick door plays. It doesn't have to be a quick door play, but I like getting that control when you're on the side of Vasco.
For now, they're going to keep it slow. I like Silva's position. I like that they didn't place MG in vent, because I feel like you're really going to need to have your best sniper on your team moving about, maybe in dark room and or ace side. ZY almost giving his life to the bench player, but it seems like Trey can actually punish Silva if he does decide to retreat from this position, so he has no choice but to stay there the entire time. Nades are going to start the fly. 1-2-2-2 gets the first one, and Silva from the bench takes an HE and tosses it in the way of 1-2-2-2, but there is still one player on the ace site, and his name is VNC, and if he can catch fire here, this could be the entire AG squad regretting that they even go to that one.
Yeah, the issue is VNC's had a really sort of slow game so far. He keeps getting caught off guard here. He's losing these aim jewels. Going to set himself down. Joue's in a great position to hold off rotations. He might be a known quantity. Will be tested in just a second. How will he do? VNC. He said he's had his issues. Now he's got to step up. He actually gets to the spot of action, but the C4 will go down. Who's going to answer? May just be on. They like these post plants.
Yeah. problem is, it's going to be a difficult position, especially Du is the one holding on site. And ZY, Jabao, making sure that stairs is going to be occupied. Du, this is what I was talking about. Him on the sniper is such a menace. ZY going to get caught by VNC. 1v2 situation. Jabao around the smoke, gets caught by VNC, and that's more like it. That is more like it, VNC. Vasco gets their third. Confidence is back. VNC is like, yo, no biggie. Let's not celebrate too much.
Yeah.
Game is not over.
That's good. You know, for him, he has actually been struggling a little bit for VNC. He keeps getting caught off guard down to that lower sight, and he keeps losing out his aim duels, and it's becoming quite costly. So in that instance, comes alive, goes huge, and they needed him. Big 3K from him in that round. We're going aggro towards Machine Room, and it's a 1-for-1 trade early. Jabao gonna start to make a little move, and he wants to actually utilize this space that he's got. He might even just catch Silver napping a little bit. MG, Colt in hand, wants to play up close here, but I don't think that's the way to go about it, and Lockers dip away. It realistically should be Silver playing up close and Lockers with a rifle, and then MG at range with a sniper holding him, so that Silver can dip away, and he can kind of be baited in towards the MG sniper shot. But looks like they're going to change it up a little bit. More passive over towards B, and a double stack towards A stairs. Leaving areas like Vent, for example, open, and Machine Room there's not going to contest anymore.
It's always the IGL. It's kind of duking it out at the start of the round. But 1-2-2-2. All right, he's going to say that locker room is clear. At least the top side of locker room is clear. The only threat that they have is going to be MG from that dark room position. Silva occupying that jail side, jiggling in between second mid and or locker room. He's probably spotted a person in locker room, so now he's going to try to see if he can help MG to defend this B site. And Jabao going to be a threat. Good response there from AKT. And they actually pushed all the way from A in towards Woods to try and deny this push. But Shui, a hard one to kill. He gets the second one. But VNC has a response as well around the corner. It's there. It's a good intent. It's good intentions from the side of Vasco. It's just that AG, they have Shui.
Yeah.
And that man killed two in an instant, and they couldn't respond at all. And VNC, poor VNC, man. It was such a good play, but it seems like AD countered their counter.
Yeah, it's good intentions. It's just unfortunately the execution's not quite up to scratch. Oh, hang on. Look at this. They hear and see the presence over towards Machine Room early, so the call is made. Let's just push A stairs. They're not going to be here. They're not playing this angle, and they're not. And that is a really good call. Silver will get one, though, and he goes completely untraded in that spot. They're going to come over, too. Decent little chip damage. This C4 should be able to go down. It has crossed towards Missile.
So many people here already. This is the Imperial way of doing things here in sub-base. Get as close to the side as possible, and we're going to retake as a 5-man, but they're going to have to take out Du. Flashes are going to go through ZY, going to sacrifice himself for the safest space. And there's still two tails on side Du. He's going to keep going, and all of a sudden, 5 turns into 1, and 1 turns into 1v1. Jabao, the only one left alive for the squad with the M4 AK for VNC, so the wallbang is not going to be that good for the box, and instead he just sprays around the corner. Very nice round here from Jabao. But that was a really good attempt from the side of Vasco.
Yeah.
Problem is, Du also exists on the other team.
Yeah, it has to be said as well. You know, it's a good attempt, but for me, the main thing I'm looking at is just the call. The call is so good. They see, they hear the Machine Room aggression, and they know there's a few players there. So they're just thinking, quick, let's hit A. We know they're not playing doors control here. We know they're not playing close stairs A, because they can't be. It's a really nice little early round adjustment and a fantastic little play there by the IGL. And now we get to see, again, how AG just flex the bag of strats that they've got to work with. Vasco, 6-3 down. Oh, it's a tough spot that they kind of find themselves, and they've got to get this first round. If they don't, we're talking, at 7-3, it already feels like it could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and especially, just like how I said it earlier with BaiSha meeting AG in this particular map, and how I mentioned it, BaiSha has the best GR side, the best defense on this map, so maybe they have picked up a thing or two from their fellow Chinese team.
It's true.
But is this going to be the exact same success that they can pull through? I mean, Vasco's taking it really slow this time, making sure that the presence is made in towards A because they want to go inside of B. And it could be a B split actually happening. They don't have to bother with second mid here. I think FaZe is trying to make sure that the attention is still here.
Bit of spam. Nothing. Really are front up though. Very slow round by Vasco. Interesting though, it feels like the Vasco, they don't really learn their lesson in the sense that when we looked towards map number 1, their best rounds came when they went quick. We're looking towards the 2 of the 3 rounds they got here, again, come from going quick. And I feel like this is the perfect time to change up the tempo a little bit and really try and get up in AG's face, catch them a little bit napping now that they are on this GR side. Flashcake going to come over as well. Hang on a second. TY, you're going to get one. We'll get traded out though. At the very least, and Silver wants to try and continue moving forward in towards Gel. He might get a chance, but he gets caught. That's not going to help as well. Silver, he doesn't get traded, but then he does with a Colt pulled out and leaves MG all alone in a 1 versus 2. And he will be caught. Do at a really great round once again, as he always seems to do, in all fairness. Pardon the pun, he's just that guy.
Yeah, Do had your number. I think he already saw him go into that pillar side, and usually snipers want to peek left once again. Try and see to catch anyone who's trying to get into jail. But unfortunately, Do has had your number, my friend. And Do, bit of a reaction time test with A. Gonna fail it twice, but what is the plan here? They're just gonna back off, man.
It's like we said though, these slightly quicker rounds, well, even if it's just an early play, right, just for information, they're much better for Vasco. I know you can't do them every single time, but I do like them when they play a little bit quicker because they look like they're going into rounds of intent rather than what is the opposite, which for Vasco at times it feels like they go into the rounds without a plan and they call for it as the default, which is fine, right? You can call for defaults. The issue is you get lost in the default. If plan A doesn't work, they don't have the contingencies to fall back into plan B and then plan C. And this is where I do like to see a little bit of a quicker intent play. Let's get doors control, and then we'll default from there. That's a much better way to go about it. Look how much room they've got to work with. Now they've moved forward. They've got a bit of control towards vents. They also have to make a move here as well. And Du's in trouble. This is much better. This is how Vasco should be playing. We take doors control, or we take machine room control, and then we default going forward.
Yeah, problem is 1-2-2-2. Gonna forego that locker's position, and I think they're gonna slowly try to crawl up their way back into the B side. Good spot there by 1-2-2-2. I think they knew that VNC was in vents, but MG with a really good return. MG's all the way in spawn.
Yeah. He's looking for ghosts. Unfortunately, nobody's there, but he might actually get a bit of a flank on towards EY, potentially. Oh, yeah, he is. He spotted him. And he'll drop him. There we go. Patience is a virtue for MG, and this round is done. 1-2-2. A lot to do, not a lot to work with.
Yep.
The Faye will see him off. Better round coming through from Vasco. That is what I want to see from them. A plan out from spawn, get a certain area of control, and then we go for your default. But when they default out of spawn, and they just say, let's poke and prod over towards machine room, let's have a little look in towards doors, but not take too much control, that's where I feel like they lose control very abruptly. And 1-2-2, he just has a really good read of them.
Yeah, and it's such a scary thing to play Trigger Discipline there, especially up against ZY.
Yeah.
Because as soon as he turned around, I would be scared as well, because there's a chance that he just gets an easy one-tap on you, and B-side could be in trouble. But good thing he did hit the shot that time. So a bit more of a slower pace round from the side of Vasco. And actually, AG is going to give Machine Room this time, but potentially not Lockers, because I think 1-2-2-2, if I can recognize that corner. Oh, never mind. He's playing Rafters. I thought he was playing next to the vending machine. But I think he wants to play an angle where he can play solo in that position. So the rest of the team can just focus on their own angles here.
For now, not a lot to work with. A bit of a spam by Faye, but nothing really to work with. A couple of nades come around this close corner, but again, not going to do all too much. It's a big machine room play here. 4 plays in that direction who are starting to kind of move their way forward. So again, this is what I like from Vasco. This is better. Get sort of this control and then start to move it. But it looks like now they're going to dip away from doors. Oh no, doubling back, okay. But they're going to leave just one player here, and they're going to leave him with the C4. So if action falls, they have to make a little bit of a jog back to collect it. 3 players now heading towards Ven.
They're going to go A.
Yeah.
I mean, it did work for Imperial.
True.
Actually, they did this the other day against EP, and it did work that time.
Oh, Shui.
He knows.
If he held that, he gets 2 probably.
Oh, he might actually push this. I mean, if AKT goes down, just like how you said it earlier, they're going to have to walk back to get that C4. Jabao, you have a sniper in your hands, my friend. And they are going to try to see if they can contain him. Nades are going to start to fly on towards side. He doesn't notice that Fefe has already slipped by. AKT's going to go down. He sees MD on the other side. MD doesn't miss that time. That's a huge shot from the sniper of Vasco. But can they get the finish? 23 seconds left on the clock. The C4 is not down just yet. And they do finally type the magical numbers here. 3v4 situation. Advantage for the side of Vasco. Du is going to try to find someone in the corner, but the cold is not going to be enough for it. 1-2-2-2. ZY is going to try to see if he can get this kill finally, but 3v2 on the site. 1/4 of the bomb timer is already gone. So, yeah, this is not happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is done here. 1-2-2, we'll have a little look in, but a 1v3 with this bomb already so far ticked, there is no chance in hell. He's hoping to catch a couple of headies, but it's not going to be the case. And a good round coming through from Vasco. Again, you know, we kind of mentioned this. We mentioned it a couple of times so far this series, but they just look a little bit more with it and competent when it looks towards this BL side. It seems to be where they do their best work. On the GL side, yeah, times get a little bit lost, but it's absolutely not the case here. Now it's only a 2-round game, which is better than where we were at the halfway mark. So no complaints at all. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of proactivity now come out from AG, though, and this is it. This is the proactivity I want to see. Brilliant stuff. That's all I can ask. 1-2-2-2 starts with the first. Quick trade will come through from Vey, though. But the IGL is getting active. Finding Shui is pretty important early as well.
That's true, but him taking out AKT, I think that's a pretty fair trade in all honesty.
Sure.
I think if it was Fefe, then that would have not been worth it. Jabao with the AK does get blinded, but he does get one in return. But where is the rest of AG?
Oh, hello. Hello, he's playing Trigger this win.
Oh, and he cuts off 2 players from each other here. Fefe, ZY, what are you doing, man? There is a guy in second mid. Communication breakdown from the side of AG, and it has to be 1-2-2-2. Saving this round for all gamers, and the rookie cannot do it. I think that was a huge mistake from the side of AG. I mean, ZY, no idea why you should look back, and knowing fully what Fefe is capable of and how crazy this man is.
Yeah, once again, that for me feels like where we're seeing these sort of, like you said, communication breakdowns. That was not one of the first times we've actually seen so far, maybe this entire tournament, where CHENGDU all gamers aren't playing the way they should be. Yeah, even he's thinking like, what actually just happened there? What went wrong? Because everything went wrong. Caught off guard, back turned, killed from the side. I mean, dying in ways that they shouldn't be. And you can see he's you know, pretty stressed out.
I feel
understandably so.
I feel like Dude didn't call it, so I feel like ZY might have been caught up on the incident, especially with how this is how LAN works, guys. So what happens is, as soon as you die, your screen slowly fades into a picture of CFS 2024, whatever poster they have on screen, and you can kind of see a bit of movement still
on
your screen. So either the death cam was bad, or Do just he didn't communicate.
And that round did feel like it was lost off the back of comms as well. It really looked quite disjointed, didn't it? It was pretty scrappy, pretty weird at the end. And this is so unlike the All Gamers. They are normally, you know, a side as close to as perfect that we kind of get, right? It's actually what we've seen so far here at the Summer Championships. Like we said, yet to drop a map. They look dominant. They look like the best side we've had here so far this tournament. So it's rare to see rounds like that. And I think that's, for me, showing with Vasco getting in their heads. I think they're starting to, get into a bit of a strong spot for me. I'm excited with what I've seen so far. This is good. I think Vasco, if they want to push this towards a third, they're in a prime position to do so now.
Yeah.
You can see for the All Gamers, they're pretty stressed out. They're no longer smiley as they were a little bit earlier.
Yeah, ZY feeling the heat, fanning himself with the research papers. Might also be hot on stage. I'm not so sure.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, obviously we've got the aircon on here, but it is pretty warm here in Hanoi and maybe even a little bit in the stadium as well. Obviously a lot of lights down there. I feel like lights are, especially the spotlight. Spotlight's always pretty warm. So
Vasco's kind of used to it because it's hot in Brazil.
Oh, good angle. ZY gets one. Nice trade from Du, but then onto back as well. Du needs a little bit more. Probably needs a second. C4 dropped is pretty important, though. You take that, but 3 versus 3. As long as they've got C4 control, they're okay. 1-2-2-2. Need to look up. Look up, my friend. There's one there gifted to you.
Missed.
But still, Du, he does fall. Nade comes down, and it does miss. And Action now in a bit of trouble. He's 23 points of HP, and C4 is still dropped. Now it's collected. MG though. Oh my god, this is not a fight you want to be taking, not especially now that you're tagged. But so is 1-2-2-2, but then it leaves MG all alone.
Oh, that is good comms between the two rookies, even. 1-2-2-2, trying to control himself not to just run into the site. Jabao, yeah, making sure that MG is not on a cheeky flank.
They've got time, but yeah, MG's playing, he has to play a little bit of an audacious angle, and I think he probably just gets caught off guard. Any sort of fight will lose his life. I don't, you know, I don't even hate that, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah. He has zero information, and to make matters even worse, AG has spent ages, right, getting in towards that retake, so he's looking towards stairs, and nobody's come, right? Normally, either a pot flash will come around that corner, or a nade, or something, and he's not spotted anything. So then he's starting to think, are they going for a late lurk over towards this spot? And maybe actually I need to hard focus there, because if they were going to be into side, I would have seen them already, and he didn't. If someone was going to pop out a vent, I feel like they would have already made their move. So I think, you know, credit to all gamers. They just don't panic in that situation. They know numbers advantage. They've got a whole belt of util. They've got everything that they need to. They just need to kind of weed him out. And yeah, he plays a bit of an exposed angle, cost him his life. Back-to-back timeouts. Now, as yeah, Vasco going to try and get on the mic a little bit, and you can see Fafey obviously looking over the strat book and the sheets and whatnot, but all game is inching closer to taking this 2-0.
Yep. Man, I remember yesterday. I was hanging out with the Magda boys, right?
Yeah.
I think they were kind of strategizing for Wolf Empire. I think it was down in the rafters.
Sure.
And let's just say the sixth man got the coach's notebook, and he drew 2 tomatoes and a carrot. If you catch my drift.
So he was, yeah.
He was definitely, maybe that was the key, man. The 2 tomatoes and the carrot, just to kind of ease the pain.
Yeah.
But maybe, you know, maybe that's the sign they're like, hey, we need to really try to penetrate the defense here. But 20 seconds on the timeout. What is on the minds here for the side of Vasco? Seems like MG bit stressed out after that last round. To be fair, as a sniper, if that exact situation happened, it's pretty impossible to kind of predict. Just like I said, it's impossible to predict because it's pure contact. And just like I said, MG's a good sniper.
Yeah.
But he's not a good mover. He doesn't have the best movement when it comes to this game, and especially with snipers, you're gonna have to have good movement. Yeah, you can get away with being a bit slow, but I mean, just looking at games yesterday where you were comparing the top 8 defense of Fafey, or not Fafey, the top 8 defense of Revenge and Eagles. Yeah. Eagles, you know, as soon as he sees someone's around the corner, he's not even going to fire a shot. He's going to tuck his head. Yeah. Revenge, he's going to peek you. So, yeah, it's kind of similar to MG here, where, you know, he's a good sniper, but his movement is, I wouldn't say less than stellar, but less than stellar for the level of play that we are doing right now.
Compared to some others, yeah.
Yep.
AG, 2 rounds ahead of Vasco, and 2 rounds away as well. Taking the map, taking the series, and booking their spot in towards the playoffs. And basically guaranteeing they finish top of the group, which is pretty damn sick for them, regardless of how their result goes against 3BL, I think, Brian's saying. Unless it comes out to head-to-head, then maybe if 3BL beat them, they both finish 3-1. And then actually technically 3BL finish first, which actually would be kind of wild.
AG would be the real homies there.
Yeah, that would actually be so wild, because then they would avoid... we don't even know yet, because Group A is wild. Everyone's on 2-1. So who knows?
Yeah,
who
there's
knows?
3 teams on 2-1.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a super spicy day to figure out who is going where. But like we said, for AG, winning this would guarantee them in towards playoffs.
The only team that would go 3-0 in the entire group stage.
Unless
they
lose to 3BL, the Kings of the West. Silver will get the first. Just catches ZY, just completely napping there.
There we go, do a bit of a nade in mid. Jue, just as big of a threat. 45 seconds left on the clock, though. Not much time for Vasco, but MG catching 1-2-2-2, moving a bit too far back. Du is the only one with the sniper on site. Can he defend it? He takes 1 down, but can he take down 2? Snipe. Not going to be successful. Jabao picking up the scraps this time, and the C4 is actually down on his side. Both of the players on Vasco is right in front of him. What a quick scope from Jabao. VNC, the only one left alive, and he's spotted. Colt in the hand. No, Jabao is going to risk it with a sniper. VNC hitting him up for a bit. 15 seconds left, and Easy going to play for time. And look at the fear in VNC's eyes. Finally picks up the C4. Jabao waiting for the confirmation that it is planted, and he is just going to be laser focused on that side. VNC, as soon as you swing right, it's going to be bad news, but he goes up into rafters, and that's genius from VNC. And that's the movement that I was talking about, especially on sub-base. You can climb up very quickly on those 2 missiles and get into rafters with the quickness. I can't do it.
You can see it as well for VNC. He was kind of saying, yeah, that's me. I've still got it. You know, he does moments where he struggled at times, but man, that's a really big one to be taken.
Yeah.
And they needed a hero. They really needed him to step up, and he does.
Doing that under pressure is crazy.
Jabal looked great, though. That first shot, the quickscope, was lovely to put it into 1 versus 2. And because time was ticking, there's maybe an argument to be made now, and we can only really say this with the benefit of hindsight, but there's an argument to be made that he maybe actually plays for the C4 rather than the plant, because he gives the advantage maybe a little bit over towards VNC. But obviously the other side, right, if he plays for the C4 and then loses that aim duel, then we say, why isn't he just playing for the retake? So it's kind of a pick your poison type Chalice. He plays the passive angle, trigger discipline, waits for his opportunity, and unfortunately this doesn't quite work out for him. Silver, slam on towards the box with those M4s. Of course, the M4 very good with the wall bang damage, but need to look up. And actually, 1-2-2, hang on. I don't know. I don't think they would have spotted him. They might actually not even heard him as well, just technically, because he jumped down as the nade exploded. They're going to come down as well. Faye takes a little bit of damage. CHENGDU takes a pop shot, then we'll pull off a reload.
So many nades already gone from the side of AG. Singular HE in the hands of 1-2-2-2. The rest are flashes. ZY playing a very brave angle here. Fefe duck in his head. So I think they're going to double peek ZY here, and if anyone misses, at least there is the insurance policy.
Yeah.
But Smoke is going to go through.
Oh, hang on. This changes it.
Good help by Du. And Shui is here.
This makes ZY's angle super strong, though, because they surely don't expect him. They've just had 2 people here. They won't expect him. And they don't. He's going to get 2. Oh, ZY, that is such a good play by AG. Du plays at range with the sniper. Shui peeks in, and sure, he dies, but it actually makes ZY's position even stronger. That's actually so well played from AG. Such a good plan there. The mid-round is perfect. Jabal gonna get caught, but then ZY in the back lines. That is beautiful. The stoic god there does so damn well. And Vasco just caught completely blindsided by the audacity to even go for a play like that.
That's true. And Jue, you already know he's willing to die for the squad. Willing to die for the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And wow, that was a super well played. Everyone was caught off guard. One guy was holding a nade. I mean, he couldn't believe his eyes.
That's true. Map and series point here, ladies and gents. AG on the brink of going 2-0 in this series and going 3-0 in the groups, guaranteeing their spot in the next stage. They have just been brilliant. One more round is all they need, but Vasco, sure, far from giving up in this one. They want to take this towards overtime. They know they've got a little bit left in the locker, but AG, it feels like these last couple of rounds have really come alive.
Yeah, 1-2-2-2. He's playing that guaranteed position here in locker room. He does not want to get pelted by bullets. But the rest of AG there, they have been holding this second mid pretty aggressively, and this is actually blocking so many setups from the side of Vasco. And from what I've seen in CFBL, they actually set up a lot from that side. So them just actively denying it is really messing up with the game plans. And it kind of forces Vasco to actually kind of shift focus in towards the B side, and A is just not available at all.
Yeah, and it feels like a really good kind of anti-stratting and counter that they've kind of brought to this. AG have obviously done their research, right? They know what the likenesses are on this Vasco's side. But playing up high again. He didn't play this last round when they pushed this. They might overlook him. Oh, he jumps down.
They didn't hear him.
I don't think they would have, yeah. So I think he might actually go completely overlooked it. I don't know if they spotted him looking up, though. At least they didn't opt to fight it.
Oh,
they check it. They're actually dipping away, so it doesn't really matter. They're going to go back over towards a mid-take, and then they may even want to wrap towards A. A lot of presence here, though, so they're going to have to fight hard for this.
50 seconds left. Not much time for Vasco Esports to spring into action, but here it comes. Massive push coming in from Vasco. Catches EY immediately. Do with the turnaround. Does get one anyways. It's a 4v3. They still have locker room. Jue with an instant response. Fefe could be up next. Jue chasing on him down, but doesn't get the kill. It's all on Jabao, the rookie, for the side of all gamers. And we might just have to go with one more round. The music is a bit premature.
I think you're right. I think it's might have to go one round, maybe even one more after that as well. It's a good round from Vasco. And Jabao on fall. Vasco not dead just yet. He have a foot in the grave, sure, but far from buried here, and they can still push towards overtime. They can still technically take the maps. Not going to completely count them out, but Jabal, that was a big ask. 1v3 for him. Didn't go to plan. Not to be. I just think when Shui and ZY get caught out, that's the thing that really does cost them. MG going to go for a peek, and Do just gets out of dodge in time. He goes for a bit of a re-aggression. Doesn't want to overfight, though. Do's had a pretty good game so far, but let's not get too confident. You don't want to be taking fights that are guaranteed losses, or at least percentage-wise. And this is what AG do best. They like this percentage-style crossfire. Guarantee fights, guarantee duels to go in your favor. 2-for-1 trades and the rest.
FFA. Oh, he spotted. ZY. Oh, the spray is rough from both IGLs. Both on 1 HP. That could have make or break the defense here or the offense, but not just yet. It's just a bit of a joust at the beginning of the round, and oh, whoa, ZY.
On the sniper.
Are you going to have a call back to your good old days when you were the second sniper of AG?
Yeah. A little bit of a throwback, rolling back the years here a little bit. Smoke and Nate going to come through. Under a minute 30 left to work with. Where do we want to go? C4 over on that right-hand side. There's rotating back over, so this makes me feel like they're tempted with an A finish. And don't forget Fujibao first, and Jue going to rotate over for support too. They're just feeling like they want to go towards A here. They're really setting up in that sort of position. And if they do go there, they're going to have to really fight for this once again. They're going to have to work at least through Do first, who's now got an AK-47 as well, so it's going to be pretty big.
I think Jabao's watching vents. Yeah, no.
Dipped off, yeah. Uh-oh.
I mean, they can get the C4, I guess.
Fei, did he get spotted there? I don't think he did. Jabal, he's playing in the open. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this. Even with the sniper, I don't know if I'm like... this is better, right? If you're playing here, you can dip away, right? He was playing in the open there for a second. I didn't like that. He gets caught by Silver. That's not the way to go about it. That's not the way to fall either. That's going to be costly. 35 seconds. We've got to make a move here, fellas. We've got to start going. C4 still looks like he wants to go towards A, but yeah, they're starting to make a move now. Fei going to put a util over, but Shui back sighting towards missiles. He wants to fight. This is
he gets the C4!
What a shot coming through from Jabal! And he's going to get another with the still as well. Surely not. He's looking for a third. Oh, and Jabal's got absolutely nuclear on towards the site. Silver left all alone, and it's not to be. What a shutdown coming through from AG on the backside. That's how you hold the lower side.
Man, that was so scary for the side of AG. That could have easily went in the way of Vasco if they do get into the side quicker, but they were a bit scared, they were a bit hesitant.
Yeah.
And Jabao, the rookie, the MVP from day one, does it again.
Yeah, that's massive. What a hold coming through from him. He looked fantastic. That was seriously good. And I think, again, you know, for Vasco, the big thing we have to say is, unfortunately, that probably seems like another one of those rounds where they just leave things a little bit too late. I feel like if they'd gone a bit quicker or been a little bit more decisive, they probably would have had a better understanding or idea. But unfortunately, it was not to be. CHENGDU All Game is going to book their spot in towards the playoff. Then I'll go 3-0 here in Group B, the only team to yet to drop a map. And now this leaves Vasco in a lot of trouble, and they might even potentially be in a position where we can already say they might not be making it through to the next stage.
Yeah, and AG, I think this was the best shot for Vasco to just take a map off of it, man. I feel like it was still a bit shaky from some of the other players. I think 1222 had a solid job. Jabba, once again, both of the rookies are playing super good in this tournament. You know, the core, I mean, it could have been better once again from ZY here in sub base. Could have been better for Jouet. He's been dying a lot, but that's his job. But at the same time, I mean, a win is a win, and especially for Jabba there, that was a highlight play that saved them the trouble of having to play overtime.
Yeah, and I'm going to say as well, you know, while he may not step up constantly in terms of the number side of thing, ZY in terms of the calling are incredible. Some of those mid to late rounds are really well done from him, and I think having a player with his sort of caliber and experience in this side really does help out some of these youngsters coming through. So honestly, a really good showing. I think for me, we'll see when the stats come through, but I don't think it's going to be too much of that. I'm so sure that Du's going to be the MVP. He was incredible both maps, 20 kills plus in both maps as well. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be walking away with the MVP off the back of this series. But for Vasco, unfortunately, that was their best shot. But they went into a map in which CHENGDU All Game is liked. Their third most played map and the second highest win rate map. So they're going to take that every day. We know it's like, yeah, second highest win rate after Eagle Eye. So, you know, for them, they are so happy to play sub base, and I think that's the issue. You know, they're 14-2 domestically, like we said. I don't think they were too upset about going towards sub base.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is more of their comfort. You know, it's still not the best performance by ZY, but at the end of the day, all of the players were like, They weren't really struggling. They were just getting caught by timings here by Vasco. That's where they were getting rounds time and time again. But if it's a standard, take on the site, and I think they could just outgun them at this point, especially from what we saw here on the A site. I mean, pretty impressive stuff, but there's still a lot to fix for the side of AG before they can make it into the playoffs, because I can feel a shark coming here, man. Not gonna lie, I feel like BaiSha Gaming in the playoffs is a different beast entirely, and especially when both of them face each other in maybe in the playoffs. Possibly.
Well, BaiSha might not even make it. That's the issue. BaiSha find themselves currently in a really interesting position. They're 1-1. They've got Wolf Empire coming up next. They have to win that. And they've got LCK tomorrow, which they should win that, if I'm being completely honest.
If they go 1-2?
Yeah, if they go 1-2, I'm pretty sure they're already guaranteed to not make it through. You've got 3 teams, Imperial, Pacific Magta, and Wolf Empire, who are currently 2-1. If BaiSha win, they'll go 2-1, and then Wolf Empire go 2-2. But it's a really interesting spot that they're in. I think for BaiSha, even going... winning all their games, it could still be quite interesting. I mean, I'm just looking tomorrow, the game that will maybe decide things. Yeah, Imperial Pacific Magta might actually be a big decider there. So, pretty interesting. It's actually really going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and if Magta can win that, they are going to actually occupy the first seed. If BaiSha does not decide to maybe show up tomorrow against LCK, we might not know.
Who knows, yeah.
But tomorrow as well, 3BL going to have a bit of a mountain. So ranking with Vasco, there's a lot of decisions to be made tomorrow here, man.
Yeah, exactly that. It's an interesting spot that we find ourselves in right now. But all in all, both groups. I think also the other thing that I've really liked about so far this tournament, this Summer Championship, compared to previous tournaments, is that for the most part, when we looked at previous years, there's always been absolute clear favorites who've dominated in groups, and absolute clear kind of teams who should get eliminated early, should have little success, this, that, and the other. And it's not been the case, right? All the way throughout. LCK, they've had a bad run. They went 0-3. They were maybe seen as the weaker side here in the tournament. And unfortunately, that has been the case. But in the rest of that group, you've got BaiSha, Wolf Empire, Pacific Magta, and Imperial. All 4 of them could potentially qualify in towards the next stage. And all goes on to basically end of today/tomorrow to decide. And over in towards Group B as well. Similar sort of vein. Evolution Power, they were guaranteed out today as they went 0-3. But then the other teams, Ranking, Vasco, 3BL, and All Gamers, all gamers now guaranteed, but there's now a real fight, coming forward for that second spot. So this is the sick thing, right? We never have it as competitive, as congested as this, where it does come down to the last day of group. So I'm a big fan. Yeah,
I'm a big fan. I mean, this is my first international tournament here for CROSSFIRE, and it's already wacky. It's like there's so many things happening, and I'm beginning to think I might be part of maybe my curse. Me just existing in Hanoi in this Taeho Gymnasium is making every single team kind of shake a bit. But I mean, it's been an interesting few days. Day number 5 is going to be very exciting, and I'm looking forward to it, man. I really hope that Evolution Power, maybe they can bounce back going into the next season, but there's still a whole lot of good teams here in the CFPL who could easily represent. There's still Q9, there's still E-Star, there's still Kingzone, so pretty exciting stuff.
It is. It very much is. It looks like they're just about getting ready for the interview over on the stage. It looks like they're all setting up for that one. But, so far it's been a pretty good day of CROSSFIRE action. There's some actually pretty long games in all fairness. And the next one could be more of the same. BaiSha taking on Wolf Empire. Wolf Empire seem to love a 3-mapper. I don't know what it is, but they always, no matter whether it's win or lose, they love to go towards 3. So it could be more of the same there.
Yeah, fortunately for us, fortunately for you, it is a 2-0. Fortunately for Laz, we get to possibly things before midnight does strike.
Yes.
So, I mean, going to be an interesting game right after this. Maybe they go into 3, but fully knowing BaiSha, man.
Yeah, but BaiSha have looked beatable, right? This is the issue. BaiSha, for the first time, have looked...
be tilted.
Yeah, they've looked like they've had some weaknesses behind them. Let's take a look at some of the highlights off the back of that.
That shot, man, that round one.
I mean, he really had his moments all the way throughout. Jabal, obviously, for me, the one highlight was Jabal's massive round to shut things down right at the end there, right? Without him, who knows what it could have happened. We could be talking about overtime.
Yeah, I mean, overtime could have been the straw that break the camel's back, especially with how good Vasco is in that position. But fortunately for them, Jabal does exist. But I mean, still a pretty good game, honestly, from the side of Vasco. They kept it competitive. BNC got some good rounds. AKT got some good rounds. MG hit some very nice shots as well. So still plenty to be happy about. If I was Vasco here, despite being in the 2-0 position, or being in the 2-0 position, but there's still a lot of games to be played. Wait, is this their last game, actually? I just want to make sure. No, they have Ranking tomorrow.
Ranking,
So maybe, against Ranking, they could possibly maybe gain position a bit, but fully knowing Ranking is so unpredictable, right? Ductuan really showed up to the plate in the first 2 days, and he kind of disappeared in day 3 and 4. So I wonder what mode is he going to enter now.
Yeah, who knows basically what we get out from him. I mean, even that game against 3BL went down to the golden round on the 3rd map. It was a bit of a banger. This was a great round out from ZY. The bait and switch as Zhui died for the cause and guaranteed that round. And you can see just AG really had their number. And this was Jabal went absolutely huge as well at the end. He had his real highlight moments. He looked great as well. The youngster coming through. But no surprises to see Do at the top end of the scoreboard there. 1.82 for him, 1.1 kill per round as well. It's pretty sick. Buffet leading by example, the IGL over there with 1.5 KD, and MG not too far behind with 1.3, but unfortunately still a 10-8 scoreline. AG just had their number.
That's true. And yeah, Do 1.82, Jabal 1.07, a 1-2-2-2, and ZY and Zhui, kind of the trio here for the side of AG. Might not be stellar numbers, but I think they've already done their job in the map itself. Buffet had himself a hell of a field day on that M4. MG, 1.30, not too bad from him as well. Silva doing good. And unfortunately for them, I think it was VNC and AKT. Both of these dudes need to activate, especially when you're up against a team like All Gamers, and VNC kind of known for his headshot prowess. AKT, the exact same thing as well with his status back home in CFBL. And we didn't see it today. So here's the match result, 10-6, 10-8.
Unfortunately, VNC had a bad series, right? Both maps he really did struggle, and I think that's maybe one of those things where he kind of got in his own head a little bit, and I think he was unable to sort of claw it back. But like you said, 10-6, 10-8, really good showing from the CHENGDU All Gamers. They looked fantastic all the way throughout. Actually, want to be 1-2-2-2 walking away with the MVP. I was so sure Do. I mean, Do top fragged both games, but I think in terms of this youngster, really stepped up. His impact was fantastic as well, so credit to him. But, you know, there's a lot of different people you can shout out. Obviously, shout out Do, like we mentioned, but also I think ZY not only played decently, but I think called very, very well. And I think that was the real win factor, the calls. Some of them were expert.
Yeah, for sure. 1-2-2-2, pretty solid as well. I think he held the locker room the entire time, and the entire time, Vasco could not get through him. It kind of took 2 or 3 people to try and eliminate him from that position so they can finally move forward. And especially with lockers, it's only the first step of getting into that B site. But he actually played well, kind of the playing with Zhui here on the A side in Ankara. So I think it's a well-deserved MVP, but it could have gone either to him or Do today. And I think Jabao should get an accessory vote just for that last round.
Yeah, just for that massive step up. It was absolutely spectacular, has to be said. But yeah, all in all, really good round and really good showing, may I say, out from 1-2-2-2 across both maps. He had his moments. He was clutch. He was very consistent, and having that player that you can rely on like that, I think, is really, really important. So credit to him. Really nice little step up. I think it has to be said, and he's impressed. You know, as a youngster, you know, had a bit of time now to kind of adjust towards this side, and now starting to show their prowess. The CHENGDU All Gamers look really, really good, right? And I think they're showcasing just how good they can be. We do have an interview ready for you. I think we will be joined by 1-2-2-2 as well over on the stage. I'm sure you're going to want to go hear from him, so go and throw it down there. See you guys in a bit.
Vâng, xin chào tất cả quý vị và các bạn, và đứng ngay cạnh tôi đây đó chính là MVP tại cặp trận đấu vừa rồi, cuộc trận đấu đối đầu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển Vasco Esports cùng các thành viên của bên phía Gamer, và đó là anh chàng mùa 22 này. Thì lần đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng cho mùa 22 cũng như là bên phía Gamer. Các bạn đã là những người chiến thắng tại cặp trận đấu đó, cũng như là giành được cho mình tấm vé đến với cả playoff. Thì không biết được là cảm xúc của các bạn ra sao khi có được cho mình chiến thắng đó, cũng như là đội tuyển đầu tiên chắc chắn ở trong cả hai bảng đấu có được cho mình tấm vé vào playoff.
作为一个第一个战队可以进入 playoff 那个比赛，你现在有什么感受？可以分享一下吗？
很期待后面的比赛吧，继续加油嘛。
Thực sự là mình rất là vui cho team của mình cũng như là fan hâm mộ của mình. Và hôm nay bọn mình đã chiến đấu hết mình. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ.
Và câu hỏi tiếp theo thì không biết được là ở trong cái vòng đấu playoff thì bạn cá nhân của bạn đi, bạn muốn đối đầu với đội tuyển nào nhất?
Playoff 比赛的时候，你个人想对哪个对手、哪个战队比赛？
想打 IMP 吧，不想打中国队。
Nếu mà vào vòng playoff thì mình không muốn đánh với đội Trung Quốc lắm, mình muốn đánh với đội IMPERIAL.
Vâng, và câu hỏi cuối cùng cũng là một câu hỏi mà đội ngũ bình luận viên cũng như là đội ngũ khán giả đang rất tò mò, đó chính là ở trong cái khoảng thời gian time out, tactical time out thì mình thấy huấn luyện viên của bên phía Ôn Gamer nói rất nhiều, thì không biết là huấn luyện viên của Ôn Gamer lúc đó là đang sốc lại tinh thần cho cả đội hay là đưa ra những chiến thuật mà yêu cầu cả năm người các bạn phải thực hiện ở trong trận đấu tiếp theo.
暂停的时候，教练跟你们说了很多话，他是给你们鼓励，还是说了些什么？可以分享一下吗？
我们前面打得太乱了，然后就叫暂停帮我们梳理了一下战术什么的。
Trong lúc đánh thì đôi khi sẽ có những lúc mà đội của mình đánh hơi bị loạn một chút, nên là lúc đấy thì huấn luyện viên anh ấy đã nói cho chúng mình, tức là vừa sốc lại tinh thần cũng như là nói ra một số chiến thuật để bọn mình có thể đánh được tốt hơn.
Vâng, và cuối cùng thì xin cảm ơn bên phía của mùa 22 cũng như là bên phía Ôn Gamer, các bạn đã cống hiến chúng ta một cặp trận đấu phải nói là vô cùng hấp dẫn, và xin chúc cho đội tuyển của bạn sẽ giành được một kết quả như mong muốn. Và rất cảm ơn quý vị và các bạn đã theo dõi cặp trận đấu thứ 3 trong ngày thi đấu tiếp theo của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2024. Bên cạnh tôi đây là chàng trai sinh năm 2K3 1222. Còn các bạn cũng đừng rời mắt của màn hình khi ngay sau khi trận đấu này kết thúc thì chúng ta sẽ nghỉ ngơi đôi chút trước khi đến với cả cặp trận được mong chờ nhất trong ngày hôm nay. Đó chính là màn đối đầu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển BaiSha cùng các thành viên của IMPERIAL.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学， 我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百分的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发挥不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
我说你不是你老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊？
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and Emson still alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。然后干这工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Yan, si YK, sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CROSSFIRE, sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos yung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas eh. Kasi parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami naging professional CROSSFIRE player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa CROSSFIRE. Ito.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung CROSSFIRE. And ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko CROSSFIRE player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami, mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Hello CrossFIRE Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate...
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the Summer Championship, and we are on last game of the day here for the groups. And yeah, we got a little bit of a mix-up. It was, of course, Sneaky Frog and Neo, but now it's Sneaky Frog and myself, Laz, here to bring you through the last game of the day.
Yes, sir. Last game of the day. Of course, it's a doubleheader for most of the regions here. Doubleheader for CFWL, and now we have a doubleheader for CFPL as well. So now we're going to have BaiSha Gaming versus Wolf Empire. Wolf Empire fresh off of a L taken by my boys. And yeah, they're trying to recover in this one. So Group A is very complicated, man. It's very hard to describe. It's down to the map score, I think, just like how I said it. Imperial currently 5-3 in terms of their maps. Pacific Macta 4-3. Wolf Empire 5-4. BaiSha is 2-2. So I think if BaiSha gets 2 here, they're going to shoot up all the way to 2nd place and take over Pacific Macta's position. And the decider is potentially going to be that the Imperial versus Macta game tomorrow, because Wolf Empire, after this, no more games.
No more games. Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be... I don't know. I want to get your thoughts on this, because, I mean, we do have BaiSha versus Wolf Empire, like you said. So, I don't know. What are your first initial thoughts? I mean, we've seen a lot of games here today where a 2-0, 2-1, a 2-0... You think we're going down the same trend to maybe another 2-0, or do we think this is a 3-mapper?
Yeah, could be another 2-0, in my opinion. No offense to the Wolf Empire fans in the end of this match. They've been very nice to me, but I have a feeling that luck has played a lot in the factor of them beating the Imperial squad.
Yeah.
So I think that, especially when you're up against BaiSha Gaming, a team that really does not rely on luck, they rely on their shooting skills and their strats. I think it is going to be a 2-0, but man, for the past few days, it's been pure suffering for ZZY, man. I don't know what is going on to that dude, but I guess the sophomore slump is hitting him hard.
Yeah, it feels like he's been kind of the you know, I always hate saying this, and I always kind of hate bringing attention to stuff like that, but it is kind of one of those things where he's just not really playing his best. But I mean, you know, we'll do a little bit of a quick review of these teams here and just kind of show you. So. But, I mean, it's going to be one of those things where the roster needs to be able to find its connection, but we are going to be bringing that graphic here and that little bit of a video. So take a look, and we'll see you in just 10 seconds or so.
There we go. BaiSha Gaming currently sitting at 4th in the group stage, but this one could shoot them up all the way to 2nd, taking over Macta's spot, and that could inch Wolf Empire back in towards 4th place. So it's going to be a tough challenge for Wolf Empire. Just like I was said, I feel like luck has played a lot of a factor here in their group stage, and it feels like BaiSha Gaming, once again, if the man on screen finally plays good, then it is going to be big trouble for them. ZZY I really like this guy, man, because I feel like he replaced such a huge role with XQ Loon kind of bouncing out from last year, and him coming in on the second half, having quite the rookie season, winning his first CFS. And yeah, I would say if CZY, the main piece, could play normally, then we were going to have possibly a sweep. But Wolf Empire, I mean, can't count them out just yet. There's still the super team coming in here from Vietnam. But I think the problems are very glaring for the side of Wolf Empire, especially considering what happened last series.
Yeah, I mean, it really wasn't a pretty sight, right? I mean, I felt like N9 really wasn't playing his best. I didn't really feel like, you know, for CZY, like he was really there also. And that's kind of the same thing when we talked about a little bit earlier on today for, you know, a team like LCK, where, you know, someone like Lionclaw was also kind of in the same boat where he really just felt absent so far in a lot of the tournament, which is a really unfortunate thing, right? Maybe these couple little glimpses of something, but that seems to be the case here for a couple of these BaiSha guys. So, I mean, this is where we're going to have to wait and see if maybe now things are running. Maybe the motor can start going here because, you know, this is a team that is sitting at a 1-1 right now, so they desperately need to get this win, and this is definitely not going to be easy. So, considering that they're going to be playing Wolf Empire that are sitting at that 2-1, so we're going to show you a little bit about who they are. So, check it out. All right, Wolf Empire, and yeah, of course, the same roster in case you were sleeping under a rock, you had no idea, this is them. And I mean, honestly, one of the players that I really was impressed with was somebody like Lucas. To be honest, I feel like he was able to come out to a new form, kind of a, you know, different version of himself, you know, maybe the, you know, pop out of the shell, and now he was kind of fragging out. I mean, that kind of goes for the same here for Dola. Like, these two guys, for me personally, I felt like they were a huge pillar for them to do all right in a lot of their other games, and especially even from the previous one where, yes, it wasn't the most, you know, magnificent showing from them, but they still were kind of keeping themselves competitive. But we're going to need to see more, right? And I don't know if you agree with me. Maybe I'm going to get flamed for this, but I don't think I was really impressed with Ice Cube. Like, I felt like, you know, I think it was yesterday, he really was just, he was kind of a ghost. Like, he had these moments where he would get these duels, but then it wasn't the same. It definitely wasn't what we were used to, and this is the super team. This is the beast of a team.
Yeah, especially with the hype behind Ice Cube, right? I was the man who was hyping him up. He was like, oh, he's the best sniper in Vietnam. Yeah. This is the final piece of the super team here in Wolf Empire. But yeah, for the past 3 days, he's not 4 days even. He's not been too impressive, in my opinion. Yeah, he's even switched to the M4 from time to time, and that's kind of like, that's gotta hurt his ego, man, because this man is the sniper for Vietnam, and Rambo having to pick it up, and that's his old role. And Rambo, he was like, I'm willing to adjust for you to further increase the ceiling of this team, and then the ceiling wasn't really increased, in my opinion, and actually lowered a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because, you know, you look at the stats and you're kind of thinking, what are you guys talking about? Like, well, Ice Cube's a monster. The guy's a 1.41. And it's like, yes, I mean, theoretically he can be, but he just hasn't been, right? I mean, I think it was day one where he really did pop off, and that's where he did quite well. I think that was against LCK, but, and again, I mean this with all respect, but that was the underdog team. That was probably like the one team that you should be able to show up on. This is the team you should be able to dominate, because this was a new team. So, and ever since the days have been progressing, it just feels like he's gotten a little bit worse, in my opinion. So, I mean, look, the map comparison wasn't too bad, but when these guys have played each other in history, from even all the way back from last year, it's been BaiSha. These Sharks, they got a big bite.
For sure. I mean, not even a single map. And just as expected, especially last year, BaiSha was having a hell of a run, with the exception of them bumping into AG and some of the other tournaments, except for the last one. But, yeah, I mean, first, second, pretty consistent from the side of BaiSha, placing really high in these tournaments. But, yeah, Wolf Empire is not too far behind, in all honesty. So we are going to see the key players, rather, N9 and Ice Cube. Ice Cube, just like how we said it, it's not been too great of 2 days for him, in all honesty. I mean, Revenge just absolutely outplayed him in that port map, and just like how I said at map port, that is where the snipers do kind of shine, and Revenge, he shined more than Ice Cube, and Ice Cube just kind of melted. And N9, of course, the man who's the human insurance policy here for BaiSha Gaming. If everyone plays bad, then he's going to step it up to the plate, and he can just turn it on just like that. So, I mean, yeah, all signs still point to BaiSha Gaming at the moment, but Wolf Empire, if it's any time to prove us wrong, it's now.
It really is, and actually, I was glad you brought up the one point a little bit earlier, and in case somebody missed it, it was actually the fact that Rambo was the one that was kind of picking at the AWM and kind of replacing the sniper role, which, like you said, it's not like Rambo can't do it, but it's, you know, Ice Cube was picked to be put on this team for a reason. He was the guy.
Yeah. You
need to be coming in and fully accelerating with the AWM. We need you to, you know, be able to hit all the shots. We need you to be able to be the playmaker. But I get it. Look, and this is one of the things that, you know, that I think Elfish and I talked about yesterday, where it was Wolf Empire, you know, Pacific Mokta. That was a grueling game. That was a 2-1 victory for Pacific Mokta. I mean, great for you. I know you were really psyched. I had them as a prediction too, which was funny, and that was a really, really, really tough match to watch, because I feel like they both teams weren't playing that great, but Pacific Mokta definitely had the players individually that were just clearly better.
Yeah, for sure. Talent predictions, of course, pretty common for the Vietnamese broadcast to predict.
They got to do it.
The KZ, actually hair long and ham long, not really want. Maybe they're using my method, caster cursing the BaiSha Gaming side. Then of course Raf2G from the Filipino broadcast, he just wants to show that you know, I'm gonna be the opposite. I'm gonna be the hipster. I'm gonna be going the Wolf Empire side. So yeah, I mean, all signs still point towards the side of BaiSha Gaming at the moment. I think one of the more important players here for the side of BaiSha Gaming, especially, you know, the key players that we already saw. I think if Xiao finally goes back to normal, if we get a glimpse of playoff Xiao, then this is possibly going to be a quick one. You know, we might be out of here before the clock strikes 12.
Yeah, maybe. Look, yeah, it's 10:04 now, so we're going to have to wait and see, because, look, Elfish has been a little bit cursed, I think, because every single time he's on the mic, it seems like the game has to go to the distance. They have to go to the golden round. So you and I have had a couple, I think, little tiny glimpses of that, but then it's only been maybe one map out of the 3, something like that. But I don't know. I mean, I want to get your take on this, because I think for BaiSha, like I said a bit earlier, it is a 1-on-1 record. They were able to take down Pacific Mokta. I know the boys, for you, it was a tough day. They almost were able to get a map off them. And then Imperial, out of absolutely nowhere, was able to just take them out by 10 5s, both on Eagle Eye and Subbase, which like, if you would have asked me, I never would have ever thought that in my wildest dreams. But then for Wolf Empire, they were able to beat Imperial, but it was a grueling game.
Yep.
And then they've beaten LCK. So it's kind of like, I'm not sure how I feel about this, even with those talent predictions we just said.
Yeah, I feel like Imperial just, what happened here is they just really specifically prepared for BaiSha Gaming and kind of forgot the rest. Not gonna lie, so I don't want to call them out on it, but you know, losing to Wolf Empire, I think it was still a pretty close affair. Just like how I said it, I feel like luck played a lot in the series.
Yeah.
Just like how I said it, that both Mexico and this last map actually ended on a 1v1. So speaking of the maps, of course, Mexico and Eagle Eye already out of the picture. Map 1's going to be Ankara. Yep, that's not a... I don't even need to look at the veto on Discord to know that it is going to be an Ankara pick here for the side of Wolf Empire. Map 2 is probably going to be Subbase. Oh, Black Widow this time. So if I was Wolf Empire here, I'm going to be banning Subbase immediately. Don't want to play them on that map, despite what happened in that last time. And if I was them, I guess more comfortable side. I'd rather just have compound map 3, honestly.
And that's what's going to be.
I'm going to clip that, and I'm going to put the title, I predicted the entire veto.
Yeah, well, you can pat yourself on the back. You definitely got that veto right down to the mark. But, I mean, okay, look, do you feel this kind of favor anybody in particular? Do you think this went well? I mean, I think I made the comment about BaiSha. You know, I do think their map pool is really deep. We do know that obviously there's a couple maps they don't like to play, but I think that's pretty obvious. Like we saw them on Eagle Eye. They looked very uncomfortable when they played Imperial, but I mean, everything else for me, maybe Mexico as well, but I feel like anything else, it's they're still going to be beast mode.
That's true. I think the only threat that BaiSha has in this veto is honestly going to be Ankara, because I feel like their Ankara has been up and down as of recently. But in terms of like stats when it comes to Black Widow and Compound, I think that's basically next to impossible for the side of Wolf Empire.
Okay. Well, hearing a lot of teams getting excited, a little bit of hype behind us. So now we're ready to go underway. Map number 1, game number 4 here for the group stage, and a lot riding on this to see what could be on the deck of cards here for both, or all these teams, I should say, not even just these teams, but a lot is riding here for BaiSha, one of the heavy favorites right now with a 1-1 record in a desperation to get themselves back into winning ways.
Yep, Baby occupying that second floor at the moment, making sure that no one slips by in towards that high mid position. Very important when you're taking that B site, but already seeing a bit of map control from the side of Wolf Empire, taking both Cat A and Tunnel B. So, of course, it is going to be Rambo, kind of separated from the team. He's going to be the human fake for the entire squad. He's going to fight this A side, trying to drag all 3 with him, but you know, they need to have a convincing fake here if they do want to force a reaction from the side of BaiSha.
Yeah, I like that Xiao's in this position too. I mean, like you said, it's a good way to get some info. Not going to be able to find the shot, but at least the information's there. Good utility to block things off. But Shady, okay, he's going to be able to start things off. But CZY, he came back from the grave, and he's able to find this 3. And look at what he's been able to do. But maybe it's short-lived, because right back in it, the Wolfpack are in an advantage.
Yeah, but the C4 is already down, and Baby was very noisy in that rotation, so they kind of expect him to be in that Tunnels B position. And you can already see they're investigating here, but do they know that he's right behind? Rambo spots him. Nade's going to go through Ice Cube with the angle, and despite CZY, a glimpse of him maybe coming back in this game, in this tournament, they still lose that first round. Maybe Xiao, I'm not so sure if Xiao wants to hold that close ramp position.
Yeah.
Because he ran straight into the corner. I'm like, that is not an angle that a sniper plays. Maybe he was trusting his Colt, but at the same time, that's a bit too dangerous.
Yeah. And honestly, like, what a good way for CZY to kind of get himself right back into the game. Because, like, I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you and I were together, and there was games where he was, like, 3-12,
yeah,
maybe worse than that. Like, he just couldn't get anything working. And you know what, honestly, it happens. Like, it really does. Like, I know a lot of the fans were kind of, giving a lot of criticism to him. It's always like, you got to get rid of him. I can't believe this. What a disgrace. But it's like, no. Like, this is going to happen. Like, some of the best players in the world, they're going to have those off days. Maybe the odd couple. But like you said, I mean, maybe he just had to really find something different here. But, man, what a showcase on the opener. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, and it is definitely needed from the side of BaiSha, especially considering the rifler role is being shared with him and Baby. And Baby is not really the type of guy to, I mean, he does get some explosive games from time to time, but he's more of like the Swiss Army knife for the squad, and anything that N9 says, he's going to follow. So there we go, Baby and CZY kind of crawling up a bit in towards the hotel side. Shady just making sure that their backline is not going to get flanked. And I like this from the side of Wolf Empire. They're keeping it patient, but if Shady does not hit this shot, the entirety of this B-side take is going to be probably a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is important because you have both these players that are pushed up into a hotel. I was thinking if they wanted to poke on this, that might not be bad just for information, because if they get this kill, like you said, then they're going to realize, look, let's fall right back. We can reset up in the site. So you already have 2 players that are here locked and loaded. Xiao's going to get a little bit of revenge now. Makes the first connection, the opening duel against Dola. So now someone that was very influential yesterday is going to be taken out early here for the second round. But now we can see Wolf Empire kind of switching things up again. So they're going to go for the 2-2 split. But look at this, CZY again. He's able to find this multi-kill. Okay, man, is he back?
Is he back? Is this the CZY? The CZY we know and love?
It honestly, it might be, but Rambo does get himself one cool little bit of a trick shot, but
I like that.
Okay, and honestly, it's good to see, like, BaiSha, like, you can just see they were really loud, they were getting really amped, and I felt like that was something missing the other day. Like, you could kind of look at them, and it's hard to tell, but they had no emotion at all. Like, you couldn't hear a peep. They looked like, it just felt like it's not like they didn't want to be there, but like the mood was off. Like, something was was afoot.
Something was awry.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
But it's nice to see him back in his usual ways, because it's always a treat to see CZY just kind of pop off in games, man, because this guy is I don't know how he does it with the AK-47. It's so impossible, man. The spray control is so absolutely dead on. And I mean, 3 headshots every time. He's 5 kills, 5 headshots. He hasn't missed a mark yet. 577 is going to go down, though, but there is still 2 threats on the site and 9. And CZY still in there, so Wolf Empire, they're going to do the classic Wolf Empire thing of getting a kill and staying quiet for a bit.
Yeah, I kind of like this readjustment from Wolf Empire. And I mean, the biggest criticism I was, making about them, I think that was yesterday. I'm already losing track of time, but it just felt like they really looked discombobulated. They didn't really know what to do as a unit, but right now it looks like they've taken some really good notes, and they're going to try to, once again, do this as a group. They're not going to mess around. They do get a trade back, so not bad. And even Shady now, he's able to find himself another.
Yeah, but an important pickoff, what would have been? I mean, they already got Lucas, and you don't want that man heating up. That's for sure. Ice Cube now kind of separated from the team, so it's Rambo this time with the squadron at the moment. Headshot for CZY, but Rambo finally takes him down. N9 cannot take the rest of it with him, but there it is. I mean, despite the good round for the side of BaiSha Gaming, despite the good round from the side of Wolf Empire, rather, I mean, CZY still a scary sight to see. Now it's up to the rest of BaiSha Gaming to see if they can go back to normal. I mean, Xiao was hitting some nice shots, but it seems like the 1 kill, go the other side of the map has been working for the side of Wolf Empire.
Yeah, Wolf Empire definitely like playing on the blacklist side. I mean, again, with their record, I mean, they are 16-1 before they got here. So, I mean, their GR side and their BL side are pretty much close together. Like, the BL side's just barely over. So, it's looking good so far. And, I mean, the thing I think that really, really benefits a lot of these teams, and you can tell me how you feel about this, but I think seeing BaiSha, what's that expression? Gods can bleed.
Yep.
I think them getting, annihilated against Imperial, I think it really did show a lot of vulnerability, realizing, you know what? Let's not put these guys on a pedestal. Let's play our game, and we can compete with these guys. So I kind of wonder if it opened up a door for a lot of these teams to feel a bit better playing a team like BaiSha.
Yeah. It kind of puts a target in the back of BaiSha. They're like, oh, they're vulnerable, man. Now we can maybe try and see if we can use this weakness to further our run here in the group stage. Maybe gonna get tagged up a bit. Xiao around the corner. Good spam by Shady. He was sitting in that exact spot yesterday in that Ankara match, and man,
that was
the Remakta members got absolutely destroyed. And I heard a bunch of sorries right after it. That was for sure. They didn't check that corner. But man, Shady is just going to be popping out his head from time to time. So he's going to get some information, maybe even enough to sell a fake in the B site. But still, N9 is going to start to do some investigating here in long. But Wolf Empire, I mean, this is why they wait around for so long, because it kind of plays into patience here from the side of BaiSha.
Yeah, N9's in a really, tough spot, because if he overpeaks like this and if he gets taken out, it's a free site. But at least he's trying to make it seem like he's falling back. Oh, but gets punished. Okay. I don't mind the idea, but now you can see Wolf Empire going for a nice little bit of a split. And there is actually a flank right now. I think that's Lucas. Or not Luke. No, that's not Lucas. That's Shady. That's Shady. Oh, wow. There was a knife out, too. Hot tamales, and yeah, this round's done. That's not baby.
That's not baby.
Yeah,
that man is too small to be baby.
Look, I can believe it if people didn't know. Like, you're like, oh yeah, maybe that is baby. No, that's not baby at all. Let's go back to him. Let's go in there. It's that guy on the right there, the second on the right. That's baby.
That's baby. The man who towers over the competition. But Wolf Empire, great first round so far. This is what I was talking about, man. When it comes to Ankara, this is their map. This is where they do their best work. So many teams have fallen to their most common map. To be fair, this is the most common map in Vietnam. So they're in their comfort zone, especially when it comes to this BL side. So it is a timeout at this very moment. Talking to the coach, Mr. Zemo, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's interesting too, because The scoreline is by 2. So for BaiSha to call this early, I'm never against this. Like I said, I can't remember what team that was. There was a timeout called and there was only 1 round left in the half. Do you remember who that was? Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. I'll ask these guys later. I think that was today too. I'm pretty sure that was one of the games.
I think that was 3BL.
I think that was 3BL. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, anyways, it just felt like a really weird time, and that's been something I've been kind of criticizing a lot about at this group stage so far, because I felt like if you remember in the beginning, like EP was calling it like within 2 rounds, like it'd be like a 1-1 or like a 2-0 against them, and then all of a sudden coach is on the mic. Like there was just no way for them to kind of keep playing. But I don't really get the same sense of this situation in comparison to something like EP, where they like there was clearly internal things going on, because like the body language is already speaking many different volumes. Everybody looks calm. Everybody looks a little bit collected. So
I feel like Wolf Empire knows, like, yeah, we got 3 rounds, but BaiSha Gaming, they're that scary of a team that they can just activate at any time, right? Very similar to what happened earlier. So they're gonna keep it calm. They're gonna keep it cool. But it's the exact same thing. Wolf Empire just going through mid, investigating tunnels B, maybe in towards catwalk A as well. And look at how far the players are from the side of BaiSha Gaming. Granted, you can actually scope out mid from the tower position on B site, especially if you have Xiao. But the lack of mid fighting from the side of BaiSha, it could either work super well or it could find them in the back. Ice Cube almost got Xiao. But Lucas coming in from the back line. Xiao sees him. Should have just swung all the way. Xiao was still midway, rotating in towards ramp. Baby is going to get a kill. N9 in the background is going to get one as well. But Baby looking for more. Dola is going to spot. Don't spot it on the cross. Oh, Baby, he just ignored Dola the entire time just to get this low player. Does get a bit of damage in on the last player of Wolf Empire. But look at the 2 last players he is going to face. N9 is going to do the cleanup. And Zemo saying, let's go, very loudly.
Honestly, I feel like that round was, I think there was a gap in the defense that was from BaiSha. Like, you could see that Xiao was playing a very deep position. But I felt like the pre-fire shot from Wolf Empire, it sounded the alarms. Like, I think Ice Cube was trying to go for a bit of a quick shot just to see if he could be able to win it, if somebody was in it there. But it allowed just enough time for BaiSha to kind of react to that properly. I think if Wolf Empire would have been able to just kind of keep sneaking the way they were, I feel like that might have been different for them, just because I think it was just within that second that really made the difference. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I don't know. That's just how I feel.
Could happen. It could be proven in this exact round. But Wolf Empire, this is the most common strat that they actually do in this map, which is this A-take. And Rambo is going to do a little wraparound, but I think Xiao is in such a good position. Oh, he got off of it, man. I think he should just stay in that tower side, because the biggest threat to this A-take is actually Rambo's wrapping around from the spawn side. And if they catch him, it's up to the rest of the members inside of the site to do the thing.
Ooh. I do like that BaiSha's got a good read on this. And like you said, it is a decent strat they like to go for, a good setup. But it's still about the position here for N9. He's kind of hovering a lot, expecting somebody to go for a flank. It's good. It's good to have that spidey sense. It's a good way just to be aware of the map, presence you're giving up. Like they clearly have a setup right now where mid is wide open, where I think that Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he's deep in B. Ooh. And 577 actually goes for a big swing by himself. I was not expecting ever to see that in Wolf Empire. You can just see 1 kill from the front, 1 kill from the back, and they got this round down.
Yeah, a bit too wide there from N9, in all honesty. Could have just sat back on site. Could have gotten something, but Xiao, of course, the man who was in the trailer that made that 1v3 clutch happen. But look at the spacing from the side of Wolf Empire. They're right next to each other. They're going to do a 3-man swing as soon as this AWM pops. But the Colt is a very dangerous weapon. Here comes a snipe, and a very quick response from the side of Wolf Empire. And here we go. They got the handle of things here on Ankara. I mean, it is their map. It is the Vietnam map, so
it is
kind of expected.
Well, and honestly, like, I feel, again, like I'm actually impressed with the way that we're seeing Wolf Empire play right now, because it's so much better than what it was yesterday. I'm gonna I mean, I know this is a map they like to play, so I'm going to keep that as an asterisk for now because what we saw yesterday wasn't the same effect. Like that teamwork of like the triple player swing never would have happened yesterday. That wasn't that was not a thing in their arsenal. So just seeing it improve from one day, not even like less than a day, like it's been a good thing to see.
Yeah, Ice Cube actually hitting shots on the sniper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's way better than the past few days.
Oh my gosh, I know. And that's what's so, you know, like so ruthless about the group stages. Like you don't get a lot of time to make these adjustments to your game and to your strats and everything like that.
Especially
you really
in the latest game.
Yeah.
Oh. Give me one more, brother.
Yeah, man, just go off, King. Like, do
200% headshot, by the way.
Yeah, like he is just cracking skulls right now. Okay.
Okay, and 9 saved the stats. Still on 7. CZY swinging around the corner, and finally he does not hit one, but still, it is a kill for CZY. Ice Cube switching, and I think CZY actually heard it, but no. He was expecting 577 to do it for him, but of course the muzzle fire through the smoke has been spotted. And Xiao coming in from behind. I think they know exactly what Rambo is doing. And Marta actually called this out in that 1v1 with Revenge. They know that Rambo's the type of guy to just move all over the place. And now he is now jailed in Tunnels B, so everyone is going to surround him here. He's basically trapped, man. He cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, he's got 2 pieces of utility, so it's not like it's completely like he's dry, but yeah, like you said, he's definitely trapped, and it's a matter of just finding the smallest opening that he can use. Trying everything he can. Still full HP, hasn't taken damage yet. But you have the crossfire here of N9 and also 577. They're going to double swing this. Very nicely done from them. It's getting loud in here. These guys are, they're wanting it.
It's kind of like the Haka. They're trying to intimidate the enemy.
Yeah.
With their screams.
That is true.
I wish Zemo would do the entire thing, but I think he's busy coaching at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough.
Would be sick to see, though.
Yeah. Well, and even, you know, we talked so much about, you know, Ice Cube getting shots. And, you know, finally him getting a little bit back in some form. But everybody else is still equally contributing, too. So that was something that I was a little bit worried about and talked about that just in the pre-show, but looking like might not be as much of a problem yet here on Ankara, but I'm going to bite my tongue. Still a lot of action to happen, but I always hate this position because I feel like it's just so scary.
You just don't swing wide.
Oh.
Yep, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Vent is a very pre-fire heavy, pre-aim heavy position. This is what you should do. Exactly what N9's doing.
Wow, these guys are literally just timing each other.
Yeah. To be fair, playing Vents in this is hilarious, man. It's like everyone's just trying to pre-fire each other. Oh, speaking of pre-fire, head taken off 577. Oh, CZY, N9, everyone is down on the A site, and BaiSha Gaming stuck on the other side of the map. And it's only Xiao and Baby.
What a showing. And I mean, now 5 players still alive here for Wolf Empire. And that's going to be the overextension of Shady. So, yeah, look, he's not even going to get the kill, but at least look what he's able to do. He repositions himself. He gets behind this box. He will be able to win that fight. Xiao missing some pretty key shots, I feel like. I know that's a little bit hard and chaotic, but
yeah, but
I don't know if I'm really being convinced yet that Xiao's kind of, again,
Xiao doesn't miss those.
Yeah, he doesn't, and that's, I mean, it kind of feels like him and Ice Cube are like switching identities or something right now. To some degree, I should say, before I get flamed from everybody.
Oh, it's Wednesday, so it's not Freaky Friday, man. It's not Freaky Friday yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. I was trying to think of that in my head. I'm like, what is that? What was that? What was that movie? But yes.
I know my references.
Hey, that's good. No, that's good. I'm glad you're...
I'm not that young.
You're picking up when I'm laying down here. I like it.
Is that 5? Yeah, it is 5-3. BaiSha Gaming opportunity to get the last round. But Wolf Empire so far in control of the game, and they are going to go into the B site. The only person defending it is actually Xiao and Baby coming in from the hotel side. And this is the problem when you go into the B site without checking hotel. You could get surprised from the back line. Dola going to try to re-clear it, but they're taking so much time to set up on the site. And look at the rotations from the side of BaiSha Gaming. They're basically knocking at the door already, and Xiao has the cross. Can he hit the guaranteed shot this time? Any smokes on the side of Wolf Empire? They only have one on Dola, I think, and Dola is gonna take down the lurk on the backline. Xiao's gonna go down as well. Hold up. Wait a minute. They could actually get the plant down 6 and 3 on the horizon against BaiSha Gaming. This is wild.
This is wild. Yeah, this is looking really, really good right now for Wolf Empire. I think they have themselves in a big potential for the map or the half win, maybe. But unless CZY is going to be able to hit some shots, but now it's just down to 5-7-7 against 2. Timer's already less than half. They got to get going. Shady, you got to hide. You got to tuck tail. And 5-7-7 trying everything he can, but I think the timer's going to be too late now. So yes, it will be a 6-3. And Wolf Empire, they're going to be well-deserved of celebration.
Yeah, but this is the problem, right? Now we're switching on towards the BL side. CZY kind of heating up a bit. And look at the pictures already. I mean, headshot, ADR, multi-kill. Not really multi-kill, actually. That's on Rambo. So it's Rambo versus CZY at the moment, with Shady kind of being in the background as well, kind of cheering him on. But Lucas with the sniper this time. Okay, this is interesting. Everyone's taking a turn on the sniper. Yesterday it was Rambo, now it is him. Great entry here from Dola. Shady, the spray control is perfect, but can they actually crunch the mid side? And this is genius from the side of Wolf Empire, because BaiSha Gaming just assumes that they're not going to get mid control at all, and in the first round, they go for that mid aggression, and BaiSha Gaming has been blindsided in the first round of the second half. CZY finally going to get a trade, but it's going to be big trouble for them. 2v4. And knowing Wolf Empire, they're just going to retake, in all honesty. Even if anyone shows their face, they're just going to stick together, probably going to play that spawn position, but Ice Cube wants to do otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a big shot here. Uh-oh. Yeah, and critical HP, 22. Oh, man. Guy's a headhunter right now. This is him now needing a clutch. Ace clutch to find something. Not going to happen. And a lot of screaming, a lot of hooting and hollering right now from Wolf Empire. And, I mean, look, I even had to look back at my notes because I was trying to think about, you know, I said, oh, yeah, BaiSha, like every other map except for Mexico and, you know, Eagle Eye, they're pretty nasty. And, yeah, honestly, statistically, this is a top 3 map here for BaiSha. So the fact that Wolf Empire are really showing that they're way more comfortable than they are on this. Yeah, all right.
It is going to help with their map score if they do get a game off of BaiSha, especially with this wide of a deficit. Yeah, that's going to make Group A. That's already very complicated. A lot more complicated than that, that's for sure. But BaiSha Gaming still not out just yet. And this is the default that they expected, actually, from round number 1. But I think BaiSha's just going to try again. Maybe a good old standard A-take. You know, just good old back to basics. Don't get it too complicated. Let's just get around on the board and get it done.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary, though, too, because, again, Lucas is grouped up here with his teammates. So, I mean, the 3 of them have a good stack on this. So, ooh, that's a good nade. N9 just getting caught here. The pin just, like, ricocheted off his teeth. So, all right, well, Wolf Empire, they're not going to overextend on Vent. This is good. I really, really like this. Dola and Rambo playing a nice little bit of a double stack together. So Lucas is going to try to be the bait. Dola, you need to be able to hit these shots, though. And okay, yes, they are. Oh, man, Wolf Empire. They take full advantage of this. They got the man advantage. Looking for more. CZY will be able to still crack some heads. Xiao needing to hit a shot. Another miss from him. But maybe another bit of redemption here. Less than half HP. Trying everything he can. Pistols are flying. Oh, my God. Is he going to be able to do this? He has 48 seconds to work with. He still has to pick up the C4. These 2 guys are just on the right of him. But he will not. And Shady will put him to rest.
There we go. Wolf Empire. The screams ring around the arena since there's no one here yet. There we go. Big hype for the squad over at Vietnam. Such a huge deficit. 8-3, 2 away from taking Ankara out of the picture. But BaiSha Gaming still a threat in this game. anytime they can come back. But Wolf Empire doing a great job of just denying a lot of these things, a lot of what BaiSha Gaming wants to actually do. But man,
I just honestly can't believe this. Like, I mean, this was a 6-3 first half, and BaiSha haven't been able to find a round.
That's true.
Like, this has been quiet.
And this finally CZY actually gaming.
Yeah, exactly that. And I'm glad you said that, because I was like, looking, I was getting excited for, you know, BaiSha. I'm like, okay, maybe he's back. Now the team's just going to be a whole other monster. But no, like, it's like him performing, and he's the guy with double digits, and nobody else is there. Like, the highest amount is Xiao and N9. They're both at 6. Like, now he's the one that's kind of like, okay, someone else, please.
Guys, please, I'm finally having a good game.
I know I had a rough couple days, but, like, I'm trying my best here.
What's going on BaiSha Gaming? Something has gone awry for the past few days. But it seems like Dola with the spray. Good free fire. 577 is going to be the first one down for the squad. CZY with the trade. N9 with a good headshot. And finally, some life on the side of BaiSha Gaming. Shady getting absolutely naded, but he barely got grazed. And Shady trying to delay the plan, baby. Gonna survive, but where's the help from the other teammates? Finally, N9 comes in. Ice Cube, the only one left alive. And let's see, is he actually the key player? Can he be the key to this clutch? No, N9 just gonna make sure that he falls down before he even enters the site. And 4-8, BaiSha Gaming, 4 rounds away from tying things up in this game. But still, one mistake and the entire thing crumbles for their Ankara map.
That, honestly, though, I think for BaiSha, like, that was just perfectly placed utility usage. Like, you could see, I think that was Dola, if I'm not mistaken. He was playing just underneath here. He was blind. Like, he had no idea. He was hoping to get a shot off. It might have been Dola or Lucas. I can't remember, but honestly, the utility work from BaiSha, that's what they needed, and it just kind of gave them the keys to the site. So, a job well done for them, but like you said, I mean, 4 more needed to push a tie game, but that's the first round they've been able to find in the second. And now Wolf Empire still going to commit to this 3-2 setup. Still have Shady just kind of on the outskirts of watching, you know, a very passive mid setup. So this seems pretty standard for them. Whoa, Xiao!
Usually hits that, but not this time. And especially the top of that, the top of entrance is has a wooden board. That means the M4 does a lot of damage, but 577 now looking to see if he can gain
check your
some
6
control. N9 checks it for him. 577 goes forward. Ice Cube not dead just yet, and N9 finally finishes off Shady, and it's only Ice Cube on the site, and he unscopes just in time on boxes. CZY making sure that their 6 is actually cleared, and Rambo, Dola still busy fighting Xiao all the way in A long, and Xiao can actually go all the way around back to Hotel. CZY, is he going to allow it? Rambo getting into spawn, but CZY's already run away just in time. CZY turn around. No, he doesn't get the shot. N9 sees Rambo in spawn. Oh, that's one more. N9 gets a response, and Rambo, the entire time he was trying to look for the kill on N9, and N9 has already killed his teammate. And there we go. That's more like it, N9. That's the N9 that I know.
Yeah. And he was really quiet too. So it's good to see him get some entries, get things done. But, I mean, with those 2 rounds being back-to-back, I mean, now we'll see that the old Wolf Empire are going to call the timeout, rightfully so, making a lot of sense. They just want to slow down any momentum. They want to make sure that BaiSha can't really work off this as much as possible, so... And I don't even really think it's, I felt like in that situation too, it's like they had a really good setup. I just think it was really unfortunate there wasn't a shot made. It was just N9 really just cracking a couple skulls and really getting 2 really beautiful entries just to open up that site for them, so. And they're scary, those AKs, like you said, man.
Yep.
Like it's a whole other level, man. Like they make it look so easy.
And it's not that easy.
No,
take it from me.
Yeah, I know you've been telling me that like this last week. You're just like, man, no, like, trust me. M4 is way easier. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the M4 is way easier. You can, especially when you're playing, and this is very res specific. This is like a CROSSFIRE thing, right? Sometimes the resolution matters when you're doing spray control. So when you're on like 1024 by 768, you have to spray a bit deeper. But on 800, 600, you don't really have to drag down that hard, especially on the M4. AK is a bit easier to spray on 800, 600, which is basically the res that everyone plays on, except for the snipers, because, you know, they want to see everything.
Yeah, they want to be able to get a lot of view.
Yeah, I mean, if it's that easy for CZY, it should be easy for everyone else. But yes, the timeout is finally going to be concluded. Final words said by Zemo. And let's see, 5 and 8. Wolf Empire still 2 points away from winning this entire first map. But I feel like BaiSha Gaming, if they get the next 2 here, they're going to be back in the contention here.
Yeah, really, really critical now here for Wolf Empire. Just 2 more needed to close this thing out on the first map, but BaiSha are not allowing that to happen.
Yeah. Not been the best game here for Xiao.
Yeah.
I think BaiSha is now wishing that they bought Gokun here.
Elfish would love to hear that.
Would have been nice, would have been insane. I mean, I think Gokun has been learning a lot of Mandarin recently, so to be fair, you only have to know like a few key words, especially you're only playing the game.
Is he substitute or is he a like content guy?
It's kind of like both.
Floating?
I think both.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard that originally, and I was like, oh, all right.
Can do absolutely that. And 9. Wow. Survives the cold spray. 577 in prime position. Rambo now having to move, and they're going to have to be careful. That little window can take someone out. And 577 does get Rambo. And I heard a scream. He's probably didn't know that that guy was in spawn. Shady pushing through the smoke, but it's too late.
Oh, they're loud. Yeah, that's loud. I haven't heard them that loud, I don't think, ever. So, yeah, there's some real passion going on down there. And honestly, I mean, we said this before. We'll say it again. Like, BaiSha are at that 1-1. So, they have, like, if they even want these conversations of going to playoffs, like, they have to. Like, there's no rare here.
Yeah. And I like that Lucas is finally, he did pick up the sniper rifle for the past 2 rounds, and he's trying to catch Xiao before the smoke does plume. And he does have a decision to go back in towards the spawn and switch his weapon out, but he's not going to do exactly that. Oh, actually, there he is. He's going to go back to spawn, press B and 3. B or 2, depends on where your M4 is on the bags, but there we go. I think it's a bit too late because you cannot switch your guns after 1 minute and 30.
Does it make a difference if you use it?
Oh, if you shoot once, you can't switch anymore.
You can't switch, right? I would think that. Yeah. I had to make sure. Yeah, you had me intrigued when you said that. I was like,
Yeah.
Go for a quick pick, run back and change it.
I would be sick, honestly.
That would be...
that would be perfect for me. I'm not the best sniper, but I can hit an angle.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Just saying. Could be a cool idea. Ooh, Dola. Even Dola's on the arm. That's interesting. Well.
Well. Oh, CTY. Oh, Shady's barely breathing. Why did you turn around, my friend? He's still on site. He's not dead. Oh, he assumed that Xiao was going to get there in time, and he checks the middle of the box finally. 2v3. Probably going to be all on Xiao to try and defend this one. Plant is going to go down. Lucas, not going to hear it. Bounces it just in time. Xiao, quick scope. Hits Lucas. Now we're on even Steven. Where Rambo still looking for a retake. Xiao looking towards that top side. Gets away in time. So they can play this position in towards slopes. It is planted on that side. But Rambo, is he going to do the climb up? Flash grenade, and 9 going to dodge it just in time. Does not get the immediate headshot. Rambo is going to have a hard time. Stick here coming in from Ice Cube. Ice Cube not letting go, but they know exactly where the plant is, and there it is. That's what I was saying. If they get the next 2 rounds, BaiSha's in the driver's seat once again.
Yeah, that, honestly, I mean, the fact that, his teammate wasn't able to find it, I mean, there really wasn't much for Ice Cube to do, I feel like. I mean, it was kind of like, you got to try. Maybe go for a bit of a stick. I mean, it was a sticky situation, we'll just say. But things were not so sticky anymore. BaiSha are making the bit of a comeback dream here. And no, man, they are going aggressive. They are just trying to just chomp these guys up. They find 2 big duels, and holy man, they got themselves in a great spot.
Shady's going to recoup this Cat A control. Dola gonna go back to the B side. That hasn't been the best game by Dola. The man that you usually expect to have explosive numbers for the squad, especially after yesterday. Despite the loss, he was scoring 19, 20 games. But Xiao, you don't want to challenge Xiao in that position. I'm telling you that much, Shady. So you might want to stay put in Catwalk A for now. Ice Cube occupying the top side of A. And I like this from BaiSha. They're kind of pulling from the book of Wolf Empire here. You know, get a few kills, go on the other side of the map. Dola with the sniper, he's not usually known for it, but I mean, if he hits a few nice shots, gets the delay going, maybe if he does delay in time, so I think Shady could actually react all the way from mid, so he could maybe help his teammate there, but Dola needs to hit this first shot and get away very quickly. But look at Shady, 577 with the headshot. Xiao is gonna get punished, but still, that's actually really bad for Shady because they know exactly where he is now. And Ice Cube all the way in A site. Now the C4 possibly gonna go down Ice Cube in spawn, but it's already a bit too late for the side of Wolf Empire. The plant is already down. 2 players watching that entrance, and Ice Cube coming in from Hotel, but it's not looking good.
Not looking good at all, and I mean, I think that's Shady just getting ready to throw a little bit of util here. That's going to be the pop flash. Maybe he's blind, but also his Ice Cube. I mean, that's that didn't work out at all. That didn't work out at all, but at least he's able to find this one. He's trying his best. He's trying his darndest, and now Shady! Oh, Wolf Empire! They might be making this bit of a comeback, and Ice Cube goes for a swing. Should have the time for the defuse, and now they're going to be on map point with a retake that looked so improbable, but they pull something out of the hat.
Is this the day where the players who didn't play too well finally make a comeback happen? Ice Cube, we've been waiting for that Ice Cube for the past few days now, and finally he does pop out. So CZY is back, Ice Cube is back. Suddenly the game is interesting. BaiSha Gaming, all they can hope for is overtime here. But Wolf Empire, they have a bit of a leeway to try something risky, since they do have 2 points in that lead, but BaiSha is not going for any risk at all. They're just going to go for some normal mid-control instead. I think they're just going to go 5 in towards Tunnels B and try to go get this fast one.
Oh man, it's all down to this though. An Ice Cube, the man of the hour that we've been talking so much about. A big test for him. He's able to deliver so far with the opening duel. Now he's just going to reset, reposition himself. He's not going to get overzealous. He's just going to post up. Shady now realizing these guys probably have made it across. So now he's starting to get a little bit more aware, a little bit more hesitant, and he's clearing every single angle, I should say. But it is going to be BaiSha. They do have the sight. But can they be able to get this plant down in time, Shady? Oh God, you need to look the other way. And Xiao finally gets something done.
Yeah, Shady gone. Flank out of the question. But Ice Cube, he's still taking the sweet time. Occupying bar at the moment. Wants to get out of Hotel very, very soon. And 9, tossing some nades, making sure that he's going to discourage any push coming in from the Hotel side. So I think most of the players are going to go from second mid and spawn. Nades are going to fly through. And 9. Waiting for the inevitable, but no. Ice Cube just passes by. Xiao gets one, and 9 gets one as well. Ice Cube's already down. Ramp is not occupied just yet, and look at the entire squad fall down to pieces, 8 to 9. What is going to be the verdict here?
Yeah, oh, man, I have no idea. A 1-round differential here. It's just, it's crazy to think that, you know, the Chinese teams, I guess minus AG, let's just remove them, but every other one is just, it's been tough. It's been a tough day on the group stage so far. A couple days, I should say, not even day, but I mean, the amount of time they've had to make a comeback in these games, like, so much stress, right? So much adversity to get to where they are here. It's kind of unreal.
Yeah. BaiSha. N9 gonna be playing the fake this time. Xiao just making sure that Tunnels B is not occupied by Ice Cube. If it is, then he's gonna try to peek him. So it's a bit of a spread for the side of BaiSha Gaming. Very similar to what Wolf Empire was doing earlier when they were taking this B site. But They have to put Ice Cube in a super bad position here if they do want to go into this B site. They have to kill him instantly and then get inside as fast as possible before anyone does react. But there's not only one, but there's 2 snipers in this B site. 577, waiting to turn around the corner. Ice Cube doesn't notice the flash because he was scoped in. And he's discovered on tower. Oh, that's a bad habit right there, my friend. Ice Cube's gonna go down. Rambo takes one down, but there is still plenty of BaiSha Gaming members to go around. Rambo, 1 HP, in between the boxes. Baby's gonna take him down. He's not even aiming for him. Nade's gonna start to fly, and I feel like it is gonna be overtime. And it is only Lucas left. It's gonna take a Herculean effort to get him back in this game. And there it is, BaiSha Gaming make it into overtime.
Okay. Well, it's going to be the side switch as we go into overtime. But, I mean, oh, wow, CCY. he's everywhere.
I like how every stat that is related to fragging is just him, and there's Xiao just in. He's the survivor. He's been surviving, that's for sure. There we go. Standard on Wolf Empire. Now we switch sides for overtime. Ice Cube. Just making sure he's hopping around in towards Catwalk A. 3 people on the A side. BaiSha still steadfast in their defense here on the A side. CZY, though, he's just waiting around the corner, waiting for that flash to happen. He wants to be face-to-face with the opponents as soon as they come out of vents. 577 is going to play first contact here. This could either be really good for the side of BaiSha or they just get swept on site.
Yeah, a lot of waiting things out. And now a little bit of a reposition here from Wolf Empire once again. Okay, they're going to go through mid this time. Oh, they're going to go quietly, too. This is not bad. Time's ticking, though. Last minute remain. 4-1 split. Good smoke. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's Ice Cube, actually. But he's going to be... Yeah, he's going to go for a different swing here. He might be able to catch it out with guard. He might be able to. Oh, no, he's a bit too early. Ay.
Ah. That's a rough one by Xiao. He's just got blinded by everything. Ice Cube, baby, you need to chase him down. But he doesn't chase him down fast enough. N9 trying to get back into the site. Look at the position that they're holding, man. Shady in the back of boxes. Lucas is in the same direction. N9 gets the kill anyways. But Lucas is still the exact same angle. Good pre-fire there by N9. All of a sudden it's possible. All of a sudden it's winnable. N9 with a 3K. No way. The BaiSha Gaming insurance policy coming in. And the defuse, N9 does get spotted. He's inches away from that defuse, man, but he doesn't make it. Almost a clutch by the side of BaiSha Gaming, but Wolf Empire survives.
I don't know how they do it, man. You know, it's like I was saying this about, you know, Imperial earlier, and I'm like, you know, they just really want to go to overtime. They want to make things really hard for themselves. Wolf Empire... I mean, let's not forget, they haven't had a swift game at all in the group stage. It's always gone 3 maps. Not necessarily overtimes every single time, but I think they're pretty much sitting at about 3 of them. But okay, Baby's going to be able to find these duels. And okay, once again, this moment where Wolf Empire, they look good in the previous, and then this round gets a little bit, a little dicey for them, but...
Yeah. Baby's the only dude that I know that would do that. It's like send it through the window. No one really comes out. He just use that window to check whether or not everyone's in big door.
It's just baby things, dude.
Just baby things. Just like how I said it, man. If N9 says you're going to do it, you got to do it. But I think it's fine. I mean, it's a really good trade. Baby's down. Dola and Lucas is gone.
Yeah.
And those are the 2 key players on the rifle. But Dola's not have had the best games. Lucas has been up and down. Rambo, Shady, and Ice Cube. I mean, if it's anyone to make a 3v4 happen, it's them, definitely.
It definitely is. Been really impressed with Shady, though, actually. Like, I think Shady's been playing quite well. even when you have like a scoreline pretty like much dead even, I think still getting tons of info, trying to create a little bit of space. Oh God, CZY, that's perfectly timed.
Oh.
Can't get it done though. At least his comrade's there to help him out. So now Rambo 1-on-3. Yeah, he's got to go. Oh man, the bomb it's in the worst position. He hasn't even picked it up. He's still on the hunt. He's still looking for it. But N9, okay, he still was trying to fight it.
Yeah, but the C4 is in the sightlines of Xiao. Oh, he misses. No way.
Okay, but Rambo's got to be aware here. He's got to be so aware.
Yeah, but 577 is assuming that he might go in towards Catwalk A, but look at Xiao, man. He's already got a read down.
Ooh, timing maybe.
Does he?
He might get timing. He's got to get going. Like
they're going to check second mid, I think. Oh, no, Xiao's going to go back.
Oh,
no.
Oh, man, the backs are turned. How is this here? How are we in the... Just, you got to go. Oh, my God, again? He doubled down on the fake. Oh, man, and now Xiao's running into this. He has no idea. Xiao, he misses the shot again. This needs to be connected, and at least he can redeem himself.
He overthunk.
Holy crap.
He made it complicated, but it didn't have to be too complicated, man. You just got to swing it, man. You don't have to climb up on the box or anything.
Oh.
You just got to risk it.
Wow, that could have been just like detrimental. Like,
yeah,
like he luckily redeemed himself, but
yeah, that was the slowest climb up too, man.
Mad.
If you're gonna climb up on that ledge, especially if you want to go tunnels B, you have to do it fast.
Yeah,
and that was one of the slowest ones that I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess under pressure, it's pretty hard to press space and control at the right timing.
Yeah.
But Xiao, he's going to get this. 100% he's going to get this. Oh, ho, ho, ho. The timing. He sees the flash. He's not going to get blinded. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's blind now. Oh, he is able to tuck away. Good counter flash. Only landing on one, though.
They have spawn control. N9. Not going to allow it, but there it is. Shady Lucas and Shady on the kill feed now, but there's still two people on each site. 577, the man who could stop the entire push, but only gets one, unfortunately. CZY, man, it's been you. You've been the main character in this series. But can you make it happen? Shady spots him out, calling for his teammates to kind of help him here because CZY has been going crazy for the past few times. Yeah, risk-averse gameplay. I like that.
Yeah, he's never going to expect this. Yeah, perfect peak. Man, what a world of a difference. Like, I think I was telling you this earlier. I was very grumpy about what I saw yesterday. Like, you know, it's funny because I don't know if you were able to watch the video, but I was like, you know, it's like I was rooting for Pacific Mokta too because I know you're a huge fan and like.
Don't worry, I was watching. I always VOD review after my after a cast.
Yeah.
You know, I go straight into the Mokta practice room. I see them watching the VOD. I'm just gonna stay there too.
Yeah.
We both do VOD reviews. It's kind of productive, right? Because unfortunately, the TV in my room, I forgot my Chromecast at home.
Oh, yeah.
So I couldn't act as YouTube there, so gotta be sharing a bit. But yeah, it seems like Wolf Empire, 11-10, 2 points needed for them to win this entire game. BaiSha Gaming needs 3, but as soon as BaiSha Gaming gets around here, pressure is on for the side of Wolf Empire to create a quick response.
Well, you make sure you tell them I don't mean anything
don't
ill
worry,
will. It was just one of those things where, you know, you were watching a team that was able to fight, and then Wolf Empire, you know, what they've been able to do so far, it was a hot mess. It was just not good.
Don't worry, man. They didn't take it personally.
That's good. Well, it's good. I mean, at the end of the day, they got the dub, you know, so it's a good thing for them. So, but you know, again, for Wolf Empire, like I said, I'm glad that with the time they had to adjust, like. It's a whole different color, a whole different thing from these guys right now.
Oh, N9's dead.
Damn.
That's the guy so far from his team, though. Ice Cube's going to assume they're going to pop out mid. Oh, no one's watching Hotel. No one's watching second mid. Ice Cube, are you going to turn around? Yes, he does, just in time.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Baby survives? No way, but Shady takes him down. Great use of the N4. CZY just going to send some nades on towards the site, but they cannot cross without any smokes. And they don't have any smokes. It's in the hands of Xiao. Rambo with some nice shots. Xiao, the only one left alive. He has to produce a miracle. only has an HE in his hand, so it's up to the sniper in his hands. Quick up onto Lucas. Cold not doing damage. Xiao's gonna go down. Match point for Wolf Empire. Is this gonna be it?
Man, how cool would that be? I mean, look, to have a Vietnamese team to get themselves in the playoffs. Yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, this really should be, if they find this win in the series, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but if they did,
then BaiSha's out.
Yeah, and Wolf Empire should be in. Like, I don't think there's a world they're not. So.
Oh, big!
Man.
Oh my God, Lucas.
Man, Xiao's been quiet.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, they should have bought Gokun.
But, yeah, Gokun maybe able to do something, but now it's a big question here to see if BaiSha has anything left for them to push into this. Ice Cube, he's ice cold, man. Now he's starting to get ice in the veins. CZY and Baby, the last two remaining. The saving grace, maybe, I don't know, but they have so many different players to go against with 1:35, and it just doesn't look like it's gonna be an option here. 18 HP for CZY. Now he's gonna swing wide onto fence, and he's a dead man walking. And Wolf Empire, they get it done on map number 1.
There we go. After a grind of an Ankara, Wolf Empire finally takes it on towards their home soil, on towards their home map. Ankara is on their side, but there is still 2 maps to be played. Potentially only 1 if Wolf Empire can get this sweep. But there's still Black Widow in the way. But if it's any map to do it, honestly, I mean, Wolf Empire has experience on Black Widow. So might be able to say that this is a shot. Not many teams get a shot in getting a game, getting a map, getting a series off of this big squad. But still, a lot can happen in these past few maps. And yeah, I feel like CZY making a comeback. Now it's actually Xiao who's kind of cold in this game.
Yeah, you know, we talked a lot about for Ice Cube, where it was like, hey, like, where's he been? He's kind of melted. He's not an Ice Cube anymore. But you know what? He got refrozen, and he looked a lot better here today. And it was kind of the other opposite here for Xiao. Like, he was probably, what, would you say he's probably one of the top 2 on players, I would say here? Maybe 3?
Yeah, I would say, just like I was saying, man, he's 1 on a good day, but 4th on a bad day. But it seems like even the 4th
I couldn't remember if that was him. Yeah, that's right. I couldn't remember.
Even the 4th was not with him. That's for sure, unfortunately.
Yeah, just what a weird way, because it was always like CZY was the guy that was quiet. He was the one that was kind of just sleeping at the wheel, and then he finally woke up. He was looking good. He put a lot of good work in the beginning of the game, where I think he was like 6-1 at one point. He found like a triple kill. He found a double kill. He found the first opening duel. He did a lot of work, and then it just wasn't enough. And then BaiSha finally started getting, you know, a little bit of momentum. They were able to get some rounds in their favor. A timeout comes through, and then Wolf Empire, I mean, there was some really good conversation with the coach, because I think their attack was just a lot more coordinated with everybody doing the buddy system. And honestly, a pretty amazing victory for them to be able to get that first map.
Yeah, and especially on Ankara, man. I mean, at least it confirms that their Ankara is still one of the strongest in the tournament. So Wolf Empire can breathe easy for now, but still Black Widow is around the corner. And yeah, I mean, if Xiao activates, then that could be trouble for them. CZY obviously is awake. N9 has gotten himself a fair share of frags. Baby is there. So yeah, I mean, it's still quite the journey for the side of Wolf Empire if they do want to go for the sweep. But it's winnable, man. I can feel it, but there's still another one to go.
It is still another one to go. Look, I mean, this is the thing. Like, we've noticed, and we've all talked about it, is the fact that the group stage has really shown us that a lot of games have gone the distance. So we saw it earlier in the graphic where there was a couple 2-0s, but those weren't necessarily the easiest 2-0s. But, I mean, there is a world where BaiSha now makes the comeback dream, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of teams that they lose the first map and then they kind of do the reverse sweep. So maybe that can happen, but I'm not really sure. It just felt like, you know, you can kind of tell when a team is in that mental state about they're getting really loud, they're getting really excited, but there's like that sense of stress in there. There's that sense of worry. There's that sense of a little bit of uncertainty. I felt that was yesterday for Wolf Empire. You could tell They were extremely on tilt. They were on the edge. They didn't really feel great about how they were winning rounds. I kind of felt like that about BaiSha. Like, even when they celebrated, it just wasn't the same as it was like day one.
Yeah, for sure. BaiSha was actually feeling it in their PCs, man. They were screaming and everything. They were a bit emotional, but wasn't enough to eliminate the Wolf Empire from their squad. They got themselves back in overtime, but it seems like Wolf Empire, they just know their map better than BaiSha Gaming. That is for sure. But yeah, we're going to see some highlights on the screen, of course. Pretty crazy first 3 rounds. But then Wolf Empire kind of broke away a bit in this first half.
Yeah.
And BaiSha Gaming made a comeback on the second half despite Wolf Empire getting this map score, or getting the map point.
Yeah.
It's just tragic, man. It's just tragic.
It really is tragic because, you know, we put so much of like the pedestal of like the Chinese teams and just saying like, yeah, look, like there's 3 of them that made it here. One of them was already removed. AG's been doing a good job. Like, they should be fine. I think they booked their ticket for the playoffs. But it's kind of interesting that, you know, EP goes down. BaiSha is now kind of in these, you know, deep, salty waters of, like, if they don't clean up their act, they might be out too. So, and then, like, if they lose this, it's going to be that 1 and 2, and then it just kind of opens things up. Wolf Empire should have themselves booked for the playoffs. So it's, you know, it's funny, like, both these teams, it means so much to them, but totally different reasons. Like, BaiSha's doing this to stay alive, whereas Wolf Empire is just really making more of a comfort to get into that playoff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with how random Group A has been, anything can happen at this point. Map scores definitely going to matter. I mean, if Wolf Empire gets a map off of BaiSha, that makes it a lot more confusing for the rest of the squads. But still, a sweep would make them possibly in contention here with Imperial, actually. But then a sweep possibly could remove BaiSha Gaming out of contention in the group stage, which is something that I can't believe I would say. But there it is. Set summary. N9, 1.55 KD. Zhao, 1.40, but didn't really feel his presence here. But CZY, 1.21, 0.94 kills per round. In the headshot, absolutely insane with the volume of frags that he had in this map.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy too is, like, we said, you know, I think it was yesterday, where Lucas and Dola were the guys that were clearly on top of the stats. They were, like, lifting a lot of heavy weight, but they're on the bottom now. Like, they obviously still did a lot of impact. Like, I get rid of the stats, but it's just funny how it did a big switch here, whereas Ice Cube and Rambo, they must have done something together as a duo, because I think you made a good point about Rambo was really picking up the He was the guy that was kind of picking up the slack a bit. But it felt like today the 2 of them had a good system going on. It really did feel like if Ice Cube missed a shot, like Rambo or Shady were there to essentially save his back.
Yeah, and now they have 2 dangerous snipers on their squad who can do exactly that. And it's actually very important, especially for Black Widow, because usually how you play Black Widow, especially when you have 2 good snipers, is you can go stage, or you call it spawn, or whatever is right.
we got a million names
for it.
Yeah,
whatever is outside of that window B, that place. We call it stage back home.
Okay.
And you have to play that, and you have to play long as well with the sniper. So Ice Cube and Rambo being the options here. I mean, it's looking great for them, but still, you're going to have to stop, you know, possibly maybe a Shao comeback, and CZY being on fire. N9's really good on Black Widow. Yeah, there's a lot of options that they still have to think about. So I think Wolf Empire, you can breathe easy because you took the first map, but it's still not going to be an easy one for map number 2.
No, and yeah, if anybody missed it, right? I mean, the veto, you know, was for Ankara, and then Black Widow is going to be the second one too. So you know, I feel like it's still a good map for BaiSha. So it's not like I'm worried that this veto really went against them. Whereas when they played Imperial, I was like, okay, well, the veto was really not good at all for you. Like, I mean, losing Eagle Eye and having that even remotely in the map pool, I think that might have been an ego thing, or maybe they just really, really overlooked something. But yeah, we'll have to see what they can do, because on a map like this, they did have a 13-9 win against, you know, Pacific Mokta, which was, in the beginning, it was Pacific Mokta that was able to really get a good lead, and then it was what we just saw here, where they were making a comeback and the game got really close. And then, yes, they did get across the finish line. Yes, they did get the win, but that was not easy. Pacific Mokta were playing way better than they were, so it was just really unfortunate, where I think just, you know, BaiSha being a dominant Chinese team, and maybe just that, you know, championship level experience kind of was a saving little point for them.
For sure. And we might just be back into the game very, very shortly, guys. So, I mean, there is still a lot of stuff to talk about, especially, you know, comeback of Ice Cube.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty insane at the moment, but I kind of want to see what it is going to look like when Dola and Lucas are back online, because Dola is one of the key players that kind of kept him alive for the past few days, Lucas as well. And I wonder what type of game Rambo is going to play. Is he going to play that lurch style, or is he going to play that second sniper permanently? And even Lucas was picking up the sniper earlier, actually, in A, which was kind of key of them taking out that last round, because that opening pick by Lucas taking out Xiao, I bet that kind of caught BaiSha Gaming off guard 100%.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out, right? And I mean, what was really good to see from Wolf Empire 2 is even on the Blacklist side when we were on Akara, it was a 6-3 in their favor. And that was the crazy thing. Like, I think, I might be wrong here. I think it was 8-3 in their favor for Wolf Empire. Then BaiSha really did make the comeback. And that's where I was saying, like, I don't know if I'm fully on board with them being a team that does well in pressure when they have their backs on the boards, like compared to other teams that we've seen. But, I mean, they've been doing okay with it, and they pushed, you know, an overtime situation, which isn't too bad, but now it's a long road for them if they want to keep themselves in a conversation, because I am really going to be curious if Wolf Empire find a 2-0. If they do, keywords, right?
If they do get a 2-0, I think we're just out of contention.
I think so.
And I don't want to think about it.
I know, isn't that a crazy thought? Like, it's like, how exciting for a Vietnamese team to be able to, I would say, upset a team like this, because I made, like I said, before I got here, before I put the plane on the ground, I was like, look, I had BaiSha as a top 3 team, no doubt. I have them as one of the best teams worldwide. I was thinking this was going to be a cakewalk for most of the games, maybe. But, boy, oh boy, did I get proven wrong, and I think we all did.
So now we're going to start on Black Widow. Wolf Empire on that GR side, BaiSha Gaming on the BL, and Lucas already so aggressive, taking out 577 in the catwalk side, and N9 trying to chase him down, but it's already too late. He gets a flash to the face, and one player down.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, they're going to continue on here. Sneaky Frog, and I mean, you got to run with it. You got to run. I mean, like, how good does that feel to get that map? Like, just to close her down, win it the way they did. So, looking like they still want to play their game, in which they will do. BaiSha being down the man on the Blacklist side, man, that just sucks, because now you can't really do any big splits. You kind of have to probably do a 3-1 worse. Oh, okay, well, that'll help. So that's going to, like, at least affect the defense a bit. Okay, yeah, hang on. They're going to make things even better. Okay, I keep forgetting this is BaiSha, so now they do something. Oh, God, Shady. Oh, God, Shady. What a shot.
Dola is still in the smoke, and he doesn't want to spam because of that muzzle fire. It's going to show through the smoke. But Ice Cube trying to deny the plant, and he does temporarily. But Dola does have information that Baby is on that side. But since the muzzle fire, just like how I said it, it is going to show through that smoke. BaiSha Gaming, well-earned scream, in all honesty, the way that they got out of that situation.
Yeah. Wow, what a pickup.
Oh, they can see us in the background.
Yeah, I know. You can get a couple of angles where you can see us. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they can see us wearing shorts.
Well, they wouldn't have known that now, but now they know.
Guys, it's hot. It is what it is. Oh my God! Speaking of hot, Ice Cube gonna get one. Shady gonna get one as well. CZY one in return. CZY always getting the trade, but BaiSha now lacking 2 players this time, and let's see how they get out of this pickle.
Yeah, I like that. I like that they kind of just change it up just a little bit here in the first round, or the second round, I should say. Good pickups too. So, you know, the player of CZY going to go down, where he's definitely been picking up a lot of the frags here for this group. But now BaiSha just post it up, being very, very careful on this one. And Wolf Empire, I actually like this setup, because it kind of feels like they're just playing very passive in the sights, but essentially almost ready for quick rotates. So this is good. I'm glad they're not overextending too much. I was a little bit worried. You can even see both Lucas and Shady are kind of still floating around mid. And that's a compliment whatever they hear the comm for.
Yeah, and Rambo is just playing that very safe position in B side. Metal box, now he transitions into door. I'd rather have the metal box, honestly, since there's already a dude in mid. But I think they're just trying to stay connected as a team here. Want to be in trading distance, that's for sure.
Oof. Okay, well, shall
oh, look at Lucas.
Yeah. Ooh, he's coming for a flank. Go to Lucas. Go to Lucas. Oh, yeah, that's good. Even the 1 kill is big, because now BaiSha's like, crap, what do we do? Well, maybe we can just get some kills. That'll help. Oh, wow. Shady tucked away. Does a pretty good job, but finally gets removed. Now Lucas gets removed too. Oh, no. Oh, dear. This is what we talked about where BaiSha, they've been unleashed now maybe, and they might be able to find the second, and Ice Cube has to do something big. He's expecting some kind of a flank. It's not the right call.
There it is, just gonna plant on the box. But Ice Cube, he does not spot Baby, but Baby does not spot him. He's in a good position to make a 1v2 happen, but why would you climb up?
What?
Chill out, brother.
Oh, he's got nerves. Oh, he's got nerves! A steal, though! Oh, my! When it could have just been disastrous, he just makes magic out of a chaotic situation. Oh, my God.
I was worried about this climb up because his Colt is already out of bullets.
Look
he reloaded that 1 bullet. He pressed R accidentally, but made it work anyways.
Wow. That's where we were saying, man. Like, this is like, it's so tense and so stressful. And, like, it's these quick decisions that can just change the rounds. And that could have, right? Like, if that would have been 1 shot made from BaiSha, that would have been it. It would have been a 2-0. But I'm actually kind of surprised that Baby went for that fight. Like, I felt like he could have tucked a bit better.
Oh, it's a double boost. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is nice.
Oh, that's...
They're using the map to its fullest extent. And I like this because they could just leave him there and they can just reinforce a site, which is going to make it difficult for BaiSha because you're going up against possibly 4. No one's playing Spawn, though, for the side of... oh, never mind. Here comes Lucas. Going to go through the window side and is just going to join his homie Ice Cube here.
Oh, man, they got the best read on this. If you're going to do that boost, this round is proven to be the best time ever.
They could do it again, too, because they didn't spot him.
Nope. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They had no idea. Ice Cube needs this shot. He has to be able to stop it. My God, the AKs. Oh, a lethal injection, but...
It's fine.
It's fine.
Oh.
Staying composed. Lucas, he's doing a good job. He's buying time. This is all he has to do. But he still swings and he goes for the fight. Oh, my. Okay. Oh, my Lanta.
What a patient play there for Lucas. He was just playing delay the entire time. I mean, BaiSha was having a hard time just trying to kill him on the site. Everyone had AK-47s, I think. N9's M4 was already down, so he couldn't really realistically wallbang into War 3 box. Actually, it's Baby on the M4. Rambo with the first kill, and look at that confidence from the side of Wolf Empire. Where did this come from?
Man, I don't know what's risen to the occasion here for these guys, but oh, and even now,
that's an instant pause.
That's a pause worthy. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And this should be cleaned up nice with a nice bow. Dola. Okay, BaiSha calls the timeout.
All right, I'm gonna admit it, man. If we go out like this, I'm not gonna be too mad because they deserve it, man. Honestly, they deserve it if they do beat BaiSha.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too mad if Magda bombs out because of that. But I'm gonna take a look at the prizes, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of cope a bit.
Well, I mean, you know, that's a really good point you bring up because I think, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people in the chat. You know, I've seen you guys. I see you guys spamming certain teams and you know, getting excited. But you know, the other thing is like, for a team like Wolf Empire, like I said, they took down Pacific Mokta. It was a 2-1 victory for them. Definitely challenging. Like even the scores of like a 10-6 win and or sorry, losses. What am I talking about? They lost Pacific Mokta, and those were still really tight rounds. Like the score, I don't think really shows the full picture. But at the same time, like they were able to beat a team like Imperial, where Imperial was able to beat BaiSha. Imperial looked pretty decent. They did not look decent today, but that's the crazy thing, right? Like so, like if this does happen and Wolf Empire find themselves a victory here today, like that is still the same situation where Pacific Mokta can't really be mad at all. Like they still showed up.
That's like fair game at this point.
It is. It really is. Like I mean, it sucks. Don't get me wrong, but it's still like it is fair game. Like you played some really good teams. You caused upsets on maps. You lost to people that made it to playoffs. It's like how do you really get that mad?
Yeah, and fortunately for BaiSha, they're going to go up against LCK tomorrow. So if their map score is going to end up at 2 and 4, they could still end up at around maybe 4 and 4 if they do sweep them tomorrow. And that's going to be up to the map score to kind of save them, or the round differential rather, to save them here.
Well, and it's funny, like...
Oh.
I'll put a pin to it.
Speaking of funny.
Yeah, speaking of funny.
That is not funny. That is just an absolute heater of a shot.
Yeah.
5-7-7. They're really calling out the tendencies here of BaiSha Gaming. I can tell that Wolf Empire really did study their Black Widow here.
They did, yeah, and it feels like they just kind of know a lot of the tendencies, and they're like, yeah, they're going to do this at this time, bam, dead. Like,
yeah, and so it's $12,000 for 5th and 6th, so when we're talking here,
okay,
it's not too bad of a paycheck, but speaking of paycheck, Ice Cube wanting the bigger paycheck of getting out into playoffs. Xiao is going to get Lucas in return, but look at the numbers, man. It's not adding up.
No, not at all. Things out. Ooh, Rambo's actually got the Yom too. I just noticed that now, but...
Ooh, look at Shady's position. Look at
Dota's
position.
Yeah.
I mean, even if Ice Cube doesn't hit this first shot, he can just run all the way back to long, and they can just retake immediately. They're already knocking at the door.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because again, the timing, the BaiSha will never expect that. They will never think it's going to be that quick. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure here for Ice Cube, but...
I don't know why he's playing so wide, though. He can just stay in Metal Box, man.
Yeah, it does seem kind of interesting that he's playing this position, because it really is quite risky. Whereas if he was playing on Metal Box, he could, even if he misses, he could try to stay alive.
Oh, it might be an off angle, because Xiao, he's a beast when it comes to that. Both of them miss, and look at Ice Cube. He's just going to run back all the way in towards long, back into the safety of Shady and Dola. And yeah, that's a retake, immediate retake. No one drops down from the side of BaiSha. Oh, never mind. Xiao drops down, so he's going to try to look for Rambo here, actually.
Yeah. He's going to be under bridge, so he's going to try to catch somebody off guard. Not bad. Well, that's that AK you talked about.
That helps.
Yeah, it's easy wider than AK. Oh, man, no way. Not like this here for Wolf Empire. It was looking so good. And now time's ticking, less than half. They got to get going. They have to make this diffuse. Oh, he's going to stick it. He's going to stick it. Oh, my God. I was going to think maybe, but no, he doesn't have the coverage. And now Ice Cube has to be able to get these shots. That's going to do. And now he's going to stick it. Baby has to go for the swing, and he will be able to get it done. Man, I think that round, like, again, I'm going to point the pin on him, but I think Ice Cube missing that first shot when he was playing that aggressive angle,
that lost him the round.
I think that lost the round. Like, whereas I think if he would have had the reposition, that's a really good thing you brought up. If he would have played Metal Box, and he could have just relied on his two teammates on long to be able to help him out.
Yeah. And there you go, Lucas down to 1 HP. I do see the point, man, but Xiao hitting that shot on Rambo is so clutch.
Oh, man, yeah.
Gives him control of stage, and then he can go all the way into A window. But despite that, I mean, Ice Cube hitting some nice shots, but the time was already ticking on that C4. And it's so unlucky as well from Dola, who's trying to make a big flank happen, but CZY just drives by him with an AK-47.
Yeah, and that's a really good thing too. It's like, it's not to take anything away from BaiSha. Like even Xiao like dropping and stuff. These were really good decisions to be made, but it just like I said, I feel like Wolf Empire, they just kind of sometimes put themselves in positions where that might cost them a round. That's going to be some good redemption. Lucas. I don't really.
Smokes?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Here comes the smokes now. Oh, they will get across. But this retake of 5 players alive. Okay, make it 4.
All right, N9 wanted that kill, that's for sure. He didn't want to end up like CZY yesterday with that scoreline.
Yeah.
Not his first in the entire game, these 5 rounds, but I mean, it's like how I said it, man. I feel like Wolf Empire already knocking out the door. There's so much time on the bomb. Shady around the corner. Baby and N9 playing that up-down position, both playing that boxes. N9 dropping down, gets the kill. Dola, where's the trade? Ice Cube falls as well, so it's all on Rambo, but if it's anyone to do it, it is him. CZY with the swing. And they saved the round from certain doom. No way you pulled that one out, BaiSha.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, the trade, and that goes right back to the point I was trying to make a little bit earlier. It's just like some of these details that are just costing rounds, and that's tough, right? Like you said, there's 2 BaiSha players on the high and low, but it's just so unfortunate. But I mean, what once was a lead is now turned back into a tie. Shady taking some pretty big damage. He's already halfway, but good control, map presence now. Actually, I think Ice Cube's pushed himself into Terrace, so he's actually grabbed this long A control, and which now allows Wolf Empire to be able to have 3 players stacked at the B site, having Dola that's just kind of playing for the cross. So it's not bad. I mean, if BaiSha go for this decision, it's a decent read, but plenty of time to work with, though.
So what's going to be the decision here for the side of BaiSha Gaming? Not really any realistic map control except for short, but I mean, Wolf Empire is kind of greeting this. They're like, yeah, we'll give you short, but you have to go through Dola first.
Where is Dola?
I think he's under. Yeah, he's on slope.
Okay, I was gonna say, is he that exposed?
Oh, he's playing on that small lip that you can stand on.
Oh,
long. I mean, that's fair. I mean, you can get away from long very quickly.
And BaiSha have to fight for this control. Ice Cube does hit one, but man, he just grazes him off the shoulder. They clean it up.
Oh, Lucas. Oh, he's trying to go for some wall bangs, but nothing hits. Rambo is gone. Lucas gets one. Honestly, could have been worse. Could have been worse with what happened in this round. Lucas gets another one. No way. That could actually save this AD. Gets one. Xiao on the side. Flash is going to go through. Not going to be blinded at all. Lucas with the better weapon. The rifle beats the pistol this time. No headshot here for Xiao. No way, Wolf Empire. They answered the round where BaiSha got a 3v4 with their own disadvantageous clutch. Lucas, you absolute madman. How have you done that?
Yeah. And what a way, too, is like Lucas. Who other than Lucas, right? He's, I'm definitely going to have to look it up after, like, going into playoffs. But, I mean, man, he's definitely one of these guys that wants to get that MVP. He wants that guy to, you know, be kind of a stick out here. Like, if you want to talk about top 5 players at the event here for the Summer Championship, man, I feel like he's really riding for it because he's just been able to bail them out in so many different scenarios. Not even just this game. I just mean the other group stage games too. So you love to see it. I just still can't even fathom that he was able to do that.
Yeah, Shady having a conversation with the team as well as the coach, and this timeout's actually going to benefit the side of Wolf Empire a lot, but it's not actually, it's not actually BaiSha who called it, it's actually them. I'm looking for the guy that's holding up the timeout sign, but
oh yeah, it was Wolf
none of them
Empire.
are holding it.
It was Wolf Empire.
Can't see it from here, it's a bit too far.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It was him. He's sitting there intently, he was showing us.
It's a bit late, so maybe his legs are a bit tired, but it is there.
But it is there. Okay, timeout gonna be done. It's a good thing either. I mean, they got the round by a big clutch, but it's gonna be a good way for them to tidy this up as we're getting ready to be done here for the first half. Sooner than later. And double here for Wolf Empire again. And Luke is at 11-4 right now.
Yeah. Oh, they got the boost so quickly. No way.
Nice.
How did they do that in front? They just got away as soon as the smoke disappears. That is mental. That's what you call coordination right there.
Oh, I just hope they go there now. I just want to see him. And it was him too that was on.
He was there yet last time too.
Yeah, and it was on. Why am I struggling with the map? Kara, the box. Go. Remember when he like hid behind the box and everybody ran past him?
That is true.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking Eagle Eye. I'm like, no, that wasn't Eagle Eye at all. What am I thinking here?
Pretty hard to hide in Eagle Eye.
I know, yeah. I saw like my brain. I was like,
I think the only place that you can hide is hotel.
Oh.
Right behind the bar, but Shady, who's gonna look up first?
Drum roll, please. This is big. If you want to have influence, you want to make the biggest highlight you could have in group stage, it's right here, right now. They're all gonna run in. This is so important. They're running past them. Oh no!
CZY checks it!
Oh my god, he was waiting. He was just trying to be as patient as possible, and CZY, a saving grace.
No way. I feel like he accidentally flipped up and Shady was there. I don't think Shady should have moved.
He had them dead to rights. He had them lined up. He was about to hit a home run there, at least getting 2. That was definitely on the path. And now it's a retake. This is going to be even more difficult. Dola needs to be able to find this duel. He will not. Lucas once again pulling through. Lucas again with the M4.
What?
How does Wolf Empire do this over and over again?
What?
And this is just becoming a defuse as well? Are you kidding me?
Even the coach telling them to calm down. How has that happened? The instant defuse and the snipe, everything CZY has done a favor for the side of BaiSha by clearing Rambo on that top side, or by clearing Shady on that top side rather, but then out of nowhere, even the window player got a kill. That is wild.
Wow.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, BaiSha keeping them humble here.
Oh yeah, and that's it. Just BaiSha's like, okay, hang on.
All right.
That should have been ours.
Let's not get too cocky.
Yeah, let's not get too cocky, guys. We're still unreal, okay?
Unless a one-tap party by Mr. Shady. Oh, Rambo. How is this happening? Shady.
Oh, no way.
Oh my god! I called it!
It's back to equal footing now, 2-2. Now they're going to make sure they keep calm on this. Rambo gets a little bit nervous, misses the shot, but the C4's made it across. This is still retakeable. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely still doable.
Rambo's here already, too.
Oh, man, he's going to swing, isn't he? Oh, my God, he's going to swing. And 9 needs to do something big. He needs to now find something deep.
He's going to stay in this corner, too. Oh, Shady's there. Wolf Empire. Let's calm down. Calm down, fellas. I know that was a good round, but there's still the second half to go through. But, man, a 2v5 against BaiSha Gaming?
And to add on to that, too, is the fact that this is the exact same scoreline we saw in the first map, a 6-3.
I was going to say, imagine if that was a headshot, like a headshot party by Shady. I guess we don't have to imagine because it's actually happened. No freaking way we just witnessed that. Rambo with a quick scope on the B player as well, gets away in time, stays in the corner, and you have to wide swing to check that. And I think Wolf Empire is going to take their sweet time. They need to calm down after that last round. They need to breathe. And that's fine because they play this type of pace in BL anyways.
Well, I mean, that's just it, right? I mean, you just got a 2v5. We were just joking about, you know, BaiSha was trying to humble them, and then I don't know what they did. They just picked up the socks, and they were like, yeah, hang on. We'll take you for a yonder.
What an off angle by Shady, though, man. I mean, usually you do get punished for a wide swing from 3-box, but I think him just sitting there on the second pillar kind of caught them off guard there. Rambo with the flash. Is this going to help this mid push, though? Rambo, he's just distracting him. Xiao is fully blinded on towards that stair side. Shady with the wide swing, but Xiao gets back in time, recovers. 3v5, but at this point, I don't know who's going to win, even though the numbers are there, but Xiao going to make sure that it's not going to be over just yet. 6-3 could turn into 6-4 very easily, and look at BaiSha Gaming. They're hurrying things up for this flank, but Dola knows there's so much time on the clock still to make a play happen here.
Yeah, and the good thing is that we see too is that they're not going to overpeak this. They're actually just going to play passive, because now what they've done is created a sandwich, and Dole is the he's the meat inside this sandwich. But maybe he's a little bit spicy. I don't know. He has to be able to find this kill of CZY. Oh, Baby actually repositions too, and now 577 is going to go through. Good timing on it. All right, a little bit of coordination. They bounce back. Man, you can just like. I feel like you can just tell they're stressed. Like they just, I don't blame them. I mean, this scoreline is just.
They don't expect to be in this position,
no,
honestly. Especially on
they?
Black Widow.
I felt like this was I thought this was their map. I thought this was theirs. Maybe it is.
There we go. All right, this is more of the swing of things for the side of BaiSha Gaming, instantly deleting 3 members off of the map. Dola though. Baby's just going to peek it for a bit, but N9. Ice Cube looking to punish N9 on that door position. But Dola, how is he out? No way, and N9 peaks second. Oh.
Yeah, and that looked like a bit of nerves, right? Like really, really frantic with spray, was trying so hard. I mean, yeah, you got the timing. That was sick. I actually was trying to catch up to that. I was like, how did he get through there? But, I mean, unfortunately, he just kind of tumbled when he needed to get there, but okay, 2 rounds brought back from BaiSha. And, ooh, 577. Ooh, okay. He's kind of adding a couple peppers in his dish here, because
yeah, they needed that.
They really did.
Shady's gone. He's been playing super well. Him off the map already. Rambo's just going to recover the C4. Back to safety it goes, but Lucas, though, with the slow crawl in mid, no one's really paying attention from the side of BaiSha Gaming, so he might be able to slip by on this B site. This is a wild timing, though, if he just goes out mid, no smoke, no nothing.
Goes dry.
Yeah, tap walks around, goes into the B site. Baby's the only one stopping him. Oh, but they're going to check, just in case.
Oh, it'd be so nice if he did, though. So underrated at times. Just no util, just try to go for a little bit of a cheeky lurk. Okay.
Oh, Lucas.
Oh.
Lucas!
Lucas, 15-7, man.
Having a life game. And it's a perfect time to have a life game.
Yeah. No doubt. Now, Baby.
Oh my god. Xiao and CZY.
And they're split apart here. These guys are nowhere near to be seen from each other.
And this is perfect for Wolf Empire, right? They love those trades, even if it turns into a 2v1. It's still a 2v1 at the end of the day. But why? Why would you peek that, CZY? Why not just stay on site? Maybe he's trying to gain some information to where they were at, and they're going to go straight into B. They do not care that Xiao got that kill.
No, he's got a lot of work now. I mean, he's got a little bit of utility. Oh, I thought maybe he would have picked up the AK, but no, he's gonna keep the Colt. He's gonna try to keep the Yom too. Oh God, I think that gun spare was spotted. Oh man, are they not peeking? Do they not see it now, Xiao? Oh man, Dola trying to play the numbers game. He's just trying to play the time. He's just trying to be so sneaky, and it's like a ninja in the night, and finds it. Okay, back into the lead we go.
I can see the analyst from the Vietnamese broadcast praying in the background. He's like, please just give it to us, man. And I can't blame him. I was like that when Pacific Magda faced the Wolf Empire squad. And I appreciate the passion here from their side. And let's see, 577, he's a known entity on the bridge side. But I like it. They're just going to back off, respect it for now. BaiSha trying to go aggressive, but it feels desperate from their side.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if, you know, BaiSha, it almost looks like they're kind of out of ideas, right? Like, 577 has already pushed down this before. I mean, he's got some control, I guess, but they're gonna have to do something big here. Nice little boost from Lucas.
This is the most safe I've ever seen BaiSha play.
Yeah. Good positioning from 577. From 577, just again, the fact that he's pushed this much up, he's got so much intel, so now they're going to just be able to reposition themselves. But nice split coming through. Oh, Rambo's going to try to make a bit of noise here. Smoke for the connector. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. There's so many players here. Oh, sneaky, I don't like it.
Xiao better not miss.
Oh, baby. Oh, my God. Xiao's still alive. Oh, Lucas
Gets it, baby. Baby is right then and there, but the plant is already going to go down. Lucas, you absolute demon on the AK-47. Can you make it happen? Can you make it happen, baby? Just crouching, looking for that heady. But N9 isn't long. He's already slipped by and towards that wooden box, but Dola's got it down. Lucas, though.
Oh.
Lucas gets the damage. N9 gets the kill, but I think Lucas has to get baby here. He has to get that space on towards short, or else it is going to be Ice Cube. Ice Cube, all up to you, brother. That's a Duque. Baby! On Cube! Ice Cube! Ice Cold, baby! He's so back! He is so back!
My God! For a guy that's been melted, a guy that's been absent, and look at what he's been able to do. Lucas having the game of his life, and Ice Cube wants to have a little bit of a taste of glory. Oh, wow. And now 2 more needed for Wolf Empire to potentially 2-0 a team like BaiSha. Never would this have been in the prediction ever. And now Rambo, look at what he does, staying true to the name, just kicking it down. And look at how fast they take this control. Xiao's lit. He's half HP,
And
less than half.
Rambo wants to end it. Oh, that's information. That's a plant on B site. Ice Cube still alive. Both of the absolute peak players on the side of Wolf Empire, and they can end it. They can end this round. Xiao gonna go in towards window first, but Lucas gets legged. 9 and 5 at the coach's hype. The music starts playing. Is this gonna be the crescendo for the side of Wolf Empire?
Oh, you can see the stress from some of the people in the audience as well. Everybody's just in disbelief. A powerhouse of a team of BaiSha now. Baxter on the boards. They're just trying to do everything they can. 5-7-7 with a big spray to win the opening duel. Dola taking a big amount of damage as well. Wolf Empire needing to slow it down just to figure out what do they need to do to get this done. How do they achieve the greatness of also 2-0ing this team like Imperial?
I can't help but laugh, man. I can't believe we're here. There we go. At least BaiSha not gonna let the guard down just yet. Wolf Empire, though, I've seen crazier rounds from this squad. Rambo especially. Can he make this 2K happen? Oh, he slips right through the smoke. CZY. Good thing he has his friend there. Ice Cube. Xiao missing the shot. Ice Cube with an AK-47 this time. Dola with the sniper. And Ice Cube! Can you do it again?
Waiting for the peak, Dola. He's got the arm in his hand. He just misses the shot, just barely by a pixel. And you can see N9 just in window. He's just waiting. A big flank coming through from 5-7-7. He's trying everything they can. They're buying the time as much as possible. Ice Cube, he has to be able to hit this. He needs to be able to hit this, and he can't. It's too much pressure, and now Dola, with 50 seconds remaining, he has to do something big, but BaiSha has something else in store.
No freaking way. BaiSha survived. They do not look that healthy at the moment. All of them look stressed. BaiSha still have to climb all the way back. 3 more points, 3 more good rounds. 1 mistake in this game is over. Oh my word, 5-7-7. Still trying to go for that exact same play. I'm surprised Wolf Empire's now tried to punish it. But they go back. They want to play it safe. Why not? Back to the usual pace we go. It might be slow, but it works.
Triple player pushed into this. I mean, now they've been able to grab some good map control.
But if they slip by on A.
Yeah, it makes them vulnerable.
Look at the defense on A2. 2 snipers. Rest of the riflers here are on B site. It's like a boss battle, man.
It really is.
It's like I'm going against Belina.
BaiSha needing 3 rounds to push this thing to another overtime. And now Wolf Empire, they don't even care that BaiSha's pushed out onto the outskirts of B. They want to go for the fight. They want to get it done in style. They want to take them out. They don't want to wear gloves anymore. They want to have this as just a street fight.
Oh, but Lucas coming in from the catwalk side turns around. He needs to help his team here. He needs to help his team. Shady checking up top just in case.
They haven't cleared it.
But there's still 2 players in towards the water side. Shady, you have the C4. You can't be this forward, my friend. But I think they spot 577 trying to make a check happen, and the double peek. Dolagas does get the heads up, but they still do not know about Baby. Baby still live in the live. C4 goes down. 3 versus 4. They know that there's 2 players on the site. That means no one's watching that mid. Rambo gets the kill. No freaking way. Last 30 seconds.
They gotta go. Time is ticking now. They gotta be able to pick up the C4. They have to do something big. Lucas, though, he's making the cross. He's looking for the rotates. He has to be able to hit this shot. This is important. He takes down his head. Now leaving it for N9. He has to be able to be the saving. It will not be meant to be. Xiao now with a big clutch in his hands. He's got a 1-on-3. He's not been his form. He's not been his true self. Has he been transcended to something different now? Maybe. He has to do something incredible.
Oh, they spot him too.
He has to be able to find something here. And Nade, it's going to miss. Lucas coming for the flank. And here it is, Xiao. He's going to get overwhelmed by the rifles. And he's a dead man. And Wolf Empire caused the upset of the day. And they have booked their spot, potentially for these playoffs.
The unexpected result. Just like how I said it, man. I do not care at this point. If Magda bombs out like this, if we have games like this, Wolf Empire a well-deserved game win. Lucas with the pop-off. BaiSha looking absolutely distraught. They are happy for their lives. What a game, what a series from the side of Wolf Empire. Oh, man. I'm speechless. I am speechless, my friend. Wolf Empire, from the depths of losing yesterday's game to sweeping the strongest team in the entire group. And now, 1-2. I did not expect BaiSha to land on 4th in the group stage. They still have a game tomorrow, but this one is absolutely gonna knock them aside here. Man, what a series. But Wolf Empire Lucas, we were talking about him, man. He could now be in contention for a top 5 player in the tournament. Oh, what is going on, man? What is with this tournament?
Yeah,
what is with this group stage?
It makes no sense. It really doesn't. At this point, it's like you just got to roll the punches here. And I mean, this is so many different storylines, so many upsets, so many victories and losses, and so many different things we talked about. But man, when the going was getting tough, Wolf Empire, they somehow find this 2-0. And even in that last round, BaiSha had such an amount of good aggression. It's just incredible to see that, a player like Lucas, I said there was a lot of prospect for him in this, group stage. We were starting to see it, but, to have the game of your life, and I mean that in the best way possible, but what a way to do it. What a way to take down a giant. I thought this was a David and Goliath kind of situation, and these guys, they were thrashing.
Yeah, and man, Lucas peaking at the right time. Ice Cube, the revival of Ice Cube. Where has this man been?
Yeah.
He was reserving himself the entire time. He had a few bad games, a few bad days, but he showed up where it mattered the most. Shady as well, Rambo doing a great job. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, it's definitely an incredible storyline here for a local team, a Vietnamese team, to be able to have themselves, yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they are booked in for the playoffs. Like, they have now put themselves, they were at the 2-1 going into this. Getting this win now has put them at a 3-1. So it is, you know, it is just the best position they could be in. They've been able to, you know, take down the team of Imperial, where I made a comment the other day and I said, was that a fluke just given the performance we saw from them against Pacific Mokta, where it wasn't even the same team. It was a ghost of themselves, a shell of themselves. But within a day, less than a day, they come into this and just take apart BaiSha. They just blew them up.
Yeah, and BaiSha just looks distraught. Shao, not himself, CZY. He came back in today's games and he was expecting the rest of the squad to play with him, but it seems like even N9 was having a hard time in map number 2. Baby, you know, he's not usually the guy that you look at when carrying games, and 577, he was actually playing some rounds really well, but it seems like 2 players were not enough. They were up against a force of 5, and BaiSha Gaming, man, the Sharks get hunted by the Wolves this time, and it seems like they're on top of the food chain.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, we were talking about the Sharks are, you know, pretty scary, but I think these Wolves are, man, they got a bite. They got a big bite to them, and yeah, what a way for them to end the night. That was the last game of the day, like we said, and we'll have those highlights. We're going to have some of these statistics here for you, because it's no doubt, like there has to be no doubt Lucas has to be the MVP. Like, if it's not, I mean, I'm going to have a conversation with whoever's in the production, because I'm going to say, look, that doesn't even make sense. This guy carried the game and had the most.
Ice Cube gets the MVP for the like 5th time or 3rd time at this point, okay, I'm gonna be slightly mad. But
it's just the name.
I'm telling you, I guess I was right one way, that we were gonna end before past midnight.
That is true. You know what? Honestly, I was a little nervous when you said that. I'm like, look, you're trying to jinx us here, and I was like, now we're gonna have like 3 overtime games, golden rounds, and I was like, okay. And I was gonna say, you owe me one, but you know what? Instead, you didn't, and you were right. You made a good prediction, but you know, honestly, the other thing I will say, you know, we briefly just talked about him, but you mentioned about Ice Cube, and I mean, I can't wait for that highlight to come up, where he had that triple kill, like, again, where there was a lot of criticism about him and his performance, and then for him to just do something like that, to be able to find a triple kill in a situation that I really didn't think he would do. That just, again, all these clutches and all these big plays from individuals, you could just feel the passion in the whole arena.
I saw Lucas in that 1v1. He really felt that, that's for sure. I felt that screen all the way from here. But look at Shady.
This was sick. This was sick.
Yeah, I think this kind of won them a bit of momentum here for the second half. Rambo, bam! Quick scope to the face.
You know, and it's like, I made the comment before about, look, like Lucas should have the MVP. I still believe that. But I really do think that all the pieces here, all the tools of Wolf Empire were sharp. I don't think there was a one player that I was going to say did bad. I don't think anybody had any sort of deficiencies. Everybody was able to step up when they needed to. And that's what a true championship team can do. That's what they have to do. And we saw that here. Whereas at BaiSha, I feel like it was CZY was kind of the guy that was making plays, and then it was just way too loose for everybody else.
Yep. Looking at the comments right now, lots of Vietnamese flags and lots of happy people who just made a bunch of money. But there we go. 10-6, 2.20 rating here for Lucas.
Yeah.
And 1.38 kills per round. That's almost like one guy every round plus some damage. Ice Cube 1.09. It's just super impressive. I mean, even if we can say that Shady's the bottom frag at the moment, it seems like it was already enough.
It was already enough, yeah. And I will be curious about the MVP. I think we'll have that graphic up. Okay, well, we're going to show the match result here, obviously. So in case you missed it, you got to go back, watch the VOD after. But yes, it was a 13-10 for Ankara, a 10-6 on Black Widow, which It didn't even need a third map, and if we would have gotten there, would have been on Compound, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was Compound. So that would have been interesting of itself too. And there it is, the man of the match, which is going to be Lucas, sitting in himself at 1,674 damage with a 1.53 rating. Yes, this guy is going to have to be popping the champagne because his performance was absolutely stellar.
Yeah, I mean, he was just an absolute demon for the past 2 games. Lucas, ice cold when it comes to his play on that rifle, absolutely outplaying every single member of BaiSha Gaming. Man, Wolf Empire, just like how we said it, they might have just booked their way into that playoff side, but I'm gonna check the.
It's gotta be. Yeah,
it's gotta be.
It's gotta be, right? I mean, I never want to make a full prediction to say it is because I don't want to.
Oh, they're in.
They are in.
They're 3-1 in groups.
Okay, yeah, so they are in. Okay,
they're the first seed too.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's yeah. Look, that's where I was saying it's cool to see. Like, you know, I was very skeptical about this yesterday. I made a lot of criticism, but I was told this is a super team. This was the team that was built to become.
Oh, BaiSha's out.
To be a world contender. Yeah.
BaiSha's out.
Yeah. BaiSha's gonna be out.
BaiSha is. Oh my God! I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah, BaiSha's out.
BaiSha is out.
And that was the thing where we said, look, this was a conversation about Wolf Empire getting this game means that they should be in the playoffs. BaiSha needed the win to even have the conversation about staying alive in this. So that's where we were saying it's just there's so much riding on it, and it was like 2 ends of the different scale, right? Like they both mean different things, but it meant so much for both these teams, and clearly it meant a lot more for Wolf Empire.
The stadium is going to be filled in the playoffs.
Man. I know, dude, and that's the best part. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so cool to see this Vietnamese super team that does show up, and now it's going to have, you know, a local team here at the Summer Championship that's going to be fighting in a playoff.
Yeah, and it seems like second seed of Group A is going to be in between Pacific Magta and Imperial, and that's going to be the game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not just that. What matters here is the round differential as well. So if Pacific Magta sweeps Imperial tomorrow, then that's going to be them in. But if Imperial has, if they win, then Imperial is going to be in. But Pacific Magta, if they go into the third map, it's going to be up to the round differentials.
Yeah.
And yeah, they better hope for a sweep tomorrow. They better hope that Imperial's not going to show up. But fully knowing the animals, man, he's going to be playing the slowest crossfire of his life, just to try and get that win. But of course, it's kind of expected here in Group B. CHENGDU All Gamers are out. Our CHENGDU All Gamers are going to playoffs, rather not out. But 3BL and Ranking Esports, they are going to be in contention for tomorrow. 3BL is going to have a hell of a mountain to climb because they're going up against AD. Ranking having to go up against Vasco. Vasco, I think they could maybe save their run.
Maybe.
But still, I think they have too many map losses to actually save it. So it's dependent on the teams that are not even in contention.
It is, yeah, and the round differential can make a big difference on this, and that's the thing is where 3BL, you know, as you can see, are sitting in that number 2 spot. But if things go against them tomorrow, that means it's going to put them at a 2-2. This is where the games just may, again, I know this seems to be the same thing I keep saying, but it's so important because these games mean everything now, right? So we're going to have an interview. That's going to be it for us tonight. We're going to listen to the man himself. We'll see you tomorrow.
MVP của set đấu, một trận đấu tưởng chừng nhưng không thể. Lucas. Và Lucas, em có thể chia sẻ cảm nghĩ của mình về lần đầu tiên đả bại BaiSha được không?
Xin chào mọi người. Cảm nghĩ của em là em rất vui và rất sướng sau bao nhiêu năm em thi đấu ở quốc tế. Đây là lần đầu tiên đánh bại được đội tuyển BaiSha. Chưa bao giờ em vui được như hôm nay.
Vâng, và xin cảm ơn Lucas. Và có một cái lời nữa thì Lucas chắc chắn Wolf Empire đã lọt được vào playoff rồi, và Lucas có muốn gửi lời chúc cho một đại diện Việt Nam còn lại là Ranking Esports được không?
Ngày mai Ranking Esports sẽ gặp Vasco. Lucas sẽ chúc cho team Ranking chiến thắng hay không và sẽ có khả năng cao bước vào vòng playoff hơn.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn câu hỏi cuối cùng. Và Lucas có thể chia sẻ bí quyết làm cách nào để vượt qua được những cái thời điểm khó khăn nghẹt thở
lúc đấy 5 anh em đã có thể trao đổi với nhau những gì? Lucas có thể công khai một chút được không?
5 anh em hôm nay đã sau trận hôm qua thua BEYONDTHESTORY thì mấy anh em đã động viên nhau. Dù có thắng BEYONDTHESTORY thì tụi em cũng chưa chắc được vào vòng trong top 4, nên tụi em bắt buộc phải có một trận chiến sinh tử với BaiSha. Mà hồi xưa giờ tụi em thua BaiSha rất là nhiều, nên hôm nay tụi em đã quyết tâm bây giờ phải cố gắng vượt qua cái trận sinh tử này. Mình vượt qua được thì mình mới có thể đánh bại được. Đấy, đó là cảm xúc của 5 anh em và quyết tâm bắn không trách móc với nhau trong thời gian thi đấu.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn Lucas về màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi. Và trước khi kết thúc màn phỏng vấn này thì tôi muốn Lucas gửi lời cảm ơn đến rất nhiều quý vị các bạn đã theo dõi Gu Empire và đã theo dõi giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024 đến thời giờ này.
Lucas xin gửi lời chân thành cảm ơn đến fan hâm mộ và những người đã theo dõi team Watch Empire từ đầu mùa giải đến giờ. Hãy Lucas gửi
đang rất cảm động, là đang rất xúc động đúng không ạ? Đang rất xúc động đúng không? Thôi
mọi
thì
người sẽ cổ vũ Watch Empire đến ngày chung kết.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn Lucas về màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi. Và trận đấu thứ 4 ngày hôm nay đã kết thúc với một cảm xúc phải nói là rất vui cho khu vực Việt Nam. Và chúng ta cũng ngày mai sẽ gặp lại nhau, bởi vì thực sự bây giờ CFS Summer Championship 2024 mới chính thức bắt đầu.